Brother Shen. MM. As Shen Changqing walked along the path, he exchanged greetings with acquaintances, sharing nods and brief acknowledgments. Yet, regardless of who it was, every face bore a mask of indifference, as if all were shrouded in a veil of apathy. Shen Changqing had long grown accustomed to this demeanor, for he was within the precincts of the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Great Qin, primarily tasked with the extermination of demons and other supernatural beings. It was a place where every individual bore the stains of bloodshed. To witness death repeatedly breeds a certain detachment toward life's myriad occurrences. When he first arrived in this world, Shen Changqing felt a sense of disorientation, but with the passage of time, he adapted to the stark realities surrounding him. The Demon Suppression Division was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to ascend to such heights. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The division categorized its members into two distinct roles, the Guardian and the Exterminator. Every newcomer began their journey as an Exterminator, gradually rising through the ranks with aspirations of becoming a Guardian. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was merely an apprentice Exterminator, the most junior among them. Possessing the memories of his former self, he was intimately familiar with the environment of the division. It did not take long for him to arrive at the entrance of a certain pavilion. Unlike the other blood-soaked areas of the division, this pavilion stood in stark contrast, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the pervasive violence. The doors of the pavilion were ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood assaulted his senses, causing him to momentarily furrow his brow before it relaxed once more. The scent of blood clung to every member of the division, an odor that could scarcely be cleansed. To endure within the division, one must grow accustomed to the essence of bloodshed. Shen Changqing was no exception. Apprentice Exterminator Shen Changqing of the Huang Department, requesting entry to the library. A dozing elder at the pavilion's forefront opened his bleary eyes, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flashing within. In that moment, Shen Changqing felt as though he were prey under the gaze of a ferocious beast, his hair standing on end. Had he not known they were all comrades, he might have turned to flee. However, he recognized that the guardian of the library was a formidable figure within the division. The instinctive sense of peril he felt was merely a hint of the elder's latent aura. Present your identification token. Please take a look. Apprentice Exterminator, permitted to access the first level of the library for a duration of 2 hours. Do not overstay. Thank you. Disregarding further pleasantries, Shen Changqing bypassed the elder and formally entered the library. The rules within the Demon Suppression Division were few, but any transgression could lead to dire consequences, even death. One such rule mandated that members refrain from prying into the private affairs of others, fostering an environment devoid of excessive curiosity. Over the years, numerous exterminators had met their demise due to an insatiable curiosity that provoked the ire of others. Despite the division's prohibition against internal conflict, one need not engage in overt violence to eliminate another. While the members of the division were not inherently reckless, there existed a number who were impulsive and quick to anger should their fury boil over. A life could be extinguished without hesitation. Though Shen Changqing had spent nearly 5 days within the division without witnessing such an event, his predecessor had been present for nearly a month, hearing whispers of such occurrences. As the inheritor of those memories, Shen Changqing approached the subject with caution. The library served as the repository of martial arts knowledge for the entire division. To combat demons and supernatural beings, mere mortal flesh was insufficient. One must cultivate profound martial skills to stand a chance against the forces of darkness. Thus, the library existed to facilitate the enhancement of the division's members. Given the division's role as the protector of the Great Qin, there was a pressing need to cultivate a sufficient number of skilled warriors. As such, accessing the martial arts within the library required little more than an identification token, permitting free entry without additional fees. However, to prevent individuals from becoming reclusive scholars, evading their duties, or transforming into mere martial artists devoid of combat experience, the division instituted regulations regarding the duration and frequency of library visits. The first level of the library was expansive. Upon Shen Changqing's arrival, he noticed a number of individuals engrossed in their studies, poring over texts. Some he recognized, while others were complete strangers. The division was vast, and personnel turnover was frequent despite his predecessor's month-long tenure. The number of familiar faces remained limited. Unnoticed, Shen Changqing made his way to a bookshelf, skillfully extracting a tome from the meticulously arranged volumes. The title read, 13 Guardians Horizontal Training Techniques. The script was unique to the Great Qin, differing significantly from the characters he had known in his former life. Yet, with the aid of his predecessor's memories, he deciphered the text effortlessly. Taking a seat beside the shelf, Shen Changqing began to diligently study the book. Time passed swiftly. As 2 hours drew to a close and he prepared to depart, the elder stationed at the library opened his eyes momentarily before closing them once more. In that instant, Shen Changqing felt an unsettling awareness, prompting him to quicken his pace. Before long, it became apparent that once one entered the Demon Suppression Division, they were bound to it live. They belonged to the division dead. Their souls were tethered to it. There was no possibility of departure. Thus, every member, even the most junior exterminators, enjoyed exceptional treatment. For instance, Shen Changqing resided in a private courtyard, equipped with wooden dummies, stone weights, and various training tools. He did not immediately commence his training but instead focused his thoughts. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: Great Qin Demon Suppression Division. Status: Apprentice Exterminator. Martial Arts: 13 Guardians Horizontal Training Techniques, not yet initiated, available for enhancement. Kill count: 3. Success. Upon noticing the available for enhancement notation on his panel, a smile blossomed on Shen Changqing's face. Since arriving in this world, the discovery of his unique ability had provided him with the confidence to remain within the division. The seemingly unremarkable panel was, in truth, the foundation upon which he would establish his existence in this realm. Without hesitation, he directed his intent toward the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training Techniques, and silently intoned, "Enhance." As his thought settled, his kill count diminished slightly, and the title of the technique underwent a dramatic transformation, the notation not yet initiated evolving into level 1. A formidable force surged forth from Shen Changqing's being, causing his entire body to tremble as if it were under immense pressure. The sound of cracking bones echoed, reminiscent of the strain from an overwhelming weight. Before he could fully comprehend the sensation, another wave of powerful pressure descended upon his internal organs. With a sudden gasp, Shen Changqing expelled a mouthful of dark blood, his face contorting in agony from the unexpected pain. However, the torment was swiftly replaced by an unparalleled sense of comfort that enveloped his body. The soothing sensation made him forget the previous discomfort entirely. Regaining his composure, he stood still, performing simple movements to acclimate to his enhanced physical state following the breakthrough. Both strength and speed have seen some improvement. Though the increase is not substantial, defeating my former self should not pose too great a challenge. Yet, the true essence of the 13 Guardians Horizontal practice lies in augmenting the body's defenses. Having successfully ascended to the first level, my physical defense should have enhanced considerably more than my strength and speed, but I still fall short of withstanding blades and swords. After completing his movements, Shen Changqing pinched his skin. The color remained unchanged, yet its resilience had markedly increased. Such an enhancement left him quite satisfied. Indeed, only by thoroughly mastering a martial art can one begin to cultivate it. Hasty attempts at practice without proper understanding only lead to self-destruction. Reflecting on how his predecessor had recklessly practiced the 13 Guardians Horizontal practice and subsequently perished due to the backlash of the technique, Shen Changqing could only shake his head in resignation. He had been too impulsive. Without fully comprehending the technique, he had ventured into practice and could hardly blame others for his demise. Soon, Shen Changqing focused his thoughts and directed his attention to the interface before him. Name: Shen Changqing. Faction: Great Qin Demon Suppression Division. Identity: Apprentice Demon Slayer. Martial Arts: 13 Guardians Horizontal Practice First Level, Enhanceable. Kill count: 2. To elevate the 13 Guardians Horizontal Practice by 1 level only required a minuscule amount of kill points. It appears that the cost of advancing in martial arts is lower than I had anticipated. With this, my strength can significantly increase once more in a short span. Shen Changqing felt a sense of contentment wash over him. Without wasting any time, he summoned his resolve and initiated the next round of enhancement. Chapter 2. The 13 Guardians Unyielding. Training name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: the Qin Demon Suppression Division. Status: Apprentice Demon Slayer. Martial Arts: 13 Guardians Unyielding. Training, 3rd layer. Cannot be improved. Kill count: 0. Having entirely expended his kill points, Shen Changqing elevated the 13 Guardians Unyielding training directly from the novice stage to the 3rd layer. Standing still, he closed his eyes for a prolonged moment. After a while, Shen Changqing suddenly opened his eyes, took a forward stance, and unleashed a punch into the air. Boom! The fist struck out, accompanied by a faint sound of breaking air. In that instant, the 13 Guardians Unyielding Training, consisting of 13 layers, revealed that each layer mastered significantly enhanced physical strength, along with a modest boost in power and speed. With my current mastery of the third layer, aside from the seasoned apprentice demon slayers, none from the same batch entering the Demon Suppression Division could possibly compare to me. Moreover, even those with slightly more experience, as long as they had not been apprentices for more than half a year, could not surpass my strength, and some might even be weaker than I am. Within the Demon Suppression Division, the position of the Guardian is the highest, followed by the Demon Slayers. Among all Demon Slayers, the apprentices hold the lowest status. Anyone entering the Demon Suppression Division, unless possessing extraordinary strength, must start as an apprentice Demon Slayer. In essence, apprentice Demon Slayers serve as reserves for the official Demon Slayers, primarily aiming to enhance their own abilities to accumulate sufficient foundation to undertake the tasks of the Demon Suppression Division and eventually become true Demon Slayers. Thus, apprentices generally possess weaker abilities, only growing stronger with time. True masters are at least official Demon Slayers. However, being an apprentice does not mean one merely stays in the Demon Suppression Division for secluded training. They are also required to complete simple tasks regularly. Only then can they enjoy the privileges afforded to them within the division. Furthermore, both Shen Changqing and his previous self spent an entire month memorizing the 13 Guardians Unyielding Training. Although he deemed his predecessor somewhat dull-witted, even a more intelligent individual would require at least 10 days to half a month to fully memorize a martial art. Visiting the library once every 5 days and spending 2 hours each time. It is reasonable for a clever person to take 4 to 6 hours to memorize a martial art with substantial content. However, it is essential to note that, according to Shen Changqing's understanding, among those who entered the Demon Suppression Division in the same batch, only a few with extraordinary talent could barely reach the novice stage. Thus, the mastery of the third layer of the 13 Guardians Unyielding Training, while not guaranteeing victory over all apprentice Demon Slayers, certainly places him among the ranks of the proficient. Yet, upon seeing the kill points displayed as 0 on the panel, Shen Changqing shook his head. It is regrettable that he had completely consumed his kill points, and he must find ways to gather more to swiftly enhance his abilities. The establishment of the Demon Suppression Division by Great Qin is a testament to the dangers that pervade this world, which is far from the tranquility of his previous life. Each year, countless individuals perish within the division. Shen Changqing harbors no desire to find his name on the list of the deceased. Moreover, every Demon Slayer is mandated to execute tasks, with no exceptions. Even apprentice Demon Slayers only enjoy a grace period of 1 year. After that, the division will compel them to undertake tasks related to demons and monsters. Success in such tasks allows them to shed their apprentice status and become genuine Demon Slayers. As for failure, the consequences are all too clear. Once one joins the Demon Suppression Division, there is no turning back. One must either ascend or succumb to the unending trials. No one wishes for death, and Shen Changqing is no exception. To survive within the Demon Suppression Division, one must continuously elevate their strength. Thus, he finds himself with no alternatives. Knock, knock. The door to the courtyard was rapped upon. Shen Changqing opened the door to find a robust, square-faced middle-aged man standing before him. Greetings, Manager Liu. The visitor, Liu Chang, is an official Demon Slayer and the manager of the Yellow Division of Demon Slayers. The Yellow Division serves as the residence for all Demon Slayers, encompassing both apprentices and official Demon Slayers. There are 4 divisions within the Demon Suppression Division: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, with the latter being one of them. Shen Changqing is quite familiar with Liu Chang, as are all Demon Slayers, for he is the individual they interact with most frequently. Upon seeing Shen Changqing emerge, Liu Chang's gaze momentarily flickered. In an instant, Shen Changqing felt as though Liu Chang could see through him. It appears your talent in martial arts is commendable, Liu Chang remarked. You flatter me, Manager Liu. I have merely made some modest progress, Shen Changqing replied humbly. The advancement of the 13 Guardians Unyielding Training could hardly be concealed. As an official Demon Slayer, Liu Chang possesses considerable strength, and it is natural for him to discern certain indicators. However, without direct confrontation, Liu Chang could not fully gauge Shen Changqing's capabilities. Indeed, upon hearing Shen Changqing's words, Liu Chang's previously cold demeanor softened slightly. To achieve mastery in martial arts within a month signifies that your talent surpasses many Demon Slayers. If you invest a bit more time, you may have the opportunity to become an official Demon Slayer. In the realm of martial arts, it is crucial to balance tension and relaxation to reach the pinnacle. Liu Chang's simple praise indicated his belief in Shen Changqing's potential to become a true demon slayer, as few could achieve such a feat in a month. Anyone capable of this, barring unforeseen setbacks, is likely to become a genuine demon slayer, and not just any ordinary one. Just as Shen Changqing had surmised, without genuine combat, Liu Chang could not ascertain his full capabilities through mere observation. After a brief pause, Liu Chang's expression turned impassive once more. The time for your task has arrived. You must undertake a new mission. What is the task this time? Shen Changqing inquired. The tasks assigned to apprentice demon slayers are few, currently. Yours is to conduct a patrol of the Demon Suppression Prison. Just as before, Liu Chang replied indifferently. Patrolling the Demon Suppression Prison. Shen Changqing's expression shifted slightly, while his heart swelled with joy. The previous task had involved patrolling the prison, which was how he had initially activated the panel. He had been contemplating how to seek an opportunity to enter the Demon Suppression Prison without raising suspicion, but now, the chance has presented itself to him. Noticing the change in Shen Changqing's expression, Liu Chang mistakenly assumed he felt apprehensive and offered an explanation. The Demon Suppression Prison is not as perilous as you might think. The demons and monsters contained within are mostly bound by powerful seals. As long as you do not trespass into restricted areas, there will be no issues. The prohibited zones are already documented in the prison manual. Furthermore, remember to disregard any sounds you may hear within the prison. If it were a different time, I would not have elaborated. However, given that Shen Changqing has mastered martial arts in about a month, he is evidently a promising candidate. Providing this explanation serves as a favor to him. Even if, hypothetically, Shen Changqing fails to thrive or forgets him after growing stronger, it would not significantly impact Liu Chang. To speak a few more words incurs no loss at all. Upon hearing this, Shen Changqing clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Manager Liu, for your guidance. Indeed. This is the manual of the Demon Suppression Abyss. Take it with you. Liu Chang said as he produced a tome approximately a foot in length from his sleeve and placed it into Shen Changqing's hands. The manual of the Demon Suppression Abyss contained records of each area, detailing the sealed demons and strange creatures, as well as their current states, should any anomalies be detected. Or if something were to escape, one must refrain from recklessly entering the cells for investigation. Instead, it is imperative to report to the overseer of the Demon Suppression Abyss. Furthermore, any discovery of abnormalities must not be deliberately concealed. Should one attempt to hide such information and be discovered, they would be deemed complicit with the demons, betraying humanity, and facing certain death. Rest assured, Manager Liu, I am well aware of this matter. Shen Changqing replied solemnly as he tucked the manual of the Demon Suppression Abyss away. The regulations of the Demon Suppression Division were stringent. Any infraction could result in severe injury or even death. Although his strength had recently increased, he was not so brash as to provoke the rules of the Demon Suppression Division. You may proceed. Yes. With Liu Chang's directive, Shen Changqing promptly made his way to the Demon Suppression Abyss. The Demon Suppression Division was divided into several areas. The Exorcist residence, known as the Exorcism Courtyard, was situated at the periphery, while the library was located in the second area. The Demon Suppression Abyss resided in the third area, and the fourth area was designated for the residence of the Guardians. This layout was devised because the Demon Suppression Abyss held great significance. Should any sealed demons or strange creatures escape, it would spell catastrophic consequences for ordinary people. The presence of exorcists in the front and guardians in the rear was to prevent such escapes. If anything were to leave the Demon Suppression Abyss, alarms would be triggered instantaneously. At that moment, all demons and strange creatures confined within the abyss would have been subdued by the powerful figures of the Demon Suppression Division, rendering any possibility of failure non-existent. Since his reincarnation, Shen Changqing had visited the Demon Suppression Abyss once before, with the exorcist's tasks occurring every 3 days. This marked his second visit. Drawing from his initial experience, while he was not yet entirely familiar with the abyss, he would not be a stranger to it either. Before long, the imposing structure of the Demon Suppression Abyss came into view. Chapter 3. The enigmatic The Demon Suppression Prison is a crucial part of the Demon Suppression Division. To speak candidly, as a place designated for the confinement and sealing of demons and other malevolent entities, the Demon Suppression Prison holds significant importance within the division. From an external perspective, the prison resembles an ancient fortress, its walls constructed from azure bricks, marred by splotches of dried blood, exuding an aura of brutality and antiquity. A rectangular gap exists at the base of the walls, flanked by 2 stone lions standing sentinel. Shen Changqing understood that this gap was, in fact, the entrance to the prison. The entire Demon Suppression Prison possesses but a singular entry and exit. On the surface, it appeared that the entrance was not heavily guarded, lacking the stringent security one might expect from a place of such importance. In reality, however, the prison requires no overwhelming military presence for its protection. This is quite simple. The Demon Suppression Prison is situated within the confines of the Demon Suppression Division itself, which serves as an impregnable stronghold. With demon exterminators at the front and guardians at the rear, any demon or malevolent entity that dares to emerge from the prison would be detected by the powerful individuals within the division in an instant. There is absolutely no possibility of surviving a departure from the confines of the division. Shen Changqing had heard these accounts secondhand, yet he believed there was a substantial likelihood to their truth. After standing in place for several seconds, he took a deep breath and stepped toward the prison. However, the moment he passed the stone lions, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted him, nearly suffocating him and making him feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Fortunately, as the foulness engulfed him, a powerful surge of vitality coursed through his body, dissipating the chilling aura. 13 Taibao's horizontal training. Pausing momentarily, Shen Changqing pressed onward. This was not his first visit to the Demon Suppression Prison, and he had previously experienced the overwhelming odor of blood. The last time he had entered, he had not yet mastered the 13 Taibao horizontal training and had been rendered immobile for nearly half an hour before acclimating to the atmosphere. In contrast, this time he merely paused briefly before regaining his composure. Thus, he felt a renewed confidence in his own abilities. The entrance to the Demon Suppression Prison was a long corridor, devoid of wall sconces, which cast an eerie darkness. An ordinary person traversing such a passageway would undoubtedly experience trepidation. Yet, for the experienced Shen Changqing, the dark corridor elicited little emotional disturbance. Likewise, any apprentice demon exterminator possesses a strong temperament. Without sufficient fortitude, one would be unqualified to enter the Demon Suppression Division. Each powerful individual within the division must ultimately confront demons and malevolent entities, often encountering horrific scenes, necessitating a robust mindset for support. Otherwise, they would inevitably meet a grim fate. Despite the corridor's darkness, Shen Changqing's steps did not falter. Soon, he spotted a faint glimmer of light at the corridor's end, which rapidly grew more pronounced. As he fully emerged from the shadows, the scene transformed dramatically. Surrounding him were oil lamps ignited, dispelling the darkness. Several armored figures, their faces obscured by helmets and masks, stood guard, their sheathed swords at their sides. Upon noticing Shen Changqing's arrival, one of them stepped forward to block his path. "Who goes there? Please present your credentials." "I am Shen Changqing, an apprentice demon exterminator from the Huang Division, here on official patrol of the Demon Suppression Prison. This is my handbook." Shen Changqing halted and displayed the handbook that Lu Chang had provided him. Anyone tasked with patrolling the Demon Suppression Prison was issued such a handbook, which not only outlined essential precautions but also served as a pass for entry. Upon seeing the handbook in Shen Changqing's possession, the guard stepped aside, allowing him passage. With this, Shen Changqing tucked away the handbook, offered a respectful nod to the guards, and proceeded inside. While the exterior of the Demon Suppression Prison lacked heavy military presence, the interior was indeed manned by soldiers. He was not entirely familiar with their origins, but it was clear that those who could remain stationed within the prison for extended periods were no ordinary individuals. On his previous visit, Shen Changqing had not given much thought to the soldiers stationed there. However, this time, he felt a distinct awareness. Thanks to his progress with the 13 Taibao horizontal training, his perception had sharpened. He could discern that the armored figures concealed potent vitality beneath their armor. Despite having achieved the 3rd level of the 13 Taibao horizontal training, he was likely no match for these soldiers. The Demon Suppression Prison comprised 5 levels. The uppermost level housed no imprisoned demons or malevolent entities, merely soldiers to guard it. Presently, Shen Changqing found himself on this topmost level. Upon descending to the 2nd level, a chilling sensation washed over him. Though the cold was formidable, it posed little threat to him, as even the average apprentice demon exterminator could navigate the 2nd level with ease, let alone Shen Changqing. Once he had descended to the 2nd level, Shen Changqing immediately checked his status panel. The column concerning his slaughter value showed no immediate changes. It seemed he would need to patrol further. The slaughter value had first manifested during his time in the Demon Suppression Prison. Since then, he had diligently researched its implications and ultimately concluded that the slaughter value resided within demons and malevolent entities. However, one need not eliminate them to accrue such value. Simply being present in their vicinity sufficed. The specifics remained a subject for further study. Opening the Demon Suppression Prison Handbook, Shen Changqing skipped over several preliminary notes and delved into the formal content. His gaze fell upon the portrait of a woman. The figure depicted was alluring and enchanting, as if capable of captivating the hearts of men. After a brief glance, he turned to the back, which bore no illustrations but contained written descriptions. Name: Enchantress. Rank: Vengeful Entity. Description: Expert in mental assaults. Often ensnares souls with her beauty. She drained the lifeblood of nearly 10,000 souls from 5 villages before being captured by the Demon Suppression Division and imprisoned within the Demon Suppression Prison. Shen Changqing closed the handbook and made his way to the first cell on the second level. The layout of the Demon Suppression Prison bore little distinction from the prisons of his past life, consisting of individual cells that segregated those requiring confinement. Upon reaching the first cell, Shen Changqing's expression shifted dramatically. The frigid cell, to his eyes, transformed into a cozy boudoir, where a long-haired woman sat at a vanity. Her back turned towards him. Through the reflection in the copper mirror, he beheld her enchanting visage. Suddenly, Shen Changqing's expression became impassive. Observing this, the enchantress rose from her vanity, gliding gracefully toward him, her lips parting to release a fragrant breeze. "Dear sir, do you find my appearance to your liking? Why do you linger outside? Pray, come in and sit a while." As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance, allowing her garment to slip slightly from her shoulder, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, fair skin. Shen Changqing turned and departed, leaving the woman momentarily stunned. It appeared he would not be able to extract any slaughter value from her. As he walked away, Shen Changqing silently shook his head. He had just stood outside the cell for a considerable time, yet he had not garnered any killing points. This clearly indicated that the likelihood of obtaining killing points from the enchantress was exceedingly slim. Thus, Shen Changqing found it pointless to squander any more time on her. After all, there were myriad demons and strange creatures suppressed within the Demon Suppression Prison, and there was no necessity to hang on to a single tree. As for the enchantress's form, he found himself devoid of any interest. Despite her alluring appearance, it was well known that typical strange creatures lacked a tangible form, presenting only illusions. One might perceive her as an enchanting woman, yet to another, she could appear entirely different. This had been explicitly stated on the very first day he entered the Demon Suppression Division. The precautions detailed in the Demon Suppression Prison Manual echoed the same. Thus, no matter how the enchantress transformed, it held no significance for Shen Changqing. With no further matters concerning the enchantress, he decided to inspect the next cell. He turned to the next page of the manual, perusing the recorded information before proceeding toward the subsequent cell. The manual documented the nature of the demons and strange creatures confined within each cell. The task of patrolling the Demon Suppression Prison required that the entities within the cells corresponded with those noted in the manual. Should there be a discrepancy, where the manual indicated the presence of a creature, yet the cell stood empty, it warranted caution. Such a situation could likely imply that the entity had escaped for some reason. Before long, Shen Changqing arrived at the front of the second cell. This cell also contained a grievance-level strange creature, yet unlike the enchantress, this creature was capable of transforming into other forms. After a brief pause, with no change in his killing points, Shen Changqing decisively moved on to the next cell. Unsurprisingly, the following cell also housed a grievance-level strange creature. Strange creatures were categorized into several tiers, with the most basic being the ghost level and grievance level. The ghost level was the weakest, typically dispatched directly by the Demon Suppression Division, while only grievance-level creatures and above qualified for confinement. Soon, he reached the final cell of the second tier. Shen Changqing's footsteps came to a halt. At the terminus of the second stratum lies a cell, yet unlike its counterparts, this enclosure imprisons not phantasms, but an arm. A limb, adorned with cerulean black scales, bears no resemblance to a human appendage. Secured by chains, it is confined to the deepest recesses of the cell. Standing before this chamber, Shen Changqing's countenance is grave. His gaze discerns the chained arm, its flesh palpitating as if imbued with life. Simultaneously, name, unknown rank, low-tier fiend description, an arm of a fiend compared to the preceding specters, the description is exceedingly concise. However, this brevity does not denote weakness, rather, it underscores the fiend's formidable nature. Upon his initial encounter with the fiend's arm, Shen Changqing was astounded. He could scarcely fathom the existence of such entities, whose severed limbs defied mortality and necessitated confinement by the Demon Suppression Division. Lingering before the cell, Shen Changqing meticulously observed the panel's fluctuations, yet to his dismay, the slaughter value remained stagnant. Strange, he mused. Can each location yield but a single instance of slaughter value? His brow furrowed. recalling his previous acquisition of slaughter value within the final cell of the second stratum. However, his return yielded no such boon. Shen Changqing surmised that perhaps each cell offered only a solitary instance of slaughter value. With this in mind, his gaze shifted to a tenebrous passage behind the cell, leading to the third stratum. Ordinarily, neophyte demon slayers are tasked solely with patrolling the second stratum. The rationale is simple. The second stratum emanates an intense chill, and newly arrived aspirants, lacking martial prowess, can barely withstand its effects with their own vitality. The third stratum and beyond are the domain of veteran neophytes on patrol duty. However, at present, only slaughter value can expedite his ascent in power. Devoid of slaughter value, his innate talent alone would scarcely suffice to distinguish him within the Demon Suppression Division. Shen Changqing's gaze hardened. Only by excelling within the Demon Suppression Division could he aspire to greater heights, and only by ascending could he secure superior treatment and accelerate his progress. With countless missions looming, lacking sufficient strength, how could he ensure his survival? In this era of fiendish chaos and rampant specters, no haven exists. Only through personal might can one forge a path. His purpose in visiting the Demon Suppression Prison was twofold: to acquire slaughter value and to discern its underlying principles. Fulfilling the division's mandates was merely incidental. Even absent such directives, Shen Changqing would seek passage to the prison. For accumulating slaughter value and bolstering his strength before embarking on other missions far surpasses venturing unprepared. For within the Demon Suppression Division, no mission is entirely devoid of peril. Even tasks such as patrolling the prison, among the least hazardous, carry the potential for demise. The risks of other missions are self-evident. Therefore, the third stratum was indispensable. Without slaughter value, he could not swiftly elevate his strength to a formidable level. Having resolved his course, Shen Changqing resolutely strode toward the third stratum. Upon entering, a surge of overwhelming chill assailed him, threatening to congeal his very flesh. Simultaneously, mournful wails echoed, soon devolving into sobs, as if someone wept softly. At once, he felt as though he were plunged into an abyssal inferno, besieged by countless fiends and specters. These phantasms paralyzed him. After a few moments, the surge of vitality within his body dispelled the encroaching chill. As the cold receded, the cacophony of sounds and visions vanished. With the illusions dispelled, the true visage of the third stratum was revealed. He exhaled deeply, his expression composed, yet his eyes betrayed lingering astonishment. He had anticipated a significant divergence between the third and second strata, yet he had not foreseen such a stark contrast. Had he not elevated his 13 Guardian Vajra physique to the third level, he would have been instantly ensnared by the illusions. After all, abundant vitality can mitigate the effects of illusions. In such a predicament, unless fortune intervened and others discovered him, he would likely remain trapped, his body frozen by the cold, his life extinguished. Instantly, Shen Changqing's vigilance toward the Demon Suppression Prison intensified. He had initially believed that as long as one avoided trespassing into restricted areas, no harm would befall them. Now, it seemed that even without venturing into forbidden zones, one's life remained imperiled. Without sufficient strength, one lacked even the right to traverse the prison freely. Since his initial visit, Shen Changqing had harbored the impulse to explore the third stratum. However, having just acquired slaughter value, he needed to study it, and thus suppressed his desire. Now, in retrospect, regaining his composure, Shen Changqing approached the nearest cell. He did not retrieve the Demon Suppression Prison Handbook, as the one provided by Lu Chang was incomplete, containing only information about the second stratum. Subsequent strata were unrecorded. Moreover, Shen Changqing's task was merely to patrol the second stratum. Lu Chang had not anticipated that he would venture into the third. The cells of the third stratum were identical in size to those of the second. Standing before one, he beheld a pulsating mass of flesh. Its color differed from normal flesh, tinged with indigo striations, as if someone had etched patterns upon it. The flesh throbbed rhythmically, as if alive. If the final cell of the second stratum housed a fiend's arm, then this flesh, he surmised, must be a fragment of a fiend's body. Shen Changqing's countenance was grave. He possessed limited knowledge of fiends. As a neophyte demon slayer was not privy to such advanced matters. However, he was more familiar with specters. At that moment, a familiar aura of frigid darkness emanated from the cell, swiftly permeating his body. Sensing its approach, Shen Changqing did not recoil in alarm, but rather exhibited a hint of joy. Instantly, he stilled his mind and examined his panel. Name: Shen Changqing Faction, Great Qin Demon Suppression Division. Identity: Neophyte Demon Slayer Martial Arts. 13 Guardian Vajra Physique, 3rd level. Can be improved: Slaughter, 3 last time, I obtained slaughter value from the fiend's arm. This time, it's from the fiend's flesh. Shen Changqing, observing the increase in slaughter value, pondered deeply. Within the demon suppression prison, there exist both specters and fiends. However, amidst the myriad of peculiarities, he found himself unable to extract the desired value of slaughter from his adversary. Conversely, he was able to garner a certain amount of slaughter value from the remains of the demons. This led Shen Changqing to speculate whether the value of slaughter could solely be obtained from the demons. Verification was imperative. Resolute in his decision, he gazed at the slaughter value above him, and with a thought, commenced the next round of enhancement. He had no intention of hoarding the slaughter value. Firstly, as long as he refrained from recklessness, the demon suppression prison was a secure haven. This time, augmenting his strength would afford him the opportunity to endure for a more extended period on the 3rd level. Perhaps, he might even seize the chance to glimpse the 4th level, although he withstood the onslaught of the 3rd level. Shen Changqing was acutely aware that his vitality was depleting moment by moment. It would not be long before he could no longer endure. Thus, from any perspective, enhancing his strength was an essential endeavor. With that thought, he began the practice of the 13 Guardians horizontal training. Having gained experience from previous attempts, Shen Changqing gradually adapted to the accompanying pains of martial advancement. Soon, with a slight expenditure of slaughter value, the 13 Guardians horizontal training ascended to the 4th level. After a brief respite, he initiated the next round of enhancement. Approximately 15 minutes later, his motionless form suddenly trembled, a formidable surge of vitality emanating from him, only to swiftly dissipate. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: Great Qin Demon Suppression Division. Identity: Apprentice Demon Exterminator. Martial Arts: 13 Guardians Horizontal Training, 6th level. No further enhancement. Slaughter: 0. The 6th level. A smile graced Shen Changqing's face as he beheld the information above. The 13 Guardians Horizontal Training served as an introductory martial art for apprentice demon exterminators, primarily aimed at establishing a solid foundation and enhancing physical defense. His choice of this martial art was influenced by the guidance of an elder upon entering the Demon Suppression Division. It could be said that among all apprentice demon exterminators, many delved into the study of the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training. Despite its limited grade ceiling, it was indeed not to be compared with ordinary martial arts. Upon reaching the 6th level, Shen Changqing sensed that the chill of the 3rd level had significantly diminished for him. Chapter 5. Breaking Limits. The birth of true Qi. Although the 13 Taibao's horizontal training had reached a state of perfection, it still paled in comparison to the formal demon exterminators. Despite his personal breakthroughs, Shen Changqing remained humble and cautious. The 6th level of the 13 Taibao's horizontal training could only impress the apprentice demon exterminators, and he lacked the qualifications to stand alongside the official ones. Focusing his thoughts, he turned his gaze to the flesh and blood within the cell. After confirming that the occupant could no longer provide him with any killing points, Shen Changqing proceeded to the next cell. Inside was another remnant of a demon, but unlike the previous arm and blood, this one contained a single eye, a dark green eye. The moment Shen Changqing beheld the eye, he found himself ensnared in an illusion. A terrifying demon lunged towards him, and an overwhelming fear surged from the depths of his being, urging him to flee. Yet, as he lifted his foot to escape, he suddenly realized his situation. He was in the demon restraining prison. All demons and monstrosities were sealed here. How could a demon attack him? Moreover, with his current strength, escape would be impossible if a demon truly did assault him. It was merely an illusion. Everything was a mirage. Reassuring himself, Shen Changqing stood his ground, watching as the demon charged at him. So close was the encounter that he could discern each scale on the demon's body and the nauseating stench of its blood. The scene was so vividly real that it rekindled the fear he had just managed to suppress. Nevertheless, despite the terror that gripped him, he remained steadfast, refusing to budge. At last, the demon passed through him without inflicting any pain. In the following moment, the illusion dissipated. A cold sweat broke out on Shen Changqing's back, and he dared not look directly at the demon's eye any longer. Instead, he focused on his panel. Sure enough, the previously zeroed-out killing points had transformed into 2. Only 2 points? Shen Changqing furrowed his brow. The previous 2 encounters had yielded 3 points each, yet this time, there were only 2. It might relate to the strength of the demon. However, 2 points were certainly better than none. The tension in his brow eased. Avoiding another glance at the demon's eye, he proceeded to the next cell. In less than an hour, he had traversed the 3rd level. Unlike the 2nd level, which housed various monstrosities, The third only contained remnants of demons, and there were fewer cells than in the second. Upon completing his tour of the last cell, Shen Changqing checked his panel. The 2 points of killing value had elevated to 15. The reason for this was that some demon remnants only contributed 1 point, and some yielded nothing at all, resulting in a total of just 15 points for his exploration of the third level. Nevertheless, he considered 15 points a significant gain. If the requirements for enhancing the 13 Taibao's horizontal training had not changed, then these 15 points would be sufficient to elevate this martial art to perfection. With plenty left over, standing at the entrance of the fourth level, Shen Changqing reflected on the risks he had encountered in the third level. He hesitated to enter immediately, opting instead to digest his recent gains. Consume 1 point of killing value. The 13 Taibao's horizontal training has ascended to the 7th level. Consume 1 point of killing value. The 13 Taibao's horizontal training has ascended to the 8th level. At this point, Shen Changqing's physical defense had reached an imposing level, and his passive strength and speed had also seen considerable improvement. Looking at the remaining 9 points of killing value, he made his decision without delay and chose to enhance his skills. Boom. The moment the thought crossed his mind, 3 points of killing value vanished, followed by an overwhelming surge of power rising from within him, quickly sweeping through his entire body. His blood boiled. His bones creaked. His flesh trembled. In that instant, Shen Changqing felt a transformation akin to being reborn. Unlike previous enhancements that had brought him excruciating pain, this time, the experience was entirely comfortable. As time passed and the tumult within his body gradually subsided, a gentle energy emerged from his dantian, thin as a strand of hair, soon flowing throughout his limbs. In an instant, it was over. Shen Changqing awakened from his breakthrough state and immediately opened his panel to check. Name: Shen Changqing Faction, Great Qin Demon Restraining Division. Identity: Apprentice Demon Exterminator. Martial Art: 13 Taibao's horizontal training. Level 13. Upgradable. Killing value: 6. Shen Changqing's heart jolted as he gazed at the martial arts section of the panel. The highest level of the 13 Taibao's horizontal training was supposedly 13. He had never heard of a 14th level. Yet, the upgradable label clearly indicated that there was still room for advancement. Could it be that the 13 Taibao's horizontal training truly has subsequent levels? Shen Changqing was filled with uncertainty. However, seeing the upgradable label, he chose to enhance his skills once more. Instantly, 3 points of killing value were consumed, and the 13 Taibao's horizontal training ascended from level 13 to level 14. After the enhancement, 3 points of killing value remained, and the martial art still indicated it was upgradable, with a desire to further augment his strength. Shen Changqing hesitated only briefly before choosing to enhance again. His body trembled, and his killing value was instantly reduced to 0. Now, when he looked at the panel again, the 13 Taibao's horizontal training had reached level 15, and the upgradable label had changed to non-upgradable. Level 15 of the 13 Taibao's horizontal training. Shen Changqing stood still, closing his eyes to feel the changes within him. His body was complete. True Qi was birthed. As a martial art focused on physical refinement and foundational establishment, the true essence of the 13 Taibao's horizontal training manifested as a faint true Qi upon achieving perfection. Once true Qi was born, it indicated that one had crossed the threshold of body tempering and ascended to a higher level of channeling. He sensed the gentle energy in his dantian, which had grown from the size of a hair to nearly double that after reaching level 15 of the 13 Taibao's horizontal training. This must be the true Qi that emerges after the 13 Taibao's horizontal training reaches perfection. True Qi. Monsters have tier classifications, and the warriors of the Demon Restraining Division also bear such distinctions. Some initial apprentice demon exterminators never crossed into the body-tempering realm, while others lingered within it. The official demon exterminators typically possess strengths at the channeling level or above. In other words, with the birth of true Qi, his realm was now on par with that of the official demon exterminators. Just a day prior, Shen Changqing had been someone unable to step into the body-tempering threshold. Now, he had achieved perfection in the 13 Taibao's horizontal training and directly crossed into the channeling realm, equating his power with that of the official demon exterminators. Such a transformation, to say he was not elated would be utterly false. Yet, he understood that crossing into the channeling realm was merely a new beginning. Compared to the stronger figures within the Demon Restraining Division, the channeling realm was nothing significant. Although the channeling realm was merely the start, he had already far surpassed his peers among the demon exterminators. Achieving such heights in a single day would surely raise suspicions. He must not reveal too much. Shen Changqing's smile faded. Advancing in the art of meridian unblocking within a year is a sign of normal talent. Achieving it in half a year denotes genius. Accomplishing this feat in 2 or 3 months signifies an extraordinary prodigy. However, if one were to attain such mastery in merely a day, Shen Changqing shook his head. This transcends mere prodigiousness. While he had not yet reached a level of growth that rendered him fearless of anyone, he also did not wish to become the target of public scrutiny too swiftly. Yet, there was no need to conceal his progress excessively, finding a suitable excuse to enter seclusion for a month or two. Then emerging to demonstrate his breakthrough in meridian unblocking would suffice. Concealing his prowess too much could hinder his development within the Demon Suppression Division. It was imperative to avoid being excessively astonishing, as this could invite peril, yet he need not hide his talents to an extreme. As long as his explanations were coherent, there would be no issue. Shen Changqing was confident that if his talents were revealed within the Demon Suppression Division, he would undoubtedly receive certain privileges. After all, any extraordinary individual is unlikely to be treated with indifference, provided he refrains from acting impulsively. He believed that no one would discern that he had already perfected the 13 Guardians' horizontal training. Upon realizing he had cultivated genuine qi, Shen Changqing was nearly certain that the 13 Guardians technique indeed had only 13 levels, and his ability to elevate it to the 15th level was likely due to the advantage of his killing values. After glancing at the now empty killing values and observing the entrance to the 4th level, he ultimately chose to descend. Having harvested all the killing values from the 3rd level, his only option to acquire new killing values was to proceed to the 4th level. Upon entering the 4th level, an overwhelming and terrifying chill surged forth. In that instant, even with Shen Changqing's formidable vitality, he felt momentarily frozen before the icy aura. Fortunately, the genuine qi surging from his dantian managed to repel the cold, albeit with difficulty. What an immense chill! Shen Changqing inhaled sharply. He had anticipated the 4th level's challenges, yet it appeared he had underestimated its ferocity. Were it not for his 13 Guardians' horizontal training having reached the 15th level, he would have faced instant demise upon entering the 4th level. Although he could currently resist the chill with his genuine qi and was not fearful for the moment, Shen Changqing sensed that he could not endure this state for long. Chapter 6. The Path of Meridians. Were there any unusual discoveries? None at all. The individual conversing with Shen Changqing at the exit of the 1st level of the Demon Suppression Prison was none other than the person who had previously intercepted him. After a brief inquiry, Shen Changqing handed over the prison's manual to the other party, as the manual served as a certificate for entry. Every demon slayer leaving the prison must return the manual to the guard stationed there. This procedure ensures that the manual is not lost and prevents unauthorized individuals from entering the prison to engage in nefarious activities. Throughout the encounter, no one detected anything amiss about him. Since departing the Demon Suppression Prison, Shen Changqing had made significant gains. Not to mention, a single visit to the prison had elevated his mastery of the 13 Guardians' horizontal practice from the 3rd layer directly to the 15th layer, transforming his realm from body refinement to meridial pathway. The so-called meridial pathway involves cultivating true energy, granting practitioners extraordinary power. If body refinement still resides within the realm of the ordinary, then the meridial pathway signifies a transformative transcendence. Shen Changqing was certain that among all the apprentice demon slayers, none could rival his level of mastery. For anyone who has reached the meridial stage is considered a formal demon slayer. With his kill points temporarily exhausted, he had collected all possible kill points from the 2nd and 3rd layers of the prison, with the 4th and 5th layers likely harboring even more. However, the thought of the 4th layer made him shake his head helplessly. With his current strength, he was wholly unqualified to collect kill points from the 4th layer and had barely survived a mere entry into it. This demonstrated that the meridial pathway does not necessarily equate to being a formidable powerhouse. It also led him to ponder the formidable demons imprisoned in the 4th layer. He resolved to deepen his understanding of these vile creatures. Otherwise, he would be caught unprepared should he encounter them in the future. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Shen Changqing's gaze fell upon the stone lock, prompting a sudden impulse to grasp it. Previously heavy and immovable, the stone lock now felt remarkably manageable in his hands. Weighing approximately 300 to 400 pounds, he could easily lift it, indicating that his strength had reached an impressive level. He estimated that his current strength was no less than 800 pounds, even without employing true energy. Should he choose to harness his true energy, his power would undoubtedly surge further. Setting down the stone lock, Shen Changqing secluded himself for 2 days before finally stepping out to head towards the dining hall. Although the Demon Slayers Academy served as the residence for all Demon Slayers, it also featured a dining hall. The dining hall was specifically established to cater to the needs of the Demon Slayers, as none would waste time cooking for themselves. Nor were there facilities to do so within the academy. Therefore, the establishment of a dining hall was indeed necessary, presenting his identification token. Shen Changqing easily entered the dining hall, which was already bustling with patrons. After collecting his meal, he chose an empty table to sit at. Notably, the dining provisions at the Demon Suppression Bureau were quite generous. Even apprentice demon slayers enjoyed lavish meals of fish and meat, accompanied by broths made from the bones of obscure creatures. Consuming everything, Shen Changqing, despite his substantial appetite due to his breakthrough in the 13 Guardians horizontal practice, found himself satiated. Indeed, it was only when one was well fed that they could summon the vigor necessary for cultivation. The dining hall's offerings were tailored to meet the standards of practitioners, ensuring ample nourishment for daily consumption. Feeling content after his meal, Shen Changqing departed. Reflecting on his past experiences, he realized that enjoying a similar meal outside the Demon Suppression Bureau would have cost a considerable sum of silver, an expense that most commoners could hardly afford. Yet within the confines of the academy, he could dine freely, and the standards he experienced were merely those of an apprentice demon slayer. A formal demon slayer would enjoy even greater privileges. Upon returning to his residence, Shen Changqing largely kept to himself. Beyond the necessity of visiting the dining hall, he spent his time familiarizing himself with his rapidly increasing strength. The elevation of his kill points merely advanced his martial arts, but it did not imply that his body could immediately adapt. According to Shen Changqing's conjecture, apprentice demon slayers were required to complete a task every 5 days. Similarly, their access to the library also followed this 5-day interval. On the 5th day, Lu Chang arrived as scheduled. Have you made further breakthroughs in the 13 Guardians horizontal practice? Upon seeing Shen Changqing, Lu Chang immediately sensed something was different. Compared to 5 days prior, Shen Changqing now exuded a palpable surge of vitality, clearly indicating substantial progress in the practice. Lu Chang, however, did not anticipate that Shen had ascended to the 15th layer, since the pinnacle of the 13 Guardians horizontal practice was the 13th layer. Achieving perfection at the 13th layer would render the body nearly complete, thus concealing one's vitality. To avoid arousing Lu Chang's suspicion, Shen had purposely revealed a degree of vitality, maintaining a semblance of normalcy. Upon hearing Lu Chang's inquiry, Shen Changqing smiled. I have gained some insights during my recent seclusion. It is nothing remarkable in front of you. Manager Lu. Lu Chang responded, body refinement is merely the beginning. Once you establish a solid foundation, you should consider transitioning to the library to exchange for a martial art suited for the meridial pathway. Although one can naturally advance to the meridial stage after perfecting the 13 Guardians horizontal practice, the process is considerably time-consuming. Engaging in foundational martial arts requires only a bit of honing, and at the appropriate juncture, transitioning to an advanced martial art will expedite your ascent to the meridial pathway. Once you achieve that, your chances of becoming a formal demon slayer will significantly increase. Lu Chang patiently elucidated, having taken a keen interest in Shen Changqing, whom he perceived as a prodigy. Observing Shen's impressive progress over just 5 days confirmed his belief. Provided there were no unforeseen circumstances, Shen Changqing would undoubtedly become a true demon slayer. As the manager of the academy, Lu Chang would also benefit from witnessing an apprentice demon slayer evolve into a true demon slayer. However, the transformation from apprentice to official status had an exceedingly high attrition rate, with few managing to reach that milestone. Thank you for your guidance, Manager Lu. Should I achieve any success in the future, I will not forget your support. Shen Changqing exclaimed. Lu Chang chuckled, his face breaking into a rare smile. He then produced the Demon Suppression Prison Manual, stating, having visited the Demon Suppression Prison several times, you must be quite familiar with it. This time, you shall conduct a patrol there. Understood. Shen Changqing accepted the manual without hesitation, recognizing that he had not sought a change in tasks. Whatever assignment Lu Chang assigned, he would dutifully execute. It was evident that Lu Chang consistently entrusted him with the same task, which was relatively low in difficulty, indicating a degree of favoritism. Shen Changqing understood clearly. After obtaining the manual of demon suppression and bidding farewell to Lu Chang, he proceeded directly towards the demon suppression prison. Lacking any intention to seek out slaughter points, his inspection of the prison was remarkably swift. In less than an hour, Shen Changqing emerged from the depths of the prison and made his way towards the library pavilion. Lu Chang's words suddenly illuminated a realization within him. The martial arts he possessed were still far too limited. If he were to enhance his abilities using slaughter points, acquiring more profound martial arts would undoubtedly augment his strength significantly. As the apprentice demon slayer from the Huang division, Shen Changqing requested entry into the library pavilion. He promptly presented his identity token, preempting any inquiries from the other party. The elder stationed within the library pavilion opened his eyes, and the familiar glint of blood within them flickered briefly. However, compared to their last encounter, the fear that once gripped Shen Changqing had lessened considerably. Acknowledging this, he carefully stored away the token, expressed his gratitude, and approached the towering shelves laden with books. On the first floor of the library pavilion, there existed not only records of martial arts, but also a plethora of unusual tales and accounts of strange demons and monsters. Each book was categorized into distinct sections. Although he harbored a desire to delve deeper into the anomalies of demons and monsters, Shen Changqing, reminded by Lu Chang, resolved to prioritize elevating his martial arts before pursuing other matters. As opportunities arose in the future, he could gradually explore those subjects. Standing before the shelf dedicated to martial arts, he casually pulled a book from its place. The title emblazoned upon it read, Vajra, Iron Crotch Skill. This skill, akin to an introductory martial art, bore similarities to the 13 Protectors' horizontal training techniques. Nevertheless, in a comparative analysis, the former was vastly inferior to the latter. Chapter 7. Internal and External Cultivation. Upon the consummation of the 13th Guardian's Iron Body Technique, the fleshly form achieves a comprehensive enhancement in defense, encompassing even the most vulnerable points. This fortification becomes even more formidable beyond the 15th level. Techniques like the Iron Crotch Skill, which solely augment a single vital area, pale in comparison and hold little value for study. Shen Changqing selected the next manual. It was yet another elementary martial art, marginally superior to the Iron Crotch Skill, but still unworthy of his attention. Given the constraints of time, he dared not squander it. Eventually, after much deliberation, he extracted a particular martial art, his gaze lingering upon it, Pure Yang Art. Upon opening the first page, the contents were immediately visible. Pure Yang Art emphasizes both internal and external cultivation, harmonizing movement and stillness. It cultivates the 5 internal organs and strengthens the sinews, bones, and skin. This art is exceedingly potent and masculine, ideally suited for male practitioners. Females must ensure the unobstructed flow of yin and yang during practice, or face mortal peril. Having perused the initial page, Shen Changqing realized this was the very martial art he sought. Compared to the 13th Guardian's Iron Body Technique, Pure Yang Art clearly possessed a higher ceiling. Moreover, its emphasis on both internal and external cultivation resonated with the principles of the 13th Guardian's Iron Body Technique, promising synergistic effects and accelerated progress. With this realization, Shen Changqing promptly settled into a meditative posture and meticulously examined the Pure Yang Art. Perhaps due to his proficiency in the 13th Guardian's Iron Body Technique, he found his comprehension of martial arts had been greatly enhanced. Information that once required prolonged study could now be grasped with a mere glance or two. In less than 2 hours, Shen Changqing had committed the entirety of the Pure Yang Art to memory. Simultaneously, he consulted his status panel. Name, Shen Changqing. Affiliation, Great Qin Demon Suppression Division. Status, Probationary Demon Slayer. Martial Arts, 13th Guardian's Iron Body Technique, Level 15, Unimprovable. Pure Yang Art, Uninitiated, Unimprovable, Kills, 0. The panel will not display information about a martial art until it has been thoroughly studied. The presence of Pure Yang Art on the panel confirmed that Shen Changqing had memorized it completely. Time is running out. The 2-hour time limit precluded any prolonged stay in the scripture pavilion. Fortunately, Shen Changqing had successfully memorized the Pure Yang Art in a single attempt, obviating the need for the month-long commitment typically required to master a martial art. Upon departing the scripture pavilion, despite the Demon Suppression Division's sprawling expanse, a probationary demon slayer's access was restricted to a mere handful of locations, primarily within the Demon Subjugation Institute. Even the Demon Suppression Prison required possession of the Demon Suppression Prison Manual for authorized entry. Furthermore, the Scripture Pavilion imposed time interval restrictions. While the Demon Suppression Division did not explicitly prohibit demon slayers, nor did it forbid probationary demon slayers from leaving the premises at will, Shen Changqing's current location was the Great Qin capital. His predecessor, not a native of the capital, had been selected by the Demon Suppression Division from elsewhere. Similarly, his predecessor's decision to join the Demon Suppression Division stemmed from his solitary existence. Since joining the Demon Suppression Division, his predecessor had not ventured out even once. Consequently, Shen Changqing, inheriting his predecessor's memories, was equally unfamiliar with the capital. Lacking acquaintances and unfamiliar with the surroundings, Shen Changqing saw no point in wasting his time. Rather than venturing outside the Demon Suppression Division for meaningless pursuits, he preferred to remain within its confines, dedicating himself to quiet cultivation. Compared to formal demon slayers, probationary demon slayers enjoyed significant preferential treatment. They were spared excessively dangerous missions, provided with a continuous supply of martial arts, and received provisions commensurate with a martial artist's needs. All probationary demon slayers, save for the time spent on missions every 5 days, could devote the remainder of their time to cultivation. Although Shen Changqing possessed limited knowledge of this world, he had reason to believe that few other places could offer such a conducive cultivation environment. Therefore, Shen Changqing had no intention of leaving the Demon Suppression Division without authorization to squander his time elsewhere. Back in his room, lacking kill points, Shen Changqing could not take any shortcuts. However, the inability to use kill points for improvement did not imply idleness. Rather than passively waiting, he chose to rely on his own talent for diligent cultivation. Should he achieve any breakthroughs, he could conserve kill points for future use. Days devoted to diligent cultivation always passed swiftly. Before long, 2 months had elapsed. The Demon Slayer profession was indeed characterized by high turnover. As Shen Changqing witnessed numerous new recruits arriving to fill the ranks of his Yellow Division Demon Subjugation Institute. Yet, despite these additions, the Demon Subjugation Institute never reached full capacity. Clearly, the number of demon slayers perishing was far from negligible. Shen Changqing paid little attention to this situation. Aside from Lu Chang, whom he considered an acquaintance, he had no other connections within the Demon Subjugation Institute. Consequently, the fate of others held little significance in his eyes. In Shen Changqing's view, enhancing his own strength was the only truly worthwhile endeavor. Otherwise, he would inevitably follow in the footsteps of those who had fallen. Knock, knock. A knock sounded on the courtyard door. Shen Changqing opened it to find Lu Chang standing there. Manager Lu. Lu Chang was about to nod when his expression suddenly shifted. He scrutinized Shen Changqing intently, a look of astonishment gradually emerging. You've broken through to the Meridian Opening realm. I've been diligently cultivating the pure yang art. And I've recently made some progress, Shen Changqing replied with a nod. Only when he truly began cultivating the pure yang art did he realize the extent of its interconnectedness with the 13th Guardian's iron body technique, far exceeding his initial expectations. With the true energy of the 13th Guardian's iron body technique as a foundation, Shen Changqing had effortlessly converted all his true energy into pure yang true energy in a matter of days. However, due to time constraints, he had deliberately concealed his progress, refraining from revealing it prematurely. Now, having calculated the timing, Shen Changqing disclosed a portion of his capabilities, which was why he had been detected. Upon receiving confirmation, Lu Chang was inwardly astounded. You've really broken through. He had long recognized Shen Changqing's exceptional talent, surpassing that of many other probationary demon slayers. However, he had not anticipated such rapid progress in cultivating pure yang true energy. It was crucial to understand that the primary distinction between the Meridian Opening realm and the Body Forging realm lay in true energy. Only those who possess true energy could truly be distinguished from ordinary martial artists. If I recall correctly, you've only been in the Demon Suppression Division for a little over 3 months, less than 4 months, right? 3 months and 5 days. Lu Chang nodded slightly, his astonishment intensifying. Breaking through to the Meridian Opening realm in approximately 3 months was undoubtedly the mark of a genius, even a peerless prodigy. After a brief moment of astonishment, he regained his composure. While peerless prodigies were indeed remarkable, they were not unheard of within the Demon Suppression Division. After all, the Demon Suppression Division was a formidable organization within Great Qin, attracting numerous individuals with potential from across the nation. Among these individuals, some geniuses and even peerless prodigies remained hidden. Ordinarily, they appeared unremarkable. However, upon joining the Demon Suppression Division, their brilliance gradually emerged. Having broken through to the Meridian Opening realm, you are now qualified to become a formal demon slayer. However, probationary demon slayers are granted a 1-year grace period. You may choose to remain in the Demon Suppression Division for continued cultivation. With your talent, I believe you will achieve considerable gains in the remaining 7 or 8 months. Remember, although one has reached the Meridian realm, it is insignificant in the presence of true power. One must not become overly complacent. Lu Chang solemnly advised. Typically, When an apprentice exorcist breaks through to the Meridian realm, he would promptly assign them an advancement mission to become a true exorcist. However, in the case of Shen Changqing, he made an exception. The Demon Suppression Division has a few extraordinary talents, but they are certainly rare. Now that the Huang Department of Exorcism has finally produced such an individual, Lu Chang hopes that he does not perish prematurely. Upon hearing this, Shen Changqing expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Manager Lu. Go now. Your task today remains the patrol of the Demon Suppression Prison. Remember, although you have attained the Meridian realm, do not recklessly intrude into other areas of the prison. You may only patrol the second level. Some places harbor dangers, and even with your Meridian status, you could face lethal peril, Lu Chang intoned gravely. His words echoed the guidelines inscribed in the Demon Suppression Prison Manual. I understand this matter well. You need not worry. Manager Lu, Shen Changqing replied with a respectful gesture. Seeing this, Lu Chang chose to say no more. His lengthy admonition was already a considerable favor. Should one disregard such counsel and meet their demise, it would be their own doing. Throughout history, there have always been those who, in their arrogance, have perished within the Demon Suppression Prison. Lu Chang hoped Shen Changqing would not become one of them, for that would be a significant loss. Of course, if he were to persist in ignoring warnings, then his fate would be deserved. Good advice is often wasted on those destined for ruin. After bidding farewell to Lu Chang, Shen Changqing swiftly made his way to the Demon Suppression Prison. Due to his frequent visits, the guards stationed there were quite familiar with him. Following protocol, after a brief review of the manual, they stepped aside to grant him passage. Shen Changqing courteously acknowledged them and then vanished into the first level of the prison. As he entered the second level, a familiar chill enveloped him. Just as the cold crept closer, a surge of warmth arose from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his limbs and dispelling the encroaching chill. Throughout, Shen Changqing's steps remained unbroken as he moved directly towards the first cell. Chapter 8. The 31st year of the Great Qin. By now, Shen Changqing had grown quite familiar with the enchantress. He visited the Demon Suppression Prison 6 times a month. And each time he entered, the first sight that met his eyes was that of this peculiar entity. Yet, strangely enough, the appearance of the enchantress remained unchanged from previous encounters. Over time, Shen Changqing almost began to believe that the alluring woman was indeed the true form of the enchantress herself. For 2 months, he visited the library of tomes every 5 days without fail. In addition to searching for various martial arts techniques, he primarily sought information regarding demons and other strange creatures. Logically, such inquiries could be resolved by consulting a formal demon slayer, but unfortunately, the Huang Department of Demon Extermination was vast, and Shen Changqing was unfamiliar with any official demon slayers, leaving him with no means to gather information. Lu Chang, on the other hand, was a suitable candidate for assistance. Shen Changqing admired the casual approach of the Demon Suppression Bureau, which recruited newcomers, imparted only basic rules, and left the rest for individuals to discover on their own. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on himself, and he managed to find a wealth of information regarding demons and strange creatures within the library. Fortunately, while the library contained limited texts, it had an abundance of records concerning demons and strange entities. By simply exploring the relevant sections, he could easily find books filled with similar content. As time passed, Shen Changqing gained considerable insight into the nature of these demons and strange beings. In the 31st year of the Great Qin, the sun and moon were obscured, celestial bodies fell from the sky, and flames raged on earth, coinciding with the emergence of demons and strange creatures that plunged the world into chaos, causing turmoil across the realm. To maintain stability, the Great Qin established the Demon Suppression Bureau, tasked with slaying demons and quelling strange beings to cleanse the world and ensure peace. It became evident that demons and strange creatures were not a long-standing presence, but appeared abruptly in the 31st year of the Great Qin. Now, in the 381st year, it meant that these entities had existed for over 300 years. The Demon Suppression Bureau was established only after the emergence of the demons and strange beings, thus having a shorter history than these entities. Yet it had still been around for more than 300 years. Shen Changqing had always assumed that the so-called demons and strange beings were merely manifestations born from the various upheavals following a person's death. However, it now seemed he had overthought the matter. Shaking his head slightly, he departed from the cell housing the enchantress. 300 years had passed, and the Great Qin had yet to grasp the origins of these beings. Even though his curiosity was piqued, there was little he could ascertain. There was, however, A possibility that the Great Qin had long understood the origins of the demons and strange creatures, but had chosen to conceal this knowledge for reasons unknown. Regardless of the truth, it was not within the purview of a mere novice demon slayer like himself to delve into such matters. As he passed by the enchantress's cell, Shen Changqing continued down the row of cells. Within half an hour, he completed his patrol of the second level. With no intention of leaving, he proceeded directly to the third level. Upon entering the third level, a shadow suddenly caught his eye. Shen Changqing's expression tightened, instinctively channeling his pure yang energy as he focused on the shadow. To his surprise, the shadow was not the anticipated demon or strange creature, but rather another demon slayer. Observing the attire of the individual, Shen Changqing realized that this newcomer was also a novice demon slayer. Puzzled, he wondered why another novice was present when he was assigned to patrol the third level. The newcomer, Meng Shan, furrowed his brow in confusion. Each level of the Demon Suppression Prison required only one patroller, and he had never encountered another novice slayer during his assignments to the third level. Although curious, Meng Shan did not express much, merely cupping his hands in a slight bow. Novice Demon Slayer Meng Shan of the Xian Department. May I inquire your name? Novice Demon Slayer Shen Changqing of the Huang Department. Shen Changqing replied, equally surprised to encounter someone from the Xian Department here. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, both nodded and parted ways. Standing at the exit of the third level, Shen Changqing felt a jolt of realization. To venture into the fourth level was no small feat, and he pondered how the Huang Department had acquired such formidable novice demon slayers. As someone who had spent over half a year in the prison, Meng Shan understood the dangers lurking within the fourth level. Even he, a step away from the channeling realm, would not dare to enter. A novice demon slayer who dared to do so was either courting death or possessed strength comparable to a true demon slayer. Shen Changqing of the Huang Department. Meng Shan silently memorized the name, recognizing that any novice capable of entering the fourth level must possess exceptional strength. In the future, if he became a formal demon slayer, he might very well cross paths with this individual. However, he had no intention of prying too deeply into Shen Changqing's affairs, as inquiring into others' privacy within the Demon Suppression Bureau could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, Shen Changqing's strength seemed to far exceed his own. He would not foolishly seek trouble. Meanwhile, Shen Changqing had already stepped into the fourth level. The presence of the novice from the Xian Department was insignificant in comparison to his own resolve. He made a mental note of Meng Shan's name but had no further plans. Having visited the Demon Suppression Prison no less than 10 times prior, he had never considered entering the fourth level. However, this time was different. 2 days prior, his pure yang technique had officially broken through to the third level, marking a modest achievement in his journey. Feeling the pure yang energy in his dantian was now nearly double the depth compared to his previous cultivation. He felt confident in his decision to enter the fourth level. It had been a long time since he had accrued any killing points, and he hoped the fourth level would not disappoint him. As he braced himself against the chilling aura, his pure yang energy began to circulate automatically, neutralizing the cold within his body. Shen Changqing made his way to the first cell. The layout of the fourth level resembled that of the previous 2 levels. Upon reaching the first cell, a strong stench of blood assaulted him. The intensity of the odor was so overwhelming that even Shen Changqing, accustomed to the scent of blood, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He took a step back and peered into the cell. There, he beheld a creature ensconced in green scales. Roughly the size of a human, yet with abnormally elongated arms and devoid of facial features, bound tightly within. Its limbs, head, and other parts of its body were pierced by thick iron nails, forcibly securing it in place. Despite the evident struggle, not a single drop of blood flowed from its wounds. A demon. Shen Changqing's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the creature pinned within the cell. Demons were a more advanced existence than strange beings, and any demon left unchecked had the potential to slaughter an entire city. He had only seen depictions of demons in the library, but he had never encountered a living demon before. The demon before him was the first he had ever seen. As he gazed upon it, Shen Changqing could distinctly sense the aura of brutality emanating from it, along with the nauseating stench of blood. The longer he stared, the more fear began to well up within him. Despite the turmoil within his mind, Shen Changqing forced himself to remain composed. Although demons were formidable, the cells in the Demon Suppression Prison were not so easily breached. Otherwise, the imprisoned demons and strange beings would have escaped long ago. While his gaze lingered on the demon, Shen Changqing's focus shifted to his own status panel. Strange, where is it? He pondered as a quarter of an hour passed. The kill value displayed on the panel remained unchanged, and Shen Changqing's expression gradually grew grim. The previous kill values had all been acquired from the remains of demons. Wait, the remains of demons. A crucial thought struck Shen Changqing. He promptly withdrew his consciousness from the panel and redirected his attention to the demon before him. The remains of demons could indeed provide kill value, yet the demon in front of him could not. This raised a question. There must be some distinction between the two, leading to his inability to acquire kill value. The most apparent difference was that the remains of demons were, strictly speaking, lifeless entities. Although they appeared to be alive, they did not possess the essence of life. Shen Changqing had learned this through the archives. The remains of demons were not living beings, whereas the demon before him was undoubtedly a true living creature. Shen Changqing thus confirmed an important fact. Kill value could only be obtained from deceased demons and could not be derived from those still alive. Similarly, if kill value could not be acquired from living demons, it certainly could not be obtained from living aberrations. This explained why he had not garnered kill value from the aberrations on the second level. With this newfound understanding, Shen Changqing had gained significant insight into the panel's workings. At the very least, he had developed a coherent approach to acquiring kill value. The remaining task was to rely on practical experience for verification. However, Shen Changqing recognized that he was currently unable to conduct such verification, as he lacked the authority to slay the demons and aberrations imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Prison, and his strength was insufficient to defeat the entities confined within. This matter would have to wait for another time. Taking a deep breath, Shen Changqing remained undeterred and wandered through the other cells on the fourth level. Unfortunately, all the demons held captive there were still alive. Ultimately, he had no choice but to depart with a sense of resignation. Chapter 9. Once entering the Demon Suppression Division. Life and death are no longer in one's control. The time interval for tasks aligns perfectly with the time spent in the Library of Scrolls. Each time Shen Changqing departs from the Demon Suppression Prison, he promptly heads to the library. Over the course of 2 months, he not only memorized the Pure Yang technique but also dedicated considerable effort to thoroughly research matters pertaining to the peculiarities of demons and monsters. As an exorcist, lacking even a modicum of understanding about these entities could spell disaster during future missions. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. 5 days had passed in total. During this period, aside from essential sustenance, he remained sequestered within the confines of his quarters, wholly engrossed in the martial arts he had acquired from the library. Soon enough, Lu Chang returned once more. The tasks remained unchanged, primarily revolving around patrolling the Demon Suppression Prison. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Shen Changqing had been in the Demon Suppression Division for 10 months. Within this time frame, he had truly become one of the more seasoned apprentices among the exorcists. At this juncture, many of his peers had begun undertaking missions, either advancing to full-fledged exorcists or meeting their demise, vanishing without a trace. Within the Demon Suppression Division, the Exorcism Institute is divided into 4 parts: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. While Shen Changqing had little knowledge of the other 3 institutes, he observed that many familiar faces in his own had already disappeared, despite not having engaged in extensive conversations with them since his own strength had increased. He retained impressions of everyone he had encountered. The only plausible explanation for their absence was death. For Shen Changqing, this reality invoked a sense of tranquility. As he was largely indifferent to the fate of others, his primary concern lay in his personal evolution, notably excluding the months squandered by his predecessor. He had made significant strides in martial arts over the remaining months. Upon reviewing his status panel, it was evident that his progress had vastly improved since the beginning. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: Demon Suppression Division of the Great Qin Identity. Apprentice Exorcist Martial Arts. 13 Guardians Horizontal Training. 15th Layer, Non-Upgradable. Pure Yang Technique. 6th Layer, Non-Upgradable. 7 Kill Blade Technique. 2nd Layer, Iron Sand Palm. 1st Layer, Kill Count 0. After spending nearly 9 months perfecting the Pure Yang technique, he successfully advanced to the 6th layer. This accomplishment was achieved through diligent cultivation rather than relying on kill points. Shen Changqing himself had not anticipated such rapid progress during his training in the Pure Yang technique. While he did not regard his talent as inferior, he also found it hard to believe he could achieve such formidable prowess. In a span of 8 to 9 months, he had transformed the Pure Yang technique from its nascent stage to the 6th layer. Such advancement transcended the definition of genius. Shen Changqing speculated that the breakthrough in the Pure Yang technique was likely attributable to the 13 Guardians horizontal training. The 15th layer of this technique generated true energy within his Dantian daily, which was then converted by the pure yang technique into a higher-grade pure yang true energy. In this manner, the pure yang technique received a powerful supplement, continuously enhancing the quantity of pure yang true energy. Thus, it was no surprise that he could elevate the pure yang technique to the 6th layer within a few short months. The channeling realm is defined by true energy. Any martial artist possessing true energy qualifies as a master within this realm. However, even among those in the channeling realm, the strength of true energy varies. Shen Changqing estimated that with the 6th layer of the pure yang technique, his capabilities would surpass those of some official exorcists. Of course, without engaging in actual combat. He could not assert this with absolute certainty. Nonetheless, he believed he could easily dominate all apprentice exorcists. In addition to the pure yang technique, he also took the opportunity to practice a blade technique and a palm technique. The 7-kill blade technique is among the more formidable techniques within the 1st layer of the library, emphasizing the principle of stopping killing with killing, making it quite suitable for exorcists. The iron sand palm was randomly selected by Shen Changqing due to its familiar name. After practicing these two martial arts, he noticed that neither bore the designation of non-upgradable, which likely indicated they could not be enhanced using kill points. Shen Changqing needed time to verify this, as he did not wish to speculate without having kill points at his disposal. 10 months had elapsed, and with 2 more months remaining, he would inevitably be compelled to undertake missions. He pondered that with the remaining 2 months, he had a chance to break through the pure yang technique to the 7th layer. Once he achieved this breakthrough, his strength would significantly increase. As he gazed at his status panel, he reflected that being at the 6th layer of the pure yang technique placed him at the pinnacle of the mid-channeling stage. Should he successfully advance the pure yang technique to the 7th layer, his realm would naturally transition to the late channeling stage. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound at the gate. Turning his head, he noticed the closed door, and his brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, a knock echoed on the gate. Shen Changqing opened the door and was greeted by an unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" "I am Jiang Zhua, the new steward of the Huang Division Exorcism Institute." "Jiang Zhua?" Shen Changqing's brow furrowed again. "I recall that the steward of the Huang Division Exorcism Institute is Steward Liu Chang. Liu Chang perished at the hands of a monster while on a mission, and thus the Demon Suppression Division appointed me as the new steward. You must be Shen Changqing, correct?" Jiang Zhua's expression remained calm, but the look in his eyes betrayed a subtle shift. True energy. To qualify as a steward of the Exorcism Institute, Jiang Zhua's realm was undoubtedly extraordinary. A mere glance was sufficient for him to discern Shen Changqing's potential. Upon assuming the position of steward, Jiang Zhua had obtained the files of the Huang Division Exorcism Institute, which included information about Shen Changqing, who was among the more experienced apprentices. In 10 months, successfully advancing to the channeling realm was a noteworthy achievement, though not necessarily indicative of genius. However, he also contemplated the possibility that Shen Changqing had concealed his true strength, perhaps having advanced to channeling earlier than indicated. With so many individuals within the Demon Suppression Division, it was not implausible for a few exceptionally talented individuals to emerge. Jiang Zhua mused inwardly. He was not well acquainted with Shen Changqing, only gleaning some insights from the files left by Liu Chang. Therefore, when assigning tasks, Jiang Zhua did not deliberately create difficulties for him. After all, Liu Chang had already extended a personal favor to the other party, so why should he not reciprocate? Regardless of how the task of the apprentice demon slayer was arranged, it would hardly have a significant impact. There was no need to offend an unknown variable over trivial matters. Sighing heavily, Jiang Zhua seemed to be lost in thought before departing from the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, what was once a calm demeanor suddenly turned somber. Liu Chang was dead. This was entirely unexpected for Shen Changqing. In his eyes, Liu Chang's strength far surpassed his own. Even at the 6th level of pure yang cultivation, he found himself unable to discern any weaknesses in Liu Chang. This indicated that Liu Chang had undoubtedly reached an exceedingly profound realm of power. However, even someone as formidable as Liu Chang had ultimately succumbed during a mission. Upon receiving the news, a great weight settled upon Shen Changqing's heart. The sense of complacency that had arisen from his own cultivation advancements vanished entirely. Many demon slayers had previously disappeared, and he had heard of their deaths after prolonged silence. Yet, those slayers were not well known to him, so he felt little impact. It was only after Liu Chang's demise that a surge of unfamiliar emotions welled up within him. After all, Liu Chang was the person he was most familiar with in this strange world, and they had shared the most exchanges. Strictly speaking, he owed Liu Chang a considerable debt of gratitude. Now that Lu Chang was gone, Shen Changqing was overcome with an indescribable feeling. Standing at the entrance of the demon suppression prison, he exhaled deeply, a singular realization emerging in his heart. Once one enters the demon suppression office, life and death are no longer in their own hands. Chapter 10, The Conclusion of a Year. The death of Lu Chang. The demise of Lu Chang served as a stark revelation for Shen Changqing, illuminating the harrowing reality that the mortality rate within the Demon Suppression Division was no trivial matter. The once distant scent of blood now clung to him, an inescapable reminder of the peril that lurked in their line of work. In the Demon Suppression Division, others could perish, and so could Lu Chang. Despite the formidable prowess of the Meridian Realm, it held no sway in the face of life and death. Consequently, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Shen Changqing. Over the span of 10 months, Shen Changqing frequented the library no fewer than 50 or 60 times. He had thoroughly absorbed the materials and martial arts he needed to study. There was little left of value to explore unless he could gain access to the second level of the library. However, access to the second level was reserved solely for official demon slayers, while unofficial slayers like him were confined to the first level. Possessing mastery over the 13 Guardians horizontal training, Pure Yang technique, 7 kills blade technique, and iron sand palm, Shen Changqing believed he had reached a sufficient level of proficiency. After all, an individual's energy is finite. To master several martial arts simultaneously occupied all his time. Yet, the 13 Guardians horizontal training had reached an unprecedented 15th level, and further advancement could only be achieved through the accumulation of slaughter points. Thus, Shen Changqing resolved to focus his training on 3 primary disciplines, with an emphasis on the Pure Yang technique. Training without cultivating one's internal energy would yield nothing but futility. True energy was the foundation of one's realm and the source of a demon slayer's strength. With sufficient internal energy, even unarmed, one could vanquish others. Conversely, within 2 months, it was imperative for the Pure Yang technique to break through to the 7th level, ideally reaching the 8th level. While the 7 kills blade technique had nearly reached its limit at the 2nd level, its advancement hindered without practical combat. The iron sand palm, however, still possessed some potential for growth. Shen Changqing devised a plan for his future cultivation. His immediate goal was to break through the Pure Yang technique, followed by a potential advancement in the iron sand palm. The 7 kills blade technique, predominantly focused on practical combat, was divided into 7 levels, each subsequent level significantly enhancing its power. Yet, without practical experience as a foundation, achieving even the 2nd level through mere self-cultivation was a formidable challenge. After making his decision, he remained in his small courtyard, refraining from stepping outside unless absolutely necessary. During the initial month, Jiang Zhua visited several times, primarily to assign tasks, and their interactions were minimal. Shen Changqing was unfamiliar with Jiang Zhua, and given that he was not particularly sociable, he did not initiate conversation. The newly appointed head of the Huang Department of the Demon Suppression Institute seemed similarly reserved. As a result, their exchanges were sparse, only growing more familiar as the frequency of task assignments increased. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Changqing inquired about Lu Chang's cause of death, receiving answers from Jiang Zhua. Not only that, but he also gleaned additional information from him. A terrifying creature of the killing level had slain Lu Chang, a being that transcended the grievance level, representing an even greater threat. In the year 382 of the Great Qin, a calamity arose due to these creatures, resulting in widespread devastation and suffering. To stabilize the situation, the Demon Suppression Division dispatched numerous demon slayers to quell the chaos, successfully suppressing many of the creatures and preventing further disaster. However, despite the restoration of order, the division paid a significant price, with many demon slayers, including Lu Chang, losing their lives in the process. This resulted in a considerable shortage within the division, necessitating the recruitment of suitable individuals from various locales to replenish their ranks. If the capital's Demon Suppression Division faced such losses, one could only imagine the greater toll suffered by those in the provinces. Sighing deeply, Shen Changqing reflected on the grave situation in the Great Qin. The term Demon Suppression Division encompassed all such organizations across the realm. In truth, aside from the capital's division, every significant prefecture in Great Qin established its own to ensure local tranquility. For the vast expanse of the Great Qin's territory would hinder timely responses to calamities if a division existed only in the capital, given the rapid lethality of these creatures. Even a delay of a day or 2 could result in immeasurable losses. Consequently, demon suppression divisions were established throughout the realm. with the capital's division serving as the primary authority. From Jiang's words, Shen Changqing grasped the severity of the situation in Great Qin, recognizing that a single calamity could lead to the demise of numerous demon slayers. Although he was merely an apprentice demon slayer at present, seemingly shielded from direct consequences, he understood that when faced with no retreat, even an apprentice would need to step up. In a world where the nest could not shelter the egg, should the creatures become uncontrollable, he sensed that his own survival would be equally tenuous. With a heavy sigh, Shen Changqing settled his mind and commenced a new round of training. His pure yang technique had ascended to the 7th level. In other words, he had officially transitioned from the mid-meridian realm to the late meridian realm. Though this was merely a minor elevation, during the breakthrough, he discerned that the pure yang energy at the 7th level was far more potent than that of the 6th. Moreover, even in terms of quality, there was a remarkable transformation. Previously, when he struck a wooden post with pure yang energy, it merely left a charred handprint. Now, he could nearly burn through the post. Had he targeted flesh, a single strike of pure yang energy would surely leave his opponent severely injured, if not dead, unless they had perfected the 13 Guardians horizontal training. Having spent nearly a year within the Demon Suppression Division, he had come to understand many aspects of this realm. Take the 13 Guardians horizontal training, for instance. Many practiced it, yet none had truly mastered it. Achieving perfection in external cultivation required time far beyond a mere year. Numerous apprentice demon slayers sought to build their foundation with the 13 Guardians horizontal training, only to switch to other techniques at a critical juncture to advance their meridian realm. Without reaching perfection, they could never fully grasp the myriad benefits that the perfected 13 Guardians horizontal training could bestow. However, investing time in external cultivation could yield substantial rewards when balanced with internal cultivation. The gains and losses in this regard were entirely dependent on the individual. With his pure yang technique now at the 7th level, Shen Changqing aimed to continue his ascent. Time was of the essence. The 9th level was unlikely, but he felt some confidence in breaking through to the 8th level. Before long, the night passed, and the rising sun dispelled all darkness. Shen Changqing deliberately stepped into the courtyard, gazing towards the horizon as the sun ascended, and began his new round of training, following the route of the pure yang technique. Breathing rhythmically, he suddenly noticed a faint purple aura rising in the sky. Shen Changqing opened his mouth and inhaled the purple energy, drawing it into his abdomen. Instantly, the pure yang energy within him surged, as if stimulated by a powerful force, accelerating with fervor. As the energy coursed through his meridians, the faint sound of rushing water echoed in the air, and it surged toward a specific point. 1 pulse. 2 pulses. With each impact, Shen Changqing's expression contorted slightly, as if he were enduring immense suffering, causing his body to tremble gently. As time progressed, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Half an hour passed, and suddenly, Shen Changqing's body jolted, as though something within him had shattered, emitting a faint sound. Following this, the sound grew increasingly louder, akin to the rush of a turbulent river. With a breath, Shen Changqing opened his tightly shut eyes. He had broken through. The 8th layer of the pure yang skill, which had troubled him for so long, had finally been transcended. At this level, he was merely a step away from reaching the limits of the meridian realm. The successful breakthrough alleviated the long-suppressed anxiety within Shen Changqing, granting him considerable relief. With the 8th layer of pure yang skill and the 13th level of the 13 Taibao horizontal training technique, his overall strength could be deemed among the pinnacle of the meridian realm. The only thing lacking was practical combat experience. The completion of external skills provided a significant boost, enhancing his defenses and overall physical attributes dramatically. Moreover, the 13 Taibao horizontal training technique had surpassed the limitations of the 13th layer, achieving the 15th layer. In conjunction with the 8th layer of pure yang skill, Shen Changqing estimated that he stood a strong chance of overpowering martial artists within the meridian realm. However, estimation alone was insufficient. Without practical application, certainty eluded him, suppressing his exhilaration from the breakthrough. Shen Changqing glanced at his status panel. 13 Taibao horizontal training technique at the 15th layer. Pure yang skill at the 8th layer. 7 kill sword technique at the 2nd layer. Iron sand palm at the 2nd layer. The iron sand palm has 5 layers in total, slightly lower than the 7 layers of the 7 kill sword technique, yet the potency of martial arts is not solely determined by the number of layers. Achieving the iron sand palm to its 5th and complete layer may not necessarily render it weaker than the fully mastered 7 layers of the 7 kill sword technique. In nearly a year's time, he had progressed from knowing no martial arts to mastering 4, boasting a strength that could, one might say exaggeratedly, sweep through the Meridian realm. Shen Changqing felt quite satisfied with this progress. As a probationary demon slayer, I have only a year of grace, if I recall correctly. It has been over 11 months since I joined the Demon Suppression Division. The next mission would soon arrive, marking my transition to a formal demon slayer. With this thought, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Chapter 11. Assessment Task. Having entered the Demon Suppression Division, there is no room for regret. The role of an apprentice demon slayer is merely the beginning. It is the formal title of demon slayer, and subsequently, the position of guardian that Shen Changqing aspires to achieve. After breaking through to the 8th level of pure young skill, he has somewhat slowed his pace. It is not that Shen Changqing lacks the desire to continue advancing. Rather, cultivation requires a balance of effort and relaxation. Relentless hard work does not necessarily yield the desired results. In less than a year, achieving the 8th level of pure young skill from having no foundation at all is truly remarkable. However, prolonged and uninterrupted practice has left Shen Changqing feeling somewhat fatigued. Given the remaining time, it is clear that he cannot hope to break through to the 9th level. Therefore, he has decided not to expend excessive mental energy, but instead to adjust his state of mind in preparation for the upcoming task. After a 1-year probation period as an apprentice demon slayer, to become a formal demon slayer, he must complete an assessment task. Formal demon slayers are categorized into ranks, much like the 4 divisions of the Demon Suppression Academy, which are divided into the 4 tiers of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, ascending from apprentice demon slayer. The next rank is yellow tier demon slayer. Upon completion of the assessment task, Shen Changqing will attain the rank of yellow tier demon slayer. The consequences of failing the task need not be elaborated upon, for in the Demon Suppression Division, the notion of a second chance does not exist. One either survives to complete the task or perishes in failure. All demon slayers face the threat of monsters and malevolent spirits, which show no mercy. In an encounter, it is a matter of either their demise or one's own. In the courtyard, Shen Changqing rolled up his sleeves and sat on a wooden bench. Before him lay a smooth stone. Gripping his unique long knife, he pressed down on the blade with his left hand, gradually creating friction against the stone. He was sharpening his knife. After 2 days of rest, Shen Changqing's condition had returned to an unprecedented peak. Yet, his heart remained restless. Thus, he turned to the task of sharpening his blade. Every demon slayer is equipped with a weapon, the type of which can be freely chosen based on personal circumstances. Shen Changqing's weapon is a long knife, resembling a weapon from a dynasty he had known in a past life, the Tang dynasty's Mo knife. Such a weapon possesses formidable lethality, which is why Shen Changqing chose it. However, compared to a true Mo knife, there are still some differences, such as its length. As time passed slowly, Shen Changqing's sharpening motion suddenly paused. He then rose to his feet, channeling pure young energy into the blade, causing the grime that clung to it to vanish and revealing a chilling gleam. Sheathing the long knife, he made his way toward the courtyard gate. Upon opening the gate, he was met by Jiang Zhua, who stood outside. Manager Jiang has arrived. It seems you are well prepared, Jiang Zhua remarked, noticing Shen Changqing's knife at his waist, a smile gracing his face. The more time Jiang Zhua spent with Shen Changqing, the more he gleaned about the latter's secrets, when Shen Changqing had first manifested true energy and what martial arts he currently focused on. Upon learning that Shen Changqing had advanced to the Meridian opening stage within just 2 or 3 months of entering the Demon Suppression Division, Jiang Zhua understood why Lu Chang treated him differently. A peerless genius. Such individuals are rare treasures in any setting. Suddenly, Jiang Zhua sighed. It is a pity that you have entered the Demon Suppression Division. Had you joined another sect in the martial world, your talent would undoubtedly have received significant cultivation, and you would not find yourself facing such challenges at the Meridian opening stage. No one can escape the Demon Suppression Division, even if you were to defect. They would pursue you relentlessly. Those martial sects would not dare accept you once they learned you were a traitor to the division. The Demon Suppression Division is unlike other sections. Once you join, you either ascend to the highest ranks alive or perish in the line of duty. Even a peerless genius is not exempt from this reality. Strictly speaking, this seems unfair to those exceptional talents, yet to others, the equal treatment within the Demon Suppression Division is commendable. In response, Shen Changqing smiled faintly. Manager Jiang, I have no regrets about joining the Demon Suppression Division. Were it not for its shelter, I might have perished in some desolate wilderness or become prey for monsters and malevolent spirits. I would not be standing here, speaking with you. You are not wrong, Jiang Zhou observed intently before smiling again. In fact, Your chances of passing the assessment task are higher than most apprentice demon slayers. Your focus on pure yang skill, a martial art of utmost rigidity and vitality, equips you to counter weaker malevolent spirits when mastered. The tasks assigned to apprentice demon slayers predominantly involve dealing with ghost-level malevolent spirits, so as long as you exercise caution, it should pose no significant problem. After a brief pause, Jiangzhou continued, considering that we may have the opportunity to become true colleagues in the future, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. During the task, do not easily trust what you see or hear. Malevolent spirits can kill with illusions, and once ensnared, it is challenging to escape. How to break free is up to your own ingenuity. I cannot detail everything, as imparting too much experience may not necessarily be beneficial to you. There are myriad types of malevolent spirits, and relying on a single method to confront them would undoubtedly lead to ruin. Your response to critical moments depends entirely on your own abilities. Jiang's voice grew grave. Once he finished speaking, Shen Changqing clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Manager Jiang, for your guidance. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall repay you. Haha, there is no need for such formality. It is our duty as managers of the Demon Suppression Academy to provide these reminders. For routine matters, you may seek answers in the library. However, when it comes to actual tasks, we must earnestly explain certain aspects to mitigate potential losses. Nevertheless, I shall not forget your guidance, Manager Jiang. Shen Changqing replied with sincerity. Flattering words carry no loss, and there is no need to cause annoyance. Upon hearing this, Jiang's smile widened. He proceeded to elaborate on further precautions before handing Shen Changqing a white jade pendant. The Clear Spirit Pendant is a treasure crafted by the Demon Suppression Division. Whenever malevolent entities are present, the pendant will emit a warning. Additionally, when those entities are slain, corresponding markings will appear on the pendant. This marking serves as evidence of task completion. Clear Spirit Pendant. Shen Changqing gazed at the pendant in his hand. Upon hearing Jiang's words, he understood that this was indeed a precious artifact. Just from its appearance, it was already quite valuable. However, it seemed that every member of the Demon Suppression Division possessed one, indicating the division's substantial wealth. Nonetheless, Shen Changqing also noticed a flaw in Jiang's explanation. If the implication was that one must slay the malevolent spirit to consider the task complete, then if someone else were to kill the spirit, would that not equate to a failed task for him? Yes, but also no. Once a malevolent spirit is slain, your task is considered complete. However, without the Clear Spirit Pendant as proof, you cannot ascend to the rank of Yellow-Tier Demon Slayer. Each Yellow-Tier Demon Slayer must possess the strength to contend with ghost-level spirits. Furthermore, as long as the spirit dies within 10 zhang of your presence, the Clear Spirit Pendant will capture its essence. Under normal circumstances, as long as one remains within the bounds, it is not necessary for the malevolent entity to perish at your hands for you to ascend. Jiang's shook his head, elucidating Shen Changqing's perplexity. Observing the dawning comprehension in his counterpart's expression, he felt compelled to elaborate further. As a yellow-tier exorcist, every mission undertaken will invariably pertain to these malevolent beings. Should one lack the strength to contend with such entities, even a forced ascension would be a pathway to demise. Thus, when executing tasks, it is advisable to avoid cunning shortcuts whenever possible. The more formidable the malevolent entity, the more challenging it becomes to confront. Resorting to trickery ultimately harms only oneself. I have learned, Shen Changqing replied solemnly, clasping the pure spirit jade pendant with reverence. He understood Jiang's words well. Every official exorcist is esteemed based on their strength. All forms of cunning are rendered ineffectual in the face of absolute power. Even if one were to fortuitously complete the ascension task, luck cannot be relied upon in subsequent missions. The yellow-tier exorcist is merely the beginning. There are still the Xian tier, D tier, and even the Tian tier to consider. Without sufficient strength, one is destined to fall in the trials that lie ahead. Seeing this understanding, Jiang's refrained from further elaboration. He had conveyed all that was necessary. The remaining lessons could only be gleaned through the experience of executing missions. Thus, as Shen Changqing reached clarity, Jiang's transitioned to the main subject. According to intelligence reports, there are malevolent entities wreaking havoc in the vicinity of Linen City, Guangyuan Prefecture. The Demon Suppression Division has assessed that such entities do exist there, though their strength is not excessively formidable, roughly at the level of the spectral tier. Your task is to journey to Linen City and eradicate the malevolent entities there completely. This is some specific information that you may peruse at your leisure during your journey. Chapter 12. Linen City, Guangyuan Prefecture. Upon receiving his assessment mission, Shen Changqing made his way directly to Linen City. This task required him to venture alone. Although the Demon Suppression Office appeared to have ample personnel, the sheer number of demons and monsters scattered across various regions made it impractical for multiple individuals to undertake a single mission. Considering Shen Changqing's capabilities, Jiangzhua had decided that he should proceed to Linen City unaccompanied. After nearly 10 days of travel, Shen Changqing finally arrived at Linen City. In contrast to the bustling capital, Linen City presented a more subdued atmosphere. Nonetheless, he paid little heed to these superficial aspects. His purpose for being there was to eradicate evil, and everything else was of little concern to him. Displaying his identity token, Shen Changqing gained easy access to the government office. The county magistrate of Linen City promptly came to greet him. This official is Zhao Fong. I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. I am Shen Changqing, an apprentice demon slayer from the Demon Suppression Office. He replied with a slight bow. As he spoke, he took the opportunity to assess the man before him. Prior to his arrival in Linen City, Shen Changqing had gathered extensive information about the place, including details about the county magistrate. Zhao Fong had held his position for nearly 20 years. During that time, Linen City had faced several demon-related calamities, yet Zhao Fong remained steadfast, retaining his position without faltering. Shen Changqing found this commendable. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would have resigned and withdrawn after encountering one or two demon crises. However, Zhao Fong was different. He had faced multiple disasters without retreating. Such courage was unparalleled. As Shen Changqing scrutinized Zhao Fong, the magistrate was equally observant of him. Ah, so you are the esteemed Shen from the Demon Suppression Office. Having traveled from afar, why not rest for a night in the city? Tomorrow, I shall provide you with a thorough account of the demon situation. Regrettably, the extermination of demons cannot be delayed. If I were to rest an additional day, it could cost another life. It is best to address the matter promptly, Shen Changqing replied, shaking his head. In his mind, completing the mission took precedence over all else. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fong's enthusiasm only intensified. Your dedication to the cause is truly admirable, Shen. Since you are eager to address the demon issue, allow me to have someone explain the situation to you. With a serious expression, he called out, come forth. Yes, sir. A constable stepped forward in response to Zhao Fong's command. Relay my orders to summon Head Constable Zhang immediately. Understood. The constable took his leave, and as he departed, Zhao Fong turned to Shen Changqing with a renewed smile. Please, accompany me into the inner hall. Thank you. Shen Changqing responded. Inside the inner hall, Shen Changqing and Zhao Fong took their seats, one to each side. Just as a servant brought in tea, a tall, somewhat older man entered, carrying a sword. Magistrate Zhao. Head Constable Zhang has arrived. Please take a seat. Zhao Fong nodded and gestured to introduce Shen Changqing. This is Shen Changqing, an esteemed member of the Demon Suppression Office. And this is Zhang Long, our head constable, who has served in this capacity for over a decade and is quite experienced. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask Constable Zhang. Upon introduction, Shen Changqing turned his gaze to Zhang Long. He had noticed the constable's vigorous aura upon his entrance, indicating a high level of martial prowess. Clearly, he was at the body refinement stage, and likely at its late or peak phase. Shen Changqing offered a slight bow. Greetings, Constable Zhang. Zhang Long, unaware of Shen Changqing's full capabilities, understood that the mere mention of the Demon Suppression Office carried significant weight. In any region, the members of the office held immense status. Even Zhao Fong, as a county magistrate, treated them with utmost respect, let alone someone as junior as himself. Moreover, in the presence of Shen Changqing, Zhang Long felt a palpable pressure, sensing that Shen's strength far surpassed his own. Demons have plagued us. About half a month ago, reports of a murder surfaced, prompting us to dispatch constables to investigate. Upon arrival, we discovered that the deceased were all mere husks. Forensic examination revealed that while the bodies had only recently died, their essence had seemingly drained away as if they had been dead for many years. We immediately concluded that a demon was involved. Seated in the inner hall, Shen Changqing listened intently to Zhang Long's account. The information he relayed aligned closely with what Shen had gathered from the Demon Suppression Office. Once Zhang finished, Shen inquired, what transpired following the discovery of the husks? I can provide some insights on that, Zhao Fong interjected before Zhang could respond. Upon confirming the demon's involvement, we evacuated the villagers and sealed off the entire area, prohibiting any entry or exit for the time being. So far, there have been no further incidents. Shen Changqing approved of Zhao Fong's actions. Based on intelligence from the Demon Suppression Office, the killer was classified as a ghost-level demon, the lowest tier, which typically could not stray far from its original location. often relying on certain objects as vessels. This meant that as long as the villagers were relocated and the village sealed off, no further issues should arise in the short term. Although ghost-level demons were indeed troublesome, they could be managed effectively with proper precautions. Magistrate Zhao has handled this matter quite adeptly, Shen remarked, subtly complimenting him. Zhao Fang chuckled wryly, we have no choice. Linen City has faced a series of demon crises in recent years. Even the most inexperienced individuals would learn how to manage such situations. Fortunately, thus far, the demons encountered have not caused significant damage. Now that you, Sir Shun, have arrived, we can rest assured. After all, the Demon Suppression Office has a storied history of vanquishing countless demons, and with your prowess, I am confident we shall prevail. In his concluding remarks, Zhao Fang discreetly flattered Shen Changqing. In the face of demons, ordinary people had little means of resistance. Only the formidable members of the Demon Suppression Office could truly contend with such threats. Although Shen Changqing was merely an apprentice demon slayer, the very fact that he had been sent by the office signified his capability. Zhao Fang dared not underestimate him. Where did the demon-affected village lie? Shen Changqing asked. The sky was growing dark, making nighttime investigations difficult. Addressing the demons in daylight would be more feasible, as the blazing sun could provide clearer visibility. That is indeed a sound plan, Shen agreed with Zhang Long's suggestion, not because demons were particularly averse to sunlight, but because it would facilitate their efforts. Whether it be by day or by night, one's prowess remains unaffected, neither diminishing nor amplifying. To the eyes of ordinary folk, demons and malevolent entities are perceived as sinister beings, rendering them hesitant to emerge in the light of day. Yet, under the cloak of night, their strength surges. The reason Shen Changqing refrains from venturing forth now lies in his prolonged journey. Even a master of the Meridian Realm cannot withstand such exhaustion. Furthermore, the hour is late. Although he possesses the ability to see in the dark, there remains a notable difference compared to daylight. Soon, Zhao Fang arranged accommodations for Shen Changqing. Mindful of the latter's affiliation with the Demon Suppression Department, hence he dared not to show any negligence. Initially, Zhao Fang intended to host Shen Changqing in his own residence, but upon the latter's polite refusal, he secured the finest inn in the city for him. Though Linen City is modest in size, it boasts a comprehensive array of amenities, lacking for nothing essential. Under the guidance of Zhang Long, Shen Changqing arrived at the inn. Thanks to his memories from a previous life, he held no particular opinion regarding the inn's environment. Rest well, esteemed Lord Shen. I shall return to meet you at dawn. Zhang Long remarked. I appreciate your efforts, Captain Zhang, Shen Changqing replied graciously. With a respectful bow, Zhang Long took his leave, leaving Shen Changqing alone in the guest room. He did not retire immediately. Instead, he pondered various matters. This was his inaugural mission, and he could afford no oversight. Moreover, the target of the task was a formidable and enigmatic foe. A moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall. For the sake of his own life, Shen Changqing resolved to approach this undertaking with utmost caution. Chapter 13. Ancient Moon Village. A brief respite as dawn broke, Shen Changqing awakened. After a year in the Demon Suppression Division, he had developed a habit of rising early, particularly with the cultivation of pure yang technique, which required harnessing the first wisp of purple chi from the heavens. Late mornings were simply not an option. As usual, he practiced diligently. Feeling a slight increase in his pure yang power, a faint smile graced his face. Though he still had a considerable distance to cover before breaking through to the 9th level, he had nevertheless made some progress. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise, prompting him to rise and open the door. The moment the door swung open, he found Zhang Long poised to knock. Lord Shen, you're up quite early. The abrupt opening of the door startled Zhang Long for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. You too, Captain Zhang. Shen Changqing replied with a smile as he took a seat at the table. Please, have a seat, he invited. Thank you, Lord Shen. Zhang Long placed a bundle on the table and sat opposite him. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? These are some local delicacies from Linen. Given your distance from the capital, you may not have had the chance to taste them. As he spoke, Zhang Long unfurled the oilcloth, revealing an array of exquisitely crafted pastries from which a delightful aroma wafted, instantly uplifting the spirit. How thoughtful of you, Captain Zhang. Shen Changqing's smile broadened, eliciting a faint smile from Zhang Long in return. He picked up a pastry and took a delicate bite. By the way, do you have any additional thoughts regarding the disturbances caused by the demons? I don't know much about the demons. After all, I'm just a humble captain, not privy to such matters, Zhang Long replied, his expression remaining steady as he spoke of the demons. Subsequently, Shen Changqing inquired about other topics, to which Zhang Long responded with ease. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time. Setting down the pastry, Shen Changqing rose. In that case, Captain Zhang, shall we proceed to take a look? Aren't you eating any more? No, it's best not to overindulge in the morning. It can hinder digestion. We'll eat after we've addressed the matter at hand. Zhang Long was taken aback by the mention of digestion, a concept somewhat foreign to him, but he dismissed it. Since Shen Changqing wished to investigate, it was only right for him to accompany him. After all, resolving the demon threat would allow everyone a peaceful night's rest. As they walked through the bustling streets, Shen Changqing remarked, while Linen's prosperity may not rival that of the capital, it possesses its own unique charm. To linger here for an extended period would surely be a delightful experience. If you enjoy it, Lord Shen, you are welcome to visit Linen often, Zhang Long chimed in, following closely by his side as they exited the city. Outside the city, a distance of 10 miles was not overly far. However, once they left the city limits, the vibrant atmosphere dissipated, replaced by an eerie desolation. Captain Zhang, where are the villagers who have relocated from the village? Shen Changqing inquired, glancing at Zhang Long. Other than that, there are not many requests. Lord Zhao truly cares for the common folk. Zhang Long spoke with admiration, acknowledging that Zhao had served as the county magistrate in Linen for 20 years, demonstrating unwavering commitment in the face of demonic threats. Shen Changqing nodded in agreement. There was truth in Zhang Long's words. The term demon was merely another way to refer to malevolent beings, as they were often called evil spirits. Before long, they arrived at a rice field, where the crops flourished beautifully, yet an air of lifelessness pervaded the scene. Lord Shen, just ahead lies ancient Moon Village, Zhang Long said solemnly, pointing towards the village. This was the very village where demons had caused chaos. Following Zhang Long's gesture, Shen Changqing observed the distant cluster of houses. Soon, they crossed the rice field and reached the village entrance, marked by a stone tablet inscribed with the name Ancient Moon Village. Additionally, 6 guards dressed in official attire stood watch at the village's border, their expressions tense, glancing periodically into the village, as if anticipating a sudden demon emergence. Even under the scorching sun, their anxiety was palpable. Captain Zhang, you have arrived. Upon seeing Zhang Long and Shen Changqing, the guards visibly relaxed. Zhang Long, maintaining a serious demeanor, introduced Shen Changqing. This is Lord Shen Changqing from the Demon Suppression Division, here to eliminate the demons. Indeed, the guards, upon hearing the esteemed name of the Demon Suppression Division, were filled with reverence and bowed in respect. Greetings, Lord Shen. Despite Shen Changqing's youthful appearance, they dared not display any disrespect. The name of the Demon Suppression Division was a formidable emblem in the Qin dynasty. Anyone associated with it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Now, has anyone entered or exited the village up to this point? Shen Changqing asked, surveying the desolate scene before him and turning to one of the guards. Feeling a sudden surge of pressure, the guard replied, reporting to you, Lord Shen, since the demons wreaked havoc, no one has entered or exited the village. The guards, fearing to say more, bowed and withdrew. Only Shen Changqing and Zhang Long remained. Lord Shen, would you prefer to enter the village now or wait for a while? Since we are here, let's go in and take a look, Shen Changqing stated, one hand resting at his side, while the other gripped the hilt of his sword as he strode into Ancient Moon Village. Zhang Long immediately followed him. As they stepped into the village, a sudden chill enveloped them, sweeping in from all directions. The coldness triggered the protective aura of pure yang energy around Shen Changqing. Chapter 14. Phantasmagoria. The encroaching chill was familiar to Shen Changqing, reminiscent of his time in the Demon Suppression Prison. However, the present cold paled in comparison to that formidable place. Though less intense, it could still significantly affect those below the level of Meridian Uniting martial artists. Observing Zhang Long's slightly pallid complexion, Shen Changqing paused. Head Constable Zhang, perhaps it would be prudent for you to wait outside the village. I shall deal with the fiend alone. Shendarin, you are too courteous, Zhang Long demurred, shaking his head. Combating fiends is everyone's responsibility. I cannot retreat. Moreover, though Guya village is small, it is not insignificant. Your guidance is still needed to pinpoint the fiend's location. Despite his pallor, he showed no signs of backing down. Seeing this, Shen Changqing did not press the matter. The two proceeded in silence through the village. The once blazing sun above had subtly dimmed, as if a veil of mist had enveloped the entire village, isolating it from the world. There were no chirping insects or singing birds, only the faint sound of their footsteps. Gradually, an intangible pressure emanated from all directions, threatening to ignite boundless fear. However, This pressure proved largely ineffective against Shen Changqing. As a perennial inspector of the Demon Suppression Prison, he had witnessed countless demons and monsters, developing a profound understanding of such malevolent entities. According to intelligence, the Spectre in Guyu Village was merely a low-grade U-class, unworthy of imprisonment in the Demon Suppression Prison and incomparable to the formidable demons and monsters he had encountered. During his inspections, the prison's restrictive forces, though present, could not completely isolate the cells. Consequently, Shen Changqing had developed a considerable immunity to the influence of fiends. Mitigating its impact, Zhang Long's face remained pale, but his composure was unshaken. Shindarin, that house ahead is where the fiend has been wreaking havoc. He gestured towards a house constructed of bluestone, a stark contrast to the surrounding mud-brick dwellings. The family must have been quite affluent, Shen Changqing remarked. They were the prominent landowners of Guyu Village. Alas, their wealth was of no avail against the fiend. They perished in their home, discovered as desiccated corpses. Zhang Long lamented, expressing his helplessness against the malevolent entity. Where are the desiccated corpses now? Shen Changqing inquired, fearing potential transformations due to the fiend's involvement. We cremated the bodies immediately after the coroner's examination, preventing the fiend from exploiting them, Zhang Long explained. Indeed, Shen Changqing concurred, acknowledging the prudence of the Linen City Yaman's actions. As they spoke, the two arrived before the bluestone house. Upon closer inspection, Shen Changqing realized it was a substantial courtyard, now with its gate securely locked, emanating an ominous aura. With a palm strike, Shen Changqing shattered the lock and pushed open the gate, stepping inside. Shindarin possesses formidable internal energy, Zhang Long exclaimed, impressed by the ease with which Shen Changqing had broken the lock. The lock, forged from pure iron, was not easily shattered with true qi. Shen Changqing's feat demonstrated his remarkable strength. As he spoke, Shen Changqing had already entered the courtyard. The already dim environment had grown even darker, making it difficult to believe that the sun blazed brightly outside. An unknown tree stood in the courtyard, its branches lush but mostly withered. As the gate opened, a gentle breeze rustled through the branches, causing withered leaves to fall. Shindarin. The family was discovered in the master bedroom. Please, follow me. Zhang Long's voice echoed from behind as he led the way towards one side of the courtyard. Shen Changqing followed closely. Zhang Long navigated the courtyard with familiarity, leading them to a tightly shut door. Shindarin, this is where the fiend first appeared, Zhang Long announced, his expression grave. Hearing this, Shen Changqing stepped into the room, his gaze immediately drawn to a bronze mirror. In that instant, the surrounding scenery underwent a sudden transformation. The room remained the same, but now appeared dilapidated, as if abandoned for years. A faint sob echoed in his ears, as if someone were weeping softly in a corner. The sobbing soon ceased, replaced by cheerful laughter that filled the silent space. The children's plaything was a round object that they kicked back and forth. Suddenly, as if a child had kicked it too hard, the round object flew towards Shen Changqing. Immediately, his long saber flashed, cleaving the object in two. Blood splattered. The severed object, a head, fell to the ground in two pieces, its eyes still wide and staring at him. Shen Changqing approached, crushing one half of the head with his foot, as dark blood splattered across the ground. His face contorted with a savage expression as he turned towards the shadowy figures in the courtyard. Come to think of it, I have never truly fought a spectre before. As he advanced, a cold, sharp light suddenly erupted from the darkness, tearing through everything. Chapter 15. Impatience. The clash of steel echoed. Zhang, your haste is your undoing. He had intended to further engage with the specters of the illusion, but Zhang's assault abruptly ejected him. This was unavoidable. The spectre wielding the illusion was not formidable. Absent external interference, Shen Changqing would have required considerable time to unravel the enchantment. However, with external disruption, the illusion shattered instantly. Impossible. How are you unscathed? Zhang exclaimed in disbelief, fully aware of the potency of his blade. Even a master of the Talmai realm would not survive such an attack, especially aimed at the vulnerable neck. Yet, Zhang had not anticipated Shen Changqing's mastery of the 13th Supreme Guardian, not merely at its zenith, but transcending to an unprecedented 15th level. At this level, the technique rendered him virtually impervious to harm, even if Shen Changqing, a mere body refinement realm martial artist, stood motionless. Only his eyes and other vital spots would be vulnerable. I cautioned you about your haste, Shen Changqing said, advancing towards Zhang. An invisible pressure compelled Zhang to retreat. Suddenly, he unleashed a blade of pure yang qi, severing Zhang's sword-wielding arm with swift precision, the heat cauterizing the wound. Ack! Zhang screamed, his face paling. The shadowy figures materialized as diminutive children with corpse-like pallor, cyanotic lips, and festering wounds teeming with maggots. A putrid stench filled the air. "Begone!" Shen Changqing roared, unleashing his pure yang qi, cleaving the figures with his 7-kill saber technique. As their bodies disintegrated, a non-human shriek pierced the air, and the children dispersed like black mist. The illusion dissipated, leaving Zhang's severed arm on the ground, but Zhang was gone. Shen Changqing, his face grim, pursued him, following the trail of blood through the desolate village. Zhang, clutching his severed arm, stumbled through the village, glancing back in terror. He could not fathom how he had been reduced to this state. Impossible. I poisoned the pastries. It should have taken effect by now. How can he wield such power? Zhang muttered in disbelief. To ensure precise timing, he had waited for the poison to take effect before attacking Shen Changqing. Yet he had failed. His blade had been deflected, severing his arm and leaving him no chance to react. The strength was comparable to Tongmai realm. A gust of wind announced an impending attack. Zhang dodged, narrowly avoiding a searing blade that scorched the earth. Shen Changqing approached, his blade stained with blood. Gazing at the incapacitated Zhang, he felt a surge of killing intent. "Why?" he demanded, seeking the motive behind Zhang's treachery. "If I tell you, will you spare me?" Zhang gasped, his eyes pleading for life. Shen Changqing considered, "If you reveal the truth and cripple yourself, I will spare you." Agreed. Shen Changqing remained motionless, his blade dripping. Zhang lay lifeless, his head severed. He had reneged on his promise. Zhang's confession had sealed his fate. In fact, Shen Changqing was suspicious when Zhao Feng said that all the villagers had been moved out. Later on, he noticed the unusual atmosphere of Linen City. Quiet, peaceful. It didn't seem like there were any evil spirits. For ordinary people, the appearance of evil spirits should be frightening, but the people of Linen City were not. Obviously, the news of the evil spirits did not spread. This matter was already inconsistent with what Zhao Feng and Zhang Long said. Moreover, Zhang Long's pastry today. He found something wrong with it when he took the first bite. Unfortunately, although the poison in the pastry was not weak, it could not compete with his own pure yang qi. In front of the 8th level of pure yang qi, the poison in the pastry was silently resolved. For various reasons, Shen Changqing basically determined that the evil spirits in Linen City were definitely more than just evil spirits. Zhao Feng and Zhang Long both had problems, but he just couldn't figure out what Zhao Feng and Zhang Long were doing. It wasn't until Zhang Long confessed that he truly understood. The people in the village had died long ago and were all buried in the hands of evil spirits. But Linen City only falsely reported that a few people had died and passed the news up in order to attract people from the Demon Suppression Division. A grotesque creature that is barely judged to be at the U level, the Demon Suppression Division will definitely not send 2 powerful demon slayers. The greatest possibility is to send trainee demon slayers over as an assessment task. A few trainee demon slayers, even if they're at the Tongmai realm, their strength will definitely not be too strong. After a powerful U-level grotesque creature devours a few Tongmai realm masters, it is likely to transform into a resentment level. This is Zhang Long's purpose, to cultivate a resentment level grotesque creature silently. After all, if a resentment level grotesque creature is cultivated normally, it will inevitably need to devour a lot of living flesh and blood, which is simply not something that 1 or 2 villages can satisfy. At that time, if more people die, it will definitely attract the attention of the Demon Suppression Division. Once the strong men of the Demon Suppression Division set their sights on Linen City, they were afraid that the U-level grotesque creature would be buried in the hands of the Demon Suppression Division before it could be promoted. Therefore, we can only use high-quality essence and blood to support the U-level grotesque creature so that it can successfully advance before the Demon Suppression Division completely detects the problem. Chapter 16. The Clash. It must be acknowledged that Zhang Long and Zhao Feng's scheme was not without merit, as a formidable U-tier wraith could dominate the Meridian Passage realm. A probationary demon slayer, at best, would only be at the initial stages of the Meridian Passage realm. Even a group of them would be hard-pressed to contend with a powerful U-tier wraith, with the more likely outcome being their consumption by the malevolent entity. Alas, events unfolded somewhat differently than they had envisioned. Firstly, Shen Changqing, despite being a probationary demon slayer, possessed a strength rivaling that of a top-tier yellow-rank demon slayer, perhaps even surpassing it. With the 15th layer of the 13 Guardian Vidra physique and the 8th layer of the pure young art, his foundation was unmatched by ordinary Meridian Passage martial artists. The former, in particular, while easy to begin, required significant time to master. Few would squander their time on external skills. However, once an external skill reached an advanced stage, its power became astonishing. as exemplified by Zhang Long's earlier ambush. A normal Meridian Passage martial artist would have been decapitated by that strike. Yet, Shen Changqing remained unscathed, a testament to the 13 Guardian Vajra physique's potency. Zhang Long is dealt with, but the wraith in Guyu village remains. It must be eradicated first. At this moment, the courtyard remained largely unchanged. Yet an intense chill emanated from all directions, surpassing the earlier coldness by a significant margin. Shen Changqing understood that the wraith within the courtyard had been thoroughly provoked. Suddenly, an icy sensation assailed his back. In an instant, the hand seemed incorporeal, vanishing as if it had never existed upon touching the blade. However, the affected longsword was as if plunged into an endless winter, with extreme cold engulfing it and causing faint white frost to form on its surface. Pure yang qi erupted, dispelling the frost. Soon, an endless chill surged forth, and a disheveled head suddenly rested on Shen Changqing's shoulder. As he turned, he was met with a pale, decaying face. Instantly, goosebumps erupted across his skin. Without hesitation, Shen Changqing circulated pure yang qi throughout his body and forcefully struck backward with his elbow. A piercing shriek echoed in his ears, momentarily stunning him. In the next instant, a ghastly white hand emerged from under his arm, reaching for his chest. Clothing tore, and bone-chilling cold erupted. The flesh that had withstood Zhang Long's attacks was now being torn by the wraith's assault. The pain in his chest ignited Shen Changqing's fury. A palm struck out, unleashing all 8 layers of pure yang qi, directly dispersing the ghastly hand. As the hand dissipated, an even greater chill assailed him from behind. He stepped forward, and the longsword pierced backward from under his arm, as if striking something. A piercing shriek echoed once more. Soon, the courtyard fell silent. Shen Changqing stood with his sword, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings, his senses heightened to detect any movement. The wound on his chest had already begun to scab over. But the lingering pain served as a reminder of what had transpired. Truly troublesome. Shen Changqing sighed. This was his first direct encounter with a wraith. And a powerful tier 1 at that. Despite having diligently studied wraith lore in the library, he realized that the written knowledge differed from reality. At this moment, Shen Changqing fully understood the terror of powerful wraiths. A single attack could have torn out the heart of an ordinary Meridian Passage martial artist. Such an engagement could easily lead to death. Whether tier or grievance tier, wraiths lack a concrete form and must rely on objects to sustain themselves. Low-level wraiths are formless, possessing a fatal weakness, their dependence on external objects. These objects are the wraith's lifeline. Destroying them, even if it doesn't kill the wraith, can severely injure it. However, the challenge lies in the sheer number of potential objects, a stone on the ground or an inconspicuous item. Locating the correct object within a large courtyard would be difficult. If I can't find the object the wraith is attached to, it can continuously ambush me. I may not be able to outlast it in a battle of attrition. If this drags on, I'm likely to lose. Of course, Shen Changqing was confident that even if he retreated, the wraith wouldn't be able to stop him. He strode towards the room where he had first encountered the attack. Upon reaching the doorway, Shen Changqing paused and then changed direction. A chilling mist enveloped the courtyard, completely obscuring the sunlight and plunging the surroundings into near darkness. However, Shen Changqing possessed night vision, minimizing the impact of the dim environment. After changing direction several times, the wraith remained inactive, as if it had vanished. Yet, Shen Changqing knew that the wraith was watching him from somewhere. Having learned from their previous encounter that he wasn't an easy target, it was waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, Shen Changqing changed direction again. Sprinting towards the large tree in the courtyard, was the chill surge through the courtyard, accompanied by a piercing shriek that seemed to freeze the soul. 2 ghastly white hands appeared abruptly, reaching for Shen Changqing's face and chest. Chapter 17. A familiar sensation, gratitude to Alliance leader Zhuang Shu for the generous reward. Alas. Youthful impetuosity. Though formidable, low-level specters evidently possess limited intellect. Shen Changqing paced about the courtyard, intent on locating the precise object of the entity's possession. The preceding skirmish had instilled apprehension within the specter. Devoid of absolute certainty, or absent dire necessity, it would abstain from action. Conversely, should it engage, it would signify the imminence of a threat. Initially, Shen Changqing's perambulation lacked certitude regarding the specter's locus. However, with the near-complete traversal of all directions, the entity remained dormant. The most conspicuous anomaly resided in the courtyard's arboreal fixture. Its foliage, once verdant, now exhibited a premature autumnal pallor. Such desiccation could only be attributed to extraneous influence. Specters, intrinsically inane and frigid, represent a lethal toxin to all living organisms. Ergo, the anomaly afflicting the once vibrant tree became explicable. However, Shen Changqing remained circumspect, harboring mere conjecture. The Spectre's involuntary intervention validated this hypothesis. 8-fold Pure Yang Art. 15-fold 13 Guardian Vajra Physique. Instantly, Shen Changqing augmented his intrinsic power to unprecedented heights, unleashing 2 palms with thunderous celerity. Crimson palms, akin to incandescent brands. Iron sand palm. Evidently, this assault inflicted harm upon the Spectre. As it retreated, Shen Changqing advanced with alacrity, his sinews contorting like serpentine dragons, grasping his saber and cleaving it forcefully into the arboreal mass. Schwa. The blade, honed to razor sharpness and propelled by unparalleled force, plunged into the trunk. Due to the trunk's immensity, a complete severance proved unattainable. Upon extraction, a viscous ichor welled forth from the laceration, accompanied by a fetid odor and a harrowing shriek. Subsequently, the arboreal roots erupted from the earth, assailing Shen Changqing like sharpened projectiles. Their velocity generated sonic booms. Puchi. Pung. The roots impacted Shen Changqing's physique, and even with the 15-fold 13 Guardian Vajra Physique, he could not completely mitigate the injury. Integument ruptured. Flesh perforated. Sanguine fluid cascaded from the wounds. Simultaneously, the saber descended upon the initial laceration. The already compromised trunk, subjected to such force, finally succumbed. Kacha. The tree cleaved asunder, its verdant canopy and massive trunk collapsing earthward, generating considerable clamor. Concurrently, a harrowing shriek reverberated, emanating not from the courtyard's periphery, but from the fractured aperture from which torrents of inky blood gushed. A nebulous, ethereal form materialized from the fissure, attempting to flee. Shen Changqing, naturally, would not permit its escape. With a single stride, he unleashed his saber, imbued with pure yang true qi, upon the amorphous apparition. Sila. A sound akin to rending fabric accompanied the Spectre's final, piercing scream before its complete annihilation. As the Spectre dissipated, a chilling aura ascended the saber, rapidly permeating Shen Changqing's hands. The familiar sensation elicited a smile. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: Great Qin Demon Suppression Division. Status: Probationary Demon Hunter. Martial Arts: 13 Guardian Vajra Physique. 15th layer, upgradable. Pure Yang Art. 8th layer, upgradable. 7 Kill Saber Technique. 2nd layer, Iron Sand Palm. 2nd layer, Slaughter Points. 15 Verily, the acquisition of slaughter points necessitates direct engagement. Gazing upon the 15 slaughter points displayed, Shen Changqing's visage brightened. His prior sojourn in the Demon Suppression Prison yielded a meager accumulation of fewer than 20 points. The present slaying of a mere nether-tier Spectre garnered 15 points. Evidently, personally vanquishing Spectres yields a greater bounty of slaughter points. Shen Changqing surmised that the slaughter points within the Demon Suppression Prison were residual emanations from the demonic remains, the majority having dissipated upon the demon's demise. The precise provenance of slaughter points remained uncertain. Perhaps they equated to the energy contained within the Spectre's corporeal form. Such an analogy would elucidate the disparity in slaughter point acquisition between personally slaying Spectres and scavenging within the Demon Suppression Prison. 15 slaughter points. In Shen Changqing's estimation, they could substantially augment his capabilities. His wounds had already ceased bleeding, courtesy of the 15-fold 13 Guardian Vajra Physique's potent regenerative properties. Contemplating the 2 martial arts displayed on the interface, Shen Changqing deliberated. While 15 slaughter points appeared substantial, their optimal allocation remained a conundrum. The 15-fold 13 Guardian Vajra Physique proved invaluable during the Spectre's extermination. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to Zhang Long's machinations. However, the 13 Guardian Vajra Physique primarily served as a defensive art. Despite its formidable resilience, its efficacy against powerful Spectres remained limited. Conversely, the Pure Yang art exhibited considerable efficacy against Spectres. Indeed, the Pure Yang True Qi proved instrumental in deterring the Spectre's aggression. The most impregnable defense lies in offense. Therefore, augmenting the Pure Yang True Qi would prove more judicious. Having resolved upon this course, Shen Changqing focused his intent upon the interface. With a mental command, 5 slaughter points were expended, elevating the Pure Yang art from the 8th to the 9th layer. 9-fold Pure Yang art. A surge of energy, nearly doubling in intensity, erupted from his dantian, instantly engulfing his entire being. Hong Long Long. The formidable True Qi surged with the ferocity of a torrential river. Chapter 18. The 11th layer of Pure Yang skill, vital energy purifying the body. The injuries that had once plagued him began to heal at a remarkable rate under the tremendous surge of vital energy. Shen Changqing noticed that many of the less severe wounds had nearly mended. Even the more grievous injuries were relieved of their chilling aura, leaving only remnants that bore little consequence. With the 9th layer of pure yang skill, I have officially reached the pinnacle of meridian opening. Shen Changqing concentrated, feeling the robust vital energy in his dantian, almost to the point of transformation. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, the leap from the 8th to the 9th layer of pure yang skill had consumed 5 points of his killing value, leaving him with little remaining. Shen Changqing pondered. Undoubtedly, the consumption for perfecting pure yang skill outweighed that of the 13 Guardians' horizontal training, as this martial art was inherently more formidable. If martial arts were to be categorized by levels, the 13 Guardians' horizontal training would be deemed foundational, whereas pure yang skill represented an advanced tier, surpassing the former. Standing still, Shen Changqing fell into contemplation. His panel indicated 10 points of killing value remaining. Given the current consumption of his 2 martial arts, he could roughly estimate that advancing to higher-tier martial arts would undoubtedly escalate the consumption as well, even if each level merely required a slight increase in killing value. It would only suffice to elevate a high-tier martial art by about 3 levels. Regardless of the depth of a martial art, without genuinely reaching an elevated tier, it may not surpass lower-tier martial arts in power. In other words, a 3-layer pure yang skill would undeniably be outmatched by the 15-layer 13 Guardians' horizontal training. Thus, instead of conserving killing value to explore new martial arts, it would be wiser to pursue a singular path resolutely, as unforeseen rewards may arise. Moreover, if my strength were to increase while still undertaking the yellow-tier Demon Slayer tasks, the safety factor would undoubtedly rise significantly. Given that Zhao Feng and his associates dared to collude with evil entities, there might be formidable forces lurking behind them. Therefore, enhancing my own strength would provide a greater sense of security. With this thought, Shen Changqing resolved firmly. His focus returned to the panel. After breaking through to the 9th layer, pure yang skill remained in a state of potential advancement. Advance! Shen Changqing silently urged within. Instantly, his dantian felt tumultuous. As if a great sun arose from within, unleashing an overwhelming, searing power that enveloped his entire being, while simultaneously, his vital energy began to wane. In that moment, Shen Changqing's skin faintly flushed, as though something within him sought to break free from its confines. Subsequently, the 13 Guardians' horizontal training erupted forth, causing his vital energy to resonate and his flesh to shimmer. After several cycles, he exhaled deeply, releasing a breath that seemingly disturbed the air, stirring the dried leaves upon the ground. Regaining his composure, he began to observe the changes within himself. Upon reaching the 10th layer of pure yang skill, it appeared that the vital energy was undergoing a transformation, its temperature significantly elevated compared to before. Had his physique not been sufficiently robust, the recent advancement could have resulted in injury. Additionally, he noted a depletion of his vital energy. Shen Changqing frowned. He had initially believed that possessing killing value would allow for limitless advancement. Yet, it became clear that certain martial arts could not be recklessly enhanced. When elevating martial arts, one's physique must keep pace, otherwise, the body could not accommodate such an abundance of vital energy. Moreover, during the enhancement of pure yang skill, his vital energy waned significantly. It was evident that vital energy did not materialize from thin air, it was transformed from vital essence. This differed from the elevation experienced during the 13 Guardians' horizontal training. Now, however, the depletion of vital essence had reached a conspicuous level. Fortunately, the 15th layer of the 13 Guardians' horizontal training had fortified Shen Changqing's physique to an astonishing degree, such that even the effects of the 10th layer of pure yang skill were minimal, and he had yet to reach his limit. At this juncture, 5 points of killing value had been expended. As he had anticipated, the consumption for surpassing the limits of pure yang skill was indeed higher than that of the 13 Guardians' horizontal training, the latter requiring 3 points per layer while the former demanded 5. Fortunately, with 5 points of killing value remaining, he could elevate his skill once more. With his intent set, he completely depleted his killing value. In the wake of this, his vital essence rapidly diminished. Concurrently, the pure yang skill within his dantian surged visibly, creating a reciprocal dynamic. Just as he found himself in a state of weakness, his body felt infused with surging power. In the next moment, the transformation of pure yang skill was fully realized. Without restraint, it violently surged within him, shattering the meridians and acupoints. Boom! His flesh trembled violently, as if an ancient behemoth rampaged within. Yet, despite the relentless onslaught, the confines of his body remained unbroken. Gradually, the force of the onslaught waned, and countless meridians were opened during the tumult. Had one been able to observe Shen Changqing's physique, they would have seen the newly opened meridians pulsing with a faint light, gradually intertwining. At the moment of their connection, an invisible membrane began to take form. As this membrane emerged, a profound realization dawned upon Shen Changqing. Vital Qi. Innate vital Qi. He uttered softly, as if a great weight had lifted from his shoulders. The pinnacle of body refinement, where vital energy becomes self-generating, grants entry into the meridian opening realm. This realm focuses on nurturing vital energy and unblocking meridians. Once the meridians are sufficiently opened, allowing for the circulation of a complete cycle, the warrior's body will naturally generate vital Qi. This vital Qi, also referred to as internal vital energy, signifies that a warrior has officially transcended from the meridian opening realm into the innate realm. Chapter 19. Collusion. Gratitude to Alliance Master Qing Shan for the reward. The yellow-rank demon slayers are almost all at the connecting vessels realm. Once they reach the innate realm, they are qualified to be promoted to a black-rank demon slayer. It can be said that any innate realm martial artist can be considered a true master in the Great Qin dynasty. Even in the Demon Suppression Division, they are no longer insignificant. Yellow-rank demon slayers can deal with nether-level fiends. Black-rank demon slayers are qualified to contend with vengeful-level fiends. People like Lu Chang and Jiang Zhua, in Shen Changqing's current view, are probably at the innate level. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that they are stronger than innate, but even if they are, they would not be much stronger. Shen Changqing was very satisfied. Eliminating a powerful nether-level fiend and obtaining the slaughter value to officially break through to the innate realm was an unexpected gain. However, this also involved his own hard training. If he had not cultivated diligently and raised the pure yang skill to the 8th level, he would not have been able to break through to the innate realm with just 15 points of slaughter value. After the excitement, a powerful sense of weakness immediately struck, causing Shen Changqing to stagger slightly. He understood that this was because the pure yang skill absorbed too much energy when breaking through. In the past, when he cultivated, he did not use slaughter value as a shortcut, and his daily consumption was basically maintained at a horizontal level without any state of exhaustion. But now, with the pure yang skill breaking through 2 levels in a row, the consumption was extraordinary, especially the span from connecting vessels to innate, which consumed an exaggerated amount of energy. It seems that he cannot break through randomly. Either he must make sufficient preparations, or his physique must be stronger. Shen Changqing sighed. If he has more slaughter value later, he should also improve the 13 Taibao iron body technique. Otherwise, he would have to find another external hard skill to enhance himself. Vigorous true essence means powerful strength. Abundant energy is the foundation. After standing in place to recover for a while, Shen Changqing looked up at the sky. With the death of the fiend, the covering mist had also dissipated, because too much time had been spent. The scene that was originally under the blazing sun was now at sunset, and a darkness was gradually descending between heaven and earth. Dark night, high winds. A time for murder and arson. At night, the inner hall of the yamen was brightly lit. Zhao Fang sat withered in the inner hall, his face appearing somewhat eerie in the light. Beside him sat a gaunt middle-aged man. There shouldn't be any accidents, right? When Zhuang Mingwan spoke, he pinched his short beard, his eyes gloomy and vicious, with occasional glimmers of cold light. Impossible. Zhao Fang shook his head, his gaze falling on the other person. Zhang Long is not weak. He is only one step away from generating true essence on his own and opening up his meridians to become a connecting vessel's martial artist, with a top-tier nether-level fiend. What problem could there be in dealing with a small probationary demon slayer? A probationary demon slayer, at best, is only at the connecting vessel's realm. Moreover, it is very likely that they are just entering the connecting vessel's realm. To take a step back, even if the person who came was not a probationary demon slayer, but a veteran yellow-rank demon slayer, with our strength, we would have a 100% certainty of killing them. If we weren't worried about the Demon Suppression Division possibly sending a few yellow-rank demon slayers, we wouldn't have lied about the facts and only sent a probationary demon slayer to deal with a nether-level fiend. I just didn't expect that the Demon Suppression Division would send a probationary demon slayer to deal with a nether-level fiend. TSK, I wonder if he offended someone, or if the Demon Suppression Division is really short of people. At the end, Zhao Fang's expression was also strange. He had originally prepared to deal with several probationary demon slayers. As a result, with all his preparations, the Demon Suppression Division only sent one person. This situation made Zhao Fang feel like he had punched into thin air, and he felt quite uncomfortable. After speaking, he suddenly thought of something else. What if one probationary demon slayer isn't enough to allow Blood Soul to advance? The blood soul that Zhao Feng spoke of was the name of that nether-level fiend. Hearing this, Zhuang Mingyuan shook his head. Blood soul is already at the peak of the nether level. A connecting vessel's realm martial artist should be enough for it to advance. Even if it really can't advance, we'll just have to let someone else sacrifice themselves. As he spoke, a cold smile appeared on his face. Aren't there still a few villages around Guyu village? Sacrifice them all to blood soul, and there won't be any problems. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's brow instinctively furrowed. Noticing the change in his expression, Zhuang Mingyuan's face turned cold. Lord Zhao, don't forget that you are no longer the magistrate of Linen City, the upright official in their eyes. You are just a traitor who has joined forces with evil. Since Guyu village has already been sacrificed, what problem is there in sacrificing a few more villages? The news of Guyu village alone is enough to warrant the execution of your entire family. Do you think the Demon Suppression Division will let you or your family go after they get the real news? He understood the meaning in Zhuang Mingyuan's words. The duty of the Demon Suppression Division, apart from killing demons and evil, is to eliminate those who betray the human race and collude with demons and evil. The Demon Suppression Division has never been soft-hearted towards these traitors. Just as the other party said, once what he has done is exposed, executing his entire family is actually a light punishment. It is not impossible to implicate 9 generations of relatives or eradicate 3 clans. Every year, the heads of traitors beheaded by the Demon Suppression Division are counted in the tens of thousands. It is also because of this that the Demon Suppression Division's fierce reputation is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even people with great power do not want to easily oppose it. Seeing this, Zhuang Mingyuan's expression softened a little. Lord Zhao, my words may be a little harsh, but every sentence is the truth. Besides, you have already joined my Eternal Life Alliance, and it is too late to withdraw now. What good is there in the human race anyway? Those people in the Demon Suppression Division are strong enough, but how long do you think they can live? On the contrary, if you join the Eternal Life Alliance, although you may not necessarily get the chance to live forever, it is definitely no problem to live longer than others. As far as I know, there are even strong people in the Eternal Life Alliance who have lived for 200 or 300 years and have not yet passed away. You joined the Eternal Life Alliance for these things, didn't you? If you cultivate blood soul to the vengeful level, the higher-ups in the Alliance will definitely be very happy, and the rewards you deserve will not be lacking at all. In that case, what does it matter to sacrifice some people? Lord Zhao, you have to consider it carefully for yourself. Zhuang Mingyuan's words completely shattered the last line of defense in Zhao Feng's heart. That's right. Sacrificing 1 village is a capital crime, and sacrificing 2 or 3 is also a capital crime. So what is there for him to hesitate about? Chapter 20. You are Lord Shen. In the inner hall, the flickering lights cast shadows. Sacrificing a few villages is not an issue, but such actions would inevitably attract attention, potentially prompting the Demon Suppression Department to dispatch a powerful exorcist. If a formidable exorcist were to arrive, even if the blood soul ascended to the level of resentment, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. Moreover, should matters escalate to that extent, my position as the magistrate of Linen would be at an end. Zhao Feng sighed, feeling a sense of reluctance. Zhuang Mingyuan, upon hearing this, was unimpressed. Do you think that by not sacrificing villages, the Demon Suppression Department would overlook the death of a mere apprentice exorcist? In truth, from the moment that apprentice exorcist met his demise, your tenure as magistrate of Linen was effectively over. However, it is not without merit. Exchanging a minor official's position for the promotion of a resentful entity is hardly a loss. Over the years, you have amassed considerable wealth, sufficient for you and your family to retreat unscathed. While your influence in the Alliance may diminish without the magistrate's title, the Eternal Life Alliance has never shortchanged any loyal servant. Zhuang Mingyuan offered this consolation. He then shifted his tone, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Furthermore, you need not worry about the Demon Suppression Department sending strong reinforcements. Initially, I was uncertain, but it appears they are indeed preoccupied. Recently, the demons have dispatched many formidable entities to assault various regions of the Qin Empire, engaging in a full-scale war with the Demon Suppression Department. Although the demons suffered significant losses, the department also incurred heavy casualties. In the past, when an apparition of the ghost level appeared, apprentice exorcists would typically travel in groups. Now, only one has arrived, indicating that the available manpower within the Demon Suppression Department is dwindling. Coupled with the recent battle, where neither side decisively triumphed, many of the department's formidable exorcists remain entangled with the demons. A mere small city like Linen may not warrant their full attention, especially when there are far more critical locations at stake. Finally, Zhuang Mingyuan turned to Zhao Fong, his expression taking on a sinister twist. Perhaps, Lord Zhao, you could undertake a bold act and sacrifice all the citizens of Linen. A blood offering from 100,000 souls could potentially elevate the blood soul to the level of slaughter. You have been part of the Eternal Life Alliance for years without making substantial contributions. If you could provide a slaughter-level apparition, it would surely capture the attention of the higher-ups, and you would find yourself lacking for nothing thereafter. Even I would benefit greatly from such an event. Zhao Fong was taken aback by Zhuang Mingyuan's suggestion. The notion of sacrificing Linen was unfathomable, a thought that had never crossed his mind. While he could contemplate the sacrifice of Guyue village, the idea of offering an entire city was beyond his wildest expectations. Linen, although merely a border town of the Qin Empire, housed 100,000 citizens. After years of governance, it was impossible for him to feel no attachment to the city. The idea of disregarding the lives of 100,000 people was something Zhao Fong could hardly accept. Lord Zhao, consider this carefully. If the entire city is to be sacrificed, we must expedite our actions, for the news of several villages being offered will undoubtedly reach the Demon Suppression Department. Any appearance of formidable demons will not go unchecked by them, even if, for the time being, they are preoccupied with the demons across various regions. They will eventually find the opportunity to respond. Allowing a powerful demon to grow unchecked poses a significant threat to the department. It is merely a question of when they will act, and that threat cannot be ignored. As for this matter, I cannot be certain. Regardless, since you have already prepared to withdraw, why not create a greater contribution for the Alliance? I believe a slaughter-level apparition would suffice to ensure your family's safety for generations. Even if you were to cease further contributions thereafter, Zhuang Mingyuan continued to entice him. Though the primary credit for the emergence of a slaughter-level apparition would belong to Zhao Fong, Zhuang Mingyuan, as his accomplice, would also reap considerable rewards. Thus, he fervently wished for Zhao Fong to proceed with the entire city's sacrifice, having long since aligned himself with the demons. Zhuang Mingyuan had long since differentiated himself from the common populace, viewing their lives as inconsequential. Zhao Fong lowered his head in contemplation, his expression shifting as he wrestled internally with this moral dilemma. Despite being a member of the human race and the magistrate of Linen, the remnants of his conscience screamed against the notion of sacrificing the city. However, having already sacrificed Guyue village and a few others, could he justify sacrificing the entire city? The sheer number of lives at stake was overwhelming, yet Zhao Fong understood the immense benefits that could arise from birthing a slaughter-level apparition. In due course, his conflicted expression settled into a mask of calm resolve. Raising his head, the serenity that once graced Zhao Fong's features had vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. Brother Zhuang is right. Since I have joined the Eternal Life Alliance, I must contribute. The people of Linen should consider it an honor to facilitate the birth of a slaughter-level apparition. Upon witnessing Zhao Fong's newfound resolve, Zhuang Mingyuan burst into laughter. Just then, a resounding crash echoed as the gates of the yamen were shattered by a tremendous force, sending splinters flying. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the other officials within the yamen, causing Zhao Fong and Zhuang Mingyuan to instinctively change their expressions. Who dares to cause trouble at the yamen? Quickly, inform the magistrate. You are Lord Shen. The sudden upheaval left the officials in a state of shock, prompting some to rush to inform Zhao Fong. However, as they regained their composure, recognition dawned upon them regarding the identity of the intruder. Upon recognizing Shen Changqing, he too identified the officials before him, the very same ones who had been stationed outside Guyue village during the day. Seeing them draw their weapons, wary of his presence, Shen Changqing tossed the object he held forward, which rolled across the ground before coming to rest at one of the officials' feet. Zhang, the head of the captains. Chapter 21. Protective energy. By the flickering light of the torches, several constables could clearly discern a gruesome sight rolling on the ground, an unmistakable human head. Despite being smeared with blood and coated in dirt, they recognized it as the decapitated head of Zhang Long. Zhang Long was dead. The perpetrator stood before them, Shen Changqing. The atmosphere instantly grew oppressive. Zhang Long was renowned for his formidable prowess, one of the few in Linen City. Even when united, the constables within the precinct could not hope to rival him. If someone as powerful as Zhang Long had fallen at Shen Changqing's hands, then any attempt to confront him would surely lead to their demise. Only their official garb and the rations provided by the government prevented them from retreating in fear. As Shen Changqing observed the constables gradually stepping back, his voice remained detached. Zhao Fong and Zhang Long conspired with malevolent forces, leading to the massacre of thousands in Guyue village. Zhang Long has been executed. Now, Zhao Fong remains at large. I am here solely to claim Zhao Fang's life. All others, step aside at once, or do not blame me for showing no mercy." At those words, the faces of the constables shifted once more. The notion that Zhao Fang and Zhang Long had colluded with dark forces, causing the deaths of countless innocents, was initially met with disbelief. However, upon realizing that Shen Changqing donned the attire of the Demon Suppression Division, and that he was indeed a demon exterminator, their faith began to waver. At that moment, led by one of the constables, Zhao Fang and Zhuang Mingyuan arrived. What transpired here? Zhao Fang's demeanor was stern as he surveyed the scene. Upon catching sight of Shen Changqing, his pupils constricted, and upon noticing the head of Zhang Long on the ground, his expression twisted in horror. As he spoke, a heavy silence enveloped the area. Some even retreated imperceptibly. Seeing this, Zhao Fang's heart sank. Yet he maintained a facade of calmness as he addressed Shen Changqing with a respectful gesture. "Sir Shen, I am unaware of the circumstances. Why has Captain Zhang met his end here?" In response, Shen Changqing's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. "Zhang Long, in league with malevolent forces, has slaughtered thousands in Guyue village, and I have brought him to justice. My purpose here is to ensure another traitor to humanity meets the same fate." With that, his smile vanished, replaced by a chilling frost as he bellowed, "Zhao Fang, you conspired with dark forces against humanity. Do you plead guilty?" His voice resonated powerfully through the night. Instantly, Zhao Fang's countenance darkened. "Sir Shen, one may indulge in errant consumption, but one must not utter baseless accusations. I have served as the county magistrate in Linen for 20 years, diligently attending to the needs of the people, and I have never dared to err. Now you claim I conspired with dark forces to harm the citizens of Guyue village. Do you possess any concrete evidence? Know that even your division, should it slander a court official without basis, would be committing a grave offense. Evidence?" Shen Changqing stepped forward, his long blade unsheathing quietly from his waist, the pristine blade gleaming ominously in the darkness. "My words are my evidence." As he spoke, the blade struck, with the eruption of pure yang energy. The sword sliced through the air, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated like a clap of thunder, nearly deafening. Faced with this onslaught, Zhao Fang was paralyzed with terror. Though he had allied with malevolent forces, he was fundamentally an ordinary man, devoid of martial prowess, and had no hope of defending himself. Just then, Zhuang Mingyuan, standing beside Zhao Fang, suddenly moved. A sickening sound echoed as he screamed, and dark blood splattered, corroding the ground beneath him. Zhuang Mingyuan staggered back. His appearance transformed, scales adorned his body, and sinister black patterns spread across him, emanating a chilling, malevolent aura. Upon closer inspection, one could see him standing frozen, his right arm hanging down, its scales charred and fragmented, dark blood oozing from the wounds. This sudden turn of events left the others utterly stunned. Monsters, malevolent forces. Some astute constables, upon seeing Zhuang Mingyuan's scaled arm, turned pale. His transformation confirmed Shen Changqing's accusations, as Zhuang Mingyuan had emerged from Zhao Fang's side. If Zhuang Mingyuan was indeed a creature of darkness, then Zhao Fang was undoubtedly complicit. As the constables withdrew, Zhao Fang's expression darkened like stormy water. He understood that Zhuang Mingyuan's revelation had irrevocably severed his escape route. Yet, he could not comprehend why Shen Changqing remained unscathed while Zhang Long had perished. "Why are you still alive?" He spoke through gritted teeth. Shen Changqing's grip on the blade trembled slightly, the dark blood splattering onto the ground, marring the once pristine surface of the blade. "It appears I was not mistaken. You indeed conspired with malevolent forces. As for Zhang Long's demise, it merely speaks to his insufficiency. Likewise, you too shall perish, for your strength is woefully inadequate." As his words fell, the long blade sliced through the air once more, this time targeting Zhuang Mingyuan rather than Zhao Fang. It was evident that Zhao Fang lacked any martial capability, while Zhuang Mingyuan posed a significant threat. However, having transcended to the innate realm, Shen Changqing viewed him with a sense of disdain. The blade cleaved through the air with the speed of lightning. Zhuang Mingyuan's face contorted into a sinister grin as he suddenly vanished from sight. When the long blade descended, it merely struck the empty air. Simultaneously, a wave of chilling wind surged from behind. Shen Changqing did not even glance back, effortlessly delivering a counterstrike from beneath his arm. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, followed by an immense force crashing into his back. His garments tore as a layer of searing heat erupted, forcing the assailant to stagger back. As he withdrew the blade, Zhuang Mingyuan's expression was one of disbelief. "Protective energy. You are an innate martial artist." "No, this cannot be. How could an apprentice demon exterminator possess innate prowess? Yet, despite his unwillingness to accept the truth, the preceding events left no room for doubt. What he witnessed was indeed protective energy. The individual before him was not merely an apprentice demon exterminator, but a formidable exterminator with innate capabilities. Realizing this, Zhuang Mingyuan dared not linger and promptly fled towards the precinct's exit. Chapter 22. I wait for him here. If I cannot defeat him, then I shall flee. In comparison to life itself, all else is trivial. Zhuang Mingyuan never anticipated that a mere apprentice exorcist would possess the abilities of a congenital martial artist. This revelation completely shattered his expectations. He even began to suspect whether the Demon Suppression Division had long sensed the abnormalities in Linen City and had deliberately dispatched a profound-level exorcist disguised as an apprentice, solely to lower their guard. Such a notion seemed implausible. During that battle, the losses sustained by the various branches of the Demon Suppression Division were substantial. How could they afford to assign a profound-level exorcist to a small place like Linen City? Initially, he expressed some doubt about whether the division still had the resources to spare. However, in truth, Zhuang Mingyuan believed that the division simply could not afford to divert their attention at this moment. Therefore, when he disseminated false information, his intention was merely to lure a few apprentice exorcists to their demise. After all, those who could emerge to complete the assessment tasks were typically at the initial stage of meridian opening, capable yet not overly powerful, perfect prey for the blood soul to devour and ascend. In the realm of martial arts, apart from the Demon Suppression Division, which possessed a considerable number of meridian martial artists, it was not an easy feat for ordinary sects to produce even a few. Moreover, martial artists in the Jianghu were deeply wary of malevolent beings, seldom daring to approach them. Even if news of the malevolent presence in Linen City were to spread, those warriors would not venture forth to slay demons. Thus, the hope for the Blood Soul's ascension seemingly rested upon the shoulders of the Demon Suppression Division. Nevertheless, the fact that the division had only sent one apprentice exorcist did indeed catch Zhuang Mingyuan off guard. This, however, indirectly confirmed that the division was presently lacking in strong individuals. Consequently, even if an apprentice exorcist was insufficient for the Blood Soul's ascension, he could still recklessly allow it to consume more lives without fearing an immediate crackdown by the division. Yet, Zhuang Mingyuan had miscalculated one crucial aspect: the prowess of Shen Changqing. He could never have fathomed that an apprentice exorcist could possess such formidable strength. At this moment, Zhuang Mingyuan could easily deduce that the blood soul in Guyue village must have met its demise at the hands of this individual. A congenital martial artist was not something an ordinary ghost-level fiend could contend with. To slay a congenital being, one would need at least a vengeful-level fiend to intervene. Zhuang Mingyuan fled decisively, but Shen Changqing had already taken note of his movements. The instant Zhuang Mingyuan made his escape, Shen Changqing pursued him relentlessly. Though he had not cultivated lightness skills, his current strength allowed him to move with a speed as swift as a specter. The two swiftly vanished from the yamen, leaving behind a scene steeped in silence. Several officers, holding torches, exchanged complex glances as they observed Zhao Feng, pale as death, standing there alongside the filthy head of Zhang Longren, unsure of what action to take. Capture the traitor. Yet, Zhao Feng was an official of the court, and they had served under him for many years. They dared not allow him to escape. As they hesitated, Zhao Feng opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Let us go. Zhao Feng waved his hand and turned to enter the inner hall. In that moment, he appeared to have aged several decades. Observing Zhao Feng's weary and desolate figure, the others wore expressions of complexity but chose to remain silent. Let us go. Soon, the once bustling yamen fell into tranquility. However, the commotion had already drawn the attention of the surrounding populace. Yet, due to the curfew, few dared venture out at night. On the other side, Zhuang Mingyuan and Shen Changqing had reached the outskirts of the city, one pursuing the other. In terms of speed, Zhuang Mingyuan was indeed remarkably swift. However, as a congenital martial artist, Shen Changqing was not slow by any means either. Apart from a slight initial distance, the gap between them began to close. Just as they were less than 10 feet apart, Shen Changqing unleashed a palm strike, sending forth a powerful gust that surged like a heat wave, raising the temperature around them. Sensing the threat behind him, Zhuang Mingyuan was struck by the force of the collision, causing him to tumble to the ground. Immediately after, Shen Changqing swung his long blade, aiming straight for Zhuang Mingyuan's neck. Do not kill me. I can reveal a secret. Zhuang Mingyuan cried out in terror, as the glint of cold steel drew ever closer. ultimately halting just above his throat. The chilling aura instilled an indescribable fear within Zhuang Mingyuan, though he was indifferent to the lives of others. He cherished his own life immensely. In fact, most who allied with malevolent beings were deeply protective of their lives. Had they not valued their existence, they would not have turned to evil. Shen Changqing's blade rested firmly on Zhuang Mingyuan's shoulder, almost touching his neck. Speak. What is this secret? If I discover you are lying, your death will be the least of your worries. I believe you must have heard of the name of the Demon Suppression Prison. For a wretch like you, if imprisoned there, your fate would be far worse than death. The mere mention of the Demon Suppression Prison turned Zhuang Mingyuan's face pale. How could he not have heard of it? The prison was a stronghold of the Demon Suppression Division, where countless powerful malevolent beings had been confined, never to escape. It was said to be a place of desolation for demons. However, despite the fear that gripped his heart, Zhuang Mingyuan was not foolish, so he feigned calmness. I can share it with you, but you must swear by the honor of the Demon Suppression Division that once you learn the secret, you will let me go unharmed. Are you threatening me? Shen Changqing's brow raised slightly. I would not dare. I am merely seeking a chance for survival. Observing Zhuang Mingyuan's demeanor. As if he would rather die than speak without an oath, Shen Changqing conceded. Very well. I swear by the Demon Suppression Division that if the secret you share is of value, I shall grant you a complete escape. Chapter 23. The Demonic Ones. Upon hearing the words, Zhuang Mingyuan felt an immediate sense of relief. To those in his heart, the Demon Suppression Division was an institution of absolute sanctity. Once one swore an oath in its name, it was a promise that would not be easily broken. Moreover, as a mere practitioner of the Meridian opening stage, he deemed himself unworthy of such a betrayal. After some contemplation, Zhuang Mingyuan finally confessed, in the past, when demons descended upon the world, wreaking havoc, a formidable demon appeared near Linen City, ultimately slain by an unknown powerful individual. The fallen demon did not entirely vanish from existence. According to rumors, its essence still lingers in the vicinity of Linen, and before long, it shall emerge once more. At that time, many strong individuals will undoubtedly come to vie for the demon's power. Demon essence? Shen Changqing's expression shifted. Demons were beings far more powerful than ordinary monstrosities. Although the Demon Suppression Prison seemingly housed numerous demons, it was only the top-tier experts of the division who personally dispatched and confined them. In truth, every demon was immensely powerful. Even having broken through to the innate realm, one could not hope to contend with a demon. Furthermore, the essence of a demon was a rare treasure for certain individuals. According to Zhuang Mingyuan's account, that drop of demon essence might not even originate from a low-tier demon. It could very well belong to a more formidable entity. After a long pause, Shen Changqing furrowed his brow. What tier does the demon essence you speak of belong to? I'm uncertain, but based on the rumors, it is at least of mid-tier demon quality. Zhuang Mingyuan initially intended to shake his head, but halted upon feeling a chill at his neck. Faced with Shen Changqing's inquiry, he spoke candidly. Where did you gather these rumors? Your Excellency may be unaware, but the news of the demon essence appearing in Linen is no secret. Many factions have received this intelligence. Humph, if all factions are aware, how could the Demon Suppression Division be in the dark? Shen Changqing scoffed. Though there was a discrepancy in this intelligence, it did not diminish the division's capability of gathering information. If demon essence truly manifested and numerous factions were informed, then the division would surely have received some whispers regarding it. Zhuang Mingyuan forced a smile. With the multitude of strong individuals in the division, it is only natural that the unknown powerful individual who vanquished the demon is somehow linked to the division. Given its status, it would be beneath them to covet a mere drop of demon essence. I have shared all I can. I hope you will honor your promise and spare my life. Very well. The sharp edge of the blade, combined with the transformed pure yang qi, swiftly severed Zhuang Mingyuan's head from his body. The searing power cauterized the wound, preventing an excessive outpour of blood. As his head fell to the ground, Zhuang Mingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept the betrayal. He truly had been naive. Shen Changqing observed the lifeless form of Zhuang Mingyuan, shaking his head with a sardonic smile. He had not anticipated that someone who had lived so long could still possess such innocence. What worth did the honor of the Demon Suppression Division hold? It could not be consumed. Yet, the information gleaned from Zhuang Mingyuan proved invaluable to Shen Changqing. The emergence of demon essence, at the very least mid-tier. Was the division truly indifferent, or had they simply not received the news? Shen Changqing remained uncertain. At that moment, a faint aura began to rise from Zhuang Mingyuan's remains, drifting toward Shen Changqing. Recognizing that familiar scent, Shen Changqing's gaze flickered, and he steeled himself. Name, Shen Changqing. Affiliation, Great Qin Demon Suppression Division title. Apprentice Demon Slayer Martial Arts. 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Level 15. Cannot be upgraded. Pure Yang Technique. Level 11. Cannot be upgraded. 7 Killing Blade Technique. Level 2. Iron Sand Palm. Level 2. Kill count. For the cleared kill points had directly transformed into 4. As he pondered this, Shen Changqing retrieved the clear spirit jade pendant from his possession. He noticed a thick black line upon it, and beside it, a much thinner black line had appeared unbeknownst to him. The clear spirit jade pendant served as a testament to the apprentice demon slayer's task completion. It could only capture the essence of demon entities that had been slain or had perished within a certain vicinity. The thick black line represented the essence left behind by the demons slain in Guiyue village. The newly appeared black line was undoubtedly a result of Zhuang Mingyuan's demise. Given that the pendant could now detect the essence from Zhuang Mingyuan, it implied that he was no longer a true member of the human race, but rather akin to a demon entity. Shen Changqing's gaze grew indifferent. In his sight, Zhuang Mingyuan's dismembered body lay still. Blood that had long been sealed now breaking free and pooling on the ground, corroding it severely. In every respect, Zhuang Mingyuan bore no semblance of humanity. Such individuals, those who forsook their humanity to ally with demonic forces, were uniformly referred to as demonic ones within the records of the Demon Suppression Division. The term demonic ones refers to those who have betrayed humanity, surrendering their bodies and souls to demonic entities in exchange for formidable power and prolonged lifespans. However, the price they pay is steep. These individuals gradually become cruel and bloodthirsty, their minds corrupted by demonic influences, ultimately descending into utter depravity. Though the notion is indeed frightening, the allure of power and longevity can ensnare many. For them, whether or not they remain human becomes irrelevant, as long as they can extend their lives. To be truthful, Shen Changqing's understanding of demonic ones was rather superficial, gleaned from the archives. Zhuang Mingyuan was the first demonic one he had encountered. Prior to this, he had been unaware that slaying demonic ones could yield kill points. He gathered some dry branches and placed Zhuang Mingyuan's body upon them. The transformed pure yang qi ignited, unleashing intense heat that quickly set the branches ablaze. The raging flames swiftly consumed the corpse. Shen Changqing stood at a distance, silently observing the scene unfold. Chapter 24. Your deserved demise. In a sense, fiends are not truly human, rendering their blood a perilous toxin to ordinary mortals. Mere contact could prove fatal. Therefore, upon slaying a fiend, complete annihilation of the corpse is imperative, leaving no vestige behind. Once Zhuang Mingyuan's remains were reduced to ash, Shen Changqing turned his gaze upon his long saber. The once pristine, snow-white blade was now marred with pockmarks, resembling a relic unearthed after years of interment, riddled with rust. This blade is nearing its end, Shen Changqing lamented. During the vanquishing of the ghoul in Guiyue village, he had meticulously enveloped the saber in true qi, safeguarding it from the corrosive ichor. Yet, in the heat of battle against Zhuang Mingyuan, he had neglected this precaution, evidently against the blood of such a vile entity. Ordinary weapons stood no chance. Regrettably, Shen Changqing's current station precluded him from acquiring superior armaments. With a shake of his head, he noted the serene tranquility within the yamen, betraying no hint of the recent skirmish. Zhang Long's severed head had vanished. As Shen Changqing strode into the inner hall, he found Zhao Feng seated calmly. "You do not flee? Would it avail me?" Zhao Feng retorted. "Knowing it futile, why then consort with fiends, devastating Guiyue village? They fall under the jurisdiction of Linen City, effectively your people. As their magistrate, your heart is exceptionally callous." Shen Changqing's gaze was indifferent, refraining from immediate execution, deeming it unnecessary. Unlike Zhuang Mingyuan, Zhao Feng possessed no martial prowess, precluding any unforeseen complications. Shen Changqing sought to glean insights from Zhao Feng. Faced with the accusation, Zhao Feng remained composed. Fiends are formidable, so much so that ordinary folk are powerless to resist. Confronted with their depredations, I once sought to eradicate them, to safeguard this land. But they were too strong. My efforts proved futile. A note of desolation crept into his tone. From Zhao Feng's words, Shen Changqing glimpsed a diligent official, compelled to feign allegiance to fiends for the sake of Linen City's populace. Yet, as the magistrate concluded, Shen Changqing scoffed. Why engage in such self-deception? Had you truly cared for the people, would you have sacrificed 1,000 souls in Guiyue village? Had you cared, would you have deliberately suppressed information, preventing the Demon Suppression Division from intervening? In truth, you merely cling to life, fearing death. You understand nothing. Shen Changqing's words struck a nerve, agitating Zhao Feng, who rose from his seat. Do you know how many reside in Linen City? 100,000. Were I not to parley with fiends, all 100,000 would perish. Sacrificing Guyu village was a necessary evil. Yes, the Demon Suppression Division is powerful, fearless in the face of fiends. But how much stronger are they truly? Countless have fallen prey to fiends, cities razed to the ground. Where was the Demon Suppression Division then? Well said. Shen Changqing applauded, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, sacrificing Guyu village was insufficient. You intended to sacrifice more. Perhaps even the entirety of Linen City. I am curious, Magistrate Zhao. If you acted for the sake of Linen City, why then sacrifice it to advance your own ambitions? What purpose did your parley serve? Zhao Feng's countenance froze. Shen Changqing's expression turned glacial. In essence, Zhao Feng, you are a traitor to humanity, a self-serving villain. The people of Linen City are merely a pretext to assuage your conscience. The souls of Guyu village surely find no rest. You have betrayed the 10,000 citizens of Linen City, betrayed their 20 years of sustenance. You deserve to die. Each word Shen Changqing uttered drained the color from Zhao Feng's face, until he collapsed limply onto his seat. Upon attaining the status of a congenital martial artist, Shen Changqing's perception had reached formidable heights. Even at the Yaman's entrance, he had overheard Zhao Feng's discourse with Zhuang Mingyuan in the inner hall. He had bided his time, hoping to glean more useful information. Only when it became clear that no further insights would be forthcoming did Shen Changqing act, storming into the Yaman. Thus, he had been privy to their entire conversation, including Zhuang Mingyuan's enticements and Zhao Feng's capitulation. Consequently, Zhao Feng's subsequent rhetoric left Shen Changqing unmoved. In his eyes, while the magistrate had not outwardly succumbed to fiendish corruption like Zhuang Mingyuan, his inner depravity and ruthlessness were no different. Frankly, even had Zhao Feng succumbed to fear and abandoned the 10,000 citizens, Shen Changqing would have remained silent. The instinct for self-preservation is a universal right. Yet, as a public servant, sustained by the imperial coffers, he would inevitably face retribution. However, such a transgression paled in comparison to colluding with fiends, sacrificing Linen City's populace to further his own prospects. In no uncertain terms, such a crime transcended mere mortal sin. Fiends were indeed formidable, Shen Changqing conceded. Faced with an indomitable force, some remained steadfast, unyielding, others succumbed to fear, retreating silently, and still others embraced opportunism, aligning themselves with fiends, turning their blades against their own kind. Evidently, Zhao Feng belonged to the last category, the most contemptible of all. Time ebbed away. Zhao Feng remained slumped in his seat, his face ashen. Shen Changqing's words had shattered his last vestiges of resistance. Lord Shen, I acknowledge the enormity of my sins. Thus, I did not flee during your pursuit of Zhuang Mingyuan. I offer my life as atonement, a gesture of remorse to the villagers of Guyu. However, I beseech you to grant me one request. Let all blame fall solely upon me, absolving others of any involvement. I implore you to spare their lives. As Zhao Feng gazed at Shen Changqing, a glimmer of hope flickered in his otherwise lifeless eyes. Shen Changqing remained impassive, unmoved. Guilt or innocence is not for you or I to determine. I shall report this matter truthfully to the Demon Suppression Division. Their judgment shall prevail. Chapter 25. The Eternal Covenant No. Zhao Feng exclaimed, his face paling further. He recognized the implacable nature of the Demon Suppression Division. Reporting the truth would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of his entire family. I implore you, Lord Shen, to consider my 2 decades of service as the magistrate of Linen City and spare my family. They are entirely ignorant of these affairs. If you could merely inform the Demon Suppression Division that I was slain by a fiend and knew nothing else, that would suffice. Zhao Feng rose and bowed deeply to Shen Changqing. Colluding with fiends was a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations under the laws of Great Qin. He had long anticipated the possibility of exposure and prepared himself for the consequences. However, while he was willing to accept his own demise, he could not bear the thought of his family perishing with him. Their survival now rested solely on Shen Changqing's discretion. Should Shen Changqing assert his innocence of consorting with fiends, there might yet be hope. You served as magistrate for 20 years, only to align yourself with fiends in the end. How can I conceal this and still uphold my duty to the people of Guyu? I may have wronged the people of Guyu village, but my family is innocent. Your family has benefited from your patronage, enjoying a life of ease in Linen City for 2 decades. They must bear the corresponding consequences. The Demon Suppression Division will render a just verdict. Shen Changqing interrupted Zhao Feng, asserting that no one was truly innocent. The Zhao family's current prosperity was derived from Zhao Feng. Now that he had fallen, they too must face the repercussions. What do you wish to know? Zhao Feng inhaled deeply, his chest heaving. Were he capable of defeating Shen Changqing, he would have attacked him without hesitation. However, such an action would only extinguish the last glimmer of hope for his family. Shen Changqing remained composed, seating himself across from Zhao Feng and placing his long saber to the side. It's simple. What was the primary objective of your collaboration with the Fiends? How did you communicate with them? And are there any other contingencies left behind by the Fiends in Linen City? Tell me everything without omission. Your words now represent an opportunity for the Zhao family to atone for their transgressions. Their importance is far clearer to you than to me. Zhao Feng fell silent, realizing that he had no choice but to speak. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at Shen Changqing. Fiends possess a significant advantage over humans: longevity. Humans have fleeting lifespans, rarely exceeding a century, while fiends are different. My primary goal in collaborating with the Fiends was to gain the chance to extend my own life. I am growing old, and without the Fiends' assistance, I would likely meet my end within a decade or two. Zhao Feng's voice was calm, but his eyes burned with fervor when he spoke of longevity. The allure of a longer life was irresistible to him, driving him to consort with Fiends. Shen Changqing listened without interruption. My contact with the Fiends was facilitated by Zhuang Mingyuan, the man you just fought. He is a member of the Eternal Covenant, and it was through him that I came into contact with the Covenant and the Fiends. The Eternal Covenant? Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow, recalling the name from Zhao Feng and Zhuang Mingyuan's conversation. The Eternal Covenant is an organization of Fiends. My understanding of it is limited. I only know that many who consort with Fiends join the Eternal Covenant, but I know little else. Zhao Feng shook his head. Shen Changqing silently repeated the name Eternal Covenant. The organization's name was certainly straightforward: Eternity. Did those who joined the Fiends gain eternal life? He scoffed inwardly, recognizing the inherent contradiction. Fiends and humans are natural enemies. In their eyes, humans are mere sustenance. Even if they possess the means to grant eternal life, they would never bestow it upon you. Perhaps Zhao Feng conceded, but the Eternal Covenant already has humans who have lived for centuries. To us, who are limited to a few decades, centuries are an eternity. Besides Zhuang Mingyuan, are there any other tokens of the Eternal Covenant? Yes. Zhao Feng nodded, retrieving a silver-white token from his robe and handing it over. This is the token of the Eternal Covenant. All members receive one. Did you not find a token on Zhuang Mingyuan, Lord Shen? His words carried a hint of probing. Shen Changqing's expression remained unchanged as he accepted the token. No. His body was cremated immediately after I killed him. I found no trace of a token. He examined the token, noting the grotesque image of a fiend etched on the front, which evoked a sense of unease. On the back were inscribed the words Eternal Life. Zhao Feng nodded in understanding. That explains why you didn't find the Eternal Covenant token on Zhuang Mingyuan. The token has only one flaw. It is easily incinerated by fire. Incinerated by fire. Shen Changqing nodded, understanding why he had not found the token on Zhuang Mingyuan. After handing over the token, Zhao Feng continued. There should be no other Eternal Covenant factions in Linen City. Linen City is merely a small town and doesn't warrant significant investment. Zhuang Mingyuan and that nether-level ghoul were sufficient. Zhao Feng had provided thorough answers to all of Shen Changqing's questions, demonstrating his sincerity. Shen Changqing paused. One last question. Do you have any information about Fiend Blood Essence? Fiend Blood Essence? Zhao Feng's eyes reflected confusion. Seeing this, Shen Changqing realized that Zhao Feng was ignorant of the matter. It seemed that Zhao Feng's position within the Eternal Covenant was limited. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Zhao Feng, his face calm. You have said all that needs to be said. Will you take your own life, or shall I do it for you? There's no need to trouble Lord Shen. I'll do it myself. Zhao Feng produced a dagger from his sleeve, his gaze fixed on Shen Changqing. I only hope that Lord Shen will keep his word and spare my family. With that, he plunged the dagger into his chest. Chapter 26. Handling matters within the inner chamber. The lamplight flickered, casting dancing shadows. Zhao Feng sat in quiet resignation, a dagger plunged into his chest. His aging hand clutched the hilt, crimson blood trickling down the blade. The man who had served as the magistrate of Linen City for 2 decades had met his end by his own hand. Shen Changqing remained impassive, his inner self undisturbed. In his estimation, Zhao Feng had forfeited his right to live the moment he betrayed humanity and colluded with malevolent entities. His suicide was a tacit acknowledgement of his inescapable fate, a futile gesture against the inevitable. He retrieved the Clarity Jade pendant, noting that it still bore only 2 black lines. It appeared Zhao Feng had not fully transformed into a being of malevolence. This realization dissolved the last vestiges of doubt in Shen Changqing's mind. The pendant's lack of reaction confirmed that Zhao Feng had not, like Zhuang Mingyuan, abandoned his human form for a demonic metamorphosis. After a cursory glance at the corpse, Shen Changqing refrained from touching it, instead proceeding to the study behind the inner chamber. The study was spacious and tastefully arranged, imbued with the delicate fragrance of ink. Shen Changqing settled into Zhao Feng's usual seat, drew a blank sheet of paper, and smoothed it before him. He ground ink, selected a brush, and meticulously chronicled the day's events. Though he had only arrived in Linen City 2 days prior, the occurrences had been manifold, from the treachery of Zhang Long and Zhao Feng to the slaying of a U-level aberration. Coupled with the revelations of Zhuang Mingyuan and the Eternal Life Alliance, the confluence of information weighed heavily on Shen Changqing. These matters demanded a detailed report to the Demon Suppression Division. Failure to do so was not an option. The slaying of a demon and a grotesque creature might be glossed over with a fabricated excuse, but the death of a city magistrate constituted a grave affair. Without a transparent account, even his affiliation with the Demon Suppression Division would not shield him from severe repercussions. Of course, in his written account, Shen Changqing exercised a degree of discretion, downplaying certain aspects. For instance, the U-level aberration's strength was portrayed as merely exceeding that of a typical U-level entity, rather than nearly ascending to the Wraith level. Such embellishments were necessary to safeguard his own position. Having attained the innate realm, he stood apart from the vaunted geniuses and prodigies within the Demon Suppression Division, none of whom had achieved such a breakthrough in a mere year. Thus, a degree of concealment was prudent to avert undue scrutiny. While the innate realm ostensibly surpassed the Meridian realm, it merely placed him within the ranks of Xian-level demon hunters. Above this echelon resided Earth-level and Heaven-level demon hunters. Surpassing even these were the Wardens, the most formidable figures in the Demon Suppression Division, and the bedrock upon which the Great Qin dynasty had stood against demonic forces for over 3 centuries. His swift ascent to the innate realm within a year, though explainable by innate talent, might attract unwelcome attention from those with ulterior motives. It is worth noting that the writing implements of this world closely resembled those familiar to Shen Changqing from his previous existence. After expending nearly half an hour, he completed his written record. He gently channeled his inner energy to dry the ink, neatly folded the paper, and tucked it into his breast pocket before departing. At that moment, the night watchman's call echoed through the streets, marking the 3rd watch. Shen Changqing surveyed the surrounding darkness and promptly located the few constables stationed at the yamen. The yamen was a place of strategic importance, necessitating round-the-clock vigilance. However, human endurance had its limits, requiring shifts for rest. Consequently, the yamen featured separate chambers for the constables to recuperate. The gravity of the night's events had robbed even the most sanguine individuals of their sleep. The constables sat in uneasy silence as Shen Changqing approached. Master Shen. An older constable rose tremulously, his voice betraying his anxiety. Zhao Feng's collusion with demonic forces implicated them all, potentially drawing them into the maelstrom. The Demon Suppression Division was notorious for its ruthlessness, and they feared being summarily executed on a whim. Unaware of the constable's apprehension, Shen Changqing regarded him with an impassive gaze. "What is your name?" "Our reporting to Master Shen, this humble one is named Hong Cheng." "How long have you served in Linen City? Are there any others in the yamen with more seniority?" "This humble one has served in Linen City for nearly a decade. Apart from Master Zhao and Head Constable Zhang, none have served longer." Shen Changqing nodded. "Very well. From this day forward, you will temporarily assume the duties of Head Constable until the court's official appointment. I require you to perform several tasks." "Oh, Master Shen, please instruct me." Hong Cheng stammered, quickly regaining his composure, a glimmer of joy flickering across his face. Assuming the role of Head Constable, even temporarily, suggested he would not be implicated in Zhao Feng's crimes. Moreover, with the arrival of the new magistrate, he might secure the position permanently. His unexpected promotion felt like a windfall. Now that Zhao Feng has confessed and taken his own life, dispatch men to handle his corpse. Delay the burial until representatives from the Demon Suppression Division or the court arrive to determine the proper course of action. Shen Changqing paused, then continued, "Furthermore, take a contingent of men and seal off the Zhao family's residence. Allow no one to leave, lest you all face execution." His final words were delivered with a chilling intensity. Hong Cheng shuddered and hastily nodded. "Rest assured, Master Shen, I will ensure that no one from the Zhao family escapes." "Excellent. Proceed then." Shen Changqing waved dismissively and turned to leave the room. He did not venture elsewhere. The day's trials, compounded by multiple battles, had taken their toll. Even an innate realm martial artist had limits, and the exhaustion was not merely physical, but also mental. The following morning, Shen Changqing rose punctually, inhaling the first tendrils of dawn's violet energy. His circadian rhythm was firmly established, impervious to the previous day's exertions. As he absorbed the violet energy, his pure yang, true qi, remained unchanged. In truth, the pure yang skill only comprised 9 levels, with the 9th level representing its zenith. Shen Changqing's forced breakthrough to the 11th level shattered the skill's limitations. His current pure yang skill was beyond compare. The pure yang true qi it cultivated had undergone a profound transformation, distinct from genuine pure yang true qi. After all, even the 9th level of the pure yang skill could not conjure fire from thin air using pure yang true qi. Chapter 27. Celestial Surveillance. From the moment the pure yang technique transcended its limits, it had transformed into something entirely different. Regrettably, the enhancement of the pure yang technique through the interface merely augmented his strength without imparting the corresponding knowledge. In other words, although his mastery of the pure yang technique had ascended to the 11th level, he possessed only the cultivation methods of the first 9 levels, with no inkling of how to advance through the latter 2. Nonetheless, Shen Changqing found solace in this. With the pure yang technique reaching the 11th level, it was conceivable that, given sufficient time to reverse engineer, he could deduce the methods for the remaining 2 levels. However, he deemed it unnecessary at present and lacked the time to do so. Pushing open the door, Shen Changqing approached the innkeeper to settle his bill before making his way down the street in a different direction. Guided by the memories in his mind, he turned left and right, eventually pausing in front of a pawnshop. Yongfu Pawnshop, a rather unremarkable name. After a brief glance, Shen Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering, a servant-like individual approached him with enthusiasm, inquiring if he had any items to pawn. "I seek your master," Shen Changqing replied, surveying the interior before fixing his gaze upon the individual before him. At this, the servant's expression faltered. "May I ask what business you have with the master? If you could share, I might relay the message," he stammered. "Just do as I say and go." Shen Changqing's countenance turned frosty, an aura of pressure emanating from him. Coupled with the faint scent of blood lingering from a recent confrontation, the servant's expression shifted drastically. "Please wait a moment," he exclaimed, hastily retreating within. Shen Changqing remained composed, standing calmly in place. In a short while, an elderly man clad in luxurious garments emerged, the servant trailing behind him. "I am the master of Zhongfu Pawnshop. You requested to see me. May I inquire about the purpose?" The elder scrutinized Shen Changqing, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Shen Changqing donned a new green robe, having long discarded the attire of the Demon Suppression Division, which had been damaged in battle. "Here." Shen Changqing tossed an object toward him. The elder caught it with steady hands, but the chilling sensation upon contact caused his expression to shift. Upon lowering his gaze to examine the token, his face paled significantly. "Sir, this is not an appropriate place for discussion. Please follow me to the inner chamber." As they entered the inner chamber, Shen Changqing had barely taken a seat when the elder bowed respectfully. "Taiechue Situbei pays his respects to Lord Shen. You recognize me?" The news of the Demon Suppression Division dispatching Lord Shen to eradicate the malevolent forces has indeed reached the Taiechue. "I had intended to pay you a visit. Yet here you are at my doorstep," Situbei replied with a smile. "You are kind," Shen Changqing returned the smile, though his expression soon turned solemn as he admonished. "Situbei, do you know your crimes?" The sudden inquiry caused the smile to freeze on Situbei's face. "Lord Shen, what crimes could I possibly have?" "What crimes, you ask? Allow me to enlighten you." Shen Changqing sneered. "You provided the Demon Suppression Division with reports that only a novice monster had appeared in Linen City, resulting in but a handful of casualties. However, the truth is that the entire population of Guyu Village fell victim to the malevolent forces. Furthermore, you concealed the collusion of County Magistrate Zhao Fong with these evil entities. Is it a failure of the Taiechue in their duties? Or has the Taiechue secretly conspired with the malevolent forces, betraying the Demon Suppression Division and humanity?" His words sent Situbei's countenance into a tailspin, cold sweat streaming down his back. Should these accusations be substantiated, a death by 1,000 cuts would be a lenient fate for him. "Unjust, Lord Shen. From the information I received, only a few lives were lost in Guyu Village, and I had no knowledge of Zhao Fong's collusion with the malevolent forces. I was unaware of your news. Do you possess concrete evidence?" Regaining his composure, Situbei began to defend himself, flustered by the barrage of accusations. Despite his confidence in the information he had received, he found it hard to believe it could be so gravely flawed. Shen Changqing smirked. Concrete evidence? Zhao Feng has already been apprehended, and I personally eliminated the monster from Guyu village. Not a single soul remains alive there. I trust that a simple inquiry would reveal the truth. It is difficult to fathom that the Tianquing, acting as the eyes and ears of the Demon Suppression Division, could be so thoroughly deceived. Were it not for my presence, any other novice exterminator would likely have perished at the hands of that monster. It seems you have grown too comfortable in Linen City, forgetting the responsibilities of the Tianquing. With the conversation having reached this critical juncture, Situbei recognized the likelihood of Shen Changqing's assertions being true. In that moment, he felt his garments soaked through with perspiration. Lord Shen, there is no need for further discussion. The responsibility for addressing your grievances lies with others in the Demon Suppression Division, not with me. Reflect on how you will justify this to your superiors, Shen Changqing interjected, dismissing Situbei's attempts to speak. Please, Lord Shen, continue. Situbei wiped the sweat from his brow, his demeanor now more deferential. Shen Changqing stated, yesterday, I slew a fiend associated with Zhao Feng and learned that soon. Demonic blood will emerge in the vicinity of Linen City. What does the Tianquing know about this? The emergence of demonic blood, Situbei exclaimed. According to legend, centuries past, a powerful demon was vanquished by an unknown champion, leaving behind its blood. With the sealing power waning, the time for the demonic blood to manifest had finally arrived. Chapter 28. Desperate measures. The words of Situbei enlightened Shen Changqing. Indeed, the Demon Suppression Bureau was well aware of the existence of demon blood. After all, as a member of the Heavenly Watch, Situbei was privy to such knowledge, and the Bureau itself had no reason to remain entirely uninformed. Confirming his suspicions, Shen Changqing inquired, since the Demon Suppression Bureau is aware of the demon blood, why has there been no subsequent action to prevent its emergence? To be honest, he harbored significant doubts. If the Bureau had such clarity about the demon blood, why did they not reinforce the seal from the outset, or more straightforwardly, seize the demon blood outright, allowing it to remain here while the seal was on the verge of breaking? However, Situbei's subsequent words alleviated Shen Changqing's concerns. What you may not know, dear Shen, is that the location of the demon blood is exceedingly concealed. Only by incurring substantial costs could one hope to locate it. Yet, according to reports, the demon blood there is of low grade, not warranting such an investment from the Bureau. Of course, the low grade was relative to the Bureau. To the average person, that blood was still a precious commodity. Nodding, Shen Changqing asked, can you ascertain which grade the emerging demon blood belongs to? The fallen demon should have been of mid-tier, but after several centuries of degradation, it likely no longer retains its original power and may have diminished to the level of a low-tier demon. Situbei pondered briefly before responding. It was indeed a mid-tier demon. Over the centuries, it has weakened to the level of a low-tier demon. This explanation was both logical and reasonable. After speaking, Situbei cautiously glanced at Shen Changqing. Could it be that you, dear Shen, have thoughts of vying for the demon blood? If so, the Heavenly Watch in Linen City would undoubtedly cooperate fully. The demon blood holds no immediate value for me, Shen Changqing replied, shaking his head. He understood Situbei's implication. The latter merely assumed he sought to claim the demon blood. In truth, while the demon blood was indeed valuable, the terror of the demons did not imply they were devoid of worth. Among them, the blood of the demon was a treasure. Had he not possessed a panel, Shen Changqing might have contemplated contesting for it. However, now that he had the panel, it was far more advantageous to steadily eliminate weaker demons to enhance his own strength rather than pursue the demon blood. Moreover, Shen Changqing suspected that refining the demon blood would certainly entail other drawbacks. Yet, he could not be entirely certain of what those drawbacks were. The records in the library were ultimately limited. Shen Changqing resolved to dedicate time to thoroughly supplementing his knowledge of this world. Suddenly, a young man entered and whispered something into Situbei's ear. Their voices were so hushed that even Shen Changqing, straining to listen, could not make out their words. Soon after, the young man produced a letter from his bosom and handed it to Situbei before respectfully withdrawing. Once the young man had departed, Situbei stepped forward and respectfully presented the letter to Shen Changqing. Dear Shen, a letter has arrived from the capital's Demon Suppression Bureau. Shen Changqing furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling a surge of ominous premonition as he accepted the letter. Taking a deep breath, he opened it in front of Situbei and read its contents. The letter read, according to reports, demon blood has emerged in the vicinity of Linen City, a situation that will undoubtedly attract the attention of many powerful individuals and demons. To prevent the citizens of Linen from being affected, I hope you can temporarily remain in Linen City and shield the populace from external forces. Furthermore, there is no need for excessive concern. Although your strength is not formidable, the reputation of the Demon Suppression Bureau will compel all factions to show deference. As long as you avoid extreme actions, they will grant you some respect. Ensure the safety of Linen City, and you will be credited for your efforts, allowing you to remain in the Bureau for a year without undertaking further missions. In mere moments, Shen Changqing had read through the letter, the signature merely reading Jiang Zhua. After finishing, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Clearly, the Demon Suppression Bureau had only recently learned of the impending emergence of the demon blood. However, Jiang's was directive for him to oversee Linen City prompted Shen Changqing to inwardly scoff. It appeared that the Bureau was truly stretched thin, resorting to placing a novice warrior in charge of a region. As for the latter part of the letter, it was nonsense. The claim that the Bureau's reputation would ensure respect from various factions was indeed true at times. However, one must not overlook the greatest threat, the demons themselves. Other factions might show deference to the Bureau, but the demons would certainly not. If the demons became aware of his presence, they might well seek to eliminate him. This was a desperate measure indeed. Shen Changqing sighed. Indeed, no task assigned by the Demon Suppression Bureau was simple. Eliminating the peculiarities in Gyue village was a perilous endeavor. And now guarding Linen City was fraught with the potential for death at any moment. Yet, there was no alternative. Jiang's orders had arrived, and a mere official from the Yellow Department could not possess such authority to entrust the safety of an entire city to an apprentice demon slayer. Thus, it was evident that this decision bore the weight of higher-ups. From a simple letter, Shen Changqing discerned just how dire the circumstances were within the Demon Suppression Bureau. Observing the myriad expressions on his face, Situ Bei hesitated to ask questions. After a considerable time, faced with the reality of the situation, refusal was not an option. What he could do was to remain in Linen City and suppress all malevolent entities. With that thought, the letter and the Qingling Jade pendant were dispatched to the capital's Demon Suppression Bureau at the swiftest speed. While he mobilized all the forces of the Heavenly Watch in Linen City, he needed to gather information on all factions and experts at the channeling stage currently present in Linen City in the shortest possible time. Chapter 29. The situation in the capital. Within the Demon Suppression Division, the atmosphere was more somber than usual, a palpable aura of impending violence permeating the air, discernible even from a distance. The forces of evil had recently grown increasingly audacious. Zhou Yuanjing, clad in iron armor, bore a countenance of stern authority, his eyes glinting with cold resolve as he spoke of the demonic threat, his murderous intent unabashed. In the grand hall, aside from himself, 3 others stood, each radiating an immense presence that instilled fear. After a moment, one among them spoke. The demons have been fixated on the Great Qin for quite some time. His Majesty, now advanced in age, has become a target for their probing. For over 3 centuries, the demons have failed to undermine our Great Qin. Even if the Emperor is aging, the Demon Suppression Division is far from feeble. Our last battle claimed the lives of several formidable demons, enough to leave them severely wounded. In the past, slaying a few demons would indeed instill fear among them, yet the current circumstances were markedly different. The toll of battle had been heavy, with many high-ranking guards perishing. Now, as chaos erupted across the land, suppressing all the demons was no trivial task. The individual in the center, donned in a blue and white robe, maintained a calm demeanor despite his pallor. Dongfang Zhao, one of the most powerful figures left to guard the Demon Suppression Division, replied, "It is nothing grave. I had not anticipated such formidable beings among the demons awakening, but for now, they pose no threat to me. The turmoil caused by the demons is merely temporary. Although His Majesty is aged, he has not yet reached his limit. As long as he remains, any powerful demons attempting to enter our Great Qin must weigh the consequences of incurring his wrath." He then instructed the local guards to remain vigilant, ready to slay or expel any powerful demons that dared to attack. The destructive potential of such beings far surpassed that of ordinary demons. Their presence could easily ravage a city, and each emergence of these demons was accompanied by catastrophic natural disasters, resulting in the deaths of millions. Even the might of Great Qin could not withstand such upheaval indefinitely. Once or twice might be manageable, but excessive occurrences would shake the very foundation of the kingdom. Suddenly, an individual entered the hall, bowing deeply upon seeing the 4 present. Jiang Zhua, the overseer of the Demon Extermination Institute, addressed the guards with respect. "I have urgent news to report." Zhou Yuanjing's gaze fell upon him, his tone indifferent. "What matters require our attention?" Jiang Zhua, recognized by Zhou, held a position of authority due to his formidable strength. According to recent intelligence, the magistrate of Linen, Zhao Fong, has conspired with demons, resulting in the slaughter of over 1,000 villagers to cultivate a ghost-level monster. He intends to sacrifice 100,000 citizens of Linen to elevate this monster to the sinister level. What audacity! Unthinkable. The expressions of the four men darkened, fury igniting in their eyes. Colluding with demons, sacrificing the innocent. Such heinous crimes are utterly intolerable. Speak. Dongfang Zhao's demeanor shifted, his voice calm yet commanding. Instantly, Jiangzhou felt the weight of their scrutiny and produced a letter, presenting it with both hands. Please review this, esteemed guards. As the letter landed in Dongfang Zhao's hands, he examined it briefly before passing it to the others. You all should take a look. As the letter circulated among the guards, Jiangzhou inquired, do you possess any further evidence? He produced a clear spirit jade pendant. With a wave of his hand, Dongfang Zhao took hold of the pendant. Upon closer inspection, 2 strands of black silk lingered upon it, appearing to flow gently. Observing the markings closely, it was evident that one strand was significantly more potent than the other. In a moment, the letter had been scrutinized by all 3 guards, their faces reflecting outrage. Without warning, Dongfang Zhao crushed the clear spirit jade pendant, releasing the 2 hidden black strands, which twisted and contorted, soon revealing their true forms. Yet, both Zhuang Mingyuan and Shui Han appeared dazed, their ethereal forms flickering as if they might vanish at any moment. The attendees remained unfazed. The clear spirit jade pendant was not merely a record of demonic essence, but a vessel for capturing a trace of their power. Dongfang Zhao's actions were aimed at fully unleashing that power's imprint. As Shui Han emitted a piercing wail, he dissipated into nothingness. Zhuang Mingyuan, in his stupor, struggled to utter a single word. Before he could finish, his intangible form also vanished. The expressions of the remaining guards darkened. They had gleaned the answers they sought from Zhuang Mingyuan's lips. Chapter 30. The annihilation of the 9 clans. The magistrate of Linen City dared to collude with evil forces. This is utterly reprehensible. From the letter, it appears that Zhao Fong has taken his own life out of guilt. Humph. Can one merely escape the consequences of colluding with malevolent beings through self-inflicted death? If every traitor among humanity could simply atone for their sins by dying, how many would betray our kind? Zhou Yuan's cold laughter echoed in his mind. In his view, Zhao Fong's demise was merely the beginning. To conspire with malevolent beings, betray humanity, and attempt to offer Linen City as a sacrifice to nourish the sinister, these are crimes deserving the annihilation of the 9 clans. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Dongfang Zhao. In response, Dongfang Zhao slowly remarked, from the perspective of the Qingling Jade pendant, it is indeed true that the magistrate of Linen has conspired with evil forces. However, Zhao Fong was the magistrate of an entire city. Any action against his family must receive His Majesty's approval. When I enter the court tomorrow, I shall report the matter truthfully. He continued. It is worth noting that a novice demon slayer managed to slay a formidable ghost-level monster, as well as a demon. His strength is quite commendable. Are you familiar with this individual? The question was directed at Jiangzhou, who stood below, hesitant to move. Upon hearing the inquiry, Jiangzhou replied, in terms of talent, Shen Changqing surpasses the vast majority of demon slayers. Oh, achieving meridian passage in just 3 months. I did not anticipate such a prodigious talent. Dongfang Zhao raised an eyebrow. Achieving meridian passage in 3 months usually takes 8 to 9 months, and breaking through to the mid-stage of meridian passage is not particularly difficult. Even reaching the later stage is within the realm of possibility. Thus, it is not surprising that he could slay a powerful ghost-level monster. A true genius indeed. His cultivation speed is not something others can compare to. Achieving meridian passage in 3 months and advancing to the mid to late stages within a year is highly probable. However, crossing the threshold to the innate stage is no simple feat. The time required to break this barrier cannot be compared to that of progressing from body refinement to meridian passage. At that moment, Zhou Yuan recalled something and turned to Jiangzhou. Not long ago, the Celestial Surveillance reported that there were traces of demon blood emerging in the vicinity of Linen City. Is it possible that Shen Changqing is currently stationed there? Indeed, Zhou Yuan understood. The Demon Suppression Division encounters numerous incidents daily, and the Celestial Surveillance continuously relays all gathered intelligence. While he had heard of many occurrences, he would not deliberately remember those deemed unimportant. For instance, the emergence of demon blood in Linen City was not considered significant by the Demon Suppression Division. Once arrangements were made, Zhou Yuan had dismissed it from his mind. Now, in light of the collusion with evil forces, he recalled certain details about Linen City. If a prodigious genius at Meridian Passage were to fall in Linen, it would be a considerable loss. The emergence of that demon blood is not a rare treasure, yet it holds substantial allure for ordinary factions. An unbroken martial artist stationed there, even with the backing of the Demon Suppression Division, may not be able to maintain control. Dongfang Zhao's expression remained impassive. A true genius is one who matures and grows. Currently, the power of the Demon Suppression Division is largely constrained by various evil forces. Though he is merely a novice demon slayer, his strength is not to be underestimated. An ordinary yellow-tier demon slayer may not be able to match him. My subordinates will heed the opinions of the Guardians. He was merely a minor official, lacking the authority to influence the Guardians' decisions. At this moment, remaining inconspicuous was the most prudent course of action. However, Dongfang Zhao shifted the conversation. He has only recently joined the Demon Suppression Division and is not yet a yellow-tier demon slayer. This task is somewhat daunting, and we cannot show no response. With that, he turned to Zhou Yuan and the others. What do you think we should do? Since we have decided to let him guard Linen City, we should grant him the privileges of a yellow-tier demon slayer. Allow him to select a martial art from the second floor of the library. And should he break through to the innate stage in the future, it would be a fortuitous development. The other two remained silent, yet their sentiments aligned. Dongfang Zhao nodded and addressed Jiang Zhua. From today onward, Shen Changqing shall be recognized as a yellow-tier demon slayer. Furthermore, he will be allowed to choose a martial art from the second floor of the library, and he shall receive a vial of Meridian Passage elixir, along with other provisions, to be sent to Linen City. Understood. Jiang Zhua bowed in acquiescence. Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace to report to His Majesty regarding the situation in Linen City. However, I anticipate that a new magistrate will not be appointed swiftly. Until then, let Shen Changqing temporarily assume the role of magistrate of Linen City. There is no expectation for him to achieve any political accomplishments. Maintaining stability within the city will suffice. Should issues in Linen remain unresolved, the Demon Suppression Division will dispatch reinforcements when possible. This was his intention. As for other matters concerning Linen City, they were of little consequence to him. Shen Changqing had not anticipated this turn of events. Just as he was about to depart, the Demon Suppression Division bestowed such responsibilities upon him. Had he known, he would not have approached the celestial surveillance. With a resigned sigh, he understood that even if he had not sought the celestial surveillance, he would still be tasked with guarding Linen City. In reality, once the letter from the Demon Suppression Division reached the celestial surveillance, they had ample means to relay the message to him. The only difference lay in the timing of the delivery. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Shen Changqing diligently explored Linen City. News of Zhao Fang's collusion with evil forces had spread like wildfire. After all, the events of that night were witnessed by many, and not all officials could keep silent. Moreover, the death of a magistrate was not something that could be concealed. The strict guarding of the Zhao family had also stirred considerable commotion. As a result, the citizens of Linen City were now largely aware of Zhao Fang's treachery. In an instant, both Zhao Fang and his family faced the scorn of thousands. Naturally, for Shen Changqing, this had little impact. Chapter 31. The Five Forces Master Shen. In the inner hall of the Yongfu pawn shop, Situ Bei respectfully clasped his hands together. Only after Shen Changqing took his seat did he return to his original position. As soon as they settled, a servant promptly presented tea, then discreetly withdrew. Shen Changqing refrained from touching the teacup beside him and turned to Situ Bei. Has the Heavenly Surveillance Guard obtained the information I seek? Indeed, today I summoned you, Master Shen, specifically for this matter. Situ Bei nodded affirmatively. According to the intelligence gathered by the Heavenly Surveillance Guard, there are currently 5 factions in Linen City: the Seven Stars Sect, the Burning Sky Mountain Villa, the Wave-Cutting Sect, the Returning Origin Sword Sect, and the Heavenly Blade Sect. The Seven Stars Sect? The Heavenly Blade Sect? Shen Changqing's expression revealed confusion. He had never heard of these 5 factions before. What is their background? They are all local powers of Guangyuan Prefecture. Among them, the Seven Stars Sect and the Heavenly Blade Sect are the most formidable, boasting living masters in residence. The other 3 factions are somewhat weaker, and currently lack any masters among them, Situ Bei explained. Upon hearing this, Shen Changqing gained some understanding. It was not strange for 2 factions to possess masters. Above the innate level lies the realm of the master, although his knowledge of that level is limited. One thing is certain: master-level warriors in the Demon Suppression Division are at least Earth-tier demon exterminators, far beyond what he could currently aspire to. However, having never engaged directly with a master, Shen Changqing was uncertain about the extent of the disparity between the innate and master levels. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired again. How many masters do the Seven Stars sect and the Heavenly Blade sect possess in total? It is rumored that the Heavenly Blade sect has 2 masters, while the Seven Stars sect has 1, Situ Bei responded. So, in total, there are 3 masters among these 2 factions. Shen Changqing nodded. It is no simple feat to break through to the master level. From what he understood, there are very few Earth-tier demon exterminators in the capital's Demon Suppression Division. Even accounting for all the divisions across various regions, the total number of masters might still be limited. Nevertheless, the difficulty of achieving mastery cannot be overlooked. The 2 factions having masters in residence certainly signifies their considerable strength. Continuing, Shen Changqing asked, what about other matters? According to the information we have gathered, none of the 5 factions currently have innate level or higher warriors present. The Seven Stars sect has sent 2 suspected late-stage Meridian openers, while the Heavenly Blade sect and the remaining 3 factions are similar, Situ Bei elaborated. Additionally, there are some unaligned martial artists who have arrived upon hearing the news. Among them, there are 2 late-stage Meridian openers, 1 mid-stage and 5 early-stage, although they have not made any moves to test the waters, so there may be some discrepancies. Situ Bei recounted all the information he had collected. In total, there are 10 late-stage Meridian openers among the 5 factions, with the addition of 2 unaligned individuals. Linen City now houses 12 late-stage Meridian openers. There are also 6 other Meridian warriors. Altogether, that makes 18. The absence of innate-level warriors is a piece of good news. With a group of over a dozen Meridian openers who are not aligned with the same faction, should trouble arise, he is confident he can suppress them all. Furthermore, with the authority of the Demon Suppression Division backing him, they would not dare to act recklessly unless absolutely necessary. However, should the blood of the demons and monsters emerge, innate-level warriors, or even masters, could very well appear, which poses a serious concern. Seated, Shen Changqing's mind whirled with thoughts. His greatest assurance in guarding Linen City stemmed from his own power, pure Yang Gong, level 11, making him an innate warrior. In the martial world, while not as formidable as a master, he surpasses many others. As long as no innate-level warriors emerge, Shen Changqing is confident he can suppress those present. Even if an innate warrior intervenes, he harbors no fear. But should a master appear, that would warrant serious consideration. After a moment of reflection, Shen Changqing inquired, what about the demons? With the emergence of demonic blood, they will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Have we obtained any relevant information? His primary concern remained the demons. Regardless of how formidable the 5 factions may be, they are still human forces. On the territory of the Great Qin, the Demon Suppression Division is supreme. No matter how rampant the factions become, they would not dare to overstep their bounds. The demons, however, are different. The Demon Suppression Division is dedicated to exterminating them, and the 2 sides have been at odds for a long time. If given the chance, the demons would certainly strike against him. Shen Changqing felt it necessary to prepare in advance. Unfortunately, we have not been able to gather much information on the demons, Situ Bei admitted, a troubled expression crossing his face. The movements of demons are notoriously elusive, and even the Heavenly Surveillance Guard finds it challenging to track their whereabouts. Unless a demon is actively harming lives in a specific location, we can only obtain information through such incidents. Tracking the movements of demons has always been a significant challenge. Although Shen Changqing felt somewhat disappointed, he harbored no resentment. In Guyue Village, I eliminated a ghost-level monster and a demon person. The demon faction will not let this go unchallenged. I ask for no more than this. Let the Heavenly Surveillance Guard thoroughly investigate the area within 50 miles of Linen City, and report any strange or unusual occurrences to me at once. Having resolved to oversee Linen City, he knew he must enhance his strength, lacking sufficient killing value. And with both the 13 Guardians cross-training and pure Yang Gong having already broken through their limits, relying solely on his own arduous training was no longer feasible. The best course of action would be to find the weaker demons, harvest a batch of killing value from them, thus enabling him to elevate his strength as swiftly as possible. Upon receiving his orders, Situ Bei nodded. Rest assured, Master Shen, the Heavenly Surveillance Guard will certainly comply. The Heavenly Surveillance Guard exists to serve the demon exterminators and the guards. Following your command is no issue at all. A mere outpost of the Heavenly Surveillance Guard dares not show disrespect to an Earth-tier demon exterminator. Additionally, there is another matter that requires the assistance of the Heavenly Surveillance Guard, Shen Changqing continued. Please, Master Shen, go on. I understand that the individuals who have been inciting Zhao's faction hail from the Eternal Life Alliance. Do you have any knowledge of this alliance? Upon hearing this, Situbei was momentarily taken aback, then bowed respectfully. The Eternal Life Alliance is an organization that emerged 200 or 300 years ago. After the demons failed in their attempts to conquer humanity, they resorted to infiltrating human society. Thus, the demons established the Eternal Life Alliance to sow discord within the human ranks. Chapter 32. Sentenced to flight by fear of crime. Do not underestimate the challenges of guarding the city of Linen. It is indeed a formidable task. However, in the absence of the true emergence of demon blood, Linen remains surprisingly tranquil. The representatives of various factions do not warrant much of Shen Changqing's attention. And as for the wandering heroes of the martial world, they are hardly deserving of his regard. Thus, in recent days, he has chosen to remain largely secluded, either visiting the Yongfu pawnshop to glean updates on the unfolding situation or staying within the inn, perhaps indulging in the local customs and culture of Linen. Following Zhao Feng's demise, the appointment of a new county magistrate has yet to be finalized, resulting in a leaderless void within the Yamen. Only the clerk and the assistant are managing to maintain a semblance of order, preventing the Yamen from descending into complete disarray. Shen Changqing has refrained from intervening. As his sole responsibility is to ensure the safety of Linen citizens, the chaos within the Yamen is of little consequence to him. At the Zhao residence, the acting head constable, Hong Qing, exhibited signs of distress. Without explicit orders, he found himself in a predicament. He could neither execute the Zhao family members nor allow them to escape. Should any of them flee, it would pose a significant personal dilemma. The collusion of Zhao Feng with malevolent forces is no secret, and the Zhao family is acutely aware of the gravity of such crimes. A verdict on this matter could very well lead to the extermination of their entire clan. What is Master Shen's intent? To kill. Shen Changqing's cold, sharp response reverberated through the air. Hong Qing's heart sank. This meant a bloodbath for the Zhao family was imminent. At that moment, the tightly shut gates of the courtyard were suddenly flung open, and a dozen servants burst forth, only to be met by several constables drawing their blades in an attempt to intercept them. Without orders from above, no one from the Zhao family is permitted to leave. Chapter 33. Setting an example. We are merely servants of the Zhao family and have no ties to them. Why can't we leave while Zhao Feng colludes with demons? Indeed, what gives you the right to prevent our departure? Though fear flickered across their faces as they beheld the armed officers, the overwhelming sentiment among the group was one of desperation. They were not fools. With Zhao Feng as treachery, the Zhao family was doomed. If they did not escape now, they would be trapped forever. Why should they accompany the Zhao family to their demise? Not far away, Hong Qing, who was engaged in conversation with Shen Changqing, noted the commotion and his expression shifted. I must excuse myself, Sir Shen, he declared hastily, striding toward the tumult. Silence. A commanding shout silenced the crowd instantly. Several officers lowered their heads, addressing him, Captain Hong. Hong Qing nodded slightly, his gaze turning icy as it fell upon the group. By order of the Demon Suppression Department, no one is permitted to leave the Zhao residence. I do not care if you are related to the Zhao family or not, until a judgment is rendered. You must remain here. Anyone who dares to defy this order will face certain death. As his words echoed, the leader of the group, a robust middle-aged man, spoke up. Captain Hong, let us speak plainly. We all understand the implications of collusion with demons. Our connection to the Zhao family is non-existent. Your vendetta against them is your own affair, but we must leave today. Indeed, we must depart. The others echoed, their voices rising in a fervor, clearly intent on breaking through. Hong Cheng's expression darkened. The forces of the Linen City Guard were limited, comprising merely a handful of officers. Besides those stationed at the Zhao residence, other parts of the estate required guarding to prevent escape attempts. If these individuals launched a full assault, the current manpower might not suffice to contain them. At this moment of indecision, Shen Changqing approached. Sir Shen, the officers exclaimed, hastily bowing in respect, familiar with his authority. Shen Changqing waved his hand. Step aside. Yes, sir. The officers were momentarily taken aback but complied. Once they had retreated, Shen Changqing unsheathed his long blade. Its tip pointed at the ground. Pure yang energy enveloped the weapon, and with a powerful stroke, he carved a visible scar into the earth before everyone. With the task completed, he sheathed the blade once more. The order to seal off the Zhao residence was issued by me. Until a judgment is rendered, no one is permitted to leave, regardless of whether you are servants or have no ties to the Zhao family. Anyone who steps beyond this line will be executed without exception. Shen Changqing's tone was frigid, sending chills through the hearts of those present. This lord's words are excessively tyrannical. The leader remarked, his face contorted in displeasure. Shen Changqing remained silent, and a tense standoff ensued. The mere scar he had etched seemed to delineate the boundary between life and death in the eyes of the group. After a prolonged silence, someone finally broke. "Don't listen to his bluster. I refuse to believe he would dare to act. If we stay, we're doomed regardless." As the words left his lips, Shen Changqing sprang forward, unsheathing his blade once more. In an instant, a head was severed, blood gushing forth as the onlookers gasped in horror. Wasn't he had said that only those who crossed the scar would be slain? This man had not even moved, merely uttering a few words. Yet he was executed in the street. Such a ruthless act left the remaining individuals trembling in fear. Anyone who dared to exit the Zhao residence would face death. Unlike the empty threats of Captain Hong and the other officers, Shen Changqing was a man of action. Despite their earlier bravado, the specter of mortality loomed large, compelling them to retreat. Soon, the group retreated obediently, leaving only a headless corpse sprawled on the ground, blood pooling ominously. Shen Changqing sheathed his sword and turned to the stunned Hong Qing. "Captain Hong, dispose of the body. From this moment on, should anyone attempt to open the doors of the Zhao residence, do not hesitate to kill them. I will take full responsibility for any ensuing issues. However, remember this. If the Zhao family does not attempt to escape, you are not to breach their premises or disrupt order. Those Zhao Feng indeed conspired with demons. Until judgment was passed, the Zhao family remained under the protection of the Great Qin laws. Should anyone violate the boundaries of the Zhao residence, they would be committing a grave offense against the law." The implications of Shen Changqing's words weighed heavily on all present, including Hong Qing, whose countenance grew solemn. "Rest assured, Sir Shen, we understand our duties. That is for the best," Shen Changqing replied, glancing at Hong Qing. "If there are any issues concerning the Zhao family, you may seek me out at any time. Additionally, should disturbances arise in Linen City that the guard cannot quell, you may also approach me. I will remain at the inn and will not be elsewhere." "Understood." Hong Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Shen Changqing's assurances bolstered his resolve. As he watched Shen depart, he bowed deeply. "Safe travels, Sir Shen. And should there be any who refuse to heed the warning, execute them." As he uttered the final words, a glint of determination shone in Hong Qing's eyes. Though he could not match Shen Changqing's decisiveness, he was far from timid. Especially after Zhao Feng's death, the currents of unrest in Linen City were palpable. Having spent years in Linen, Hong Qing was well attuned to the shifts around him. The affairs of the Zhao family could not afford any further complications. The others nodded respectfully, acknowledging their orders, and began the grim task of disposing of the remains. Chapter 34. The Yellow-Rank Demon Slayer. As Shen Changqing departed from the Zhao residence, he was met by an approaching figure. "Master Shen, is there something you need?" Upon recognizing the individual, Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow. The person before him was a clerk from the Yongfu pawn shop, who, in truth, was also a member of the Heavenly Inspectors. As a base of operations for the Heavenly Inspectors in Linen City, every individual within Yongfu pawn shop was affiliated with them. "Oh, please lead the way," Shen Changqing replied. The clerk moved ahead, while Shen Changqing followed at a slight distance towards the Yongfu pawn shop. In terms of secrecy, the Heavenly Inspectors in Linen City were rather ineffective, merely utilizing the pawn shop as a facade. Nevertheless, even without this pretense, the Heavenly Inspectors, under the auspices of the Demon Suppression Department, could operate openly, as their role in Linen City was primarily to gather intelligence. The actual information gathering was conducted by others. Linen City was not extensive, and the journey from the Zhao residence to the Yongfu pawn shop took merely a quarter of an hour. Being somewhat familiar with the establishment, Shen Changqing headed directly to the inner chamber upon entering. Seeing him, Situ Bei hastily rose, exclaiming, "Master Shen has arrived." "Brother Situ," Shen Changqing nodded slightly, acknowledging him. Having established a rapport with the Yongfu pawn shop, the two were relatively acquainted, and given Situ Bei's seniority, Shen Changqing afforded him a respectful address. After taking a seat, Situ Bei presented a square wooden box from the table to Shen Changqing. "Master Shen, half a day ago, a Heavenly Inspector delivered this item, stating it was sent from the Demon Suppression Department for your perusal." "The Demon Suppression Department?" Shen Changqing inquired with curiosity, feeling the wooden box's weight as he accepted it. Without hesitation, he opened the box in front of Situ Bei. Inside lay a rectangular token. Grasping the token, he noted the inscription on one side read Demon Suppression Department, while the other side bore his name, Shen Changqing, accompanied by the inscription Yellow-Rank Demon Slayer at the bottom corner. The identity token of a Yellow-Rank Demon Slayer. Situ Bei, observing Shen Changqing's examination of the token, instantly recognized the significance of the words inscribed. He promptly congratulated, "Congratulations, Master Shen. on your successful promotion to Yellow Rank Demon Slayer. Your future prospects are indeed promising, and a position as a guardian is within reach. You flatter me, Brother Situ. Shen Changqing replied with a slight smile as he secured the token. This marked his second identity token. He previously held a token as a trainee Demon Slayer. According to protocol, the original token must be surrendered upon promotion. After stowing the token, Shen Changqing examined the remaining contents of the wooden box. Inside were 3 letters, a pristine jade pendant, and a book titled Tianwu Gangqi. The title suggested it was a martial art. And Shen Changqing pondered the purpose of the Demon Suppression Department sending a martial art manual. In addition, there was a porcelain vial. Shen Changqing first tucked away the jade pendant, then opened one of the letters, which turned out to be an appointment letter, indicating he was to temporarily assume the role of County Magistrate of Linen City, complete with an official seal. Seeing this, Shen Changqing's expression turned serious as he tucked the appointment letter away. With this, he realized he had little chance of extricating himself from his current predicament. This provisional appointment was clearly intended to grant him legitimate authority in Linen City as a guardian. Next, he opened the second letter, which contained the verdict regarding the Zhao family. As he had suspected, the court condemned their collusion with evil forces, effectively extinguishing the Zhao family's prospects. The Zhao family has met their end. Shen Changqing sighed. Although Situ Bei could not see the contents of the letter, he discerned much from Shen Changqing's tone and smiled knowingly. Master Shen, you are still young and may not fully grasp the situation. Those from the Zhao family who dared to ally with evil forces have met their deserved fate. This matter concerns the stability of the Great Qin. If left unpunished, would it not embolden others to betray the realm and humanity? The demise of the Zhao family serves as a warning to all who would dare conspire with evil. Brother Situ speaks wisely, Shen Changqing nodded, not wishing to dwell on it further. Whether one life or an entire family was taken, it amounted to the same. It was then he realized, perhaps unbeknownst to him, he had become increasingly cold-blooded. Perhaps it was the influence of the Demon Suppression Department. He found no reason to dwell on it further. Whether cold-hearted or compassionate, one's character is shaped by circumstance. Once one joins the Demon Suppression Department, they must be resolute, lest they become the next victim. Soon, Shen Changqing opened the final letter, which contained words from Jiangzhua. The contents generally conveyed that, considering the risks associated with the current mission, the higher-ups had decided to bestow certain benefits upon him and urged him to remain vigilant. When the Demon Suppression Department could spare resources from other regions, they would promptly come to his aid. Until then, he must ensure the safety of Linen citizens. Lastly, the letter introduced the origins of Tianwu Gangqi and explained the contents of the porcelain vial. After folding the letter, Shen Changqing glanced at the Tianwu Gangqi and the vial before securing them in his possession, leaving only the empty wooden box behind. The current circumstances were not suitable for delving into Tianwu Gangqi, and regarding the matter of channeling energy, he preferred to keep it discreet. With his belongings secured, he turned to Situ Bei and asked, Brother Situ, did you summon me solely for the items from the Demon Suppression Department, or is there another matter at hand? Recently, Master Shen asked me to investigate if any peculiar happenings had occurred within a 50-mile radius, and I have just received some news. Chapter 35, The County Magistrate of Linen. As the discussion unfolded in the company of Situ Bei, Shen Changqing's spirits visibly lifted. His own prowess had reached a plateau, and to transcend this barrier in the near term, he was compelled to rely on the accumulation of kill points. The source of these kill points could only be derived from the vanquishing of malevolent entities. According to intelligence reports, a village situated more than 20 miles east of Linen had experienced a catastrophic night where its entire population perished. Preliminary investigations by the Heavenly Inspection Guard suggested that malevolent forces were responsible. Situ Bei paused momentarily as he spoke. However, the diligent inquiries of the Heavenly Inspection Guard had yielded no trace of the malevolent entity in that village, leading me to suspect that it had already departed, seeking its next target. Presently, the Heavenly Inspection Guard had expanded its search, and I believe it will not be long before the whereabouts of the malevolent entity are accurately determined. Such entities do not remain stationary. While they may inhabit certain objects, they possess the cunning to obfuscate their presence, leading others to unwittingly transport them away. Moreover, formidable malevolent beings can abandon their original vessels to seek new hosts elsewhere. Thus, it is not surprising that no traces were found in a location suspected of malevolent activity. The malevolent entity capable of annihilating an entire village is no ordinary foe. If it employs illusions to deceive others and remove itself from its original location, that would be one matter. However, We must be wary if the entity has the capability to exit on its own accord. As Shen Changqing concluded, his expression had grown grave. A malevolent entity capable of self-extrication would at least surpass the spectral level. Although he was already a congenital martial artist, he held reservations about confronting a vengeful-grade malevolent entity. Situ Bei shook his head. Based on our assessments, the malevolent entity is likely still within the spectral range. If it were vengeful-grade, the Heavenly Inspection Guard would surely have gathered some intelligence. As for entities above the vengeful grade, it is even less plausible. The Guanyuan Prefecture has an appointed guardian, and should a vengeful-grade anomaly emerge, the guardian would undoubtedly take action immediately. Indeed, Shen Changqing nodded. The guardians of the Demon Suppression Division differ from other exterminators. They typically remain stationed in specific locales. Each of the 9 prefectures of the Great Qin has its own guardian. Additionally, significant cities often have guardians as well. However, smaller towns like Linen do not have such protections, given the limited number of guardians in the Demon Suppression Division. Malevolent entities of the slaughter grade and above are akin to natural disasters, capable of obliterating entire cities without effort. Should an entity of this caliber appear, guardians from various regions would respond swiftly to eradicate it. We must act swiftly to ascertain the precise location of that malevolent entity. Since it has already obliterated one village, it is likely headed towards another. Delays could result in it accumulating more essence, making it increasingly formidable. Shen Changqing's demeanor remained composed, though he harbored suspicions that the malevolent entity might be linked to the emergence of demonic essence. After all, the village was still within the jurisdiction of Linen. First, there was the malevolent entity from Guyue village, and now another from a different locale. To be candid, it is peculiar for a small town like Linen to experience successive malevolent events. There must be something drawing these entities in or some unseen force guiding them. If the motive is the competition for demonic essence, that is one thing. Yet, if other objectives are at play, we may be facing something more sinister, Shen Changqing pondered, his gaze deepening. The Everlasting Alliance sought to cultivate a slaughter-grade anomaly within Linen, a plan he had thwarted, and it was inconceivable that the Alliance was unaware of this disruption. A force controlled by malevolent entities would not be benevolent. Setting aside other considerations, one must acknowledge that if their plans were thwarted, they would not overlook the one responsible. Thus, the sudden appearance of the malevolent entity could be motivated by a pursuit of demonic essence or perhaps a vendetta against him personally. Regardless of the scenario, Shen Changqing resolved that he would not allow the entity to remain unchallenged. Rest assured, my lord, we shall locate the position of the malevolent entity within a day or 2 at most. Furthermore, let this information remain undisclosed to the Demon Suppression Division for now. They do not have the personnel to spare. I will manage this matter myself, Shen Changqing added, not wishing for other exterminators to interfere with the pursuit of the malevolent entity. By that logic, the Demon Suppression Division indeed could not allocate resources at this time. Ensuring no new exterminators would be dispatched to complicate matters. Then I shall entrust this to you. Shen Changqing rose to depart. After leaving the Yongfu pawnshop, he made his way towards the magistrate's office. With his appointment letter in hand, he was now effectively the county magistrate of Linen, albeit temporarily. Nonetheless, he was indeed the magistrate. As such, it was only fitting that he reside within the confines of the magistrate's office, allowing him to escape the awkwardness of lodging at an inn. At the entrance of the magistrate's office stood 2 constables. Most of the constables were occupied with the Zhao family affair, leaving only a handful to guard the office. Lord Shen, upon his arrival, the 2 men exchanged glances and hurriedly bowed their heads in greeting. Is the chief clerk present? The chief clerk is inside, attending to matters. Have him come to the inner hall to see me. I have matters to discuss, Shen Changqing instructed, stepping boldly into the office. And the 2 men did not dare to impede his passage. The inner hall remained unchanged. Zhao Fang's remains had been appropriately handled, and any traces of blood had been thoroughly cleaned, rendering the space indistinguishable from a site of previous tragedy. Not long after taking his seat, Shen Changqing observed a portly, hurried middle-aged man entering briskly. Greetings, Lord Shen. Are you the chief clerk of the office? Shen Changqing scrutinized the individual before him. Their previous encounter had occurred when he first visited the office, where the man had followed Zhao Fang, providing a fleeting acquaintance. Yet at that time, Shen Changqing had been unaware that this individual was the chief clerk. Indeed, the chief clerk nodded nervously. Please take a look. Shen Changqing produced the appointment letter and presented it before the man. Upon receiving it, the chief clerk gingerly opened it and scrutinized it. His expression shifted. The title of county magistrate is no trivial matter. I understand that you are merely acting in this capacity until a new magistrate is appointed. However, it appears that you are indeed the county magistrate of Linen. Indeed, Shen Changqing affirmed with a smile. Chapter 36. The heavenly marshal Qi Shen Changqing rose from his seat and addressed him, saying, "Regarding the affairs of the Yamen, I do not intend to intervene excessively. How you handled Zhao Feng's death is sufficient, and you may continue to manage it in the same manner. Thank you for your trust, my lord. However, I do have a request. I would like all the items within the Yamen's inner hall to be replaced. During my tenure as the acting county magistrate, I shall reside here. Rest assured, my lord, I shall immediately dispatch someone to attend to this matter." In response to Shen Changqing's request, Shen Changqing readily agreed. As the acting county magistrate, residing within the Yamen posed no issue. Subsequently, Shen Changqing promptly sent individuals to rearrange all the items in accordance with Shen Changqing's specifications. In less than half a day, everything was completed. "My lord, please take a look. Are there any further instructions?" Shen Changqing inquired respectfully. "Well done," Shen Changqing remarked, casting a satisfied glance at the refreshed surroundings. "Does my lord have any further commands?" "None for now. You may return to your duties." With a bow of deference, Shen Changqing withdrew, and Shen Changqing rose to familiarize himself with the environment of the Yamen. The Yamen was divided into the outer and inner halls. The outer hall served as the venue for handling cases, while a prison was located underground for the convenience of detaining criminals. In contrast, the inner hall was entirely a residential space. The term inner hall was somewhat of a misnomer. In reality, it resembled a small estate, complete with a reception hall, several guest rooms, and a study. However, due to its nature as a Yamen, there were no servants or maids present. The spaciousness and comfort of the residence truly reflected the esteemed position of a county magistrate. After taking a leisurely stroll, Shen Changqing couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. In comparison, the quarters he had occupied at the Demon Suppression Division were utterly inferior. Upon reaching the study, Shen Changqing intended to digest the materials he had acquired from the Demon Suppression Division. The Qingling Jade Pendant, a symbol of his role as a demon slayer, was particularly noteworthy. With it in hand, every demon slain would be recorded. Additionally, this pendant could be used to offset part of his mission requirements at the Demon Suppression Division. Once a demon slayer advanced to the yellow rank, they were required to complete a fixed number of missions each year. Specifically, a yellow rank demon slayer was expected to undertake at least 10 missions annually, meaning they must eliminate a minimum of 10 demons. It is important to note that the locations of these missions varied greatly. For instance, when traveling to Linen City, Shen Changqing had already expended considerable time on the journey alone. Thus, the arrangement allowing him to guard Linen City, thereby offsetting his mission requirements for the upcoming year, was indeed a significant convenience. However, the task of safeguarding Linen City was undoubtedly more challenging than typical missions. As one advanced to the profound rank as a demon slayer, the annual minimum mission requirement would decrease to 5. While the number of missions was reduced, the difficulty correspondingly increased. The trend continued throughout their progression. Although the required number of missions diminished, the challenges intensified. "Let it be," Shen Changqing sighed, shifting his gaze to the porcelain vial before him, which contained the Tongmai pill. What was the Tongmai pill? Initially, he had little knowledge of it, but a letter from Jiangzhua had provided a thorough introduction. The Tongmai pill, as its name suggests, primarily facilitates the opening of meridians. To undergo the transformation to the innate stage, numerous meridians must be cleared. Consuming the Tongmai pill expedites this process, shortening the time required for a martial artist to advance to the innate stage. Does the Demon Suppression Division doubt my strength? Shen Changqing mused, a peculiar expression crossing his face. The Tongmai pill was indeed a treasure, particularly for any martial artist focused on opening their meridians. Even innate martial artists could benefit from it, albeit the effects would be slightly diminished, as both paths necessitate the clearing of meridian points. Lastly, Shen Changqing's gaze fell upon a moderately sized tome, the Heavenly Martial Qi. The mere name exuded an air of grandeur, far surpassing the appeal of the 13 Guardians techniques or the Pure Yang technique. In truth, the Heavenly Martial Qi was indeed of a higher echelon, being a martial art from the second floor of the library. As he opened the book and glanced through its contents, Shen Changqing was immediately captivated. Unbeknownst to him, daylight faded into night. Sitting quietly, he continued to peruse the Heavenly Martial Qi. After a considerable time, he stretched his neck and focused Pure Yang True Qi into a single finger, igniting the oil lamp on the table, dispelling the dimness significantly. The heavenly martial qi truly lives up to its reputation as a second-tier martial art, surpassing even the pure yang technique in depth. It certainly qualifies as exceptional. Shen Changqing reflected. The heavenly martial qi was also a discipline focused on refining true qi and opening meridians, but it was markedly superior to the pure yang technique. The 9-layer pure yang technique halted at the pinnacle of meridian opening, while the 12-layer heavenly martial qi could directly reach the innate external vigor realm. Furthermore, the cultivation methods of the heavenly martial qi and the pure yang technique differed significantly. The most notable distinction lay in the fact that the meridians they opened were not entirely congruent. The human body possesses an unknown number of meridian points, and each martial art can unlock different pathways. For instance, to ascend to the innate realm, one must clear the 8 extraordinary meridians along with the Ren and Du meridians. All martial artists aspiring to the innate stage must address this requirement. However, beyond this necessity, some martial arts may involve other meridians. The greater the number of meridians opened, the stronger the martial artist becomes. The quality of a martial art is often assessed by the number of meridians it encompasses. Evidently, the heavenly martial qi encompasses a broader range than the pure yang technique. Aside from a small overlap, most of its pathways differ. In other words, Shen Changqing could cultivate the heavenly martial qi without conflict, as he already practiced the pure yang technique. Not only would there be no conflict, but the opening of additional meridians would enhance his strength. Initially, due to the pure yang technique's limitations, he found himself unable to pursue other martial arts. Now, the heavenly martial qi perfectly filled that gap, being a discipline that aimed directly at the innate stage, promising substantial benefits if mastered. Gazing at the tome on the table, Shen Changqing summoned his true qi, and flames flickered to life. Upon finishing, he would incinerate it, fulfilling the requirements of the Demon Suppression Division. Chapter 37 The First Breath of True Energy Name. Shen Changqing Affiliation. De Qin Town Demon Subjugation Division Identity. Huang Class Demon Exorcist Martial Arts. 13 Protectors Horizontal Training. Level 15. Cannot be enhanced. Pure Yang Skill. Level 11. Cannot be enhanced. Tianwu Gang Qi. Not yet mastered. Cannot be enhanced. 7 Kill Blade Technique. Level 2. Iron Sand Palm. Level 2 Kill Count. For compared to the previous simplistic interface, Shen Changqing's current panel has become remarkably splendid. He possesses 5 martial arts, with 2 having broken through their limits, and 2 having achieved a substantial level of mastery. Although the remaining Tianwu Gang Qi has not yet been mastered, he is confident that he can officially enter the first level in a short time. Calming his mind, Shen Changqing recalled the memories within his mind and began to cultivate the first level of Tianwu Gang Qi. The most basic requirement for cultivating Tianwu Gang Qi is for the warrior to generate true energy and enter the meridian opening stage. The first level of Tianwu Gang Qi involves converting true energy into Tianwu True Energy. Once he breaks through the innate stage, Tianwu True Energy will give rise to a powerful force known as Tianwu Gang Qi, which is the origin of the name of this martial art. At present, he possesses 2 types of true energy within his body, pure yang true energy and the true energy from 13 Protectors Horizontal Training. However, the latter serves merely as nourishment before being devoured by the former upon its birth. After breaking through the innate stage, Shen Changqing has achieved a level of internal vision. In his dantian, the pure yang true energy radiates like a blazing sun, exuding intense heat. Each time true energy from 13 Protectors Horizontal Training is born, it is immediately consumed by the pure yang true energy. With the breakthrough to the 11th level of pure yang skill, the strength of the pure yang true energy is unparalleled. Even the faintest trace of true energy has no noticeable growth after being devoured by the pure yang true energy. Emerging from his internal vision, Shen Changqing has gained some understanding of his condition. 13 Protectors Horizontal Training ultimately lacks depth. Even having broken through its limits, it cannot enhance significantly. As for the pure yang true energy, it no longer provides substantial nourishment as it did before. If he were to rely solely on the conversion of true energy to nourish the pure yang true energy, it would take decades for it to evolve to the next level. Clearly, while perfecting external martial arts has its benefits, once a warrior reaches a profound level, the advantages provided by external martial arts become negligible. Unless one possesses a martial art of significantly high rank, such skills are not easily acquired. In Shen Changqing's view, the library should contain such martial arts. Focusing his mind, Shen Changqing sat still in his position, his body motionless, silently observing the changes in his dantian. Time flowed by, and another trace of true energy was born. He immediately willed it to avoid being devoured by the pure yang true energy and, following the cultivation method of Tianwu Gang Qi, guided that trace of true energy out of the dantian and towards a specific location within his body. The true energy moved like a silver serpent, struggling to break through a narrow meridian under his mental command. The night passed swiftly. Shen Changqing emerged from his state of cultivation, feeling invigorated rather than fatigued after a night of arduous practice. At this moment, in his dantian, besides the pure yang true energy, there was also the presence of Tianwu true energy. However, in comparison to the overwhelming pure yang true energy, the Tianwu true energy was considerably weaker, forcibly confined to a small corner of the dantian, nearly immobile. Shen Changqing paid little mind to this. As long as the Tianwu true energy was not consumed by the pure yang true energy, that sufficed. From the perspective of the panel, for a powerful warrior, once a foundation is established, entering any martial art is not overly challenging. The true difficulty lies in achieving mastery. Once the Tianwu true energy grows stronger, it can convert the pure yang true energy directly into Tianwu true energy, significantly accelerating the cultivation of Tianwu Gang Qi. And the quality of the true energy would surpass that of single pure yang true energy. Shen Changqing contemplated. The transformation of true energy is an essential process. Within a dantian, one cannot possess an excess of powerful true energy simultaneously, as it would provoke intense conflict. Currently, no conflict arises because the Tianwu true energy is too weak to pose a threat to the pure yang true energy. However, when a true threat emerges, the two distinct types of true energy will erupt into fierce conflict. Therefore, he must retain one type of true energy while allowing the other to serve as nourishment when such a conflict occurs. Given the higher rank of Tianwu Gang Qi, without hesitation, Shen Changqing decided to sacrifice the pure yang true energy. Transforming the 11th level of pure yang true energy into Tianwu true energy would ensure that his Tianwu true energy stands apart from others. Rising from his position, he walked towards the study door. Upon opening it, he encountered the chief scribe, Shen Changqing, standing there, holding a blue robe topped with a black cap. "Sir, what is it, chief scribe?" Shen Changqing inquired, frowning slightly. "Yesterday, I forgot to address certain matters. Although you are acting as the county magistrate, you ought to have your official attire. Thus, I have brought your official robe today." "Official robe?" Shen Changqing's gaze fell upon the black cap as he accepted it. Very thoughtful. As for the abilities of Shen Changqing was not entirely certain. "It is my duty," Shen Changqing smiled apologetically before asking, "Sir, since you have not left the study all night, I presume you are hungry. I have prepared breakfast. Please follow me." "Lead the way." "After you, sir." The meal was far more sumptuous than what Shen Changqing had during his time at the Demon Subjugation Division. Reflecting on it, it was indeed reasonable. For he was merely an apprentice demon exorcist at the Demon Subjugation Division, and how could his meals compare to that of a county magistrate? Throughout the meal, Shen Changqing ate, while Shen Changqing stood by, waiting. Once Shen Changqing had finished, Shen Changqing bowed and asked, "May I inquire where you wish to go next, or if there are any matters you wish to address?" Wiping his mouth, Shen Changqing replied calmly, "Have Hongqing come to see me." "Understood." Shen Changqing acknowledged and withdrew. Shen Changqing glanced at the mess on the table, paid it little heed, and turned to leave. After finishing his meal, he did not need to clean up as someone would handle it afterward. Chapter 38. The Judgment in the Inner Hall. Shen Changqing sat there for about a quarter of an hour when Hong Qingjiu hurriedly entered. "I pay my respects, my lord." Upon seeing Shen Changqing, Hong Qingjiu immediately bowed. Clearly, he was already aware of Shen's temporary position as the acting county magistrate. If the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division did not possess direct power over life and death concerning the officials, the county magistrate certainly held such authority. Considering Shen Changqing's ruthless nature, Hong Qingjiu dared not show any signs of disrespect. "This is the court's judgment regarding the Zhao family. Please take a look." Shen Changqing placed the judgment document on the table. Hong Qingjiu stepped forward, picked up the document, and began to read it earnestly. Gradually, his expression grew solemn. There was no other course of action. Colluding with malevolent entities was indeed a path leading to ruin, and such a fate was hardly surprising. Shen Changqing shook his head slightly, a cold smile appearing on his face. Zhao Fang could become a county magistrate due to the considerable influence of the Zhao family behind him. Currently, Linen City was merely one of their clan's territories, with numerous branches existing elsewhere. Yet, despite the multitude of branches, it would avail them nothing, with the judgment issued. It was evident that the court had already begun to act. The Zhao family's branches across various locations would not escape unscathed. Send my orders to imprison all members of the Zhao family, including their servants. Yes. Hong Qingjiu nodded but hesitated slightly. The Zhao family has many members. They may not willingly accept imprisonment. Although the officials possess some martial skills, they are still vastly outnumbered. If the Zhao family resists, we may struggle to contain them. Hong Qingjiu's expression was quite awkward. The vast administrative office found itself unable to suppress even a single Zhao family. Despite the awkwardness, he spoke the truth. The office had only about 20 officials, while the Zhao family, including their servants, numbered over 200. The officials could currently manage to keep the Zhao family in check only because they had not yet reached a point of no return. The Zhao family still harbored a glimmer of hope and dared not confront the court directly. With the judgment now delivered, it undoubtedly signaled a death sentence for the Zhao family. At this juncture, the Zhao family would certainly not sit idly by, should a conflict erupt. The limited personnel at the office would likely be overwhelmed. Shen Changqing smiled faintly. What do you suggest? I hope my lord can lead the charge. If the Zhao family does not resist, it would be ideal. However, should they oppose us, they have no right to stir up turbulence before you, Hong Qingjiu said, offering a flattering remark. After all, Shen's strength was unparalleled in Linen City. Very well, I shall pay a visit to the Zhao family. Shen Changqing rose. And upon witnessing this, Hong Qingjiu breathed a sigh of relief. He too feared the Zhao family might retaliate. If even one or two managed to escape, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Since Zhao Fang's suicide, the atmosphere within the Zhao family had remained tense. Everyone understood that the crime of colluding with malevolent entities could result in the destruction of their clan. The problem lay in the fact that the officials were stationed outside, preventing any escape. Unless they truly tore their faces and broke through, the officials would not be able to intercept them. However, such an act would not merely be seen as colluding with malevolent forces. It could also lead to accusations of disregarding the laws of the Great Qin and intent to rebel. At that point, the Zhao family would genuinely be left with no path to survival. At this moment, all the direct descendants of the Zhao family were gathered in the main hall, each displaying different expressions, some grave, others panicked. The court had not yet made a move, but they all understood the potential consequences of colluding with malevolent entities. It felt as though a sharp blade was suspended above them, awaiting its moment to fall. At the head of the hall, a middle-aged man, exuding scholarly grace, spoke softly. His name was Zhao Li, a direct descendant of the Zhao family and a contemporary of Zhao Fang. With Zhao Fang's demise, Zhao Li now stood as the highest-ranking member in the family. As he spoke, a few voices in the hall began to weep softly, those of the womenfolk. Frightened by the situation, a youth with a delicate appearance now bore a cold smile. Is the Zhao family in such dire straits merely because of uncle's collusion with malevolent entities? In my opinion, as long as someone takes the blame, the court may not necessarily seek to annihilate us completely. What do you mean, Zhao Minji? A young man shouted in anger. Zhao Mingtang, I mean exactly what I say. A son must repay his father's debts. Your father has committed a wrong, and naturally, someone must bear the consequences. It cannot be that one person's mistake should burden the entire Zhao family. Zhao Minji sneered, rising to speak loudly. Currently, there are about 200 people in the Zhao courtyard. Should they all perish for uncle's mistakes? And you, since your father has erred, you cannot escape responsibility. He continued. It would be better for your branch to confess at the office. Perhaps the court will show leniency. Even if you were sentenced to death, it would be deserved. While we remain innocent. Is that not right? At his words, many quickly responded in agreement. Minji is correct, Zhao Mingyang. Why should we bear the consequences of your father's wrongdoing? Indeed, you all should die, but why drag down the entire Zhao family with you? Such actions are utterly monstrous. I suggest we bind them directly and take them to the office to atone for their sins. One after another, voices rang out, their gazes towards Zhao Mingtang and others filled with cold malice. In their view, the Zhao family's downfall was entirely due to Zhao Fang's actions. Zhao Mingtang, in a fit of rage, retorted, when my father was the county magistrate, the Zhao family greatly benefited from his position. Now that we are in trouble, you all wish to distance yourselves? Enough. Just as the debate escalated, Zhao Li suddenly interjected sharply, silencing the room. An uneasy quiet fell, though many still wore displeased expressions. Zhao Li surveyed the room and calmly stated, Minji's words hold some truth. Zhao Mingtang's expression shifted. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable our situation becomes. We cannot remain in Linen City. We must find a way to leave. Are you suggesting we flee Linen City? Zhao Minji asked, perplexed. Fleeing Linen City was no trivial matter. Zhao Li looked at him, a fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes. If the court offers no way out, then the Zhao family must seek another path for survival. Chapter 39. Take everyone away. Upon hearing these words, many wore solemn expressions. We must retreat. This would completely sever the Zhao family's escape route. As the verdict had not yet been finalized, not everyone was willing to gamble on this matter. Although leaving Linen City was not the same as outright rebellion, it would still mean a complete rupture with the court. If captured, there would be no mercy. Zhao Minji's countenance remained composed. Father, leaving is not an issue, but the individual from the Demon Suppression Division is formidable. Should we clash with the authorities? He is likely to intervene. Without skilled allies, even if we break through the blockade, escaping Linen City unscathed will be exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, once we leave Linen, to where shall we go? The power of the court is overwhelming. As he spoke, Zhao Minji hesitated. During my travels in the Great Qin, I became acquainted with a few individuals. The strength of the one from the Demon Suppression Division, while significant, does not rank among the very top within the martial world. There are many capable of dealing with him. As for where the Zhao family might go after leaving Linen, I have some thoughts. Zhao Li pondered for a moment. Long before my elder brother's incident, I discreetly dispatched messengers to spread word. Considering the timing, they should be arriving soon. Inform everyone to prepare. Upon hearing this, the others felt a slight relief. Just as they were making their preparations to depart, a guard rushed in. Second Master, the officials have stormed in. What? Zhao Li's expression shifted dramatically. The Zhao family's gates had been forcefully breached, and a dozen officials, blades drawn, were facing the Zhao family's guards. Leading them was Shen Changqing, with Hong Cheng standing by his side, his blade gleaming ominously under the sunlight. Are the Zhao family refusing to surrender? Shen Changqing observed the guards, his demeanor unfazed. The guards, in turn, looked at him with a hint of trepidation. At this moment, the Zhao family, led by Zhao Li, finally approached. The guards parted to make way. Zhao Li gazed at the drawn blades of the officials, his brow furrowing slightly. Upon recognizing Shen Changqing, his spirit sank. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and clasped his hands in respect. Sir from the Demon Suppression Division, what is the purpose of your sudden intrusion into the Zhao family? Hong Cheng interjected. The court has issued orders. Sir Shun is now temporarily appointed as the Magistrate of Linen City. Magistrate of Linen City. Zhao Li's pupils contracted. Although he noted the word temporarily, he understood that Shen Changqing's status had transcended that of a mere member of the Demon Suppression Division. Some words he had intended to express remained unspoken. Shen Changqing produced a decree and unfolded it, reading aloud for all to hear. According to the investigation by the Demon Suppression Division, Zhao Fang colluded with evil entities, and the evidence is irrefutable. His crimes are unforgivable. According to the laws of the Great Qin, anyone who colludes with demonic forces against humanity shall be treated as a traitor and face capital punishment. Though the principal offender Zhao Fang has committed suicide out of guilt, the traitors cannot be spared. Therefore, the Zhao family shall be exterminated to serve as an example. With that, Shen Changqing rolled up the decree, his expression grim. Arrest them. At his command, all the officials surged forward. Simultaneously, the faces of all Zhao family members and servants turned ashen. Exterminate the entire clan. Many were so frightened they wept, and some fainted on the spot. Zhao Li's face paled. Sir Shun, colluding with evil entities was solely Zhao Fang's crime. Punishing the entire clan seems excessive. This is the decree of the court. If you have any objections, you may address them to the court, Shen Changqing replied coldly, gesturing. Arrest everyone from the Zhao family. Any who resist shall be killed on the spot. Yes. The officials obeyed, advancing toward the Zhao family. The guards, weapons trembling in hand, faced the encroaching officials, uncertain whether to resist or surrender. Zhao Li stood rooted, his expression fluctuating. He had not anticipated the court's verdict would arrive so swiftly. Just a few days had passed, and the decree had been fully realized. Even more shocking was the court's decision to send a member of the Demon Suppression Division to temporarily fill the magistrate's position. In Zhao Li's mind, the court's verdict would typically coincide with the arrival of a new magistrate, which would take time due to bureaucratic processes and travel delays. At least 10 to 15 days should elapse before any news could arrive. However, as he observed the advancing officials, he realized everything had exceeded his expectations. The prospect of imprisonment meant they would never have a chance for redemption again. Kill. He commanded fiercely, and the guards, along with some martial practitioners from the Zhao family, launched themselves against the attackers. As a prominent family of Linen, the Zhao family was not without skilled fighters. Though they lacked innate martial artists, many possessed considerable strength. To dare resist is to seek death. Shen Changqing's expression hardened as he stepped forward, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Boom! The gust of his palm swept through, forcing many back, while one guard was struck down, collapsing to the ground without a sound. In the blink of an eye, one life was extinguished. With Shen Changqing's current strength, ordinary martial artists were utterly unqualified to withstand his blow. After dispatching one, he continued his assault on another guard. A martial artist of innate strength, he penetrated a throng of opponents of mere body refinement level, slaughtering them with abandon. In mere breaths, 7 or 8 guards and Zhao family members lay dead. Meanwhile, Shen Changqing remained unscathed. This scene utterly stunned everyone. Those who had contemplated resistance were now paralyzed by his ferocity. With another strike, a guard's head was crushed, blood splattering onto several onlookers, inciting terrified screams. Shen Changqing's gaze was icy as he surveyed the crowd. From this moment forth, should a single person act against me, I shall take their life. Should 2 rise against me, I shall slay them both. I shall see how many of you the Zhao family can afford to lose. His chilling words caused the entire Zhao family to tremble. Shen Changqing cast a glance at them before turning to Hong Cheng. Take them all away. Yes. Chapter 40. Execution at noon tomorrow. The ruthlessness of Shen Changqing, the ferocity of Shen Changqing left everyone in a state of shock. Hong Cheng and others easily subdued the Zhao family members, shackling them with iron chains, and led them toward the yamen. Shen Changqing merely stood aside, refraining from further involvement. Among those taken away were both feeble elders and helpless infants, yet throughout it all, his expression remained unyielding. For colluding with malevolent forces, there would be no forgiveness. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon the Zhao family. Shen Changqing shook his head slightly before turning to Hong Cheng, instructing. Once all members of the Zhao family are imprisoned, they shall be executed at noon tomorrow. Additionally, send someone to seize their property. All possessions shall be transferred to the yamen. Understood. The arrest of the Zhao family, numbering over 100, naturally drew a crowd of onlookers. Well done. The Zhao family dared to consort with evil forces. Their downfall was long overdue. Many had previously believed Zhao Feng to be an honorable official, but now they spat in disdain. The thousands who perished in Guyu village deserved retribution, and the spectators applauded the government's actions against the Zhao family. The notoriety of the Zhao family had spread far and wide since their collusion with malevolent entities became public knowledge. Their impending confiscation was viewed as just punishment. In the eyes of the populace, such collusion was utterly intolerable. Alas, the Zhao family is finished, sighed Cui Cheng, clad in sturdy attire and wielding a long sword. As he observed the Zhao family being led away, Cui Cheng had fortuitously arrived in Linen City upon receiving news of Zhao Li's plight. However, he had never harbored intentions of defending the Zhao family. Despite his close ties with Zhao Li, the gravity of the situation transcended mere friendship. Should he intervene and be discovered, it could implicate his own sect, the Guiyuan Sword sect. Sacrificing his sect for a friend was simply out of the question. Unbeknownst to Zhao Li, he believed that after sending his message, Cui Cheng had not arrived in time. Unaware that his friend had already reached Linen City at the moment the Zhao family was besieged. Brother, the Zhao family is somewhat pitiable, is it not? Zhao Yu, with delicate brows furrowed, expressed a twinge of sympathy, perhaps due to their shared surname. Her concern deepened upon seeing the captives, particularly those clutching infants. In response, Cui Cheng turned to his younger sister, his expression turning stern. Sister, it is permissible to voice such sentiments privately, but do not utter them in the presence of others. Such words could bring calamity upon the Guiyuan Sword sect. Seeing Cui Cheng's serious demeanor, Zhao Yu's face revealed her displeasure. Sensing her discontent, Cui Cheng sighed and patiently explained. You must understand, those who collude with malevolent forces have caused untold suffering to our fellow human beings, leading to the deaths of countless innocents. Since that time, the Great Qin has enacted laws mandating that anyone found guilty of such collusion shall be punished to the 9th degree, aimed at deterring others from engaging in similar treachery. While the Zhao family may be innocent, the people of Guyu village bear far greater innocence. If we show leniency toward the Zhao family, others may follow suit. Forging alliances with evil and harming the populace, who will then stand up for the innocent victims? Such words, if scrutinized, could be construed as a disregard for the laws of the Great Qin. At worst, you might find yourself accused of colluding with evil forces. Should that happen, even the Guiyuan Sword sect would be unable to protect you. Cui Cheng's admonition left Zhao Yu pale. I was merely speaking offhandedly. How could that be construed as collusion with evil? Not every matter is as simple as it seems. In the eyes of the malicious, a single utterance can lead to many false accusations, particularly since our sect has many enemies. Therefore, while you may think such thoughts, it is imperative that you refrain from speaking them aloud, and if you must, choose your words and audience wisely. Shui Cheng earnestly cautioned, feeling weary from the troubles his inexperienced sister had inadvertently caused him. Were it not for his considerable strength and the Guiyuan sword sect's reputation in Guangyuan Prefecture, they might have already faced dire consequences. As the two conversed, the Zhao family had been entirely confined within the yamen. The gathered citizens halted in their tracks upon reaching the yamen, awaiting a verdict. Soon after, the chief scribe, Shen Changqing, emerged from the yamen and addressed the crowd, proclaiming in a resounding voice, "At noon tomorrow, the Zhao family will be publicly executed in the eastern part of the city." The announcement of the execution sent waves of astonishment rippling through the gathered masses. If they had merely speculated on the fate of the Zhao family while en route to the yamen, Shen Changqing's declaration was the final verdict. Shui Cheng cast a long glance back before taking Zhao Yu's hand and departing. There was no need for further observation. The fate of the Zhao family was sealed. Initially hesitant to intervene, he now felt even less inclined to act. The Zhao family was destined for annihilation. The news of the Zhao family's imprisonment and the impending execution spread rapidly throughout the city, reaching every ear. Everyone knew that at noon tomorrow, the Zhao family would face execution in the eastern part of the city. This topic became the primary subject of conversation among the majority of the populace. With the harsh laws of the Great Qin, the notion of punishing entire clans for collusion with evil forces remained unyielding. In a nearby inn, one patron voiced his thoughts, raising his cup in a toast. His companion chuckled in response, remarking, "Colluding with malevolent forces, they deserve their fate. Were it not for the laws of the Great Qin, who knows how many would flock to the Eternal Life Alliance? The more they execute, the fewer will dare to consort with evil. Let's forget such matters. Let us drink and witness the execution tomorrow. Indeed, let us drink." The two clinked their cups, reveling in their libations. Meanwhile, within the inner hall, Shen Changqing was diligently reviewing a ledger, reporting various findings. Shen Changqing sat at the head of the table, leisurely sipping tea while attentively listening to every word. "Your Excellency, during the search of the Zhao family estate, we discovered 3,000 taels of gold and 7,000 taels of silver, along with numerous valuable antiques and paintings, with an estimated total value of around 20,000 taels. Chapter 41. Ominous Premonition. 3,000 taels of gold, 7,000 taels of silver, several antique paintings and calligraphy, valued at 20,000 taels. 3,000 taels of gold equates to 30,000 taels of silver. Thus, the total amounts to 57,000 taels," Shen Changqing remarked. Aside from these assets, the Zhao family also possesses several shops and properties in linen, currently estimated to be worth just over 150,000 taels. Combining this with the previous calculations, the total reaches approximately 210,000 taels. 210,000 taels. Shen Changqing inhaled deeply. For an ordinary family, the yearly expenditure barely exceeds 1 or 2 taels of silver. The Zhao family of linen, however, is valued at 210,000 taels, which reveals the extent of Zhao Fang's plunder of the people's wealth. Moreover, the Zhao family in linen is merely one of the main branches. The family has extended its reach across various regions. Upon careful consideration, the total from all branches could very well surpass 500,000 taels. According to the master's orders, the antique paintings and properties will commence liquidation tomorrow, converting them into cash to be deposited into the government treasury, which will then be escorted to the capital along with tax revenues come spring. As he spoke, Shen Changqing handed the ledger to Shen Changqing. "This contains specific records for your review, my lord." Shen Changqing accepted the account book and scrutinized it earnestly. After a considerable time, he concluded, "Let us proceed as such." "Yes," Shen Changqing acknowledged and withdrew. After a simple lunch, Shen Changqing chose not to venture elsewhere, but remained in the government office, dedicating himself to honing his Tianwu Qi. In his chamber, he sat cross-legged and consumed a pulse unblocking pill. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a powerful surge of warmth. With a mere thought, the Tianwu energy rose from his dantian, merging with the warm current, and surged toward a meridian. Boom! Thunderous echoes resonated within his body. What would typically require an entire night to break through was now accomplished with ease. Time passed, and he continued to consume the pulse unblocking pills. When he sought to retrieve another pill, he was suddenly struck by the realization that the porcelain bottle was empty. Gone. Shen Changqing's expression reflected astonishment, quickly giving way to acceptance. A full bottle contained merely 8 pills. Typically, a martial artist consumes a pill only when encountering a bottleneck, relying on diligent practice for the remainder. His method of consuming pills throughout the process was indeed rare. Nonetheless, the complete consumption of the pulse unblocking pills yielded gratifying results. The Tianwu true energy in his dantian had grown significantly. Although it could not yet contend with the pure yang true energy, it was no longer confined and immobile. The two formidable energies subtly hinted at an impending clash. However, the Tianwu true energy remained too feeble to assimilate the pure yang energy at this juncture. Glancing at the status panel, he noted that his Tianwu Qi had leapt from the first layer directly to the third layer. Within merely half a day's effort, he had advanced to a higher tier of martial arts. Indeed, utilizing external aid proved far swifter than solitary cultivation. Upon observing the data on the panel, Shen Changqing inhaled deeply. Were the pulse unblocking pills in unlimited supply, he might have reached the innate realm within a month without relying on the panel. However, this notion was merely a fleeting thought. First and foremost, the extraordinary effects of the pulse unblocking pills rendered them exceedingly precious, and acquiring them was no simple task. Furthermore, even the finest elixirs come with their drawbacks, notably the risk of pill toxicity. While consuming the pulse unblocking pills, Shen Changqing had already sensed a buildup of impurities within his body. Fortunately, these impurities had been refined by the pure yang true energy. Had the impurities been even 1 or 2 times more potent, even the pure yang true energy would have struggled to purify them. Subsequently, acquiring kill points could comprehensively enhance the Tianwu Qi. Slaying a creature on the verge of advancing to the vengeful tier had granted him 15 kill points. This indicated that typical vengeful creatures contributed a maximum of around 10 kill points, possibly even less. At this moment, night had fallen. Shen Changqing had expressly instructed that no one was to disturb him during his cultivation, which explained the absence of any knocks on his door. Upon concluding his practice, he found the surroundings enveloped in darkness. Rising from his bed, he lit the oil lamp in his chamber, dispelling much of the gloom. Yet, inexplicably, as the light shattered the darkness, an uncomfortable sensation arose within him. This feeling instinctively furrowed his brow. He found this sudden wave of unease unsettling, but at that moment, he could not pinpoint its source. It is said that as a martial artist's cultivation deepens, their innate senses become increasingly accurate. Now that he had achieved the innate realm, it was conceivable that he might sense impending misfortune. With this thought, Shen Changqing's vigilance heightened. There was no room for complacency. Although linen appeared stable on the surface, turbulent undercurrents lurked beneath, poised to erupt at any moment. Especially since he had recently detained members of the Zhao family, the commotion had been considerable. Wait, the Zhao family. A change washed over Shen Changqing's expression. Could it be that someone is attempting to stage a jailbreak? With this thought, he swiftly exited his quarters. The full moon hung high, illuminating the night, unlike the usual darkness. Particularly within the government office, most areas were lit by stone lanterns, maintained by the guards at night, contrasting sharply with the pervasive darkness elsewhere. Despite this, his inner turmoil remained unresolved. Is anyone there? Shen Changqing called out. Before long, a guard hurriedly approached. My lord, what are your orders? Are all members of the Zhao family securely confined in the cells? Yes, they were all detained earlier today. Have there been any unusual occurrences in the cells or within the office? None have been detected thus far. Chapter 42. The Ambush, No Anomalies. Shen Changqing furrowed his brow. Could it be that he had misperceived the situation? Contemplating this, he turned to the constable, commanding him to maintain strict vigilance, ensuring that no mistakes occur. Should even a single individual escape, no one would be exempt from blame. The subordinate trembled, hastily bowing his head in compliance. Shen Changqing waved his hand, dismissing him. Watching the constable's retreating figure, the ominous premonition in his heart not only failed to dissipate, but instead grew increasingly intense. Something is amiss. Shen Changqing's brow deepened. He had never experienced such a powerful intuition before. This indicated that something truly troubling might transpire. Standing still, Shen Changqing fell into deep contemplation. Zhao Fang was a member of the Eternal Life Alliance, and now that the Zhao family had been raided and exterminated, it was entirely possible that the Eternal Life Alliance might take some action. Moreover, having slain the malevolent entity in Guyue village and caused the demise of Zhuang Mingyuan, the Eternal Life Alliance, an organization capable of hindering the Great Qin, undoubtedly possessed formidable power, not to mention the sinister forces backing them. From every angle, it was illogical for the Eternal Life Alliance to remain passive. After a prolonged silence, the phrase prison break resurfaced in Shen Changqing's mind. The Eternal Life Alliance was birthed from malevolence, with the intention of sowing discord among humanity. If, at the outset, Others were unaware of Zhao Feng's affiliation with the Eternal Life Alliance. Then, during the Zhao family's downfall, a portion of them would surely come to realize the truth. At this juncture, if the Eternal Life Alliance made no move, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to future developments. Regardless of the circumstances, the Eternal Life Alliance needed to express a stance, one that could attract others to join and assure those within. Thus, the possibility of a prison break occurring before the Zhao family was executed was rather high. Even if the prison break ultimately failed, others would comprehend that when crisis struck, the Eternal Life Alliance would not stand idly by. Consequently, those who had joined the Eternal Life Alliance would undoubtedly feel a stronger sense of belonging to the organization. I shall observe whether you possess the audacity to attempt a prison break before me. Having nearly confirmed his suspicions, Shen Changqing proceeded towards the outer hall. As he approached, he saw Hong Qing. "My lord." Hong Qing initially froze but quickly approached to pay his respects. It was late at night, and he was puzzled as to why Shen Changqing was not resting in the inner hall but had come here instead. "Is there any unusual activity?" Shen Changqing inquired, gazing at the dark passage below, the very entrance to the prison. Due to the prison being located beneath the yamen, one could only descend from here to access it. Of course, one could also dig from other locations to reach the prison, but the noise would be considerable and the difficulty immense. The construction of the prison was not merely of ordinary stone. When the prison was built, the court had anticipated this possibility and implemented corresponding precautions. Shen Changqing had garnered considerable knowledge of this after taking over the yamen. He glanced at the entrance before focusing on Hong Qing. "My lord's meaning is..." Hong Qing's expression grew grave, the implications of the words filling him with foreboding. Shen Changqing stroked the hilt of his blade, a faint smile gracing his face. Though the flame's glow rendered it somewhat sinister. "There may be elements attempting a prison break, yet this matter does not concern you. If malevolent forces were truly to launch a prison break, it would not be a trivial affair." Among the constables, only Hong Qing could be regarded as a martial artist of the refinement stage, yet in Shen Changqing's eyes, his strength seemed pitiably inadequate against malevolent entities. Not even those of the pulse-connecting stage could be guaranteed victory. "My lord, be cautious." Hong Qing inhaled deeply, Shen Changqing's words illuminating his understanding of the situation. Aware that his presence would only hinder, he quickly called for several constables to depart. Soon, at the prison entrance, only Shen Changqing remained. The moonlight illuminated the surroundings, dispelling some darkness, and silence enveloped the scene. Time trickled by, with the sound of the watchman's bell echoing intermittently. Several hours passed without any disturbance. Shen Changqing remained patient. In his view, if malevolent forces were to attempt a prison break, they would be intercepted entirely. However, if they did not come, then all would be well. The wind whispered, rustling the leaves, yet the sounds of insects and birds abruptly ceased. An intangible chill crept in from all directions, sending involuntary shivers down his spine. They have arrived. The malevolent entities, formless and insubstantial, were difficult to pinpoint unless they chose to reveal themselves. However, they emanated a chilling aura that was nearly impossible to conceal upon approach. The current circumstances indicated that malevolent forces were nearby, though their precise location remained a mystery. The howling wind grew louder, and amidst the gusts, the faint sounds of joyous children's laughter emerged, only to be overshadowed by what seemed like cries of anguish and curses. Such anomalies did not sway Shen Changqing's resolve. Before long, the scene around him shifted abruptly. He found himself in a dilapidated temple instead of the yamen. The door frame was askew, and cobwebs adorned every corner. Suddenly, an indistinct shadow plummeted from above, causing Shen Changqing to grip his blade tightly. Upon closer inspection, he realized the shadow was that of a hanged female corpse. Her limbs were stiff, hair disheveled, and her face grotesquely decayed. One eye socket was devoid of its eye, leaving only a hollow darkness, while the other eye, infested with maggots, stared unblinkingly at him. Before Shen Changqing could react, he felt a tightening around his neck as a grass rope descended from the beam, intent on hoisting him up. With a surge of pure yang energy, Shen Changqing grasped the rope, incinerating it with force. At that moment, a wave of icy energy surged from his COR, Chapter 43. Possession. Upon inspecting the panel, the slaughter value had surged from 4 to 6. This increase indicated that the preceding strike had not only dispelled the illusion but had also inflicted some form of injury upon the malevolent entity. This increment substantiated that the slaying of the entity was not the sole method of accruing slaughter value. Causing it harm also sufficed. This notion had been tentatively affirmed within the confines of the Demon Suppression Prison when slaughter value was derived from the remnants of demons. Consequently, The acquisition of slaughter value was not exclusively contingent upon the act of slaying malevolent entities. With his long saber lowered, its tip gently touching the ground, Shen Changqing refrained from any immediate action. The malevolent entity, having already initiated an assault, was unlikely to desist. Judging from their initial confrontation, the entity's power was at most at the U level, and even weaker than the one in Guyu village. Even before his breakthrough, Shen Changqing was confident in his ability to vanquish it. Now, having ascended to the Sentinel realm, he regarded a U-level entity with even less concern. However, Shen Changqing's apprehension did not stem from U-level entities. His concern lay in the possibility of the Eternal Life Alliance dispatching entities of a higher caliber. Frankly, he had only just achieved a breakthrough to the Sentinel realm, while the mutated pure Yang Qi was significantly more effective against malevolent entities. He could not be entirely certain of his ability to confront a powerful Yuan-level entity. The U-level entity had already been wounded by the saber strike and was unlikely to launch another attack soon. As time elapsed, Shen Changqing stood with his saber, his senses heightened to detect any subtle changes in his surroundings. A surge of yin qi emanated from his side. Whoosh! Shen Changqing moved with sudden alacrity, his saber cleaving through the air like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a wave of searing heat. A pallid hand collided with the saber, instantly recoiling in defeat. Ah! A piercing shriek echoed as the entity retreated. Shen Changqing lunged forward, attempting to pinpoint its location, but it vanished too quickly, leaving him grasping at empty air. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. His gaze turned stern as he scrutinized the surrounding environment. The most formidable challenge in confronting malevolent entities lay in their intangible nature. Without identifying the object they had possessed, it was exceedingly difficult to subdue them. Currently, there were only two viable solutions: to either slay it with decisive force the next time it manifested, or to locate the object it had possessed. Aside from these options, there were no other alternatives. Shen Changqing felt a sense of helplessness. Malevolent entities were indeed troublesome. Without identifying a vulnerability, one could only endure passive attacks. At present, numerous objects lay within his field of vision, making it impossible to discern which one the entity had possessed. Furthermore, the object possessed by the entity might not even be within the yamen. It could potentially be outside. Based on Shen Changqing's understanding of malevolent entities, the range of their illusory influence was determined by their power. The illusory range of a U-level entity was typically limited to 1 to 2,000 zhang, while their attack range was confined to within 100 zhang. Consequently, the object possessed by the entity was undoubtedly within 100 zhang. If it were not for the yamen, Shen Changqing would have considered setting the entire place ablaze. Either it's inside the yamen or outside. But it definitely can't be too far away. It's a pity I can't leave now. The entity's attack on the yamen is definitely aimed at the Zhao family. Shen Changqing steeled his resolve. Now, it was a matter of endurance. As long as he remained here, the entity would be unable to successfully break into the prison, provided that no more powerful entities emerged. At this moment, his focus was absolute. He circulated his pure yang qi, distributing it throughout his body, elevating his state to its peak. Shen Changqing waited, anticipating an opportunity for a decisive strike. Before his breakthrough, he lacked the requisite power, but now, with the transformation of his pure yang qi, the situation was entirely different. Given the right moment, he might be able to slay the entity even without locating the object it had possessed. Following their previous exchange, the area fell silent once more. Shen Changqing stood at the entrance to the prison, immovable as an iron tower. Shortly thereafter, his ears twitched, detecting faint sounds. Simultaneously, yin qi surged from his side. However, this time, Shen Changqing remained motionless, allowing the yin qi to approach. Yet, as it neared within 3 qi of his body, the yin qi dissipated as if it had never existed. A probe. Shen Changqing sneered inwardly. After their previous confrontation, the entity had recognized his power and was now hesitant to attack directly, resorting to mere probes. With this attempt thwarted, the area quickly returned to tranquility. In less than a quarter of an hour, a commotion erupted from another part of the yamen, creating a considerable disturbance. Shen Changqing tightened his grip on his saber, his gaze fixed on the distant area where flashes of fire indicated an ongoing battle. A feint to the east to attack the west, or a diversion. He could not be certain. However, he was currently outnumbered and had to choose between remaining here to ensure the prison's security or abandoning the Zhao family to rescue the others. Just then, a figure stumbled toward him in a state of panic. "Sir, something terrible has happened." "What is it?" Shen Changqing asked, his brow furrowing as he observed Hong Cheng, who was staggering toward him. Hong Cheng bore no visible wounds, and his expression was one of panic. However, something about his demeanor seemed subtly off. Wait. Off? A jolt of realization coursed through Shen Changqing. Without hesitation, he slashed his saber toward Hong Qing. The man, who had been feigning panic, now wore a sinister grin. In an instant, he evaded the saber's attack, his calloused hands sprouting sharp claws as he lunged towards Shen Changqing's chest. How dare you? Bang! The sheer force shattered the claws, and the arm was twisted grotesquely by the powerful impact. The figure, now revealed as Hong Qing, recoiled, despite the mangled arm. With its bone fragments piercing through the flesh, his face remained devoid of pain. Instead, his eyes conveyed shock as he stared at Shen Changqing. Sentinel, Yuan-level entity, Shen Changqing uttered, his voice as cold as the depths of winter. The worst-case scenario had materialized. The Eternal Life Alliance had not only dispatched a U-level entity to break into the prison, but had also sent a Yuan-level entity. Yuan-level entities were no longer limited to possessing inanimate objects. They could directly possess living beings, controlling their every action. The Hong Qing before him was in a state of possession. Coupled with the U-level entity, there were now two malevolent entities within the Yamen. Kill. Without further exchange. Shen Changqing lunged forward, attacking Hong Qing with lethal intent. His saber tore through the air, its sound akin to thunder. Chapter 44. The two evil spirits. Hong Qing moved with the swiftness of a phantom. Despite his severely twisted right arm, it did not significantly hinder his actions. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the open space, their figures darting about so rapidly that an ordinary observer could scarcely discern them. A chill mingled with waves of heat filled the air. With a thunderous roar, a long blade sliced through the air, narrowly avoided by Hong Qing, who had momentarily evaded the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Changqing unleashed a powerful blow with his other hand, akin to shattering stone. The iron sand palm. His palm glowed a fiery red, resembling a molten iron brand, and struck Hong Qing's body, instantly releasing a scent of charred flesh. A piercing scream erupted as Hong Qing was sent flying through the air. However, at that moment, a surge of malevolent energy surged from behind, accompanied by an icy sensation and a sharp pain. Even with his mastery of the 13 Guardians' horizontal training at the 15th level, he found his defenses forcibly breached. The innate energy concealed within his flesh erupting to counter the assault. Seizing the moment, Shen Changqing thrust his long knife through his armpit, the heated blade emitting a hissing sound as a fire met ice. Another shrill scream pierced the atmosphere. A disheveled figure, its visage grotesquely decayed, bore an uncanny resemblance to the female corpse he had encountered in the dilapidated temple's illusion. Yet, notably, this creature was missing its left arm, with only its right arm remaining intact. It was evident that this was the very specter that had initially ambushed him but had been met with his retaliation. The ominous creature had emerged. The hierarchy of the specters was stern. Thus, the dismembered ghost undoubtedly served the vengeful spirit that had possessed Hong Qing. From the current circumstances, it was clear that the Eternal Life Alliance had dispatched only these two spirits. One a ghost, the other a vengeful entity. The Alliance indeed held him in high regard. Shen Changqing scoffed coldly. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the ghostly specter. He would strike the easier target first, the injured ghost. As he approached, the female specter seemed to sense the imminent danger, dissipating into wisps of smoke as if she had never been present. In response, he heightened his senses to the maximum. There, he took a decisive step to the left, his long knife slicing through the air, revealing the specter's form in a space that should have been empty. Confronted with Shen Changqing's full-strength strike, the ghost's malevolent energy flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Simultaneously, just as the specter was about to be cleaved, Hong Qing's ghostly form approached, launching an attack from behind Shen Changqing. The vengeful spirit unleashed its malevolence, overwhelming the area with a chilling aura. Yet, instead of fear, Shen Changqing's face twisted into a sinister grin. Just what he had been waiting for. He abruptly withdrew the knife aimed at the specter, shifting his body slightly to the side, and fell backward, colliding forcefully with Hong Qing. The impact was no less potent than a direct assault, causing Hong Qing to stagger backward, his sternum caving in from the unexpected blow. With his strike successful, Shen Changqing twisted his body. The long knife. Other matters need not concern you, commanded Shen Changqing. In response, Shen Changqing nodded. I shall obey your orders. As he withdrew, Shen Changqing settled his thoughts and glanced at his status panel. The defeat of a vengeful level monster surely yielded substantial rewards. The creature from Guyue village, which was not even of the vengeful level, had already granted him 15 points of slaughter value. Thus, the entity possessing Hongqing could only be expected to contribute even more. Indeed, as anticipated, the slaughter value on the panel surged from 6 to an impressive 32 points. Excluding the initial 6 points, the vengeful level monster had directly contributed 26 points of slaughter value. With 32 points of slaughter value, my strength can be significantly enhanced. Shen Changqing nodded in satisfaction, considering it the sole piece of good news from the night. The Eternal Life Alliance had recently dispatched 2 malevolent entities. I managed to defeat one while the other escaped. My strength must have been revealed. And although it is unlikely that the Eternal Life Alliance will act in the short term, unforeseen events could arise. To ensure absolute safety, it is imperative to enhance my strength without delay. Having made his decision, Shen Changqing's focus shifted to the Heavenly Martial Vitality. With a higher tier of Heavenly Martial Vitality, there was no need to improve the Pure Yang skill. With a thought, 4 points of slaughter value were consumed, and the Heavenly Martial Vitality was elevated to the 4th level. At the 4th level, the quality of the true energy in his dantian increased significantly. And while there was some depletion of vitality, it remained within acceptable limits. If I can endure this, then let us continue to elevate it. Instantly, under Shen Changqing's mental influence, the Heavenly Martial Vitality began its steady ascent to the 5th level of Heavenly Martial Vitality. Upon reaching the 6th and 7th levels, a powerful transformation occurred within the Tianwu True Qi in his dantian as it ascended to the 8th level. It seemed to solidify and grow even more formidable. Soon after, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged within him, causing Shen Changqing's complexion to pale. He was no stranger to this sensation. It was the result of rapid advancement leading to a depletion of vital energy. Consequently, the Tianwu Gangqi could temporarily ascend only to the 8th level, with further progress necessitating a period of recovery before the next round of enhancement could commence. Nevertheless, even at this 8th level, the Tianwu Gangqi would enable a martial artist to officially enter the realm of the innate. Chapter 45, The Bloodstained Executioner. The ascent from the 3rd to the 8th level consumed a total of 20 points of slaughter value. Gazing at the remaining 12 points, Shen Changqing refrained from further expenditure. He calmed his mind and summoned the Heavenly Martial True Qi from his dantian, feeling a robust force rise within him. A thin layer of protective energy materialized around his body, extending approximately 1 foot in radius. The Heavenly Martial Qi. Observing the pale white energy shield, Shen Changqing realized that this was the result of his martial arts training transcending the innate level, giving birth to the Heavenly Martial Qi, aptly named for this very reason. The innate realm is divided into internal and external forms of energy. Presently, the Heavenly Martial Qi bears some resemblance to external energy, though its true strength compared to genuine external energy remains uncertain. With a faint smile at the sight of the energy layer, Shen Changqing acknowledged that breaking through to the 8th level marks the transition to the innate realm. Should he achieve perfection thereafter, he would seamlessly enter the domain of external energy. At that juncture, the fusion of external energy with Heavenly Martial Qi would yield an astonishing level of defense. However, at this moment, the Heavenly Martial True Qi clashed with the Pure Yang True Qi, each refusing to yield. The tremor caused Shen Changqing's smile to fade. He had overlooked the fact that different types of true energy, upon reaching the same tier, would engender an incompatible conflict. Recollecting himself, Shen Changqing endeavored to harmonize the 2 forms of true energy, managing to suppress the discord for the time being. As long as he refrained from excessive use of true energy, no significant issues would arise, he pondered. Raising his gaze towards the sky, he noted that dawn was approaching. The horizon tinged with light. Not all of the guards remained stationed at the precinct. They were rotated daily. It was precisely for this reason that the guards had not suffered total annihilation the previous night. Yes. Though confused, Shi Sheng responded with respect. Subsequently, Shen Changqing addressed all the guards. Some of you must remain here. It is imperative that no errors occur. The rest shall attend to the bodies within the precinct. We shall obey. The guards felt trepidation upon seeing Hongqing's corpse, yet they accepted their orders without hesitation. After giving instructions, within half an hour, Shi Sheng had everything delivered. Numerous replenishing foods filled the table to the brim. With no one around, Shen Changqing felt free to indulge. Grabbing the food and beginning to eat heartily, his energy reserves were depleted, and replenishment was necessary. Soon, he had consumed more than half of the spread before him. Once he settled his mind, he initiated the next round of enhancement. This time, however, his focus shifted from Heavenly Martial Qi to the 13 Guardians' horizontal training. The 15th level of this practice could directly provide the vitality necessary for ascending to the innate realm, although its efficacy for further advancements beyond that seemed insufficient. If he did not bolster his foundational vitality and continued to elevate the heavenly martial qi, Shen Changqing harbored concerns. He feared that he might be drained of energy before he could replenish it. Resolving to act, he reduced his slaughter value from 12 to 7, and the 13 Guardians' horizontal training ascended directly to the 16th level. In an instant, his bones resonated, and a surge of vitality erupted from within him. The injuries on his back suddenly itched, and upon touching it, he observed scabs falling away. Thus concluded the elevation of the 13 Guardians' horizontal training. Simultaneously, a slight feeling of hunger washed over him, causing Shen Changqing's expression to tighten. Hunger? Was there a consumption associated with the enhancement of the 13 Guardians' horizontal training? He had always believed that horizontal training differed from internal cultivation, incurring no substantial costs, as previous improvements had shown minimal depletion. Yet, the current surge of hunger indicated otherwise. The previous enhancements had indeed consumed energy, albeit at a lower rate, which he had overlooked due to his lack of attention. Now, the leap from the 15th to the 16th level represented a significant transformation, naturally leading to increased consumption. Not to mention, the slaughter value had escalated from a mere 3 points to 5 points, clearly indicating the rise in cost. Fortunately, the food on the table remained uneaten, and those replenishing items would suffice to quell his hunger. Swiftly, Shen Changqing consumed the remaining half of the spread, and the sensation of hunger dissipated. Observing his status panel, he prepared for the next round of enhancement. 4 points of slaughter value were consumed, propelling the heavenly martial qi from the 8th level directly to the 9th. A powerful suction arose from his dantian, rapidly depleting his energy reserves. Externally, one could clearly see Shen Changqing's pallid complexion. Without hesitation, he hastily devoured the remaining food on the table, converting it into energy to replenish the drained resources. Finally, he managed to recover some of his vitality. With a sigh of relief, he glanced at the remaining 3 points of slaughter value, realizing he could not utilize them further. At present, even the least demanding enhancements required 4 points, rendering the remaining 3 insufficient for any meaningful application. The 9th level of heavenly martial qi had completely surpassed the 11th level of pure yang qi. This advancement allowed him to begin absorbing pure yang true qi. Seating himself cross-legged on the bed, Shen Changqing understood the gravity of the conflict between the energies. It must be resolved immediately. The 8th level of heavenly martial qi was merely comparable to pure yang true qi and could not absorb it, but the 9th level posed no such challenges. Calming himself, Shen Changqing directed the heavenly martial qi towards the pure yang true qi. Typically, while the heavenly martial qi was stronger than the pure yang true qi, completely absorbing it was no simple feat yet. With Shen Changqing as the principal force, the pure yang true qi was swiftly overwhelmed. Initially, the pure yang true qi could barely resist, but as the heavenly martial qi continued to refine and grow, the rate of absorption accelerated significantly. Within a span of 2 hours, the pure yang true qi was entirely consumed. Consequently, the heavenly martial true qi had become exceedingly potent. Under Shen Changqing's control, it surged towards other meridians within his body. Boom! The roaring true energy surged like a mighty river, the sound of crashing waves echoing relentlessly. As the heavenly martial qi broke through, the temperature within the room rose sharply. Uncertain of how much time passed, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. Shen Changqing halted his practice abruptly. Who is it? Sir, noon approaches. The Zhao family is to be executed in East City today, and your presence is required to oversee the beheading. Shen Changqing's voice resonated from outside. Overseeing the execution? Shen Changqing recalled this task. Under name, Shen Changqing Faction. Qin Demon Suppression Division Identity. Yellow rank Demon Slayer Martial Arts. 13 Guardians Horizontal Training. Level 16. Cannot be enhanced. Heavenly Martial True Qi. Level 11. Cannot be enhanced. 7 Kills Blade Technique. Level 2. Iron Sand Palm. Level 2. Kill Count. 3. The inscription of Pure Yang Technique has completely vanished from the panel. Although Shen Changqing retains the memories of the Pure Yang Technique within his mind, he is unable to display it on the panel. With the Pure Yang True Qi devoured, does this mean the Pure Yang Technique is permanently consumed? No, the existence of my memory of the Pure Yang Technique signifies that I can still reconstruct it. However, the absence of its display on the panel indicates that it can no longer be enhanced through kill points. Gazing at the attributes on the panel, Shen Changqing has come to a deeper understanding of this extraordinary ability. A martial art can only appear on the panel once. Once a martial art is discarded, It will no longer manifest on the panel. One can cultivate according to memory, yet there is no possible shortcut to reclaim it. Shen Changqing finds himself able to accept this. Although the pure yang technique is lost, the innate level of pure yang true qi has nurtured the heavenly martial true qi, elevating it from level 9 directly to level 11. At level 11, the heavenly martial true qi is nearing perfection. Once it reaches level 12, he will completely transcend into the outer qi realm. Moreover, the pure yang technique has not entirely disappeared. Shen Changqing extends a hand, unleashing his true qi, causing his palm to glow a fiery red, akin to a heated iron brand. The devouring of pure yang true qi has imparted its attributes onto the heavenly martial true qi. The intense warmth serves as the finest testament to this transformation. Such an unexpected gain is a delightful surprise. The greatest advantage of pure yang true qi lies in its ability to restrain demonic forces. Now that this advantage has been integrated with the heavenly martial true qi, it possesses a formidable counteractive effect against evil entities. Thus, sacrificing the pure yang true qi has proven to be a significant boon. A smile graces Shen Changqing's face. Compared to before, his strength has seen considerable enhancement. Rising from the bed, he retrieves the official attire bestowed by Shen Changqing and dons it. Standing before the mirror, he gazes at his reflection adorned with a black cap, exuding an air of valor. While he may appear dignified in his official garb, he is acutely aware that even clad in such attire, he might not be a righteous figure but rather a blood-stained executioner. Chapter 46, Collusion with Evil. No Mercy, Part 3. The city of Linen today buzzed with an unusual fervor, far more vibrant than usual, for it marked the day of the Zhao family's execution. The Zhao clan, a prominent and esteemed family in Linen, had thrived under the leadership of Zhao Feng for 2 decades, reaping substantial benefits and rapidly expanding their influence. In the eyes of the common folk, the Zhao family was akin to the heavens. However, the tides had turned. The Zhao family faced confiscation of assets and extermination, their former grandeur now a distant memory, as the officers led the Zhao family members to the execution ground in prisoner carts. A wave of curiosity swept through the gathered crowd. Among those present were some individuals from the martial world, silently observing the proceedings. The newly appointed county magistrate is no simple figure, sighed Shui Cheng. Jiao Yu, standing beside him, furrowed her brow in confusion. Why do you say that, senior brother? Last night's commotion was significant. The authorities have paraded several corpses today, indicating that many have perished. If I am not mistaken, the assailants who attacked the magistrate's office last night were likely strong members of the Eternal Life Alliance. Zhao Feng was affiliated with them. And now that the Zhao family faces annihilation, the alliance would not remain idle. Had the Eternal Life Alliance succeeded last night, there would undoubtedly be no Zhao family members facing execution today. Cui Qing maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the prisoner carts bearing the Zhao family members. The strength capable of obliterating an entire village of evil beings likely resided in the latter stages of the Meridian realm. Yet, even such formidable power had faltered against that individual. The Eternal Life Alliance, while backed by malevolent entities, was currently helmed by a cunning individual. They were not fools. If a being comparable to the latter stages of the Meridian realm had been vanquished, any reinforcements dispatched would surely be at least at the peak of the Meridian realm, if not at the innate level. Even so, they had failed to rescue their comrades. This county magistrate is far more formidable than he appears, Cui Qing mused. From various clues, he deduced much more. Were he one of the evil beings from the Eternal Life Alliance, upon discerning Shen Changqing's prowess, he would never dispatch weaker individuals to their doom. Thus, Shen Changqing's strength was evident. Zhao Yu's gaze fell upon Shen Changqing, who led the procession on horseback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Does your meaning imply that this Master Shen is likely an innate expert? Even if he were not at that level, he would undoubtedly be close. She had assumed that the Demon Suppression Division, besieged by various evil beings, would not deploy many experts to such a minor locale as Linen. Now, it seemed she had misjudged the depth of the Demon Suppression Division's resources, which far surpassed those of any martial sect. Cui Qing's expression grew contemplative. In his own sect, the Guiyuan Sword sect, the most powerful practitioner was merely at the innate level, despite his own advancement to the latter stages of the Meridian realm. Breaking through to the innate level would require considerable time and favorable circumstances. In the martial world, the number of practitioners at the Meridian level was substantial. Yet the ranks of innate experts dwindled significantly. Each innate expert held considerable status within the martial realm. Thus, upon realizing Shen Changqing's potential as an innate expert, Cui Qing's internal vigilance heightened considerably. Understanding dawned upon Zhao Yu as she nodded, her gaze shifting to Shen Changqing's silhouette, now imbued with a newfound complexity. At the execution ground, a sunshade had been erected, under which Shen Changqing sat, with Si Qingxing standing attentively beside him. The convoy of prisoner carts had halted beside the execution site. Over 20 carts, each crammed with 6 or 7 individuals, had been assembled. The authorities had no choice but to squeeze them together due to the limited number of prisoner carts. "Bring them down," Shen Changqing commanded with a wave of his hand. At his instruction, the officers swiftly opened several carts, forcibly dragging the prisoners out. Some wailed and resisted, while others, numbed by despair, allowed themselves to be pulled away. Standing on the execution ground, Zhao Li, shackled and burdened with despair, caught a glimpse of Cui Cheng in the crowd, hope igniting within him. Yet, as he sensed Cui Cheng deliberately avoiding his gaze, that fleeting hope vanished without a trace. Casting a glance at the position of the carts, Zhao Li turned toward the shade where Shen Changqing sat. "Master Shen, the Zhao family acknowledges our grave sins and has no objections to the court's judgment. Yet, some of our kin are innocent. Might you consider granting them clemency and sparing their lives?" With that, Zhao Li knelt without hesitation. Shen Changqing's expression remained impassive. "This official acts according to the law. The court's decree states that all related families must be implicated, and thus, they shall be. Today's executions will not be limited to those present. Branches of the Zhao family across various locales will meet the same fate. Know this, collusion with evil is unforgivable. Blame Zhao Feng for consorting with malevolent entities and betraying humanity. Blame them for being Zhao family members." "Master." Zhao Li's face turned anxious as he sought further words. Shen Changqing abruptly cut him off with a wave of his hand. "No more delays. It is noon. Proceed with the execution." With the command given, officers lunged forward to restrain Zhao Li, who struggled against their grip, while the executioner, already prepared, sprayed wine upon the gleaming blade before bringing it down with finality. With a swift motion, the blade severed, and the gruesome scene elicited gasps of horror from the onlookers, leaving the Zhao family members pallid with dread. "Father!" Zhao Minji cried out in anguish, unable to fathom how the once mighty Zhao family now found themselves subjected to execution. As Zhao Li fell lifeless, Zhao Minji instinctively attempted to rush forward, but before he could take a step, officers on either side restrained him, forcing him to kneel. "Execute again." Shen Changqing commanded coldly. "Brother, what connection do we, the Tian Dao sect, have with the acquisition of demonic essence? Could it be that the court intends to intervene?" Standing aside, Xiaochu wore an expression of confusion. Whether the court intervenes or not, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this esteemed Lord Shen may harbor thoughts regarding the demonic essence. Last night, the formidable members of the Eternal Life Alliance merely stirred some commotion within the Yamen, yet this individual possesses unfathomable strength. As the saying goes, to know oneself and one's adversary is to secure victory in every battle. Thus, it is prudent to gather more information. Xiaobo gently shook his head and patiently elaborated. In his mind's eye, the confrontation at the Yamen last night should have resulted in the Eternal Life Alliance annihilating all Yamen personnel. After all, having failed once, they would certainly come prepared for a second attempt. Yet, even so, the Eternal Life Alliance still faltered. Although some Yamen personnel met their demise, the execution of the Zhao family members speaks volumes. At the execution ground, members of the Zhao family were systematically beheaded. Among them were both direct descendants and servants of the Zhao family, and regardless of their pleas, they were unable to escape the fate of losing their heads. Shen Changqing silently observed it all, and in his eyes, no member of the Zhao family was innocent. Those servants and guards had signed contracts of servitude, and in principle, they were as much a part of the Zhao family. When the Zhao family was in its prime, they served loyally and reaped numerous benefits. Now that the family has fallen, they must inevitably bear the consequences of their actions. As time passed, one by one, Zhao family members were escorted to the execution ground for beheading, with only a handful of executioners present. Ensuring that each stroke resulted in a severed head was no small feat, demanding considerable physical exertion. Consequently, some executioners required brief respites. Nearly 2 hours later, all Zhao family members had been executed. A mountain of corpses lay heaped together, a sight both harrowing and grotesque. The blood that drenched the execution ground rendered it akin to a sea of gore. "Reporting to you, my lord. All 187 members of the Zhao family have been executed. We seek your guidance on what to do next." Shi Qingxing reported in a hushed tone, his face appearing ashen upon closer inspection. Shen Changqing slightly nodded, rising from his seat to step outside the awning, gazing at the pile of corpses. The Zhao family colluded with demonic forces and betrayed humanity. According to the laws of the Great Qin, they have been publicly executed. Henceforth, convey my orders to incinerate all the Zhao family corpses, leaving no remains. Simultaneously, may this serve as a warning to others. Anyone who colludes with demonic entities and betrays humanity shall face the consequences, with no leniency afforded. Chapter 47. Anger, 4th update. Punish the entire clan without mercy. Although Shen Changqing's words were not heavy, their impact, combined with the gruesome scene of corpses and rivers of blood before him, resonated more profoundly than any stern admonition. In no time, the guards began their grim task of loading the bodies of the Zhao family onto prepared carts, transporting them out of the city for cremation. Meanwhile, upon encountering Situbei, Shen wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Last night, the Eternal Life Alliance dispatched 2 monstrous entities to attack the Yamen. Such actions do not occur without reason. There must be a stronghold of the Eternal Life Alliance in Linen City. While I can overlook your negligence this time, I demand that the Heavenly Inspection Guard locate this stronghold within 2 days. Should they fail, I will call for a complete change of personnel in the Linen Heavenly Inspection Guard. Shen's expression was as cold as ice, devoid of the usual cordiality. Understood. Situbei felt a chill run down his spine at the intensity of Shen's demeanor. The news of the Yamen's battle had reached the Heavenly Inspection Guard, but their primary focus on intelligence gathering rendered them inadequate in actual combat, which was why he had refrained from sending reinforcements. Now, with Shen personally confronting him, he could only acquiesce. It was evident that the events of the previous night had incited Shen's wrath. As for the monstrous entity that initially ambushed the village, if we have yet to receive any news about it, I must question the capability of the Heavenly Inspection Guard, suppressing the anger from being ambushed the night prior. Shen shifted the topic. Throughout the conversation, his tone remained unwaveringly stern. This time, Shen truly came with the intent to demand accountability. The audacity of the monsters attacking the Yamen without any forewarning was unacceptable. He could not discern whether the Heavenly Inspection Guard was wholly incompetent or if Situbei had grown too complacent. Should he receive no satisfactory response, Shen would not hesitate to disregard their previously established rapport. News has emerged. Situbei interjected. I suspect that one of the 2 monsters that attacked the Yamen last night is the same entity that decimated the village. After all, Linen City is a relatively small place. While the essence of demons and monsters is important, it holds limited allure for formidable entities. The Eternal Life Alliance has already deployed 3 monstrous beings in this area. Pausing for a moment, Situbei continued, might I inquire, did the 2 monsters manage to escape? One was killed, and the other fled. Situbei inhaled sharply, recognizing that Shen Changqing's prowess had risen significantly in his estimation. The death of one monstrous entity would undoubtedly alter the Eternal Life Alliance's perception of Shen's strength, with the Demon Suppression Division currently restrained by these entities. The monsters were similarly hindered in their capabilities. In my view, the monsters in the vicinity of Linen City will not muster excessive forces. That would be ideal, Shen replied, his icy demeanor thawing slightly, though his expression remained grave. As the eyes and ears of the Demon Suppression Division, the Heavenly Inspection Guard should not exhibit such glaring oversights. Brother Situ, it is time for you to awaken to this reality. If such issues persist, do not be surprised if, one day, it is your head that rolls on the execution platform. Your admonitions are well taken, my lord. Situbei nodded earnestly, his heart heavy with the weight of Shen's words. He understood that Shen's statements were not mere threats. Despite the seemingly passive role of the Heavenly Inspection Guard, the responsibilities they bore were far from light. Should critical intelligence falter and result in significant losses for the Demon Suppression Division, it was not unfathomable for dire consequences to follow. Let us not dwell further on this matter. I trust you comprehend the gravity, Brother Situ. Now, do we have any concrete intelligence regarding the emergence of the essence of demons and monsters? It is said to manifest within the Linen City area. Yet the city is neither too vast nor too small. We must identify a precise location. Moreover, the timing of its emergence is crucial to our defense of Linen City. My encounter with that resentful-level specter last night has made it abundantly clear that, despite my breakthrough to innate level, I cannot recklessly sweep through Linen. It was merely the weakness of the other monster that allowed me to prevail. Otherwise, I would have had no confidence against the combined might of 2 resentful-level specters. Thus, Shen's hope was for the essence of demons and monsters to surface sooner rather than later. As a minor innate-level practitioner, he was ill-suited to remain in this precarious situation. In response, Situbei deliberated briefly before stating, according to our intelligence, the essence of demons and monsters is expected to emerge within a month. As for the potential locations, we cannot be entirely certain. The powerful being that vanquished the monsters sustained grave injuries and passed away shortly thereafter. Presently, the Heavenly Inspection Guard has identified several suspicious sites, with the most likely one being the mass grave to the east of the city, which was once a battleground, while the others are in close proximity. Very well. Inform me immediately upon receiving any news. Shen Changqing rose to depart, not lingering at the Yongfu pawn shop for long. As the magistrate of Linen City, he need not engage in any pressing affairs, yet remaining at the yamen was still of utmost necessity. Upon returning to the yamen, it was already evening. Shen Changqing settled into his inner chamber, where a meal had been prepared in advance. After satisfying his hunger, Shen Changqing reported the events of the day. According to your orders, all the bodies of the Zhao family have been cremated. Good, Shen acknowledged, then inquired, how many personnel remain at the yamen? Currently, only 11 guards are left. Shen Changqing replied. Originally, we had about 20, but last night a number were slain by the monsters, reducing our ranks by nearly half. The remaining 11 comprise our available strength. 11. Shen shook his head. Such a meager number for such a large yamen. Make arrangements to issue a public announcement to recruit additional guards and bolster our strength. Furthermore, with Hongqing deceased, who among the remaining guards possesses the highest seniority? The most senior guard is likely Zhang Yu, Shen Changqing replied. You should summon him to see me tomorrow. Very well. Shen Changqing nodded, discreetly excusing himself. As Shen rose, he reflected on his progress. He had reached the 11th level of celestial martial energy, yet the 12th level still eluded him. Cultivating diligently would indeed save him considerable effort. In these tumultuous times, while there was no shortage of monsters, the risks were equally immense. Recklessly attempting to slay a monster was far from a simple endeavor. A night passed without incident. The following day, Shen Changqing arose early, consuming the first wisp of purple energy from the heavens. Though his pure yang technique had been entirely rendered ineffective, the celestial purple energy still held the potential to enhance his power. While the effects of this energy were not as potent as that of the pure yang technique, any increment would be beneficial. After a brief wash and breakfast, he reviewed the day's reports, which contained various matters pertaining to his jurisdiction, some significant, others trivial. As the acting magistrate, he felt it necessary to peruse them, leaving the final decisions to Shen Changqing. At that moment, a stout, solemn-faced middle-aged guard entered, sword slung at his side. Zhang Yu reporting to your grace. Upon seeing Shen Changqing, he bowed respectfully, his voice resonating with conviction. Please, no formalities. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Yu straightened up, his gaze fixed ahead. He was robustly built, with a vitality that suggested he had entered the realm of body refinement. While his strength may not have surpassed that of the deceased Hongqing by much, his youth was an undeniable advantage. The realm of body refinement differs from others. After a brief assessment, he recalled what Shen Changqing had mentioned. Are you the most senior officer in the yamen at present? Indeed, my lord. Very well, Shen Changqing nodded. Last night, a malevolent creature assaulted the yamen, as you are surely aware. Captain Hongqing lost his life to this fiend, with many officers now leaderless. I appoint you as the new captain. Thank you for your recognition, my lord. I shall not fail in my duties. Shen Changqing waved his hand. You may leave. From today onward, all officers in the yamen shall heed your command. Ensure the safety of the yamen, and report any unusual occurrences promptly. I understand. Zhang Yu replied with a nod, then bowed and withdrew. As he exited, Shen Changqing entered from outside. My lord, there are visitors seeking an audience. Chapter 48. What I desire is beyond your reach. Inside the government office, two individuals entered under the guidance of Shen Changqing, proceeding without distinction. Cui Qing and Zhao Yu of the Guiyuan sword sect. Pay respects to Lord Shen. Upon sighting Shen Changqing, both bowed in greeting. Please, take a seat, Shen replied. Thank you, my lord. They expressed their gratitude and seated themselves at the lower end of the table. As they settled, Shen Changqing scrutinized the two newcomers. The Guiyuan sword sect was a name he had heard little about, only knowing from Sidu Bei that it was a martial sect in Guangyuan Prefecture. Although it lacked a master-level powerhouse, its influence was not to be underestimated. Upon observing them, Shen Changqing discerned little, for although he was an innate martial artist, without engaging in combat, he found it challenging to gauge their capabilities. However, according to the information provided by the Tianxia Guard, both Cui Qing and Zhao Yu were late-stage channeling warriors. At this moment, a constable served tea. Upon recently arriving in Linen City, I heard of Lord Shen's exploits in vanquishing evil spirits, which filled me with admiration. I came here today to witness your esteemed presence. Cui Qing stated with a slight smile. Having met Lord Shen today, I now understand that the rumors hold truth, he added. However, Cui Cheng's smile faltered slightly. He had not anticipated Shen Changqing's abrupt dismissal of pleasantries. The unexpected turn left him somewhat taken aback. Yet, being seasoned, Cui Cheng maintained his composure despite Shen's unorthodox approach. Lord Shen speaks plainly. Thus, I shall not beat around the bush, Cui Cheng stated, maintaining a steady demeanor. I have heard that you hail from the Demon Suppression Division. Surely you have heard the whispers about the impending emergence of demon blood? I have heard some rumors, Shen Changqing nodded, already suspecting that Cui Cheng's intentions were not simple. Cui Cheng continued. The impending emergence of demon blood has drawn representatives from various factions. To speak candidly, that is our purpose here. The demon blood has lingered in the Linen area for centuries. If the Demon Suppression Division truly desired it, there would have been ample opportunities to act. Yet to this day, the division has remained unusually silent, seemingly indifferent to the blood. Understandably, given the division's vast resources, it may overlook such a commodity. However, we smaller sects yearn for it greatly. Pausing, Cui Cheng's gaze grew fervent. But what does Lord Shen think of the demon blood? Are you concerned that I might seize it? Shen Changqing retorted casually. Cui Cheng nodded frankly. Indeed. If you were to pursue it, what would happen? And if you chose not to, what then? Shen Changqing spoke unhurriedly, observing the subtle shifts in Cui Cheng's expression. Upon hearing this, Cui Cheng clasped his hands. Should you pursue it, the Guiyuan Sword Sect is willing to offer some price to ensure your non-interference. However, if you are determined to seize it, the Guiyuan Sword Sect will withdraw entirely. Yet, we are not the only faction vying for the blood. Even if we withdraw, others may not be so accommodating. Conversely, if you choose not to pursue it, that would be splendid, and if possible, the Guiyuan Sword Sect would be willing to provide certain benefits in exchange for your assistance. Cui Cheng spoke earnestly. There was little choice. The individual before him was not merely a county official, but a figure from the Demon Suppression Division. Although the Guiyuan Sword Sect was substantial, it paled in comparison to the might of the division. Offending such an entity would be ill-advised. Moreover, Cui Cheng believed that Shen Changqing likely regarded the demon blood with indifference, given the division's history of slaying numerous evil spirits. What was a treasure to others could be seen as trifling by the division. Cui Cheng's forthrightness brought a tinge of embarrassment to his face. Had anyone else belittled the Guiyuan Sword Sect, he might have reacted with anger. Yet, when such words came from a member of the Demon Suppression Division, he found himself unable to retort. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu remained hesitant to interject. Not only was she concerned about the disparagement of the Guiyuan Sword Sect, but she also feared that should negotiations falter, Shen Changqing might turn against her. Ignoring Cui Cheng's discomfort, Shen Changqing continued. My duty is merely to maintain order in Linen City. As long as you do not disrupt its peace, you may contend for the demon blood as you wish. Likewise, should evil spirits wreak havoc within the city, as citizens of the Great Qin, you are obliged to assist to the best of your abilities. Indeed, Lord Shen speaks wisely. Cui Cheng hastily concurred. Whether it be the Guiyuan Sword Sect or the Qi Yue Sect, we must remember we are all Qin people. After concluding his statement, Shen Changqing lifted his teacup, signaling the end of the meeting. Seeing this, Cui Cheng felt compelled to take his leave, standing and bowing, my lord. We shall take our leave now. With that, the two departed from the office. Watching their retreating figures, Shen Changqing smiled faintly. The purpose behind the Guiyuan Sword Sect's visit was to gauge whether he harbored intentions of contending for the demon blood, indicating that he had garnered significant standing in the eyes of these factions. This was due, in part, to his association with the Demon Suppression Division, and also related to the recent events within the office. In these chaotic times, with evil spirits rampant, how could one expect to quell such disturbances while merely tending to their own domain? Shen Changqing shook his head. The recent ambush by the Eternal Life Alliance's evil spirits revealed the stance of these martial sects. They preferred to avoid confrontation with evil rather than engage. Such caution was understandable, for the threat posed by malevolent beings was grave. However, to passively witness the turmoil wrought by these spirits while remaining within the confines of safety was less justifiable. The martial sects had thrived on the support of the populace. Yet, to receive such sustenance without reciprocating aid in times of need rendered them akin to parasites. One could only hope they would recognize their duty. Shen Changqing recalled various cases he had encountered previously. In fact, aside from essential texts, the library contained numerous records of evil spirits and martial sect encounters. It detailed instances where a sect, sustained by the people's support, chose to isolate itself during a crisis, allowing countless innocents to be slaughtered. In the aftermath, the Demon Suppression Division dispatched powerful warriors to eradicate the sect, resulting in the execution of over 1,000 members. This incident sent ripples of apprehension throughout the martial community. Yet, there remains an inability to completely deter those sects of the martial world. Often, certain factions merely observe as malevolent forces wreak havoc. Some may face the punitive measures of the Demon Suppression Division, while others cleverly find suitable pretexts to evade severe retribution. Regardless, after witnessing numerous cases, Shen Changqing harbors no fondness for these martial sections. Following the visit from Cui Cheng, in the subsequent days, various other factions made their appearances, all without exception attempting to gauge whether Shen Changqing or the Demon Suppression Division harbored intentions of seizing the blood of demons. Once it was confirmed that neither Shen Changqing nor the division held such aspirations, they departed with peace of mind. Thus, the city of Linen regained its former tranquility. In the ensuing days, apart from necessary social engagements, Shen Changqing devoted himself to the serene practice of Tianwu Gongqi. The cultivation of Tianwu Gongqi had reached the 11th level, touching upon the realm of external Gongqi. The deeper he practiced, the more he sensed a subtle transformation occurring within the thin layer of Gongqi in his body, accompanied by a slight itchiness throughout. However, advancing to the realm of external Gongqi solely through his innate talent proved to be no simple task. After several days of diligent practice, aside from realizing a slight enhancement in his control over Tianwu Gongqi, there were no other significant changes. As for breaking through, there was not a hint of progress. The transition from the 11th to the 12th level posed an extraordinary challenge. The innate realm is divided into internal and external Gongqi. Once one cultivates external Gongqi, both defensive and offensive capabilities experience substantial enhancement, incomparable to the internal realm. If relying solely on himself, it may take Shen Changqing a year or more to achieve a breakthrough into external Gongqi. Unless he were to obtain nourishment from malevolent entities, he might find an opportunity to hasten his advancement. Chapter 49, Stronghold of the Everlasting Alliance. Additional update for Lord Zhuangshu. After concluding his meditation, Shen Changqing approached from outside. "My lord, there is someone at the door delivering a letter specifically for your eyes." "My letter?" Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow, taking the envelope and gesturing for Shen Changqing to withdraw. He opened the envelope to reveal a blank sheet of white paper, devoid of any markings. Intrigued, Shen Changqing rose, retrieved a bottle of white wine, and mixed it with tea, carefully applying the mixture to the white paper. He then stepped outside, holding the paper to the sunlight. Within moments, black text began to emerge on the once blank page. Indeed, a smile spread across Shen Changqing's face. Upon receiving the paper, he recalled the secret missive from the Heavenly Inspectorate and, using his memory, deciphered the concealed message. As expected, the contents of the missive revealed themselves on the paper. Returning to the inner hall, Shen Changqing scrutinized the missive's contents before using his vital energy to incinerate it completely. The letter had been sent by the Heavenly Inspectorate. He had not visited the Yongfu pawn shop in several days, and the personnel there could not conveniently come to the office. Thus, they had transmitted their findings through this secret missive. The contents of the missive detailed the location of the Everlasting Alliance's stronghold in Linen City, along with some specific intelligence. The Zhang family. Shen Changqing's fingers moved lightly, and a coldness flickered in his eyes. The Zhang family was a relatively prestigious clan in Linen City. The previous county magistrate had hailed from their ranks before Zhao Feng ascended to the position. However, since the Zhao family emerged, the Zhang family had become considerably more discreet. According to the intelligence from the Heavenly Inspectorate, the Zhang family served as the Everlasting Alliance's stronghold in Linen City. Moreover, there had been frequent reports of missing persons in Linen City over the past couple of years, and investigations by the Heavenly Inspectorate ultimately pointed to the Zhang family. Numerous individuals had disappeared without a trace, clearly suppressed by Zhao Feng, with no signs of malevolent entities, leading the Heavenly Inspectorate to refrain from further inquiries. Years of stability had bred complacency within the local Heavenly Inspectorate. Had they not pursued the matter diligently, they would not have uncovered the Zhang family's issues. The Heavenly Inspectorate was widespread across the Great Qin, with some areas plagued by malevolent entities, while others remained peaceful, or if disturbances occurred, they were minor and did not significantly impact the populace. This disparity led to a phenomenon of polarization. In more dangerous locales, the Heavenly Inspectorate would rotate frequently, maintaining a heightened vigilance. Conversely, in safer areas, their long-term presence fostered a sense of lethargy. Shen Changqing, as merely a lowly yellow-rank exorcist, could not intervene extensively. Fortunately, this time, Sidu Bei had provided him with the desired information. According to the Heavenly Inspectorate's intelligence, the Zhang family's issues had begun about a decade ago. Their existence served two purposes: to act as the Everlasting Alliance's eyes and ears, and to covertly cultivate malevolent entities. Furthermore, the letter even suggested suspicions that the malevolent entity from Guyue village was nurtured by the Zhang family. If the malevolent entity from Guyue village was indeed a product of the Zhang family's cultivation, then the entity that had previously ambushed the office and escaped was likely hiding within the Zhang family's domain, possibly indicating that the Zhang family harbored more than just a single malevolent entity. However, the more malevolent entities there were, the better. A mere Zhang family should pose no significant threat. The vengeful entity from that night was likely dispatched directly by the Everlasting Alliance. Combining the information from the Heavenly Inspectorate, Shen Changqing could roughly gauge the Zhang family's strength. While he understood that the Zhang family was a stronghold for the Everlasting Alliance, he could not recklessly confront them without knowledge of their capabilities. In comparison to his own strength, Shen Changqing felt capable of dealing with a single vengeful entity. But two would be a different story altogether. Moreover, if a single vengeful entity were strong enough to ascend to the level of a malevolent specter, he would retreat at once. "Bring him in." "My lord, what are your orders?" A constable stationed outside the inner hall promptly entered. "Summon Zhang Yu to see me." "Yes." A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Yu entered, bowing respectfully. "I greet you, my lord. Based on the information above, gather all those individuals and inform them that I have matters of great importance to discuss." Shen Changqing handed over a piece of paper. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yu accepted it with both hands, examining the information carefully before clasping his fists. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall attend to it at once." "Go ahead." Shen Changqing waved his hand, and Zhang Yu withdrew. The contents of the paper detailed the specific addresses of various factions, including the Guiyuan sword sect, residing in Linen City. They could not possibly be sleeping on the streets, so Shen Changqing had already pinpointed the locations of each faction through the Heavenly Inspectorate. In less than an hour, Cui Cheng and others began to arrive one after another. A total of 10 individuals from 5 factions gathered in the inner hall. While they all hailed from the same Guanyuan prefecture, it did not mean they were particularly close. In fact, many factions experienced friction, so when they met, they observed each other with a wary demeanor, sitting silently. Before long, Shen Changqing stepped in from outside. Upon seeing him, everyone rose and clasped their hands in greeting. "Lord Shen, you have all arrived." Shen Changqing replied with a smile, taking his seat at the head of the table. Once he settled in, someone immediately clasped their hands and inquired, "Might I ask what urgent matter has prompted you to summon us, Lord Shen?" As the words fell, the others also wore expressions of confusion. They had little interaction with Shen Changqing, and his sudden gathering of them surely had a purpose. To be frank, everyone present was reluctant to become too entangled with the Demon Suppression Office and the court. Their previous visits had merely served to clarify certain matters, primarily to avoid conflicts with the Demon Suppression Office during disputes over demon blood. Shen Changqing began. "I have previously conveyed to you all that as long as you do not disturb the peace of Linen City, I will not impose excessive restrictions upon you. However, as fellow Qin people, we cannot turn a blind eye if malevolent entities wreak havoc." "What do you mean, Lord Shen?" Cui Cheng felt an ominous premonition. "I have received intelligence from the Demon Suppression Office indicating that there exists a malevolent stronghold in Linen City. As Qin people, it is our duty to eradicate the malevolent entities, and thus I have resolved to take action against this stronghold. However, most of the constables in our office are merely ordinary people. Even if a couple are martial artists of the body refinement stage, they cannot contend with malevolent entities. I hope you all can lend your assistance in jointly exterminating the malevolent beings," Shen Changqing stated slowly. Upon hearing this, many individuals displayed subtle changes in their expressions. "May I ask what you know about this malevolent stronghold, my lord?" A member from the Tiandao sect inquired solemnly. Although the others were reluctant, they did not immediately refuse. Shen Changqing replied, "I suspect that the malevolent entity from Guyue village originated from the malevolent stronghold in Linen City. However, Linen is merely a small locale. While there may be a stronghold, its strength should not be substantial. To be frank, as a member of the Demon Suppression Office, slaying malevolent entities is my duty. Thus, I could handle the extermination of the stronghold alone, but to ensure absolute success, I require your assistance in surrounding the vicinity of the stronghold, ensuring that no one, be it a person or a malevolent entity, escapes. Likewise, should I find myself in peril, I hope you all will come to my aid. After all, if even I, an official, cannot contend with the malevolent forces, and they were to unleash rampant slaughter, you would find it impossible to remain uninvolved. Upon hearing these words, the hearts of those present tensed momentarily, yet they also felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It was preferable that they did not have to take action themselves. As long as it was merely a matter of containment, there should be no significant danger. Regarding the strength of Shen Changqing, the attendees had already formed certain conjectures. If even he could not handle the malevolent entities, they would need to contemplate whether it would be prudent to temporarily vacate Linen City. At that moment, Cui Qing clasped his hands and declared, "Since Lord Shen has spoken, my Guiyuan Sword sect shall certainly be the first to lend support. Our Tiandao sect has no objections either. Neither does the Finshan Mountain Manor. As for the Chiyao sect, even if they disagree, they have no recourse. After all, we are already at the Yamen, and with Shen Changqing's esteemed position, no one can afford to refuse his request. Should this matter be mishandled, it could invite a deluge of troubles. Moreover, it is merely a routine containment effort, not a significant issue. No one wishes to offend Shen Changqing or the Demon Suppression Division behind him. Of course, their willingness to acquiesce was largely influenced by Shen Changqing's demonstrated prowess. Had it been a novice martial artist, even cloaked in the authority of the Demon Suppression Division, the various factions would have been reluctant to engage too deeply. Very well. The various sects of Guanyuan Prefecture indeed possess a sincere resolve to eradicate evil. A benevolent smile graced Shen Changqing's face. However, it was soon replaced by a stern expression. Since all have consented, I shall not waste time. Delaying the eradication of the malevolent stronghold by even a day means more victims will suffer. Today, we shall uproot that stronghold. Come forth, he called out, and a Yamen runner entered. Summon Zhang Yu to see me. At once. In no time, Zhang Yu hurried in. Urgency evident in his demeanor. What orders do you have, my lord? Gather all Yamen runners and accompany me to the Zhang residence. Ensure that the area is completely sealed off. Not a single person must escape, Shen Changqing commanded coldly. I understand. Zhang Yu did not dare to inquire further, bowing respectfully to accept the order. Then, Shen Changqing rose and turned to Cui Cheng and the others, saying, the strength of the Yamen is limited. So I entrust the task of encircling the Zhang residence to you all. We will certainly do our utmost to assist. Chapter 50. The Zhang family's corpse puppets, a special update for the leader of the Flowing Inten Alliance, Qing Shanbu Gai, led by Zhang Yu. A group of officials surrounded the Zhang residence. This sudden turn of events naturally piqued the curiosity of many onlookers. Whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating whether the Zhang family had colluded with malevolent forces. Who could say for certain? A spectacle was certainly unfolding. The townsfolk, keeping their distance, observed the scene of officials besieging the Zhang household, engaging in hushed discussions. They neither departed nor dared to approach, for the officials and common folk inhabited entirely different realms. A careless clash could lead to dire consequences, with no one willing to intervene on behalf of the latter. At first glance, the Zhang family appeared devoid of any sinister aura. Cui Cheng scrutinized the walls of the estate, his brow furrowed slightly. If malevolent beings were indeed present, one would expect to sense a corresponding dark energy. Yet, upon inspection, the Zhang residence exuded an air of tranquility, seemingly devoid of any such malevolence. Upon hearing this, someone chimed in, suggesting that while the Zhang family outwardly appeared innocent, it was entirely possible they had concealed their dark dealings. After all, if malevolent forces were well hidden, their energy would not be detectable. Brother Ming is truly the rising star of the Seven Sons sect, remarkably knowledgeable, Cui Cheng remarked, to which Ming responded graciously. Meanwhile, Shen Changqing stood at the entrance, addressing Zhang Yu. Under no circumstances are you to allow anyone to leave the Zhang residence without my command. Any intruders will be dealt with mercilessly. Understood, Zhang Yu replied, nodding in compliance. With the gate of the Zhang residence ajar, Shen Changqing pushed it open with ease and stepped inside. As a prominent family in linen, the layout of the Zhang estate was comparable to that of the Zhao family. However, the atmosphere here felt eerily vacant. Indeed, it felt desolate. Upon entering the Zhang residence, Shen Changqing noted the absence of guards or servants, giving the impression that this was not the estate of a grand family, but rather an abandoned courtyard. Something was amiss, while nothing seemed out of place from the outside. It was upon entering the Zhang household that Shen Changqing began to discern certain clues. Everything appeared normal, except for a distinct lack of vitality. Unperturbed, he proceeded toward the main hall. Before long, an elderly steward approached, his expression discontent as he scrutinized Shen Changqing. You do not appear to be one of us. What brings you here? In stark contrast to the exterior, The hall was brightly lit, as if the lamps were perpetually alight, even in daylight. A large table was surrounded by a group of individuals dining, with servants and maids bustling about, serving an array of dishes. Upon noticing Shen Changqing's entrance, the man seated at the head of the table paused, a smile breaking across his face. "Ah, a guest has arrived. I am Zhang Sheng. May I inquire your name?" At this, all activity in the room came to a halt, and every gaze turned toward Shen Changqing, eyes fixed intently upon him. In that moment, Shen Changqing felt a flicker of trepidation, quickly masking it with resolve. He had initially assumed the Zhang family merely engaged in wicked alliances, but it dawned upon him that they had transformed into something far more sinister. He sighed regretfully. "It seems I have underestimated the situation." Zhang Xin continued. "You have traveled far. Why not join us at the table?" As he spoke, a servant approached Shen Changqing, extending a hand toward his shoulder. "Please, allow me." However, before the hand could make contact, the servant was sent flying, crashing into several others. Dishes scattered as a cacophony erupted in the hall, causing the remaining diners to freeze. Their attention riveted on Shen Changqing, their expressions now imbued with a chilling malice. Zhang Sheng's smile faltered, morphing into something grotesque. Rising from his seat, he intoned ominously, "Why must you disrespect us? Respect is reserved for the living, not for vile creatures like you." Shen Changqing retorted coldly, refusing to hide his disdain. To his astonishment, he realized that the Zhang family was no longer alive. The once great estate was now inhabited by a host of malevolent entities. While the Zhang family appeared unblemished from the outside, Shen Changqing discerned in his heart that none of them were truly alive. The dark energy they exuded was expertly concealed. Had it not been for his heightened sensitivity following his recent breakthrough, he might have remained oblivious to the anomaly. Yet, despite the absence of overt malevolence, the sheer number of these entities should have resulted in some detectable dark aura. Yet, there was none. The entire Zhang estate seemed shrouded by an enormous barrier, suppressing even the faintest traces of sinister energy. At that moment, a gust of wind swept toward him. Shen Changqing sidestepped, drawing his long knife to sever the oncoming force. Dark blood spattered as two severed corpses collapsed to the ground. One was the elderly steward, though now his face was rotting, as if he had died ages ago. Even when bisected, he did not perish but instead writhed on the ground like a worm. With another swift strike, Shen Changqing decapitated the steward. The upper half of the corpse ceased its movements, a putrid stench wafting through the air. Corpse puppets. The sight triggered a revelation in Shen Changqing's mind. These puppets retained vestiges of their former memories, acting on instinct without external manipulation. The steward before him was one such puppet. Casting his gaze on Zhang Sheng and the others, he noted their previously calm expressions morph into expressions of brutality as they charged toward him. Stepping back, he unleashed his blade like moonlight, swiftly dispatching an oncoming servant, whose dark blood erupted as his body decayed at an alarming rate, the stench intensifying. Another corpse puppet. This confirmation solidified Shen Changqing's suspicions. The Zhang family had been entirely transformed into these puppets. Initially, he had thought they had merely become monstrous beings akin to Zhuang Minguan. But now it was clear that their fate was far worse. The process of creating a corpse puppet required the dead to serve as a medium. Meaning the Zhang family had perished without anyone noticing, their bodies turned into puppets to maintain the facade of normalcy. Before Shen Changqing could ponder further, the remaining puppets lunged at him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the chilling gust of his long knife, dispatching every approaching corpse puppet with precision. While formidable, these puppets posed a threat only to those of lower cultivation. Those at the channeling stage could easily overcome them. However, the puppets had one significant advantage. Unless decapitated, they would not easily perish, even if bisected. This was the true challenge in dealing with corpse puppets. It cannot be guaranteed that each strike will result in a decapitation. Thus, swiftly eliminating the corpse puppets becomes an arduous task. Should the confrontation prolong excessively, there exists a significant risk of being overwhelmed by the sheer number of these undead entities. The primary dilemma posed by the corpse puppets lies in their overwhelming quantity. Fortunately, although the members of the Zhang family have all succumbed to this fate, their numbers remain relatively few. Merely a handful can be seen at a glance, making it not overly challenging for Shen Changqing to manage. However, Shen Changqing's current focus does not rest upon these corpse puppets. Initially, he assumed that the Zhang family had allied with malevolent forces, rendering them a substantial threat. Yet, it has become clear that the Zhang family has been utterly annihilated, leaving only the corpse puppets to roam. This revelation complicates matters considerably. The creation of corpse puppets may stem from two possibilities: the emergence of a formidable malevolent creature or the presence of a powerful demon. Given that Guangyuan Prefecture is under the watch of guardians, any existence of a malevolent creature at the level of a calamity would surely have garnered some form of intelligence. The formidable barrier surrounding the Zhang family could not possibly prevent the malevolent aura from being detected. Thus, only one explanation remains: there is a powerful demon concealed within the Zhang family. Shen Changqing's gaze turned icy, yet he felt little trepidation. Regardless of how formidable this hidden demon may be, it cannot surpass the innate realm. After all, a small city like Linen does not warrant the presence of a master-level demon lying in wait. As for the demon's intentions, whether they are related to that drop of demonic blood, it seems far-fetched. Although the blood of lower-tier demons is valuable, it holds little allure for a master-level practitioner. If we were to speak of the blood from mid-tier demons, that would be an entirely different matter. Furthermore, the concealed demon within the Zhang family has not truly revealed itself since Shen Changqing thwarted the Eternal Life Alliance's plans, leaving only two possible explanations: either the demon is unable to reveal itself due to injury or uncertainty in confronting him, or the demon was once among the Zhang family and has since departed. However, considering the current state of numerous corpse puppets from the Zhang family, Shen Changqing does not believe the demon has left. Thus, this leads to the conclusion that the demon remains hidden within the Zhang family, unable to surface due to certain circumstances. Chapter 51. The Eternal Alliance's Fiend. 8th update. The battle had commenced within the Zhang household. Confronting numerous corpses, Shen Changqing remained dauntless. Each step he took was accompanied by a flash of his blade, and with each flash, a head would fall. Though the corpses were formidable, they were no match for a martial artist nearing the exterior realm, especially since Shen Changqing knew their weakness, making them even easier to deal with. Almost every strike landed precisely on the corpses' necks. Although the blade had been corroded when he killed Zhuang Mingyuan, rendering it less sharp than usual, it could still slice through metal like mud under the augmentation of true energy. The corpses' fleshly bodies offered no resistance. The battle began swiftly and ended just as quickly. In a short while, the hall was littered with corpses, each decapitated. Their bodies were severely decayed, appearing as if they had been dead for a long time. And a nauseating stench filled the air. Shen Changqing surveyed the ravaged Zhang residence, his expression unchanged. The Zhang family members were merely corpses. I intend to uncover the fiend manipulating them from behind. Annihilating an entire family and turning their corpses into puppets was a crime punishable by the severest penalties under the laws of Great Qin. Indeed, any association with demonic entities was enough to warrant the extermination of 9 generations. Sensing his surroundings, Shen Changqing remained still, seeking the location of the fiend. Stepping into the Zhang residence was akin to breaching a barrier. Even if the fiend was deeply concealed, subtle traces would inevitably be revealed, and it was up to him to find them. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept in from behind. It's that grotesque creature again. He immediately recognized the demonic entity that had ambushed him, the same nether-class grotesque from the night in the Yamen. Now, Shen Changqing was certain that the fiend that had attacked him that night was indeed connected to the Zhang family, or rather, to the fiend concealed within. The nether-class grotesque's attack proved that the fiend had witnessed him slaying the corpses. Despite this, the fiend remained hidden, implying a formidable strength. Remaining stationary, Shen Changqing expanded his senses, seeking the source of the sinister aura. Abruptly, he moved, his blade slashing at empty space, revealing the female corpse. Empowered by celestial martial true energy, the blade's searing heat instantly cleaved the female corpse in two. As the female corpse was slain, a familiar energy surged into Shen Changqing's body through the blade. Simultaneously, a chilling, sharp aura tore through the air, assailing his back. The swiftness of the attack suggested that it had been waiting for the perfect opportunity. Buzz! A thin layer of stellar chi arose from his body, enveloping him entirely. Bang! The fierce attack collided violently with the stellar chi. After a brief pause, the stellar chi was torn apart. The Eternal Alliance's fiend. Shen Changqing lowered his blade, his gaze fixed on the figure before him. It was a gaunt old man clad in black, his exposed skin, save for his face, covered in bluish-black scales. A slender tail, adorned with barbs, swayed behind him. His form had completely transcended that of a human. As Shen Changqing scrutinized him, the old man returned his gaze with a cold stare, his narrow, serpentine eyes filled with a chilling light. Innate exterior realm. The stellar chi that had just arisen filled Wen Rong with apprehension. The loss of the Eternal Alliance's vengeful class grotesque in the Yamen had given him a clear understanding of Shen Changqing's strength. The probationary demon slayer sent by the Demon Suppression Division is no mere probationary demon slayer, but a Shen-ranked demon slayer concealing his identity. His realm at the innate interior realm. But now, innate interior realm? That's just a smokescreen. His true realm is that of an innate exterior realm expert, bordering on the realm of a martial arts grandmaster. The dispatch of a Shen-ranked demon slayer for the nether-class grotesque in Guyu village seemed improbable. Even if the Demon Suppression Division had ample manpower, it wouldn't be to such an extent. In an instant, when Rome connected the dots. He's here for me. A nether-class grotesque wouldn't attract a Shen-ranked demon slayer, but an Eternal Alliance stronghold would. He had believed he was well hidden within the Zhang family. But it was now clear that he had been exposed to the Demon Suppression Division all along. Everything the other party had done was a facade. Their true aim to lure him out. Moreover, even if he hadn't emerged, the Zhang family stronghold would have been dismantled sooner or later. The Zhang family members were turned into corpses by you. What is the purpose of your stronghold in Linen City? To gather demonic blood essence or something else? If you tell me, this official might consider granting you a way out, Shen Changqing inquired, his senses locked onto Enrong. Once you're dead, you'll find out. Wenrong sneered, lunging at Shen Changqing the next moment. As he moved, the previously subtle sinister aura erupted. Outside the Zhang residence, Cui Cheng and the others paled as the sinister aura exploded. This sinister aura, it's so powerful, so strong, even stronger than the demonic entity in Guyu village. It might be a vengeful class. There really is a fiend hidden in the Zhang family. Everyone's faces were grim. Even so, the sinister aura sent shivers down Cui Cheng's spine. Through the half-open door, they could only see glimpses of the courtyard, unable to discern what was happening inside the hall. Now that the sinister aura had erupted, no one dared to approach rashly. Without entering the Zhang residence, we can't see what's happening inside, Zhao Yu said, her fair face paling. Senior brother, will Lord Shen be all right? Even if Lord Shen hasn't broken through to the innate realm, he must be at the peak of the meridian realm. Although the demonic aura is strong, it's probably at the boundary between the meridian and innate realms. Even if Lord Shen can't defeat it, he should be able to escape without any problems. Since he told us to guard this place and ventured in alone, he must have absolute confidence, Cui Cheng explained casually, though he himself doubted his words. Demonic entities were difficult to deal with. In a battle between martial artists and demonic entities of the same realm, the latter had a much higher chance of winning. Moreover, the fiend in the Zhang family was likely at the innate realm. If it were at the meridian realm, everyone could swarm in and still have a chance of slaying it. But if it were at the innate realm, 10 late-stage meridian realm martial artists would only be providing it with a meal. Therefore, Cui Cheng had no intention of risking his life without assessing the situation. Nor did anyone else from the other factions. In any case, they were only required to guard this place according to Shen Changqing's instructions. As for what was happening inside, they were ignorant. As long as they had a valid reason, the Demon Suppression Division couldn't kill them arbitrarily. After all, everyone has their own forces behind them. If the Demon Suppression Office recklessly resorts to murder, it will inevitably create negative repercussions in the martial world. Despite their current reputation for ruthlessness, the targets of their killings and the forces they have annihilated can always be justified. Listening to the conversations of a few individuals, Zhang Yu, as the head of the constabulary, wore a tense expression. Although Shen Changqing is merely an acting county magistrate, he serves as a protective shield for the current office. Not long ago, when demons attacked the precinct, it was Shen alone who repelled them. If the adversaries were to fall at the hands of the Zhang family, the position of the office would become quite awkward. Furthermore, Zhang Yu himself was elevated to his position by Shen Changqing, should the latter perish too soon. Zhang Yu's own role as head constable would likely become precarious. No matter how one considers it, Zhang Yu wished for Shen Changqing's safety. However, as a mere practitioner at the body refinement stage, he lacked the qualification to intervene in matters concerning demons and evil spirits. Thus, he could only watch helplessly. Regarding Cui Cheng and others, Zhang Yu had some understanding. They were renowned forces in Guangyuan Prefecture, beyond the command of a mere constable like himself. Bang! Bang! In the hall, two figures, swift as phantoms, were locked in combat, their blades flashing ominously and waves of heat surging. Shen Changqing utilized the 7-kill blade technique for his normal attacks, and the iron sand palm for close combat, pushing his heavenly martial vitality to its utmost. Yet, the demon before him was formidable, and as the battle progressed, he bore several injuries. Similarly, Wenrong was also marked with numerous wounds. At this moment, he was nearly certain that Shen Changqing had not yet attained the realm of innate external vitality. Rather, He had cultivated a martial art that allowed for the external projection of vital energy, leading him to mistakenly perceive Shen as an external vitality master. Were it not for my unhealed injuries, how could I allow you such audacity? Chapter 52, Intimidation, 9th Update, when Rome was filled with intense hatred. Were it not for his severe injuries that had yet to heal completely, he would never have allowed himself to be harmed by a mere practitioner who had not even reached the outer realm. Hatred aside, he understood one crucial truth: Shen Changqing possessed formidable strength. Even if he had not attained the outer realm, his true capabilities were not significantly inferior to those of a practitioner who had. As the battle unfolded, when Rome saw no glimmer of hope for victory, do you think you have hidden well? In truth, the Demon Suppression Division has long been aware of this place. Currently, several demon exterminators from the Zhang family surround the area. I assure you, not a single demon will escape. Shen Changqing's relentless assault continued, accompanied by a cold, mocking threat. In response, when Rome scoffed, a few demon exterminators? You speak grandly. Does the Demon Suppression Division truly have the resources to waste on a small locale like Linen City? He dismissed Shen Changqing's words entirely. As the head of the Eternal Life Alliance's outpost in Linen, he had some understanding of the current situation within the Demon Suppression Division. While undeniably powerful, the Division's forces were severely constrained by the ongoing demonic threats. In such a small city as Linen, the arrival of even one demon exterminator was unexpected, let alone several. It was clear that Linen could not warrant the dispatch of multiple exterminators. However, the presence of an Eternal Life Alliance outpost, coupled with the imminent emergence of demonic bloodlines, would indeed draw some attention from the division. Forsaking humanity. Today you cannot escape your doom. Shen Changqing continued his intimidation, executing the 7-kill blade technique to its fullest extent. Each strike was imbued with a chilling, murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. The 7-kill blade technique, which capitalizes on killing to stop killing and thrives on combat, was a martial art centered on slaughter. After a year of arduous training within the Demon Suppression Division, he had barely entered the 2nd tier. However, following several battles in Linen, the technique began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Shen Changqing felt that a breakthrough to the 3rd tier was imminent. I don't believe it. When Rong evaded the onslaught of the long blade, yet despite his outward skepticism, his heart trembled. What if it is true? Indeed, the Demon Suppression Division had limited resources at their disposal. But the Eternal Life Alliance was perceived as a malignant tumor by the division. Whenever an outpost of the Alliance was discovered, the division would invariably launch a full-scale assault. Thus, the possibility, however slim, of sending a few demon exterminators to a small outpost like Linen remained. Furthermore, Shen Changqing's overwhelming strength instilled a profound sense of pressure in Wenrong. As the exchanges continued, a seed of fear began to sprout within him. In martial arts, the essence of battle lies in an unwavering momentum. Should one side harbor fear, the odds of victory diminish significantly. Noticing Wenrong's attack faltering, Shen Changqing smiled inwardly. The ferocity of his 7-kill blade technique intensified. Demon, prepare to perish. With a furious roar, he unleashed a powerful blade aura that surged forth from the sword, slicing through the air at an incredible speed towards Wenrong. In an instant, Wenrong felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. The might of the blade aura was beyond his ability to withstand. He hastily dodged to the right, but the blade aura cleaved through the empty space, reducing tables and chairs to mere splinters. The supporting beams of the hall bore deep, charred gashes, causing the entire room to tremble violently. The overwhelming force of the strike left Wenrong's complexion drastically altered. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Shen Changqing advanced, delivering a powerful palm strike with his left hand. Wenrong, unable to evade, retaliated with a palm of his own. As their palms collided, an explosive surge of true energy erupted. Shen Changqing staggered back 2 steps, while Wenrong, his injuries aggravated, coughed up dark blood and was sent flying across the room. Kill. Shen Changqing's expression twisted with rage as he forcefully suppressed the boily farewell. Upon hearing this, Cui Cheng and others ceased their discussions, bowing in respectful departure. Soon, the representatives of the 5 factions had vacated the premises entirely. The onlookers, who had stood at a distance, had fled in terror the moment when Rong made his appearance. Until now, they murmured, was that a malevolent spirit? Who would have thought that the Zhang family had truly conspired with such evil? We are fortunate that Lord Shen possesses keen insight. He eradicated the malevolence of the Zhang family upon his ascension, or else we would have faced dire consequences. Indeed, the crowd buzzed with chatter, yet they dared not approach. In their eyes, malevolence was synonymous with terror. To be tainted by it was to await one's demise. First, the Zhao family allied with malevolence, and now the Zhang family follows suit. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable sense of malice directed toward them. Shen Changqing regarded the gathered citizens with a solemn expression, stating, "The malevolence of the Zhang family has been dealt with by my hand. You may all disperse. Tomorrow, the Yamen will post a formal announcement." "Thank you, Lord Shen. With your presence, how could malevolence dare to disrupt our Linden city?" The faces of the citizens radiated relief. Some bowed deeply, while others repeatedly clasped their hands in gratitude, soon scattering in various directions. With the magistrate's assurance that an announcement would be made the following day, they deemed it unnecessary to linger. Furthermore, given the Zhang family's predicament, it was likely they would face annihilation. Once the crowd had dispersed, Shen Changqing turned and entered the Zhang residence. When Roan was dead, although a practitioner of innate realms possessed formidable power, his head had been severed by a single blade, leaving him with no escape. In their confrontation, Shen Changqing had ascertained that during his prime, when Roan was undoubtedly a formidable being at the innate outer strength level. However, now, his injuries rendered him merely slightly stronger than an ordinary practitioner of inner strength. Nevertheless, even if his opponent had been at full strength, Shen Changqing felt no fear. Moreover, pondering hypothetical scenarios in light of the outcome was futile. Surveying the surroundings, he revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 53. Incompatibility. 10th Update. Name: Shen Changqing Faction. Qin Town Demon Division Identity. Yellow Rank Exorcist Martial Arts. 13 Taibao Horizontal Training. Level 16. Upgradable. Heavenly Martial Vitality. Level 11. Upgradable. 7 Kill Blade Technique. Level 3. Iron Sand Palm. Level 2. Kill Count. 41 initially. There were 3 existing kill points that did not count. Upon slaying the female corpse, 8 points were contributed, followed by an additional 30 points from defeating Wen Rong. Consequently, the kill count escalated from 3 to a total of 41. Shen Changqing quietly contemplated that if he were to solely enhance the 13 Taibao horizontal training, without increasing consumption, he could leap from level 16 to level 24. The prospect of attaining level 24 in 13 Taibao horizontal training piqued his curiosity about the potential strength of his physical form. Shen Changqing shook his head in amusement. It was inconceivable to invest all his kill points into horizontal training. The heavenly martial vitality was paramount, at least for the time being. He would only consider enhancing the 13 Taibao horizontal training when his vitality could no longer support the growth of heavenly martial vitality. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu had led a team to search the Zhang family estate. "Captain, this Zhang residence is eerily quiet," remarked a constable, surveying the expansive grounds devoid of life. A chill creeping into his heart. In response, Zhang Yu shook his head. "The Zhang family is colluding with malevolent forces. It is possible that everyone has already been slain by the Lord. We shall search the premises as ordered." With the Zhang family members currently absent, he began to form certain suspicions. However, matters concerning malevolent entities were far beyond the purview of a mere constable. Shen, with his formidable strength, could vanquish such entities, whereas he and his colleagues would face certain doom. Hearing this, the constable fell silent. The Zhang estate was substantial. Beyond the main courtyard lay several smaller courtyards and numerous guest rooms. Upon pushing open a tightly shut guest room door, a musty odor assaulted Zhang Yu's senses, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose. The constable trailing behind could not help but mutter, "How long has it been since anyone lived here? Wealthy families have so many houses that they end up decaying." Despite the constable's complaints, Zhang Yu had already stepped inside. At that moment, the midday sun blazed fiercely. Even with the windows tightly shut, the light streaming in allowed him to discern the room's overall layout. In the women's quarters, a dressing table bore a copper mirror, with rouge scattered haphazardly, as if left in a hurry. Furthermore, the floor was marred by dark brown stains. Zhang Yu unsheathed his long knife, delicately scraping the dark substance. His expression grave. "This appears to be the residue of dried blood. It seems someone perished in this room, and it was not recently." The large pool of dark brown stains suggested a significant loss of blood, enough to be fatal. Sheathing his knife, Zhang Yu turned to his companion, "Thoroughly search the room. We must ascertain if there are any valuable items." "Yes. Be cautious. This room emanates an ominous aura." Zhang Yu's gaze remained vigilant. Even though it was highly likely that Shen Changqing had already scoured the Zhang estate, one could never be too careful. A prudent approach would yield no detriment. This was wisdom accrued from years of service. Over the years, the Bureau had routinely recruited new constables, primarily due to the unfortunate demise of some, resulting in a perpetual shortage of personnel. Individuals like Zhang Yu, with extensive experience, each possessed their own strengths. After a quarter of an hour, the room had been thoroughly searched, yielding only a few scattered coins, while no other valuables were found. Subsequently, the pair exited the room and proceeded to the next location. For the better part of the day, the officers continued their search of the Zhang estate, while Shen Changqing remained unhurried, patiently awaiting their return. During this time, he retrieved the clear spirit jade pendant, noting 3 black lines upon it. One line was notably thicker, followed by a second, while the thinnest line stood in stark contrast to the other 2. Undoubtedly, the thinnest line represented the contribution from the female corpse, whose power was not particularly formidable within the spectral ranks. The other 2 lines originated from Wenrong and a vengeful entity. In terms of strength, Wenrong was undoubtedly the most powerful. However, due to her injuries and excessive caution, she dared not leave the Zhang estate. Had she cooperated with the vengeful entity that night, the Bureau would have faced total annihilation, forcing a strategic retreat on his part. Stowing the clear spirit jade pendant, he glanced at his kill points, choosing not to utilize them just yet. At present, his vitality was insufficient to sustain a forced enhancement of heavenly martial vitality. Moreover, the consumption of the 13 Taibao horizontal training had increased significantly after reaching level 16. Without adequate resources, he dared not act recklessly. Just then, a constable rushed over, breathless. "Sir, we have made a discovery." "Lead the way," Shen Changqing responded, his spirit invigorated. In the dimly lit secret chamber, an oil lamp flickered. The bare walls bore mottled bloodstains, and scattered bones littered the floor, accompanied by a nauseating stench of blood. Before the pile of bones lay a bed and a table. On the table rested an incense burner, from which tendrils of smoke rose, mingling with the blood stench, yet also carrying a hint of fragrance. Led by Zhang Yu, a group of constables stood at the entrance of the secret chamber, gazing at the scattered bones, some with solemn expressions, others pale with fear. "The Lord has arrived," someone called out. "My lord." Shen Changqing raised a hand to signal silence and turned to Zhang Yu. "What transpired here?" "Please take a look, my lord." Zhang Yu stepped aside, revealing the interior of the secret chamber. Shen Changqing advanced, his eyes falling upon the scattered bones and the bed positioned at the far end. It was evident that this was the dwelling of the malevolent entity. His expression turned frigid. "The remains on the floor. The malevolent beings have been vanquished, and I, as an official, have avenged them. How goes the search of the remaining areas of the Zhang residence?" "Reporting to you, my lord, we have nearly completed the search. We have gathered all those items and arranged them outside the courtyard." Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Changqing had stood in the courtyard long enough to have seen many boxes. Indeed, Zhang Yu received the order and dispatched a portion of the men to transport the items, while he led another group to seek out flammable materials such as oil. Soon, only Shen Changqing remained before the secret chamber. He cast a lingering glance at the chamber before turning to leave. The sky had darkened, and the body of Wenrong still lay there, the dark blood severely corroding the ground beneath. Shortly thereafter, a pile of drywood was laid down. "My lord, everything is prepared." Zhang Yu, holding a torch, spoke with reverence. In response, Shen Changqing did not take the torch. Instead, he drew the long knife from his waist, channeling his true energy into a single, sweeping strike. The searing energy of the blade instantly struck the wall of the Zhang residence. In an instant, the flammable oil was ignited, and a roaring flame surged forth. The intense heat compelled Zhang Yu and the others to step back, while Shen Changqing remained unmoved, as if impervious to the scorching waves. "Zhang Yu, do we have any possibility of coexisting peacefully with these malevolent beings?" Shen Changqing suddenly inquired, gazing at the raging fire. In response, he said, "Were it not for the suppression of the Demon Suppression Division, the citizens of Qin might have already become fodder for the malevolent beings. Not to mention, if it were not for your presence, we would likely have no chance of survival at all." "You speak the truth. Humanity is merely sustenance in the face of these malevolent beings. How can there be any possibility of coexistence? As long as the malevolent beings persist, we of the human race shall find no peace." Shen Changqing nodded in deep agreement. Previously, he had perused numerous records of malevolent beings while at the Demon Suppression Division. Yet those were merely theoretical. It was only during this mission that he comprehended the truly dire nature of the relationship between humanity and these malevolent entities. As long as the malevolent beings endure, humanity shall not find solace. Chapter 54. A frenzied ascendancy regardless of my previous life, as I find myself here. I am now a member of the chain. The malevolent beings feast upon the human race, and should these fiends grow in power, my fate will be no less dire. I have entered the Demon Suppression Division, taking on the role of a demon exterminator. While it is said to be a duty to protect the people of Qin, it is more accurately a means to secure my own survival. The raging flames consuming the Zhang family reflected in Shen Changqing's eyes. Without direct confrontation with these evildoers, one can never truly grasp the extent of the calamities they bring. Perhaps, to the demons, humanity is no different from livestock. Consuming humans is merely an instinctual necessity. Yet, I am not a demon, and thus cannot empathize with their perspective. As a member of the human race, it is only natural that I consider matters from the standpoint of my own kind. Shen Changqing felt a sense of clarity. As a human, he cannot adopt the viewpoint of livestock, pondering the tragedy of those who become prey. Similarly, he cannot view the situation from the demon's perspective, questioning the natural order of their consumption of humanity. Upon returning to the magistrate's office, Shen Changqing instructed Shi Qingsheng to tally today's gains. The Zhang family, while prominent in linen, had their possessions seized in large quantities. Shi Qingsheng could only work through the night to account for everything. By the time dawn broke, the assessment was complete. My lord, all assets of the Zhang family have been accounted for. The total, including shops, land deeds, and other possessions, amounts to 130,000 taels of silver. 130,000 taels. Shen Changqing nodded, finding the figure somewhat differing from his expectations, yet not by much. The Zhao family, at the height of their power, possessed around 210,000 taels, thus the Zhang family's wealth was indeed lesser, yet not drastically so. Combined, the Zhao and Zhang family's assets totaled over 300,000 taels. In a mere city like Linen, one can only imagine the wealth held by other prominent families in various counties and even the capital. Shen Changqing could not suppress a sigh. During his time in the Demon Suppression Division, his monthly salary was a mere tael of silver. Now, as a yellow-rank demon exterminator, his remuneration had increased to 5 taels. Nevertheless, the role of a demon exterminator is inherently perilous, thus a higher salary is to be expected. Yet, the true benefits of joining the Demon Suppression Division extend far beyond mere wages. Even so, the salary of a demon exterminator pales in comparison to the wealth of the Zhao family. A yellow-rank exterminator earns 60 taels per year, meaning a single Zhao family's fortune would require 3,500 years of frugal living to accumulate. 3,500 years. Shen Changqing felt a pang of discomfort. At that moment, Shi Qingsheng, noticing the change in Shen's expression, quietly reminded him, "My lord, the assets of both families are temporarily held in the magistrate's treasury and have yet to be transported to the capital. Occasionally, discrepancies between recorded accounts and actual inventory are unavoidable." Upon hearing this, Shen Changqing's mind was jolted into awareness. The implication in Shi Qingsheng's words was clear. Any fool could discern it. Was this the customary practice among magistrates? Shen Changqing maintained his composure, revealing neither anger nor eagerness. Indeed, Shi Qingsheng nodded, then smiled. Otherwise, how could the Zhao family amass such wealth in just a decade or two? A magistrate's monthly salary is but a few taels of silver. What discrepancies do you believe would not raise suspicion? The assets of both families have been accounted for by yours truly. As long as the discrepancies are not excessive, the court will not conduct a thorough investigation. However, it would be wise to limit the amount moved. Ideally, no more than 30,000 taels. Shi Qingsheng exhibited a seasoned demeanor. Shen Changqing understood well. It was evident that Shi had been closely associated with the Zhao family in such dealings. Nevertheless, Shi's words stirred a tempting intrigue within him. 30,000 taels would require hundreds of years of saving for a yellow-rank exterminator. With this thought, Shen Changqing turned his gaze toward Shi Qingsheng. "You know well what should and should not be said. Although I am merely acting as the magistrate, I am still a member of the Demon Suppression Division. If I wish for someone to keep silent, I have my methods. This is something I trust you will grasp without further admonition." "Excellent," Shen Changqing affirmed with satisfaction, then continued. "The total assets from the Zhao and Zhang families amount to 331,000 taels. Ensure that this is recorded meticulously, with no omissions. As for the rest, proceed as you see fit." "Understood. Additionally, arrange for some restorative supplements and various meats to be delivered promptly. Should the Treasury's provisions fall short, I shall supplement the remainder." "Yes, I will attend to that immediately." Shi Qingsheng respectfully withdrew. In less than an hour, Shi Qingsheng returned with everything in tow, including a substantial stack of silver notes. Shen Changqing counted the notes, estimating them to be around 30,000 taels, albeit a few taels short. Gazing at the abundance of food before him, he marveled at the expense. A single meal could cost several taels of silver, and such consumption was no trifling matter. Relying solely on the salary from the Demon Suppression Division, elevating his prowess would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Enhancing his abilities necessitated slaughter points. Yet daily sustenance was equally essential. Previously, Shen Changqing had not considered this a pressing issue, but as his realm advanced, the demands grew increasingly strenuous. At this juncture, preparing for a breakthrough required substantial resources to replenish his body's depletions. Hence, he had no qualms about extracting 30,000 taels from the two families. Having learned from prior experience, Shen Changqing first consumed a portion of the food to satiate his hunger, then focused his mind on enhancing his martial arts. The 13 Guardians' horizontal training, enhancement initiated. 5 points of slaughter value consumed. A powerful force surged from every part of his body, causing the food in his stomach to vanish at an astonishing pace, transforming into a torrent of energy. Before long, a fierce wave of hunger struck him. Shen Changqing did not hesitate and seized the opportunity to consume a considerable amount more. Eventually, his body trembled as a subtle glow began to emanate from his skin. Thus, the 13 Guardians' horizontal training had ascended to the 17th layer. With his external skills enhanced and energy surging, Shen Changqing commenced a breakthrough in the heavenly martial true qi. With a mere thought, 10 points of slaughter value were instantly consumed. Shortly thereafter, the vitality in his flesh waned, converting within his dantian into heavenly martial true qi. Before long, the true qi in his dantian reached a state of overflow. When it could no longer breach the confines of the dantian, it began to compress inward. 1 drop, 2 drops. The gaseous true qi began transitioning into a liquid state. Time slipped away unknowingly, and soon all of the true qi in his dantian had transformed into a crimson liquid, resembling a tranquil spring quietly resting within. As the true qi liquefied, every meridian previously opened within him connected instantaneously, and the membranous inner energy that ought to exist within his body began to expand wildly, growing exceedingly dense. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged within him. The sensation of fullness intertwined with profound fatigue left Shen Changqing momentarily dazed. Once he regained his composure, he frantically seized the items on the table, indiscriminately cramming everything into his mouth. In mere moments, the tabletop was a scene of disarray, with all the victuals having vanished into Shen Changqing's belly. Yet, even this proved insufficient to satiate the profound depletion. "Attend me," he bellowed. Instantly, a figure pushed open the door and entered. "My lord, what are your commands?" Shi Qingsheng inquired, his gaze fleetingly taking in the ravaged table, a sight that elicited a subtle astonishment. He distinctly recalled that the fare he had provided was ample enough for several robust men, yet it had been entirely consumed by a single individual in such a brief span. However, mindful of his lord's station, Shi Qingsheng refrained from dwelling on the matter. A formidable warrior capable of vanquishing malevolent entities was naturally entitled to a hearty appetite. Shen Changqing produced a silver note of 10 taels and presented it directly to Shi Qingsheng. "Procure for me forthwith another table laden with provisions, doubled in quantity from the previous arrangement." Your humble servant obeys," Shi Qingsheng responded, not daring to question further, as he accepted the silver note and withdrew. Shen Changqing remained seated, immobile, as he closed his eyes to perceive the alterations occurring within his body. The breakthrough of the 13th Guardian's iron body to the 17th level had augmented his comprehensive physical attributes considerably. However, a palpable deficiency was also evident. The enhancement struggled to keep pace with the expenditure incurred by the advancement of his internal energy cultivation. The ascension of the celestial martial qi from the 11th to the 12th layer nearly drained his vitality. This underscored that if the 13th Guardian's iron body were to advance by merely 1 level before the subsequent elevation of his internal energy, it would prove insufficient to sustain the consumption. The 13th layer of celestial martial qi would undoubtedly demand even greater reserves, potentially necessitating the 13th Guardian's iron body to reach the 19th level to adequately support the instantaneous drain. In essence, the grade of this martial art was ultimately too low. Even with the advantage of slaughter points to shatter limitations, its cost-effectiveness paled in comparison to other martial arts. This disparity in cost-effectiveness inevitably meant that a greater expenditure of slaughter points would be required to attain the desired results. Shen Changqing harbored the desire to supplant his martial arts. With undercurrents swirling within Linen City and the recent dismantling of an Eternal Life Alliance stronghold, The Eternal Life Alliance might well be poised to undertake further actions. Therefore, he was confined to enhancing his capabilities as much as possible within the prevailing constraints. Chapter 55. To ascend or not to ascend, that is the question for half a day. Shen Changqing remained ensconced in his chamber, not once stepping outside. During this time, Shen Changqing entered and exited several times, each occasion laden with ample provisions. Within the confines of his room, Shen Changqing finally concluded his cultivation and began to examine his status panel. Name: Shen Changqing Faction, Qin Demon Suppression Division. Identity: Yellow Rank Demon Exterminator. Martial Arts: 13 Guardians. Horizontal Training, Level 20, cannot be upgraded. Heavenly Martial Vitality, Level 13, cannot be upgraded. 7 Kill Blade Technique, Level 3, Iron Sand Palm, Level 2, Kill Count, 0. As Shen Changqing had surmised, the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training consumed 5 points of kill value per level from level 16 to 19, but upon breaking through to level 20, the consumption doubled. However, this increase in consumption came with a significant enhancement in physical prowess. Out of 41 points of kill value, 25 were spent solely on the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training, leaving him with 16 points to elevate his Heavenly Martial Vitality by just 2 levels. With the Heavenly Martial Vitality at its 12th level, he could attain the Outer Vitality realm. Now at level 13, he was nearing the pinnacle of Outer Vitality, yet a gap remained for breaking through to the Master Realm. Conversely, the 20th level of the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training had greatly fortified his physical defenses. At present, even without relying on vital energy for protection, it would likely prove exceedingly difficult for an ordinary Meridian practitioner to breach his physical defenses. Shen Changqing pondered quietly. Without engaging in actual combat, he could not be entirely certain whether his physical defenses could indeed withstand a Meridian Realm practitioner. Nonetheless, this was not his foremost concern. What truly occupied his thoughts was how to transcend into the Master Realm. Truth be told, his understanding of the Master Realm was rather superficial. During his time in the first floor of the library, he had only a rudimentary grasp of the innate realm, let alone the Master Realm, merely familiar with the terminology. It was not until the Demon Suppression Division provided him with the Heavenly Martial Vitality that he gained a genuine comprehension of the innate realm. However, the intricacies of the Master Realm remained shrouded in mystery for him. What constituted a master? How could one break through to that level? He was utterly at a loss. The second floor of the library might hold records pertaining to masters, but the techniques associated with the Master Realm likely resided on the 3rd floor. Given his current rank as a Yellow Rank Demon Exterminator, accessing the 2nd floor was the utmost limit, unless he could ascend to the rank of a Demon Exterminator. That would be an entirely different matter. Shen Changqing toyed with the clear spirit jade pendant in his hand, contemplating that submitting this artifact might very well lead to his direct promotion to a Demon Exterminator. Should he succeed in this ascension, his privileges across the board would undoubtedly increase. Correspondingly, the dangers associated with future missions would also escalate. Yellow Rank Demon Exterminators typically undertook tasks involving specters of the ghost level, with the most perilous being the assistance of Demon Exterminators in confronting specter-level threats. For Shen Changqing, the prospect of ascending to the rank held considerable risk. If fortune were to frown upon him, he might find himself embroiled in missions involving even higher-tier demonic entities. The fate of Lu Chang was a case in point. A respectable overseer of the Yellow Rank Demon Extermination Bureau and a Demon Exterminator, he had nevertheless met his demise at the hands of a formidable specter-level entity. This illustrates that while ascending brings numerous benefits, it equally invites substantial peril. Should he remain at the Yellow Rank, undertaking missions where he only reaped the rewards from lower-tier demons, or should he pursue elevation, facing formidable foes for greater harvests of kill value? It was indeed a challenging dilemma. After all, a ghost-level specter might yield a mere 8 to 10 points of kill value, while a specter-level entity could offer significantly more. Take for instance the formidable One Rome, who provided a staggering 30 points of kill value, equivalent to the effort expended in vanquishing 2 or 3 ghost-level specters. Yet, the inherent risks were considerable. Let us observe further. Shen Changqing inhaled deeply. His current task remained the safeguarding of Linen City, based on intelligence received from the Celestial Surveillance Division. The emergence of demonic blood was imminent. Moreover, the appointed county magistrate from the court was likely due to arrive shortly. The news of his slaying of the Zhang family demons had reached the Celestial Surveillance Division, and his breakthrough to the innate realm could hardly remain concealed. However, With the presence of meridian pills, his advancement to the innate realm could be somewhat justified. Ultimately, his foundation was still relatively shallow. He sought rapid enhancement in strength while simultaneously avoiding drawing attention, a feat that was nearly impossible. Shen Changqing had long prepared himself psychologically for his current circumstances. Conducting himself discreetly within the Demon Suppression Division and quietly accumulating kill value to elevate his realm was indeed feasible, but the pace was excruciatingly slow. Thus, exposure was an inevitable outcome. Given that he possessed the meridian pill as an excuse, while his breakthrough to the innate realm might raise eyebrows, it was not entirely indefensible. Furthermore, achieving the innate level did not necessitate immediate promotion to a demon exterminator. Similar to the status of an apprentice demon exterminator, the transition from yellow rank to involve the completion of assessment missions. Additionally, yellow rank demon exterminators were afforded a 5-year grace period. Any yellow rank demon exterminator could opt not to partake in assessments for 5 years, quietly amassing strength, only to be compelled to undertake an assessment upon the conclusion of this period. Success would naturally lead to promotion to demon exterminator. However, failure could result in dire consequences. And if luck favored the survivor, the subsequent mission would still be an assessment task. This aspect revealed the Demon Suppression Division's cold and ruthless nature. Yet, under normal circumstances, prior to the 5-year deadline, the division would not compel a yellow rank demon exterminator to participate in assessment missions. As for what constituted an abnormal situation, Shen Changqing remained in the dark. Rising, he exited his chamber and sought out Shi Qingsheng. Master Shi, please draft an announcement to be publicly posted, explaining the events surrounding the Zhang family from yesterday. The emergence of demons at the Zhang residence, culminating in their complete incineration, is a significant matter for the citizens of Linen City, necessitating a reasonable explanation from the officials to assuage public concern. Moreover, had it merely been the extermination of the Zhang family, there would be no need to report to the Demon Suppression Division. However, as the Zhang family served as a stronghold for the Eternal Life Alliance in Linen City, the implications were considerable. To err on the side of caution, he instructed the letter to include a detailed account of the events, albeit without fully disclosing the strength of the Zhang family demons. Upon completion, the official notice was promptly posted. Instantly, a throng of citizens gathered, engaging in animated discussions regarding the announcement. Is there anyone who can read? Please help interpret this. I can't believe the Zhang family was annihilated by demons. What a pity. Indeed, I spoke with Steward Zhang just a few days ago. It's astonishing how quickly they have vanished. The onlookers expressed their condolences, some reflecting on their connections to the Zhang family, while others simply lamented the fragility of life. Was the Zhang family truly exterminated by demons just yesterday? In the crowd, Cui Cheng scrutinized the posted announcement, his brow furrowed slightly. Initially, he had assumed that the Zhang family had colluded with demons, only to be eradicated by Shen Changqing. Yet, the contents of the announcement suggested that the Zhang family had suddenly fallen victim to demons, with the officials responding afterward to eliminate the threat. The announcement appeared reasonable at first glance. However, Cui Cheng perceived numerous inconsistencies. It was evident that the Zhang family had long been a stronghold for the Eternal Life Alliance. Not a recent development. If the Zhang family had not conspired with malevolent forces, they would have undoubtedly met a tragic demise at their hands long ago. Yet, the murmurs of the common folk dispelled the notion that the Zhang family had already been annihilated. Not only was Cui Cheng perplexed, but Zhao Yu, who accompanied him, also wore a countenance of confusion. Senior brother, is it possible that the Zhang family did not conspire with evil beings, but rather has recently fallen victim to their massacre? She turned her head to gaze at her brother, only to meet Cui Cheng's grave expression. It is difficult to say. Cui Cheng shook his head, as he too was enveloped in uncertainty. Let us depart and discuss this further. He urged Zhao Yu to leave. Meanwhile, other townsfolk remained gathered around the notice, engaged in incessant discourse. In the inner hall, just as Shen Changqing settled himself, Cui Cheng and Zhao Yu arrived to pay their respects. What brings you both here? Shen inquired. Esteemed sir, I wish to inquire about the Zhang family situation. Cui Cheng eagerly interjected, but midway through his statement, he faltered, unsure of how to proceed. Please, take a seat. Shen Changqing gestured for them to sit. The two clasped their fists in gratitude. Thank you, Sir Shen. They then took their places. Shen Changqing regarded them with a neutral expression. Your visit is likely related to the notice posted by the magistrate. If you have any questions, feel free to voice them. There is no need for circumlocution. Since that is the case, I shall speak candidly. Cui Cheng replied, bowing slightly as he expressed his inner turmoil. The Zhang family was indeed a stronghold of the Eternal Life Alliance, yet they did not collude with evil beings. In fact, long ago, they were exterminated by the malevolent entities of the Eternal Life Alliance. After a brief pause, Shen Changqing shifted the conversation, posing a question in return. Are you familiar with the term corpse puppet from the Guiyuan sword sect? Corpse puppet. Cui Cheng hesitated momentarily, but soon recollected something, his complexion shifting drastically. Are you suggesting, sir, that the members of the Zhang family have been transformed into corpse puppets? Chapter 56. The Earth Dragon Turns, 2,300 subscriptions for an additional chapter, Corpse Puppets. A look of bewilderment crossed Zhao Yu's face. To the untrained eye, distinguishing a corpse puppet from a living person is exceedingly difficult. However, as corpse puppets are no longer living beings, they require regular infusions of fresh blood to prevent their bodies from decaying. Records concerning corpse puppets are abundant. As the Guiyuan sword sect, a prominent faction in Guangyuan Prefecture, certainly possesses them. After explaining, Cui Cheng turned to Shen Changqing, having grasped the intent behind the latter's actions. Lord Shen feared that the news of the corpse puppets would incite panic among the populace. Indeed, Shen Changqing nodded. The nature of the corpse puppets is so peculiar that ordinary citizens cannot discern them. Should they learn that the Zhang family members have long since become corpse puppets, chaos would surely ensue in Linen City. I trust you both to remain tight-lipped about this matter. As I have said, your pursuit of demon blood is your own affair, while the stability of Linen City is mine to safeguard. Any who dare to disrupt Linen shall not escape my wrath. His words, laden with menace, were delivered without reservation. At this moment, Shen Changqing felt no need for excessive caution in Linen City. With the 13th layer of Tianwu's martial aura, as long as no master intervenes, even if he cannot sweep through the innate realm, he would not be deemed weak among them. That is for the best. Shen Changqing lifted his teacup. Observing this, Cui Cheng took Zhao Yu's hand and stood up. We shall not intrude upon Lord Shen any longer. Farewell. Safe travels. Shen Changqing nodded, then turned to the doorway. Someone. See them out. As his words fell, a constable entered from outside, gesturing to the two. Please, sirs. Farewell. First, the Zhao family was annihilated. Then the Zhang family was purged. In a brief span, Linen City underwent a thorough cleansing of its notable local powers. The remaining families, slightly larger in size, have quieted down, refraining from any excessive movements. Instantly, Linen City returned to a semblance of tranquility. With nothing else to attend to, Shen Changqing focused on the routine affairs of the Yamen. Initially, the weapon assigned to the Demon Suppression Department had broken, and he sought an opportunity to procure a replacement. Yet, Linen, being a small locale, had forges that produced weapons inferior to his current half-damaged longsword. Thus, Shen Changqing had no choice but to make do. He calculated the time. The demon blood should soon be unveiled. Standing at the threshold of the inner hall, he gazed into the distance. It was unclear when the once clear sky had grown dim, a sensation akin to a heavy stone pressing upon his chest, evoking a sense of inexplicable oppression. Suddenly, thoughts from his previous life resurfaced in Shen Changqing's mind. The mountain rain is about to come. The wind fills the tower. Dark clouds press upon the city, ready to crush it. Though dark clouds did not yet loom, the atmosphere was nearly comparable. He sensed a foreboding. The emergence of the demon blood might very well occur today. Lost in contemplation, Shen Changqing was abruptly jolted by a tremor beneath his feet, reminiscent of an earth dragon turning over. Items on the table in the inner hall fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Almost immediately, a cacophony erupted from outside. Not good. The earth dragon turns. Quickly, take cover. The clamor of the populace reached the inner hall of the Yamen. Soon, Shi Qingsheng rushed in, his expression fraught with anxiety. My lord, the earth dragon has turned. Staying in the inner hall may not be safe. We must prepare to take cover. Do not panic. Shen Changqing's face darkened, his feet seeming to root themselves to the ground, unaffected by the tremors. Observing his lord's calm demeanor, Shi Qingsheng's own turmoil subsided significantly. After forcing himself to regain composure, he cautiously inquired, My lord, with the earth dragon turning, chaos has ensued. What shall we do now? Gather the citizens in open areas for safety, but do not allow anyone to leave the city. Furthermore, instruct all constables to disperse and maintain order within the city. Anyone attempting to sow discord shall be imprisoned. Those who dare resist shall be executed on the spot. Shen Changqing commanded with a cool demeanor. Upon hearing this, Shi Qingsheng promptly set about executing the orders. Shen Changqing remained rooted in place, his brow furrowed. If the earth dragon turning were to be of a common magnitude, it would not yield significant consequences. However, should the tremors prove severe, it would spell disaster for the populace. Nonetheless, in the eyes of a martial artist at the external innate level, the Earth Dragon turning posed no real threat, given the current intensity of the tremors. The Earth Dragon's upheaval was not particularly strong. With Shen Changqing and the constables maintaining order, Shen Changqing felt reassured. The crux of his thoughts, however, lay not with the Earth Dragon turning. Natural occurrences of such a phenomenon are ultimately rare. Yet, as the emergence of the demon blood approached, the Earth Dragon turning could be linked to it. Shen Changqing's mind grew heavy with this speculation. If the mere emergence of demon blood could invoke the Earth Dragon's turning, he would need to reassess the demon blood's potency. To be frank, he possessed scant knowledge of demons. The term demonic refers collectively to demons and strange entities. But only demon slayers have the privilege of confronting these strange beings, leaving them unqualified to engage with demonic forces. Within the demon suppression prison, the sealed remnants of demons and the demons themselves were not captured by demon slayers. Moreover, the records in the first layer of the library contained little about demons, with more extensive accounts dedicated to strange entities. Just as these thoughts surged in Shen Changqing's mind, the ground trembled violently once more. The tremors, though brief, subsided quickly. In the next moment, a thunderous roar resonated from afar. It was a chilling cry, akin to an ancient beast awakening from slumber. In that instant, every hair on Shen Changqing's body stood on end. That singular, primal roar instilled within him a profound sense of danger. The demon blood has emerged, without any conscious thought. This notion sprang to mind. He could no longer remain still and promptly exited the yamen. Meanwhile, the citizens of Linen, in a state of panic, found the roar awakening their innermost fears. The constables tasked with maintaining order fared little better. Run. If you do not flee now, it will be too late. Everyone remained still. Anyone who dares to flee shall be imprisoned. Zhang Yu suppressed his own anxiety, barking orders as he drew his long sword. The gleaming blade instilled a sense of dread among the citizens, momentarily stabilizing the chaotic scene. At that moment, an elderly man, trembling with age, pointed a quivering finger. Demons. A demon is about to emerge. I have heard a rumor that slumbering demons reside in the Linen vicinity. Now, with the Earth Dragon turning and that roar, it can only mean a demon is awakening. We must flee. If the demons truly emerge, we shall all perish. The phrase demons are emerging sent the already rattled citizens into further disarray. Amidst the turmoil, Shen Changqing strode forth, channeling his Tianwuchu energy, unleashing a thunderous command. Silence. With a single utterance, all noise was silenced. Some citizens felt as though they had been struck by a heavy blow, teetering on the brink of collapse. Shen Changqing's voice resonated with authority. The notion of demons emerging is unfounded. This is merely a typical Earth Dragon turning. There is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, even if demons were to emerge, what of it? I hail from the Demon Suppression Department, and my duty is to vanquish demonic entities. Even though demons wreak havoc, one must first consult the blade in the hands of this officer to see if it consents. This statement has soothed the populace considerably. Although Shen Changqing has not held his official post for long, every action he undertakes resonates deeply within the hearts of the people, cultivating a formidable image. Particularly, the reputation of the Demon Suppression Division adds considerable weight to his authority. Observing the calmness of the scene, he declared that he would handle the remaining matters. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Zhang Yu. Very well. Shen Changqing nodded and subsequently departed. He could distinctly sense that the thunderous roar he had just heard emanated from the eastern outskirts of the city. According to the intelligence provided by the Celestial Observation Guard, the area known as the Mass Grave in the eastern part of the city might very well be the site of the demonic blood seal, entirely consistent with the current phenomena. Whether in his capacity as the county magistrate of Linen or as an exterminator of the Demon Suppression Division, Shen Changqing had no justification for remaining idle. Although he harbored no desire to contend for the demonic blood, it was indeed necessary for him to investigate the situation at the site of the occurrence. As Shen Changqing exited the city, he noticed many martial artists hastening towards the direction of the mass grave. Along the way, he recognized some familiar faces. Lord Shen. The countenances of two seemingly well-known individuals came into view. In an instant, he recognized their identities, members of the Seven Luminaries sect. One named Ming Zhengyang and the other Huang Xian. What a coincidence! With the recent disturbances outside the city, I presume the emergence of demonic blood has piqued your interest as well, Lord Shen? Ming Zhengyang smiled slightly, though a hint of gravity lingered in his heart. This individual had previously claimed no desire to vie for the demonic blood. Now, however, You seemed eager to join the fray. Chapter 57. An abundance of quantity. The commotion outside the city has provoked a great upheaval, compelling the current magistrate, temporarily serving as the county chief, to take action rather than remain an idle bystander. As Shen Changqing observes Ming Xingyang's expression, he discerns the latter's thoughts without the need for extensive explanation. Holding the position of county chief in Linen and being affiliated with the Demon Suppression Division, there is no precedent for him to report to the martial world regarding his undertakings. Upon hearing these words, Ming Xingyang refrains from further inquiries. Your Excellency, your concern for the populace is commendable. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. After saying this, he departs with his companion. The emergence of demonic blood is not an isolated event, as various factions, not limited to the Seven Sons sect, vie for its possession. Should they arrive too late, the blood may fall into the hands of others, resulting in significant complications. Shen Changqing feels somewhat helpless as he observes the martial practitioners around him, each possessing remarkable agility and grace in their movements. In contrast, he relies solely on his robust internal energy, appearing rather brutish. However, he dismisses the importance of lightness and movement for now, intending to refine his skills in due course. At this moment, the priority remains the emerging demonic blood. As he himself noted, he harbors no desire to contend for it. His sole concern is the potential ramifications of its appearance. The scene of the upheaval and the resounding roar indicate something extraordinary is at play. The mass grave outside the city lies a mere 3 to 4 li away from Linen. Shen Changqing reaches the site swiftly, witnessing the devastation, trees uprooted and the landscape ravaged, as if a colossal beast had trampled the area. The air is heavy with the stench of blood, heightening his vigilance as he steps further inside. Upon entering the mass grave, the scent of blood intensifies, accompanied by an unsettling voice that stirs a sense of agitation within him. Something is amiss. He halts, steadies his mind, and the disquieting voice fades. At this juncture, Shen Changqing is certain that this voice is intrinsically linked to the emergence of the demonic blood. According to the intelligence from the Skywatch, the demonic blood should have descended to a lower tier. Yet, could even low-tier demonic blood possess such formidable power? Taking a few deep breaths, he reassesses the potency of the demonic blood. Previously, in the Demon Suppression Prison, Shen Changqing had encountered the remnants of demons, as well as living specimens. While the prison appeared straightforward, it housed numerous prohibitions that effectively sealed the malevolent powers within. The current emergence of demonic blood signifies that the sealing force has been breached. This implies that the demonic blood is unrestrained. Regaining his composure, Shen Changqing ventures deeper. Scattered corpses litter the ground, a grim testament to the site's history, but he pays them little heed, stepping over the remains as he approaches the source of the demonic blood. As he delves further, the surroundings open up, culminating in a chasm that appears bottomless, with an ethereal glow of blood emanating from its depths. An aura that would make even innate martial artists tremble begins to rise. The demonic blood lies beneath the chasm. Shen Changqing reflects, now realizing why its emergence has stirred such chaos. The extensive fissure in the earth speaks volumes about the magnitude of the disturbance. Given Linen's proximity, it is only natural that tremors are felt across the city. Cui Cheng and Ming Xingyang stand at the periphery, their expressions grave. Several martial practitioners have drawn their weapons, poised for action. Your Excellency, do you intend to vie for the demonic blood as well? One martial artist inquires, his tone somber as he bows. All eyes turn to Shen Changqing, recognizing him as the most formidable presence among them. In response, Shen Changqing chuckles lightly, you need not concern yourselves with me. I harbor no intentions of contending for the demonic blood. Whoever possesses the ability may take it. However, if none of you can claim it, then so be it. His words bring a sense of relief to the crowd. It is clear, they can take the blood if they can, but if they cannot, there is little to be done. An air of silence envelopes the scene, with the ground fissured and the demonic blood sealed deep within the earth. This is merely the initial stage of its emergence. Every martial artist senses the demonic blood rising at an alarming rate. They wait, anticipating its true arrival. As the blood ascends, Shen Changqing feels the earlier voice reemerge, igniting a primal urge to unleash chaos. Alarmed, he scans the crowd. Unsurprisingly, some martial artists of lesser skill and resolve exhibit a hint of crimson in their eyes, struggling to maintain restraint. Their hands tremble around their weapons. Suddenly, one individual strikes, swinging his blade at a nearby opponent. Luer, I have yet to settle the score for your previous ambush. Today, you dare to vie for the blood. This is tantamount to seeking death. It is you who seeks death. Lu Er, seemingly prepared, counters the attack with composure. In that fleeting moment, others with grudges also join the fray. The previously tranquil scene descends into chaos. Observing the turmoil, Shen Changqing remains composed, neither intervening nor offering counsel. Instead adopting the role of a mere spectator. Among those watching are members of the 5 factions and a few martial practitioners. Such audacity. To contend for the demonic blood with such meager strength. Ming Xingyang shakes his head in derision. These individuals lack the fortitude to resist temptation, yet dare to approach their demise. Regardless of their presence, even if they were absent, the demonic blood would remain beyond their reach. The conflict escalates, and soon, casualties arise. Shen Changqing stands with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting the manifestation of the demonic blood. Suddenly, a frenzied martial artist charges at him, blade drawn. The sweeping strike of the 9-ringed saber whips up a fierce gust. Unperturbed, Shen Changqing extends his hand, effortlessly pinching the blade between 2 fingers. With a surge of his internal energy, he twists, shattering the blade as if it were mere twigs. In an instant, he retaliates, hurling the broken blade into the assailant's chest. A scream pierces the air as the man collapses, blood gushing from his wound. This abrupt turn of events jolts several onlookers. Their gazes now laced with fear. The ease with which he dispatches his foe is terrifyingly formidable. Shen Changqing's gaze fell upon the fractured ground before him, from which an unsettling cacophony emerged, as if something was slowly crawling up from the depths below. Could it be that the fiends had not perished? The sound transformed his countenance, rendering it grave. The essence of the fiends, which ought to be mere blood, should not possess the capacity to ascend from the abyss as if it were a corporeal entity. Even flight would seem more plausible. Be cautious. Something is emerging from below. Shen Changqing's sharp command resonated in the ears of all present. In an instant, the combatants ceased their actions, their gazes converging upon the chasm ahead. Moments later, a decayed and bloodied hand emerged from the depths, followed closely by the sight of a corpse clawing its way out. As the body emerged, it lunged towards the nearest individual. Startled, that person exclaimed, "What in the world is this?" The noxious stench of decay mingled with the metallic scent of blood, overwhelming the senses as the corpse lunged forward, evoking nausea. Though fear gripped his heart, he dared not hesitate. He swung his long blade, cleaving the corpse in midair, reducing it to 2 halves. The severed remains fell to the ground, writhing like worms, refusing to succumb to death. Shen Changqing's expression darkened. The sight of the undead corpse evoked certain recollections. A corpse puppet. Yet it differed somewhat from the artificially crafted ones of the Zhang family. In truth, there exist various types of corpse puppets. The Zhang family's creations are one variety, while the one before him belongs to another. This particular corpse puppet, presumably tainted by the essence of fiends, had been reanimated. To annihilate a corpse puppet, the most straightforward and effective method is to sever its head. Otherwise, it is exceedingly difficult to eradicate its vitality. Shen Changqing spoke authoritatively, revealing the identity of the body. As he articulated his thoughts, more corpse puppets began to emerge from the chasm. Despite their terrifying appearance, the individuals of the martial world were seasoned warriors, unaccustomed to fear. Particularly, while the corpse puppets appeared fearsome, their actual strength was rather feeble, akin to that of an ordinary person. With an understanding of their weaknesses, the assembled fighters found it relatively uncomplicated to deal with them. The only concern, perhaps, was the sheer number of corpse puppets, which was rather overwhelming. Chapter 58. An unsettling stillness. The chaotic burial ground had existed for many years. Countless bodies of the common folk, lacking suitable resting places, ultimately found their final repose here. Over the years, the true number of interred remains remained a mystery. Now, those corpses, tainted by the blood of malevolent creatures, had risen as undead beings from their graves. Fortunately, not all bodies could transform into these revenants. Only those that were relatively well-preserved could undergo such a metamorphosis. Otherwise, the ranks of the undead would swell considerably. Shen Changqing unsheathed his long blade, dispatching a lunging revenant with a swift stroke. While the number of risen undead was significant, it was not yet overwhelming. He pondered that the powerful figure who had sealed the demon blood here likely never anticipated that this place would one day become a chaotic burial ground. This domain was under his jurisdiction. It was not the time for wickedness to prevail. Shen Changqing barked an order, stepping forward as his blade's aura surged forth, instantly rending the air and beheading several undead. The display of his energy sent chills through the onlookers. Such a display of force was characteristic of a practitioner at the innate external level. while some martial arts could mimic this effect without the practitioner having reached that level. Who could be certain that Shen was not indeed an innate external master? Amidst the shock, a sense of reassurance began to settle among the crowd. The presence of an innate external master alleviated the pressure caused by the overwhelming number of undead. Shen Changqing paid no mind to their thoughts, after all. His own breakthrough to the innate realm could not remain concealed for long. However, with the celestial martial aura surrounding him, he had a justification towards the Demon Suppression Department. As long as he did not deliberately reveal himself, no one would know of his status as a practitioner of the innate external realm. The celestial martial aura's nature allowed for an outward release upon breaking through. His decisive actions invigorated the others, hastening their efforts to dispatch the undead. Within half an hour, not a single revenant remained in the depths of the ravine. Suddenly, a surge of ominous light erupted. Something was emerging. With his blade sheathed, Shen Changqing instinctively placed his hand on the hilt, his expression grave, his mind alert. The strength of these demons was not to be underestimated. He dared not speculate on the true power of a drop of unrestricted demon blood. The earlier incidents, from the Earth Dragon's upheaval to the reanimation of the dead, were clear indicators of the extraordinary nature of this demon blood. Next, Shen Changqing's gaze swept over Cui Chun and the others. Even at his level, he sensed an immense pressure. He harbored significant doubts regarding the situation. The air fell still, and soon a blood globe, the size of a human fist and glowing green, began to rise from the depths of the ravine, drawing the attention of all present. Upon closer inspection, one could discern red light swirling within the globe, accompanied by a series of chilling roars emanating from it. Attack! Someone called out, leading to a rush toward the green blood globe. Their purpose for coming had been to obtain the demon blood, and with its appearance, no one could suppress their urges. The first to act was soon followed by a second, a third. Even Cui Chun and Ming Xingyang could not maintain their composure. The demon blood belongs to my Guiyuan sword sect. No one shall take it, Cui Chun declared, drawing his sword, its cold light reflecting his intent as he targeted the nearest martial artist to the precious blood. Simultaneously, Ming Xingyang stepped forth, his form flickering like a shadow, vanishing from sight. In the next breath, he appeared near the demon blood, his folding fan thrusting forth like a sword, the fierce wind it generated causing others to pale. The Guiyuan sword sect aims to monopolize the demon blood. How presumptuous. This blood belongs to the Qi Yue sect now. Should you grant me face, I assure you, Ming will provide substantial rewards in return. Boomed Xiaobolong, his laughter echoing as he unsheathed his long blade, unleashing an unparalleled aura that sliced through the air. Before the demon blood's emergence, these prominent sect members had displayed some restraint. Now that it had manifested, all inhibitions were cast aside. Chaos ensued. Instantly, every participant sought the demon blood, making a peaceful resolution impossible. Shen Changqing stepped back, observing the fray without any intention of intervening. As he had stated earlier, while the demon blood was indeed valuable, its worth was relative. To the Demon Suppression Department, although still precious, it was not a necessity. The martial arts of the Qiyue sect appeared rather gentle, carrying a Confucian essence, and it was said that the sect's founder had once been a great scholar at court, which seemed to hold some truth. Shen Changqing's gaze settled on Ming Xingyang, the strongest among those present. Comparatively, even the two masters from the Tiandao sect were inferior to him. While a sect's strength does not always equate to the strength of its disciples, a stronger sect invariably boasts a richer foundation, allowing its members to develop superior abilities. If one were to categorize the individuals present, Ming Xingyang would occupy the top tier. The two from Tiandao sect would fall into the second tier, while the remaining sect members struggled between the second and third tiers. The scattered martial artists would be classified below the third tier. In the realm of martial combat, life and death hung in the balance. Especially under the influence of the demon blood, everyone's murderous intent was amplified, leading to casualties before long. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air. Shen Changqing's expression shifted as he lightly tapped the ground, propelling himself backward like a great bird, swiftly distancing himself from the vicinity of the demon blood. Just as he retreated, a dense fog began to rise, obscuring the once clear vision. Demons. Having slain several of their kind, Shen Changqing had grown sensitive to their presence. Initially, he had wondered why the demons had not acted amid the scramble for the demon blood. He had attributed their absence to the fact that he had dispatched nearly all the demons sent by the Everlasting Alliance. However, he had not anticipated that there were indeed more lurking in the shadows. Now, the area surrounding the chaotic burial ground, where the demon blood was contested, was shrouded in mist, which was gradually spreading outward. With his keen senses, Shen Changqing detected an overwhelming sense of danger within the fog. Thus, having retreated from its embrace, he did not pause, executing a series of agile leaps to escape the chaotic burial ground. The malevolent entities manifest at the mass grave, drawn by the allure of demonic blood. But what of Linen City? The multitude of common folk there must surely be coveted by these sinister beings. Shen Changqing, unrelenting in his stride, hastens towards Linen City. The emergence of these malevolent forces at the graveyard suggests that similar threats may also lurk within the city. He remains steadfast in his mission, primarily tasked with safeguarding Linen. Should the city fall into the clutches of these fiends, his endeavor would be deemed a failure. Moreover, even absent the weight of duty, he could not idly allow so many innocents to perish at the hands of evil. The menace from the mass grave evokes a palpable sense of danger, undoubtedly linked to vengeful and bizarre creatures, perhaps one, perhaps more. Furthermore, the graveyard itself, a resting place for the departed, is ill-suited for confrontation at this juncture. As for the practitioners of the martial arts, their fate rests upon the whims of fortune. Shen Changqing muses. Frankly speaking, he harbors little hope for the survival of those like Cui Cheng. After all, even those at the pinnacle of innate strength feel threatened. The fate of those beneath such a threshold is all too predictable. Yet, if they dare to contest the demonic blood, they must be prepared to face the consequences. In comparison to the citizens of Linen, that segment of martial artists can be regarded as expendable. Thus, Shen Changqing retreated with resolute determination. The malevolent beings at the mass grave seemed to sense his tenacity, offering no resistance as he withdrew. It took little time. Indeed, the entire city exuded an unusual tranquility. As he walked along the eerily silent streets, Shen Changqing gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, his gaze composed as he steadily approached the yamen. It was too quiet. The surroundings were unsettlingly still. What should have been a brief street appeared interminable to him. Chapter 59. A night destined for bloodshed. Shen Changqing walked calmly down the street. Solitary. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past. He shifted his step and instantly witnessed a figure clad in red being cleaved in two by a long blade. A piercing scream echoed as the red-clad person's body dissipated like smoke. Simultaneously, a familiar aura flowed along the blade, merging into Shen Changqing's hands. Observing the panel before him, he noted that his kill count had risen from 0 to 7. The slain demon was the weakest he had ever encountered, evidenced by the meager 7 points it contributed. With a single strike, the demon was vanquished. The street before him returned to normal in an instant. Shen Changqing sheathed his sword and hastened towards the magistrate's office. The emergence of demons in Linen City, coupled with their audacity to ambush him, confirmed his earlier suspicions. The Eternal Life Alliance had not merely sent a handful of demons to seize blood from the supernatural. They had dispatched additional fiends to attack Linen City. Shen Changqing surmised that their motives for assaulting the city could be twofold. First, the safety of the 100,000 citizens. Second, revenge. After all, he had already slain 2 demonkind and several others, and the Eternal Life Alliance would not easily swallow that grievance. Upon arriving at the magistrate's office, he found the doors tightly shut, yet the interior was brightly lit. "Open the door," Shen Changqing commanded in a deep voice. As soon as he spoke, the heavy gates creaked open. A cautious bailiff poked his head out, and upon seeing Shen Changqing's face, he immediately displayed a look of relief. The gate swung wide, and a throng of bailiffs poured out. Shen Changqing stepped inside, surveying the gathered bailiffs, and spoke in a measured tone. "Summon Shi Qingsheng and Zhang Yu to the inner hall. The rest of you remain here and await my orders." Understood. In the inner hall, Shen Changqing sat in the principal seat as Shi Qingsheng and Zhang Yu entered together. "My lord, what has transpired in the city?" While speaking, Shen Changqing scrutinized their expressions. Both Shi Qingsheng and Zhang Yu were anxious looks. Zhang Yu spoke first, cupping his fists, "Reporting to you, my lord. Not long after your departure, some irregularities were detected in the city. Some individuals reported that the streets seemed endless, while others found themselves going in circles. I suspect demonic interference, so I ordered all bailiffs to stand by at the magistrate's office." As Zhang Yu continued, he added, "Moreover, the demons infiltrating the city are certainly not just a single entity. Transmit my orders to seal all city gates immediately. No one is to enter or exit without my explicit permission." Shen Changqing's expression turned frosty. Judging by Zhang Yu's description, the number of demons within the city was far from trivial. However, these fiends only seemed capable of simple deception and possessed limited strength. Yet, he could not be entirely certain that all demons infiltrating the city were weak. As Zhang Yu prepared to take his leave, Shen Changqing halted him. The number of demons in the city is substantial. Ordinary bailiffs stand no chance against them. Gather all roosters that have lived for more than 3 years. Noticing the perplexity on their faces, Shen Changqing patiently explained, roosters are embodiments of yang energy. While their blood may not completely ward off demons, it can still be of some assistance. In unusual circumstances, sprinkling some rooster's blood can break through barriers, granting you a chance to escape. However, do not foolishly think of using rooster's blood to slay demons. It is utterly futile. Understood, Zhang Yu replied solemnly before turning to leave. Then, Shen Changqing's gaze fell upon Shi Qingsheng, who seemed about to say something, but he merely shook his head. You have no further instructions. Just stay alive. A scholar with no combat experience could hardly achieve anything significant. While some learned scholars could restrain demons with righteous aura, it was evident that Shi Qingsheng could not reach such heights. After surviving the last demon attack on the magistrate's office by sheer luck, this time, it would all depend on Shi Qingsheng's fortune. Hearing this, Shi Qingsheng offered a wry smile. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I know what to do. He understood his own limitations. Just avoiding trouble in the face of demons was already a considerable feat in the span of 2 to 3/4 of an hour. Zhang Yu managed to gather a significant number of roosters. Following Shen Changqing's instructions, they slaughtered the birds for their blood, filling bottles with the fresh liquid. Each bailiff carried 8 to 10 vials of rooster blood. Outside the magistrate's office, numerous bailiffs gathered, each clutching a torch. Some displayed fear on their faces, while others displayed steely resolve. After the last attack, during which a portion of the bailiffs had perished, Shen Changqing had recruited many more. Now, the number of bailiffs in the magistrate's office had risen to over 40. Standing before them, Shen Changqing's expression was solemn. I shall not elaborate on many matters. I will say this. The royal provisions you consume and the salaries you receive are funded by the taxes of the people. It is the citizens' obligation to support you. But when danger arises, you must stand at the forefront to protect the safety of the people behind you. This too is your duty. Now, with demons attacking Linen City, I require you to accomplish several tasks. First, seal the city gates immediately. Allow no one to enter or exit. As for the use of the rooster blood, I have already explained it to you. Each of you possesses limited resources to be used only in critical moments. Should you exhaust them, I need not reiterate the grave consequences that would ensue. After his speech, Zhang Yu clasped his fists and declared with determination, Rest assured, my lord, as long as demons threaten Linen, I will not retreat a single step, even at the cost of my life. Very well, let us set forth. Shen Changqing waved his hand, and Zhang Yu led the bailiffs away. Instantly, the magistrate's office felt significantly emptier. My lord, do you have confidence in dealing with these demons? Shi Qingsheng, standing beside him, appeared calm, yet his eyes betrayed an uncontainable fear. He was but an ordinary man, instinctively terrified when faced with something so far beyond human comprehension. Confidence? Shen Changqing shook his head with a scoff. Who would dare claim absolute certainty when confronting demons? But rest assured, as the magistrate of Linen City, I shall not allow it to fall into demonic hands, unless absolutely unavoidable. He silently added a thought in his heart. After offering some reassurance to Shi Qingsheng, Shen Changqing paused and inquired, Are there any formidable weapons within the magistrate's office? My sword has been corroded by the blood of demons, and it is becoming unwieldy. Formidable weapons? Shi Qingsheng was taken aback, then fell into contemplation. After a moment, he recalled, during the last raid on the Zhao family, some weapons were confiscated but have yet to be liquidated. They are currently stored in the magistrate's warehouse. You may accompany me to inspect them. Very well, lead the way. Following Shi Qingsheng, the two soon arrived at the magistrate's warehouse, where numerous boxes were piled high, all sealed. Several weapon racks were also present. Pointing towards the racks, Shi Qingsheng remarked, My lord, this is the array of weaponry currently housed in the storeroom. Please take a look. Upon hearing this, Shen Changqing approached the rack and casually grasped a long blade. It felt neither too light nor too heavy in his hand, and as he drew it forth, the blade appeared somewhat pale, almost ethereal. A flick of his finger produced a crisp, melodious ring that resonated in the air. The blade quivered violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Witnessing this, Shen Changqing could only shake his head in resignation. After a quarter of an hour, the two departed from the storeroom. Although numerous weapons lay within, they were mere facades, visually appealing yet devoid of any practical value. Shen Changqing, with a mere exertion, feared that he might break them. In comparison to the armaments equipped by the Demon Suppression Division, these were of an entirely inferior grade. Even now, his dagger, though marred by the corrosive blood of fiends, remained far superior to those weapons. Returning to the inner chamber, Shen Changqing sat alone, beside him a basin of clear water. At some point, his long blade had been sheathed and rested nearby. One hand held a damp cloth while the other gripped the blade, as though he were cleansing the corroded steel. During moments of significance, he found solace in performing certain rituals to soothe his restless spirit. Cleaning the blade was one such method. The pure water, while unable to eradicate the marks of corrosion, gradually calmed his turbulent heart. After a prolonged interval, he ceased his actions. The cloth was discarded into the basin, and the pitted surface of the blade seemed to gleam with newfound luster. Now, only you can offer me some assistance. Gazing at the long blade, a faint smile graced Shen Changqing's countenance, yet under the flickering candlelight, it bore an air of solemnity. The blade was unsheathed. This night was destined to be stained with blood. Chapter 60. The predicament of the Demon Suppression Division seated in the inner hall. Shen Changqing gazed out into the dim night, his expression composed yet reflective. It was only at this moment that he truly grasped the challenges faced by the Demon Suppression Division. The number of malevolent beings was vast, while the division's formidable members were few. Cultivating an ordinary person into a capable demon slayer was an arduous process, consuming immeasurable time. Even if some skilled fighters were developed, they would still struggle to contend with the overwhelming numbers of evil entities. More critically, the division was currently lacking in time. Thus, the Demon Suppression Division resorted to a method akin to nurturing venomous insects. They gathered talented individuals from across the realm, providing them with martial resources, and dispatched them after a year of training. Successfully promoted individuals were deemed fortunate. However, this approach inevitably led to the sacrifice of many. Ultimately, the number of those who could confront evil was still woefully insufficient. Shen Changqing sighed inwardly. The situation in Linen City was indicative of the larger crisis. With malevolent beings wreaking havoc, he felt the strain of being the sole protector. If such calamities plagued a small city, it was harrowing to consider the extent of the chaos across the vast lands of the Qin dynasty. Nevertheless, the regulations of the Demon Suppression Division were beyond the influence of a mere demon slayer like himself. For now, stabilizing the situation in Linen City was paramount. He shook his head, banishing distracting thoughts from his mind. He could not ascertain the number of malevolent beings infiltrating Linen City, but one thing was certain: he must not allow himself to be led by their machinations. With all officers dispatched, the outcome was now in their hands. Shen Changqing understood that he could not afford to act recklessly. By remaining at the governmental office, he maintained his position at the heart of Linen City. Any sign of disturbance would prompt an immediate and appropriate response. The Heavenly Inspection Guard had yet to report any news, which likely indicated an unfavorable situation. On the darkened streets, several officers, torches in hand, patrolled the thoroughfare. Due to the curfew, the streets were devoid of any idle passers-by. Moreover, plagued by malevolent beings. Even the night watchmen were absent, leaving only the sound of footsteps in the eerie silence. How many malevolent beings are lurking in the city? Zhou Yang tightened his grip on the torch, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the shadowy houses that filled him with an ominous foreboding. Who knows? A fellow officer lamented. First, Zhao Fang colluded with the malevolent beings, then the Zhang family was annihilated, and now Linen City is overrun with evil. Why are we so cursed? The weight of despair hung heavily upon the officers. While the common folk might find ways to evade danger, they had no such luxury. As Shen Changqing noted, they were paid with royal funds, funded by the taxes of the people, and at this critical juncture, retreat was not an option. Otherwise, facing the emperor's wrath would lead to certain doom. Zhou Yang grasped the torch tightly in one hand and clutched a vial of rooster blood in the other. Lord Shen mentioned that rooster blood can repel malevolent beings. Let us hope we do not have to test its efficacy. Is rooster blood truly effective? One officer questioned, glancing skeptically at his vial. Who knows? Zhou Yang shook his head. For now, we can only pray it works. Otherwise, we are in grave trouble. Suddenly, his expression changed. Where is old Wang gone? Was he just behind us? Another officer replied, concern creeping into his voice. Zhou Yang's face darkened as he sensed something amiss. After years of service, he had learned to trust his instincts. Old Wang was no novice officer. He would not simply vanish without a word. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, it was unlikely anyone would dare stray from the group. Thus, only one possibility remained. Seeing Zhou Yang's grim countenance, the remaining officers grew uneasy. Are you suggesting that old Zhou Yang silenced them? There is no doubt. Old Wang's disappearance means a malevolent being has struck. If luck is not on our side, we are in deep trouble. Without hesitation, they hastened back toward the governmental office. Before long, Zhou Yang sensed an unsettling silence surrounding him. When he turned to look, the officers who had been with him had vanished. A chill ran down his spine as he realized his precarious situation. Either the others were ensnared by the malevolent beings or he himself was. The latter seemed far more likely. As he surveyed the familiar streets he had patrolled countless times, they now appeared strangely unwelcoming. Darkness enveloped the path ahead, rendering it impossible to see where it led. What should I do? Zhou Yang swallowed hard, his legs feeling as though they were weighed down with lead, immobilizing him. The thought of an illusion only heightened his anxiety. Despite knowing he was trapped in a mirage, he could not allow himself to relax. Furthermore, if an illusion existed, malevolent beings would surely lurk within. Suddenly, a cold wind swept past him, akin to a breath on his neck, sending shivers down his spine. His body froze in place as he trembled, attempting to open the vial of rooster blood. Turning around, he was met with a sight that sent terror coursing through him, a decayed visage devoid of eyes. With a desperate shout, he hurled the rooster blood and its vial at the ghastly figure. The crimson liquid splattered across the rotting face, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. In that instant, Zhou Yang turned and fled towards the governmental office, fear propelling him forward. Unbeknownst to him, his speed surpassed that of any previous night. Lord, there's trouble. Something has happened. Zhou Yang tumbled into the office, shouting at the top of his lungs. Hearing the commotion, Shen Changqing emerged from the inner hall immediately. Calm yourself. His commanding voice dispelled much of Zhou Yang's fear. What transpired? Speak clearly. Upon seeing the familiar face of his superior, Zhou Yang felt a wave of calm wash over him. He swallowed hard. Lord, we were ambushed by malevolent beings. I barely escaped using the rooster blood. Ambushed by malevolent beings. Where? Let me there. Your subordinate will obey. Zhou Yang dared not refuse, guiding Shen Changqing ahead. Before long, they reached the very street where Zhou Yang had encountered his ordeal. Sir, we were patrolling this street when, suddenly, Old Wang and the others vanished. As he stood on the familiar street, Zhou Yang recalled his harrowing experience. Were it not for Shen Changqing's presence, he would never have dared return. Shen Changqing summoned his inner energy, heightening his senses to the maximum. Moments later he stepped forward, channeling the essence of celestial martial energy, and struck the air with a powerful blow. The fierce martial energy surged like a raging inferno, causing the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. Immediately, to Zhou Yang's astonishment, he beheld everything before him gradually dissipating like ashes. As the street vanished, another street emerged before his eyes. However, unlike before, the previously disappeared officials now lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. Before Zhou Yang could comprehend the situation, Shen Changqing suddenly drew his blade and struck an empty space. From the void, a chilling scream erupted as a broken body was cleaved in two by the long knife, ultimately vanishing like smoke. The blade returned to its sheath, and Shen Changqing smirked. A mere ghost-grade aberration dares to conjure an illusionary barrier beneath my very nose in this city. It is truly courting death. Having harvested a wave of slaughter value, though meager, it still brought him a degree of satisfaction. Clearly, this malevolent entity had long been present here, establishing an illusionary barrier that ensnared any passerby into its deceptive realm. After completing this act, Shen Changqing approached the fallen officials. Each bore a pallid complexion, yet the rise and fall of their chests indicated they were still alive. Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap to each, rousing the slumbering officials. My lord. Chapter 61. Annihilation. The constables who had fallen into a stupor had clearly been attacked by malevolent entities, suffering a significant loss of vital energy. Fortunately, his arrival was timely, preventing any major harm. Immediately, he departed the yamen, blade in hand, heading for other locales. Before long, a great commotion arose outside the city, punctuated by shrill screams and the furious roars of martial artists. My lord, there's a disturbance outside the city. Zhang Yu, who was accompanying Shen Changqing, couldn't help but wear a grave expression. Having previously faced a demonic assault on the streets, they had only managed to avoid major issues due to prior preparations. Now, having barely dealt with the demons, trouble had erupted outside the city. It was impossible not to feel pressure. It seems those sects were not entirely unprepared. The Everlasting Alliance's attack on Linen City is ultimately aimed at seizing the essence blood of demons. Shen Changqing naturally noticed the commotion outside the city. After a moment's contemplation, he pieced together the situation. Compared to the demons rampant within the city, the struggle for demonic essence blood outside the city was the real issue. In Shen Changqing's estimation, the demons vying for essence blood outside the city were at least of the calamity level. The combined strength of those sects wouldn't be enough to contend with a single calamity-level entity. Therefore, Shen Changqing had been prepared for their total annihilation. But now, it seemed that other powerful figures had arrived. The current commotion outside the city was the battle between those experts and the demons. Evidently, the members of those sects were merely the vanguard in the fight for demonic essence blood, with stronger individuals lurking behind them. The combatants are at least at the innate realm, but it's uncertain how many have arrived. Only innate realm martial artists were qualified to clash with calamity-level entities. But Shen Changqing couldn't be sure how many innate realm experts had come. As for grandmasters, that was less likely. However, this also revealed that the sects placed an extraordinary emphasis on demonic essence blood. Shen Changqing turned to Zhang Yu. Continue patrolling the city. Report any sightings of demons to the Yamen immediately. With that, he headed towards Yongfu Pawnshop. Soaring through the air, he vanished from Zhang Yu's sight after a few leaps. Let's go, continue the patrol. Meanwhile, Shen Changqing arrived at Yongfu Pawnshop. Judging from the fighting outside the city, he was certain that the demons in Linen City wouldn't be rampant for long. Once the martial artists outside the city emerged victorious, the demons in the city would automatically retreat. Likewise, if the martial artists outside the city suffered a crushing defeat, the demons would undoubtedly be heavily damaged as well. In that case, with him stationed in Linen City, the Everlasting Alliance would certainly withdraw the demons from the city to avoid further losses. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, the intervention of the sect's experts had alleviated the current situation in Linen City. The Yongfu Pawnshop, like other places, was shrouded in darkness, seemingly devoid of life. With a surge of true energy, the doors swung open, and Shen Changqing stepped inside. Immediately, a chilling aura assailed him. Demons. Shen Changqing's expression turned cold. He was all too familiar with this chilling aura, which was the inherent sinister energy of demons. Only the presence of demons, or their recent departure, would leave such a lingering aura. As he had suspected, the Heavenly Inspection Bureau had been attacked by demons, which explained their silence during the demonic assault on Linen City. Stepping into the pawnshop, he was met with complete darkness. With his night vision, Shen Changqing took in the entire scene at a glance. No one. He strode towards the backyard. Suddenly, a dark figure collapsed on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he found a mummified corpse. From its appearance, the corpse seemed to have been dead for a long time, but Shen Changqing could immediately tell that it was the result of having its essence blood completely drained. Moreover, the corpse's face seemed familiar to him. Upon closer examination, he realized that the corpse was a former clerk of Yongfu Pawnshop, but that was merely his public identity. In reality, he was also a member of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau. But now, this member of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau had become a dried-up husk. As intelligence personnel, the members of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau were generally not very strong. As the head of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau's outpost in Linen City, Situbei wasn't even at the Meridian unblocking realm. Stepping over the corpse on the ground, Shen Changqing continued towards the inner hall. More corpses lay scattered on the ground, all of them drained of their essence blood. However, each person's facial expression differed, some in horror, others in contortion. Upon fully entering the inner hall, a bloody stench assaulted him. Shen Changqing saw a person with severed limbs, reduced to a human pig, in the dark inner hall. Approaching closer, Shen Changqing realized that the so-called human pig was actually Situbei. This head of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau in Linen City had not had his essence blood drained by demons, but instead had his limbs severed and bled to death. Looking at the enraged expression on his face, one could guess what had happened. Crouching down, Shen Changqing placed his palm over Situbei's eyes, helping him to close them. Then he stood up, maximizing his senses. A lingering sinister aura still permeated the surroundings, but it was weakening with each passing moment, indicating that the demons present here had long since quietly retreated. In the end, you became too complacent, and now you've fallen into the hands of demons. He had noticed earlier that the Heavenly Inspection Bureau in Linen City was too complacent, lacking the qualities that the Heavenly Inspection Bureau should possess. Their intelligence gathering on demons was also incomplete. Now, the annihilation of Yongfu Pawnshop was the price paid for Situbei's negligence. Frankly, there were very few examples of places like Yongfu Pawnshop being so easily wiped out by demons. This also showed that Situbei had forgotten almost everything that the Heavenly Inspection Bureau should possess. After searching Yongfu Pawnshop inside and out, Shen Changqing finally confirmed that the entire Heavenly Inspection Bureau outpost had been annihilated by demons. This also showed that the Everlasting Alliance had come prepared. Their immediate destruction of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau outpost had blinded the Demon Suppression Division in Linen City. However, The Everlasting Alliance probably didn't realize that the Heavenly Inspection Bureau in Linen City was of little consequence, and destroying Yongfu Pawnshop would have little impact. Not just on the entire Demon Suppression Division, but even on Shen Changqing himself. After searching everything, the great battle outside the city continued. At the same time, flames soared into the sky within the city. The fires in the city must be the work of demons. Summon the nearby residents to put out the fires and prevent any major disturbances. Yes, sir. The constables hurriedly acknowledged the order. Shen Changqing looked at the scene outside the yamen. The city, which had been shrouded in darkness, was now illuminated by the flames. Setting fire to the city was undoubtedly intended to create panic. Now, all the men from the yamen had been dispatched. Unfortunately, Linen City was too small, and its geographical location was not important enough to allow for the deployment of a large army, which would make things easier to handle. Shen Changqing sighed. The Great Qin dynasty's territory was vast, and not every city had soldiers stationed there. In fact, the only cities with soldiers stationed there were either large cities or those with very important geographical locations. A small place like Linen City was fortunate to have a few dozen constables. With a single stride, his body leaped into the air. Shen Changqing stood on the roof of the yamen, his vision immediately widening, allowing him to take in most of Linen City. Previously, the city of Linen lay shrouded in darkness, rendering even those with nocturnal vision unable to perceive much beyond their immediate surroundings. However, the present situation is markedly different. Flames now erupt throughout the city, casting a fiery glow upon the landscape. Aided by this illumination, Shen Changqing's gaze extends farther than before. Standing atop the government office, Shen Changqing observes throngs of commoners emerging from their dwellings, united in their efforts to extinguish the conflagration. In the distance, the clash of battle unfolds beyond the city walls. Alas, the distance proves too great, and despite his elevated vantage point, his vision remains limited. Come forth. He muses, let me discern the extent of demonic presence within Linen. Shen Changqing amplifies his senses to their utmost capacity, his gaze sweeping across the city like a bolt of lightning, endeavoring to unearth any trace of malevolent entities. Given the Eternal Life Alliance's brazen act of arson, it is unlikely that the demons will continue to operate with the same degree of subtlety as before. After all, in their eyes, humans are mere livestock. Now that the facade has crumbled, they will undoubtedly engage in wanton slaughter before retreating. His gaze sweeps across the scene, revealing only roaring flames. Yet, amidst the frantic efforts of the populace to quell the blaze, a chilling aura flickers momentarily. Found you. A cold smile graces Shen Changqing's lips as he precisely pinpoints the fleeting trace of malevolence. In the blink of an eye, his body soars into the air, hurtling towards the point where the sinister aura vanished. Soon, he lands within a courtyard, where the faint trace of malevolence has intensified into an overpowering presence. The scene that greets his eyes is one of utter carnage, with corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground. The manner of their demise mirrors that of the Heavenly Inspection Guards at Yongfu Pawnshop, their lifeblood drained until nothing remains. Chapter 62. The flames soar high as Shen Changqing advanced slowly. He remained unfazed by the corpses strewn upon the ground. The closer he approached, the more potent the sinister aura became. When his perception expanded outward, the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any signs of life. Suddenly, Shen Changqing came to a halt, frozen in place. The oppressive malevolence surrounded him, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He was certain that the lurking malevolent entity had detected his presence, yet it refrained from making a move, perhaps out of trepidation regarding his strength. As moments passed, neither Shen Changqing nor the malevolent entity stirred. Both were in a state of anticipation, waiting for the other to reveal a flaw. After a considerable time, the entity still remained motionless, while Shen Changqing grew impatient. Very well, if you choose to remain hidden, then let us see how long you can endure. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, the scorching wind akin to an oppressive heat wave that instantly ignited the surrounding structures. Following this, he executed several additional strikes, intensifying the inferno. Soon, the entire courtyard was engulfed in flames. While the malevolent entity was not afraid of fire, it did not imply that flames had no effect on it. Even an incorporeal creature would be forced to retreat when temperatures soared to a certain degree. As the conflagration blazed on, Shen Changqing stood resolutely in the courtyard, his protective aura shielding him from the heat while his perception heightened. Attuned to the slightest movements within the courtyard. 1 breath, 2 breaths. The flames crackled, causing the wood to emit sharp sounds. And while the malevolent aura was somewhat dissipated by the intense heat, there remained no significant fluctuations. As the fire raged fiercer, even with his protective barrier, Shen Changqing began to find it difficult to breathe. Yet, he remained steadfast, locked in a stalemate with the concealed entity. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the flames caused the weaker structures to collapse. In that instant, a shadow burst forth from the blaze, darting away into the distance. At last, it has emerged. Shen Changqing's gaze turned icy as he pursued it. Channeling his martial energy, his body moved with the swiftness of lightning, and within mere moments, he closed the gap between them. Without hesitation, he unleashed a palm strike, sending the shadow plummeting to the ground. As the figure descended, Shen Changqing leaped forward, drawing his blade in an instant, engaging in a fierce battle. In the dim light of night, he discerned the nature of his opponent, a figure resembling a guardian. Yet its expression was rigid, its movements ghostly. This familiar scene was etched in his memory. An embodiment, the malevolent entities of the Eternal Life Alliance. Aside from seizing the blood of demons, could also dispatch a vengeful specter to disrupt our Linen City. Shen Changqing maintained a composed demeanor, his offensive unrelenting. The recent demise of the Heavenly Watch outpost could very well be attributed to this vengeful specter. Otherwise, given the outpost's strength, it would be implausible for a mere ghostly entity to annihilate them so easily. However, a vengeful specter was an entirely different matter, one that the outpost could not withstand. With a swift arc of his blade, he cleaved through the air, creating a sharp whistle in the night. The malevolent entity vanished momentarily, seemingly seeking refuge. Shen Changqing anticipated its move, closing in before it could escape, delivering a powerful palm strike. Bang! The entity was sent hurtling through the air, the impact causing its chest to cave in. Without delay, Shen Changqing followed up with another strike, severing the entity's head. In that moment, the malevolent spirit detached from its body, attempting to flee to another host. My lord, a constable, having witnessed the commotion, hurriedly approached, causing the malevolent entity to change direction and lunge toward him. Seeing this, Shen Changqing's expression shifted. Dodge. But it was too late. The constable, unprepared, was possessed by the entity, his body momentarily stiffened. Before the entity could fully seize control, Shen Changqing struck with his blade, delivering a decisive blow to the constable's neck. Though the blade was not particularly sharp, the infusion of martial energy rendered it capable of slicing through flesh effortlessly. In an instant, the constable's head fell away. The recently possessed entity immediately extracted itself, seeking a new vessel. Fury ignited within Shen Changqing. You wish to escape? He hurled his blade with force, the weapon piercing the ground and pinning the entity in place. Without granting it a moment to react, he closed in once more, delivering a full-powered strike that landed squarely upon the malevolent spirit. The entity emitted a piercing scream, its form dissipating like smoke. A familiar sensation washed over Shen Changqing as he glanced at the panel, observing an increase of over 20 points in his slaughter value, his mind finally at ease. The nature of malevolent entities was such that their demise was difficult to ascertain, yet the surge in slaughter value indicated a definitive end. Only then did the constables, who had been trembling in fear, cautiously approach. My lord, what is the situation elsewhere? Shen Changqing sheathed his blade and regarded them, one of whom was the earlier constable, Zhou Yang. He had not anticipated that the commotion stemmed from Shen Changqing's confrontation with the malevolent entity. Zhou Yang felt fortunate not to have been the first to flee. Otherwise, he too might have ended up a corpse. Shen Changqing surveyed the group, then glanced at the fallen body, shaking his head slightly. Your wisdom is commendable. Zhou Yang's flattery elicited no response from Shen Changqing. Regardless of the circumstances, the deceased constable had acted dutifully, and his death bore some connection to Shen Changqing. Thus, offering compensation was the least he could do. With a hint of regret, he instructed, continue your patrols and investigate any remaining anomalies. Additionally, expedite the extinguishing of the fire. I shall handle the rest. Understood. Zhou Yang bowed respectfully. Shen Changqing met his gaze briefly before vanishing into thin air within the blink of an eye. The disturbances outside the city gradually subsided. Time flowed on, and soon, the eastern horizon began to brighten, dispelling the darkness that had enveloped the land. It is finished. Standing atop the Yaman's roof, Shen Changqing mused. Though wisps of smoke still rose from Linen City, the oppressive gloom of the previous night had dissipated. My lord, how did last night unfold? In the inner chambers, Shen Changqing awoke at dawn, catching sight of Shen Changqing descending from the roof. His pallor was still ashen, dark circles under his eyes betraying a lack of sleep. Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow. Did you not rest well last night? My lord jests, given the circumstances. How could I possibly sleep? Shen Changqing replied with a wry smile. The events of the previous night had rendered even hiding beneath the covers futile, as tremors coursed through him uncontrollably. Had it not been for the brightening sky, he would have hesitated to leave his chamber. Such is the frailty of ordinary individuals when confronted by malevolent forces. This sentiment served as a source of solace for Shen Changqing. The fierce contest for the blood of demons and spirits had, without doubt, reached its conclusion. The Eternal Life Alliance had been thoroughly expelled from their stronghold here. And with numerous fiends vanquished, it was inconceivable that they would invest substantial resources in this locale again. To put it bluntly, Linen City is a mere speck in the grand scheme of things, aside from the allure it holds for its 100,000 inhabitants in the eyes of the malevolent. It possesses little else to attract attention. Should the Eternal Life Alliance choose to exert their influence here, it would merely be an act of vexation. A decision driven by impulse rather than strategy. In Shen Changqing's view, the Alliance's ascendance to its current stature precludes such capriciousness. As long as the elders are present, what fear could they have of evil spirits? Shen Changqing forced a smile. Just as he finished speaking, he faltered. He nearly forgot that Shen Changqing was not the legitimate magistrate, but rather a temporary substitute until the new appointee arrived. This implied that, inevitably, there would come a day when Shen would depart. In the inner hall, the others took their rest as Shen Changqing addressed Zhang Yu directly upon seeing him. Having spoken, he stepped into the inner sanctum. Zhang Yu and Shen Changqing hastily followed him inside, while the remaining officials dispersed. Within the inner hall, Shen Changqing took his seat at the head and regarded the two before him. Please, take your seats. Zhang Yu, kindly elucidate the specifics regarding the extent of last night's losses in the city. Chapter 63. Not worth the investment. The commotion from last night was undeniable. To claim that there were no losses would be utterly implausible. As for the constables, 8 had perished in the chaos. Once he concluded his statement, the atmosphere in the inner chamber turned somber. Shen Changqing sighed deeply, remarking that considering the casualties caused by the malevolent entities, the death toll in the city might well reach several hundred. If this matter were not handled adeptly, it would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. What do you believe the office should do in this situation? Asked Shen Changqing, his gaze fixed on Shen Changqing, a rare moment of soliciting advice. After all, he was merely an acting county magistrate, lacking substantial administrative experience. Dealing with malevolent entities was straightforward, merely eliminating them sufficed. However, soothing the populace was a far more intricate endeavor. It could not be resolved through mere slaughter. In contrast, Shen Changqing, having served as a chief clerk for many years, possessed the most experience in this regard. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Changqing raised his fists in a respectful gesture. Your Excellency, what the office must do now is to issue a public notice, declaring that all malevolent beings have been eradicated, and simultaneously instruct the other constables to intensify their patrols. Over time, the citizens' fears will gradually dissipate. Should anyone attempt to exploit this opportunity to create disturbances, they must be dealt with severely to prevent others from perceiving the office as weak or easily intimidated. For those who survived the fire and the malevolent attacks last night, we should provide some form of compensation. A dual approach of punishing the troublemakers while extending aid would be prudent. Shen Changqing pondered this briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. After a moment's pause, having made his decision, Shen Changqing promptly took his leave, leaving Zhang Yu seated in silence. Your Excellency, following last night's events, some constables have expressed a desire to resign. What should we do about this? Not everyone possessed an unshakable fearlessness. Last night, the peril was so acute that the constables dared not flee, but now the situation had changed. With the turmoil subsiding, several constables were eager to leave. Let those who wish to depart do so, Shen Changqing replied. However, they shall not be reinstated thereafter, and we must recruit a new batch of constables. This is merely a minor issue. The Great Qin lacks nothing but manpower. Even in a modest place like Linen, there are 100,000 citizens. And in the larger cities, the numbers are even greater. To be frank, I am not even certain how many people the Great Qin truly has. One thing is for certain, the population is far greater than during my previous life. Having received the order, Zhang Yu also took his leave. In the inner chamber, only Shen Changqing remained. With the disturbances outside now quelled and the blood of the malevolent beings accounted for, it was unlikely that Linen would face further issues in the near future. However, with the watchful eyes of the Heavenly Observation Guard, it would not be long before someone else took over. Seated in his position, his mind wandered through the events of the past 2 days. Though brief, many occurrences had transpired. Only now did he find the time to organize his thoughts. Subsequently, Shen Changqing focused his attention on reviewing his panel. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: Great Qin Demon Suppression Division. Identity: Huang. Rank: Demon Exterminator. Martial Arts: 13 Bodyguards Horizontal Training, Level 20, can be upgraded. Heavenly Martial Chi, Level 13, can be upgraded. 7 Kill Blade Technique, Level 3, Iron Sand Palm, Level 2, Kill Count, 53 points of kill value. Shen Changqing exhaled, feeling relieved. He had slain numerous malevolent entities last night, including a grievance-level monster and several spectre-level creatures. The grievance level alone contributed over 20 points of kill value, while each of the weaker spectre-level monsters yielded 7 or 8 points. Though the smallest of gains are still gains, and combined, his kill value exceeded 50 points. Yet, despite the seemingly ample 53 points, the cost of advancement at each level had escalated considerably. Upgrading the 13 Bodyguards Horizontal Training beyond level 20 required a minimum of 10 points of kill value per level, not accounting for potential increments. As for Heavenly Martial Chi, the current first level demanded 8 points, but based on past trends, this expenditure would not suffice for long. Given that this martial art is of a higher tier, should increments apply, the required kill value would be even more daunting than that of the 13 Bodyguards Horizontal Training. Upon calculating, Shen Changqing realized that 53 points of kill value were not as substantial as they appeared. He found himself reminiscing about the past, when a single point could elevate one's level. With over 50 points, if not for the increments, he would likely reach a formidable threshold. Shaking his head, he dispelled his distractions. With careful application, those 53 points would yield minimal enhancement, and whether he could break through to the master level remained uncertain. The 13th level of Heavenly Martial Chi provided him with a slight edge over typical innate external forces, yet to this day, he had not approached the threshold of mastery. What exactly constituted a master was still somewhat unclear to him, but he was certain that if he could elevate Heavenly Martial Chi by several levels, he would have a significant chance of advancing to that realm. However, enhancing Heavenly Martial Chi necessitated a vast reservoir of vitality. The 13 Bodyguards Horizontal Training was too resource-intensive. While each level offered considerable physical enhancement, it paled in comparison to the demands of Heavenly Martial Chi. The acquisition of kill value was arduous, and further investment in the 13 Bodyguards Horizontal Training was no longer justifiable. With this resolution, Shen Changqing withdrew his focus from the panel. Without the vitality to support it, he could not elevate Heavenly Martial Chi at present. Calculating the time, the new county magistrate should be arriving soon. It had been nearly half a month since Zhao Feng's demise. Even allowing for procedural delays, that duration was ample, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The new magistrate should have arrived by now. Rising from his seat, he realized he had not slept in nearly 2 days, and last night's intense focus on slaying malevolent beings had drained him considerably. Now that most matters were resolved, fatigue washed over him. He lay down fully clothed and slept until the following afternoon. It was not until Shen Changqing knocked on his door that he was roused from slumber. Upon opening the door, he found Shen Changqing waiting there. "Your Excellency, what has transpired?" Shen Changqing yawned, feeling much more refreshed after a full day of rest. "We were concerned after seeing you sleep from last night until now, so I came to check on you. Lunch is ready. Please, join me." Grateful for the concern, Shen Changqing had lunch before departing the office and heading directly toward the outskirts of the city. Unlike the usual bustle of Linen, today the atmosphere felt markedly heavier. The usual flow of people was noticeably diminished, revealing the profound impact of yesterday's events on the citizens. In this regard, Shen Changqing felt powerless. Alleviating fear from one's heart could only be achieved through the passage of time. After leaving Linen, he soon arrived at the site of the former mass grave. Fallen trees littered the area, and the dense forest was no more. The entire site appeared to have been plowed by a formidable force, completely unrecognizable from its former state. The tumultuous events of that night stirred considerable unrest. Shen Changqing's expression turned solemn. The graveyard, extensive in its expanse, could not be flattened by mere innate forces. Such power was not within the grasp of 1 or 2 individuals. Even for him, leveling the graveyard would not be a trivial endeavor. The vivid scene before him vividly illustrated the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. As he stepped onto the cursed grounds, the thick, sinister aura still lingered in the air, far from dissipating. Most of the coffins that had once rested in the graveyard were now exposed to the elements. Their contents, bones, reduced to mere fragments, epitomizing utter destruction. Arriving at the site where the blood of demons and monsters had once spilled forth, he noted the canyon remained. Yet the ground was stained with remnants of blood. Expanding his senses, Shen Changqing discerned that although the malevolent energy had not entirely vanished, no traces of the demonic entities persisted. Moments later, he departed from the graveyard. His purpose for visiting had been to ascertain any lingering threats. However, with the graveyard now leveled, and while some malevolent energies remained, the true demons had either been vanquished or had fled, leaving no traces behind. Regarding the canyon born from the emergence of demonic blood, Shen Changqing merely cast a cursory glance before deciding against further investigation. The depths of the canyon were unfathomable, and he could not ascertain whether any dangers lurked within. To venture inside would be to invite considerable risk. Upon returning to the government office, Shen Changqing withdrew from public life. Days passed, and the tumult wrought by the demonic entities began to wane significantly. Coupled with the vigorous patrols by the authorities and the reassuring notices posted to quell public anxiety, the citizens gradually alleviated their fears. Although the vibrant atmosphere of the city had not been fully restored, it had improved markedly compared to the initial panic. Shen Changqing found solace in the changes within the city. It was only 5 days later that an unexpected visitor arrived, slightly disrupting the tranquility. Chapter 64. The arrival of the celestial inspectors in the inner hall. Shen Changqing sat in the prominent position, clad in casual attire. Beneath him stood an unremarkable middle-aged man. "You have summoned me by name. May I inquire the reason?" Judging by the man's demeanor, he appeared to possess a vigorous spirit. Yet Shen Changqing remained uncertain whether he had truly entered the realm of the meridian. Reading between the lines and sensing one's aura are not easily discerned, especially when a martial artist has their meridians unblocked, concealing their true energy within the dantian and meridians, making it challenging to detect any anomalies without the activation of their vital force. As the words fell, the middle-aged man clasped his hands and offered a slight smile. "I am Rong Yuan from the Celestial Inspectors under the Demon Suppression Division. Honored to meet you, Lord Shen." "The Celestial Inspectors?" Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the individual before him once more. "If you claim to be one of them, do you have any proof?" "This is the identity token of the Celestial Inspectors. Please, take a look, my lord." Rong Yuan retrieved a square token from his bosom and stepped forward, presenting it with both hands. "Since you are indeed from the Celestial Inspectors, there is no need to stand. Please, have a seat." "Thank you, my lord." Throughout their exchange, Rong Yuan maintained a respectful demeanor, exhibiting no signs of overstepping his bounds. Shen Changqing harbored no doubts regarding his identity. After all, impersonating a member of the Celestial Inspectors would bear little consequence for him. Primarily, if someone were to impersonate them, it would not take long for the genuine Celestial Inspectors to uncover the ruse, leading to the eventual exposure of the fraud. Observing Rong Yuan, Shen Changqing inquired, "What brings you here today?" "The previous outpost of the Celestial Inspectors in Linen has been mysteriously obliterated by malevolent forces. I wonder if you, Lord Shen, possess any information?" Rong Yuan asked, clasping his hands. "I have no news to share," Shen Changqing replied, shaking his head. "By the time I arrived, Situ Bei and his men were all dead. I buried their bodies beneath the Yongfu pawn shop. If you wish to see them, feel free to unearth them at your convenience. I believe they remain there." As he spoke, just as Rong Yuan was about to respond, Shen Changqing interjected once more. "As for matters concerning the Celestial Inspectors, do not inquire too deeply. I have no intentions of interfering. The Yongfu pawn shop remains in place, and if the previous Celestial Inspectors left any messages, you may seek them out yourself. Regarding the malevolent forces, my knowledge is limited. However, based on the information I have gathered, it is highly probable that the Eternal Life Alliance is behind the disturbances, seeking to contend for the blood essence of the demons. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee further details. For the Demon Suppression Division has never excelled in intelligence gathering. The Celestial Inspectors, as the eyes and ears of the Demon Suppression Division, should possess information far superior to mine." Upon hearing this, Rong Yuan smiled wryly. "Your directness is refreshing, Lord Shen. I have no further inquiries, as you have already divulged all I wish to know. The remaining matters seem unworthy of questioning. By the way, being well informed, do you have any idea when the new county magistrate might arrive?" Shen Changqing pondered an important matter. It had been several days, and the new magistrate seemed to have vanished en route. If he did not arrive soon, Shen worried he might be appointed as the official magistrate himself. Though the position of a county magistrate in a city may seem respectable, it pales in comparison to the status of a demon suppressor. Moreover, the recent disturbances caused by malevolent forces had significantly impacted various regions, despite the Demon Suppression Division's best efforts to quell them, resulting in many delays. What are the losses from these disturbances? Shen Changqing astutely noted the gravity of Rong Yuan's expression as he mentioned the word disturbances. Indeed, the losses are considerable. Rong Yuan replied, taking a deep breath. 5 cities have fallen, displacing nearly 1 million citizens, and the losses among the demon suppressors have been substantial. It is rumored that several of the guarding officials have even perished. He continued, in fact, your city of Linen has suffered the least among those plagued by malevolent forces. As he spoke, admiration flickered across his face. Compared to other regions, Linen's losses were indeed minimal. Although Linen was merely a small city and the malevolent forces were not exceptionally strong, it was worth noting that Shen Changqing, who oversaw Linen, was publicly recognized only as a yellow-rank demon suppressor. Of course, in terms of true power, he was not beneath a mystic-rank demon suppressor. Nevertheless, safeguarding a city was no simple task. According to Rong Yuan's knowledge, Linen had encountered more than just a single level of malevolent entity. In response to the flattery, Shen Changqing remained composed, offering a subtle smile. You flatter me, but during my tenure, I shall extend every convenience possible for the reconstruction of the Celestial Inspector's outpost. However, for other matters, I cannot be of much assistance. The reconstruction of the outpost is a task for the Celestial Inspectors. We do not wish to trouble you, Lord Shen. As he spoke, Rong Yuan rose to his feet. Given the current state of affairs, I ought not to linger. I bid you farewell, and hope to have the opportunity for a more in-depth discussion with you in the future. Certainly, Shen Changqing nodded slightly, then called out, someone, see our guest out. A constable entered from outside. This way, please. Thank you, Lord Shen. I shall take my leave. Rong Yuan respectfully clasped his hands before turning to depart. Murmuring the name Celestial Inspectors, Shen Changqing shook his head with a smile. He had no inclination to entangle himself with the Celestial Inspectors, even though both they and the Demon Suppressors were affiliated with the Demon Suppression Division. In truth, they were entirely distinct departments. Furthermore, as he merely served as the acting county magistrate of Linen, he would soon have to pack his belongings and leave. Establishing a rapport with the local Celestial Inspectors would offer no significant advantage in his future endeavors. Rather than squandering time, he would prefer to enjoy life at a leisurely pace. On the other side, after departing the government office, Rong Yuan melded into the bustling crowd and soon reached a street corner. Before long, he re-emerged, yet his attire and appearance bore little resemblance to his former self. Navigating left and right, he eventually halted before a modest courtyard, rapping rhythmically on the door. The closed gate swung open swiftly, and Rong Yuan stepped inside. The courtyard appeared unremarkable, akin to any ordinary residence. Upon his entrance, several individuals dressed as commoners converged upon him, inquiring in unison, So, Rong Yuan, did you manage to see that Lord Shen? Rong Yuan nodded. I have met with Lord Shen, but he seemed somewhat distant, likely doubting my identity as a celestial inspector. I have heard he has slain numerous malevolent entities. His prowess is not to be underestimated. One individual interjected. Indeed, he is formidable, Rong Yuan replied solemnly, his eyes reflecting apprehension. While he had not witnessed Shen Changqing's prowess firsthand, the reports indicated that this Lord Shen was not an individual to be trifled with. Having arrived in Linen for only a short time, he had already stained his hands with considerable bloodshed. It was common for seasoned veterans of the Demon Suppression Division to exhibit such ruthlessness. For someone as recently inducted into the Demon Suppression Division as he was, to possess such a cold heart was a clear indication of a natural aptitude for the role. Powerful individuals need not always be feared, however. Those who wield both strength and ruthlessness command genuine trepidation. Such individuals, if inadvertently provoked, could lead one to an untimely demise without any inkling of the peril. Hearing this, the faces of the others reflected their unease. Rong Yuan then smiled. Nevertheless, we have no direct dealings with him. With the Celestial Inspector's outpost having been eradicated by the Eternal Life Alliance, our previous location is no longer viable, and we must seek a new site for our operations. Moreover, it is necessary to visit the Yongfu pawn shop to seek any information from the past. The heavenly surveillance of Linen City has become excessively negligent. Such instances where an entire stronghold is uprooted are exceedingly rare throughout the Great Qin. The dissemination of this incident would undoubtedly bring shame upon our heavenly surveillance. Anger flashed across one person's face. A mere intelligence outpost, entirely unprepared, was obliterated by malevolent forces. To speak of this is to invite ridicule. Historically, the downfall of heavenly surveillance outposts has been due to large-scale assaults by these malevolent entities, which ultimately led to their eradication. Yet now, a single malevolent being dispatched by the Everlasting Alliance has effortlessly annihilated the outpost, a humiliation that cannot be overstated. Let this matter not be mentioned again. Hong Yuan abruptly interrupted the speaker. The others, observing this, fell silent. Shortly thereafter, the group conferred quietly, and the atmosphere became subdued. As night fell, Han Yuan, accompanied by 2 others, stealthily entered the Yongfu pawn shop in search of potential information. 2 days passed without anyone noticing that the owner of a tavern in Linen City had changed. Everything remained unchanged. The entirety of Linen City appeared as tranquil as a still lake, with not a single ripple disturbing its surface. Yet, in the shadows, the heavenly surveillance had thoroughly disseminated. Gathering all intelligence pertaining to Linen City, compiling it meticulously, and transmitting it to various outposts of the heavenly surveillance, ultimately landing in the hands of the Demon Suppression Department. Chapter 65. A new official takes office. The morning dew brings a refreshing quality to the air. After a light rain last night, traces of water linger on the ground, creating a somewhat muddy path. A carriage rolls slowly forward, splashing through small puddles and washing away some of the mottled bloodstains on the axle. Sir, we are approaching the city of Linen. The coachman, guiding the horses, calls out loudly through the curtain to the figure seated inside. As the words fall, the curtain is lifted, revealing a scholar peering out to gaze at the distant city. At last, we are nearly there. Inside the carriage, Fu Moshing's expression is a complex blend of emotions. While he feels a twinge of anxiety about his new position, there is also a sense of reassurance. The realm of Qin is far from tranquil. Besides the menace of malevolent spirits, numerous bandits also threaten the journey. Along the way, the soldiers escorting him have all perished, leaving only himself and the coachman as survivors. Were he not already nearing Linen, Fu Moshing would have doubted his chances of surviving this journey to his new post. The threat of evil spirits is one thing, but the audacity of thieves taking advantage of such chaos is truly lamentable. Reflecting on the hardships of his journey fills him with rage. If only he had sufficient military strength, he would have annihilated every bandit lair encountered along the way. Yet, such thoughts remain merely fantasies. In recent years, the banditry within Qin has escalated, closely tied to the rampant evil spirits. With the chaos in the world, everyone seeks to carve out a piece of the pie. At that moment, the carriage glides into the city of Linen. Hearing the bustling chatter of the townsfolk, Fu Moshing cannot resist lifting a corner of the curtain to observe the surroundings. Compared to other locations, Linen may be a small city, yet it appears to be a pleasant place at first glance. Throughout his travels, he has witnessed many places. In some, the malevolent spirits wreak havoc, leaving the common folk in despair. Even if a place seems prosperous on the surface, a deeper understanding reveals the underlying suffering. From what he observes in Linen, the townsfolk seem to share a similar demeanor with those in other areas, yet upon closer inspection, he notices a lack of fear on their faces. Odd. To his knowledge, Linen has endured its fair share of troubles with evil spirits, yet it seems to be relatively untroubled now. Fu Moshing muses silently. As he ponders, the coachman, having inquired about the direction of the yamen, guides the carriage toward its destination. Along the route, many townsfolk pause to cast curious glances at the unfamiliar carriage. Could it be a dignitary from another place? Who knows? The coachman's inquiries clearly indicate they are headed to the yamen. In these times, not everyone can afford to ride in a carriage. For ordinary citizens, even touching one is a rare opportunity. In Linen, only members of the prominent families would typically use such transport. As they continue their discussion, the carriage comes to a stop at the entrance of the yamen. The coachman dismounts and lifts the curtain. Sir, we have arrived at the yamen. Indeed. Fu Moshing steps down from the carriage, looking up at the plaque of the yamen with a serene expression. Inside the courtyard of the yamen, a fire burns in a stove with a large iron basin placed atop it, filled with iron sand. Swish, swish. Each time his hands plunge into the iron sand and emerge, the skin only reddens slightly, with no significant injury. The practice of the 13 guardians has greatly enhanced his physical defenses, making the training of the iron sand palm remarkably effective. Among the various martial arts, only the 7-kill blade technique and the iron sand palm require diligent cultivation to improve. There are no shortcuts through slaughter points. In contrast, the 7-kill blade technique thrives on battle, advancing rapidly through combat experience. Mere solitary training yields little progress. Thus, Shen Changqing dedicates himself to mastering the iron sand palm. Due to his formidable physique, he has successfully elevated his practice in just a few days. The third level of the iron sand palm is significantly more powerful than the second. Moreover, his palms have become more resilient. With the advancement of this martial skill, Shen Changqing senses a surge of intense heat burgeoning within his palms. This heat, unlike the inherent warmth of his true qi, feels more ferocious. even threatening to backfire upon him. Yet, due to the robustness of his true qi and his physical strength, the minor backlash from the iron sand palm poses no real threat. Training never ceases. At this moment, several individuals enter, led by a yamen servant. "Sir, someone has arrived." Bang! Shen Changqing channels his true qi, and with a swift motion, his hands, reddened from the iron sand, shatter the basin into pieces, scattering the iron sand and extinguishing the fire. The sudden commotion startles the yamen servant and the two individuals following him. They stand frozen for a moment. As the redness fades from his palms, Shen Changqing lowers his sleeves and coldly gazes at the servant. "When did the yamen become a place for anyone to enter freely? Must I teach you how to do your job? Forgive me, sir." The servant's face pales instantly. In his moment of panic, Shen Changqing waves his hand dismissively. "It is enough. You may leave." As the servant retreats, Shen Changqing turns his attention to the two newcomers. "May I inquire as to your identities and the purpose of your sudden visit to the yamen?" While asking, he discreetly observes the two individuals before him. "I am Fu Mashing, the newly appointed county magistrate by the court. You must be Shen Changqing, the demon-subduing envoy of the Demon Suppression Office, correct?" Fu Mashing greets him with a respectful gesture, having received prior information about Shen Changqing's role in Linen. "Oh, the new county magistrate?" Shen Changqing raises an eyebrow, a smile unexpectedly breaking across his cold face. "It seems Fu Darren has arrived at just the right moment. I have been awaiting your arrival. Please, come in and take a seat." As he speaks, his eyes glance toward Fu Mashing's companion, inquiring, "And who might this individual be?" "This is merely my attendant." Fu Mashing replies curtly, offering no further introduction. Seeing this, Shen Changqing does not press further, although he notes a subtle yet formidable aura emanating from the supposed attendant, suggesting that he is not merely a common servant, but rather a skilled protector who accompanied Fu Mashing to his new post. However, Shen Changqing possesses little interest in such so-called experts. The three enter the inner hall and take their seats. "Come in," a yamen servant calls out. "What orders does the lord have?" Shen Changqing responds, "Summon Shen Changqing and Zhang Yu immediately, informing them that the newly appointed county magistrate has arrived." "Understood." The servant departs promptly. Silence envelopes the inner hall. Before long, Shen Changqing and Zhang Yu arrive together. "I pay my respects to the lord. Master Shi and Captain Zhang. You have arrived just in time. This is the new county magistrate, Fu Mashing," Shen Changqing introduces, gesturing toward Fu Mashing. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the two subtly shifted, and they bowed in respect. "Master Shi Qingxing Zhang Yu, I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Fu." "You are too kind," replied Fu Mashing with a slight nod. Shen Changqing remarked, "I am merely acting as the county magistrate for the time being. All matters within the yamen are managed by Master Shi and Captain Zhang. If you wish to inquire about anything, feel free to consult them. As for other matters, I shall refrain from involvement." "Why the haste, Lord Shen?" Fu Mashing smiled, though he felt a sense of astonishment. Shen Changqing's straightforwardness completely surpassed his expectations. He had anticipated encountering resistance upon assuming his position, or that the previous magistrate might stubbornly cling to his role. On his way here, Fu Mashing had even contemplated how to manage a potential confrontation. However, Shen Changqing's current ease was in stark contrast to his initial predictions. For a moment, Fu Mashing found himself at a loss for words. "My mission here is to eradicate the malevolent forces in Linen City. And it was merely by chance that I uncovered the previous magistrate Zhao Feng's collusion with these evils, resulting in my temporary appointment. Now that you have arrived, the position of magistrate should rightfully return to its rightful owner." Shen Changqing shook his head, having long awaited the arrival of the new magistrate. Furthermore, the Eternal Life Alliance had suffered considerable losses in Linen City, rendering any immediate actions unlikely. Thus, the absence of malevolent entities meant there would be no accumulation of merit through slaying, making Shen Changqing's continued presence in Linen a futile endeavor. Seeing his resolute stance, Fu Mashing chose not to press further. "Very well, I shall extend my hospitality when the time comes. Farewell." Shen Changqing slightly cupped his hands in salute and departed from the yamen's inner hall. "As a newcomer, I may rely on both of you for assistance in the days to come. You flatter us, Lord Fu." Chapter 66. The recluse of the falling pool with a light horse galloping, Shen Changqing sat firmly in the saddle, unperturbed by the jolts of the ride. Previously, while traveling from the Demon Suppression Division to Linen City, he had also ridden, but due to relentless haste, his horse succumbed to exhaustion before reaching its destination. This time, Shen Changqing procured another steed, and given his ample resources, he was not inclined to be miserly over a few taels of silver. However, in a place like Linen, it was challenging to find a fine horse. Ultimately, he settled for a rather ordinary one as his mount, having learned from his prior experience. Shen Changqing was cautious not to push his journey to the brink of exhaustion. He made it a point to rest for a day at every stop before continuing towards the Demon Suppression Division. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed through the clear sky, startling the horse, which reared up on its hind legs. Shen Changqing tightened his grip on the reins and clamped his legs around the horse, preventing himself from being thrown off. At that moment, the once bright sky had darkened ominously. Was rain imminent? He looked up, his brow furrowing. With no village in sight and no one nearby, finding shelter from the rain would be a daunting task, although the rain would not greatly affect him. Being thoroughly drenched was not his desire. Giddy up. He urged the horse forward with a firm squeeze of his legs, urging it to gallop. A quarter of an hour later, the first droplets began to fall, and the already dim visibility was further hindered by the rain, riding through the downpour. It took another quarter of an hour before the horse finally slowed to a stop. In Shen Changqing's line of sight, a flickering light appeared not far ahead, suggesting the presence of a dwelling. However, the only access was a narrow path, overgrown with thorns, rendering it less than ideal for riding. After a moment's contemplation, he dismounted and led his horse to a tree, securing the reins while allowing it to graze on the surrounding lush grass. Steady now, don't run off. He reassured the horse with a pat on its back before proceeding towards the source of the light. Before long, an old courtyard, seemingly in disrepair, came into view. The flickering light grew more pronounced as he approached. In such a remote wilderness, the sudden appearance of a courtyard seemed rather peculiar. Shen Changqing's expression turned serious. Standing before the entrance, he sensed no malevolent aura, which allowed him to relax slightly. Typically, places harboring sinister creatures exude some form of dark energy. Although the courtyard was unexpected, the absence of such energy suggested a low likelihood of any malevolent presence. Moreover, given the unrest within the Daqin territory, it was not unusual for someone to settle in a secluded area. Taking a few steps forward, Shen Changqing knocked on the gate. "Is anyone there?" he called out. After a moment of silence, he could hear faint footsteps, as if someone had been startled by his unexpected arrival. Exercising patience, he repeated, "I am merely a traveler seeking refuge from the rain." After a few breaths, the tightly shut gate creaked open, revealing a scholar-like figure who cautiously peered out. Upon seeing only Shen Changqing, the tension in his demeanor eased somewhat, but upon noticing the sword at his waist, his expression tightened again. Nevertheless, he did not shut the door. Instead, he cautiously opened it wider and slightly bowed. "Given the rain, accommodating you is certainly no trouble. May I ask for your name?" "Shen Changqing," he replied, returning the bow while appraising the scholar before him. The young man radiated a calm aura, hardly resembling a martial artist. Judging by his demeanor, he appeared to be a true scholar. "Ah, Brother Shen, I am Mo. Please, come in," the scholar welcomed, stepping aside. "Thank you," Shen Changqing nodded, stepping into the courtyard. The courtyard was modest, with a large tree providing shade at the entrance, and a long corridor that effectively shielded from the rain. At the end of the corridor lay the main hall, from which the flickering light emanated. "Follow me, Brother Shen," Mo beckoned, leading him into the hall. As they entered, a rich aroma of ink greeted them, mingled with a pungent scent of herbs. The hall was adorned with numerous calligraphy and paintings, and a table bore a stack of white paper and ink, with a half-finished piece lying atop, the ink still damp. It was evident that he had just been writing. In the far right corner of the hall, various herbs were displayed alongside a stone mortar and pestle. "Please, have a seat," Mo offered, clearing the table of his writings. Shen Changqing took a seat, his gaze lingering momentarily on the mortar. Noticing his interest, Mo chuckled. "Brother Shen may not know, but living alone inevitably leads to some ailments. It is prudent to prepare some herbs in advance." Indeed, Shen Changqing acknowledged. The scholar's reasoning was sound. Given the remoteness of the area, seeking medical attention during an illness could be a challenge. Casually, he added with a smile, "Do you not fear living here alone, Brother Mo?" "To speak of fear, I did have some initial trepidation, but over time, it has faded. As a humble scholar with little to my name, even bandits would hardly take notice of this place. It is peaceful here, allowing me to focus on my studies. Should I manage to pass the examination next year, it would be a great success." Mo replied with a carefree smile. "If not, perhaps a modest life as a physician, helping others, would also be fulfilling." Mo's outlook was surprisingly pragmatic, catching Shen Changqing off guard. "In Daqin, for the common folk, Achieving scholarly status was one of the few pathways to a better life. A mere physician hardly compared to a scholar with credentials. Even a minor title, like that of a licentiate, elevated one's status considerably. Shen Changqing reflected on this, expressing his sentiments. Upon hearing this, Mo Zijin's eyes brightened, his enthusiasm palpable. Indeed. Brother Shen speaks wisely. Education is our only path. We scholars must not abandon the literary arts for martial pursuits, he exclaimed, concluding with a deep sigh. Seeing the fervor in his expression piqued Shen Changqing's curiosity. Do you seem troubled, Brother Mo? Though it was not an easy topic to broach. Shen Changqing's previous remarks had stirred a sense of camaraderie within him. Now that you inquire, I feel compelled to share my thoughts. Mo Zijin hesitated for a moment, casually shifting the books from another stool aside before taking a seat himself. He had always immersed himself in the classics, aiming solely to attain academic distinction. Yet, despite his earnest efforts, his lack of innate talent resulted in repeated failures in examinations, year after year, for 4 or 5 years, leaving him without even the title of a scholar. This unfortunate circumstance drained a considerable amount of silver from his family's coffers. Consequently, his father opposed his continued studies and sought to redirect him to a martial arts school, where he could learn the art of combat. Regrettably, after 3 years of training, his progress was minimal. During an outing for practical experience, he accidentally blinded his master, incurring substantial financial compensation and ultimately being expelled from the school. From that point onward, he found himself neither adept in literature nor in martial arts, leading to years of idle existence. Observing his plight, his father sought an alternative livelihood and urged him to study medicine under the town's physician, hoping he might one day earn a modest living. Mo Zijin recounted fragments of his past experiences, with Shen Changqing listening intently. It was undeniable that the former's journey had been fraught with challenges. After years of study yielding no success, he had abandoned literature for martial pursuits, only to find himself once again at a dead end, this time turning to medicine. Alas, he was not naturally inclined toward the medical field either, still yearning for academic accolades, not merely for the sake of family honor, but to fulfill his own aspirations. With a deep sigh, Mo Zijin turned his gaze toward Shen Changqing. My experiences must surely amuse you, Brother Shen, he remarked. You are too harsh in your judgment, Mo. The fact that you remain true to your original aspirations is commendable. Your diligent efforts may very well bear fruit in the coming year. Shen Changqing replied with a gentle smile, offering words of encouragement. Mo Zijin's face brightened at this affirmation. Indeed. It has been long since I encountered someone as amiable as you, Brother Shen. You must be feeling hungry as well. Allow me to prepare some food for you, which will also help ward off the chill. With that, he rose and headed toward the hall's entrance. Shen Changqing attempted to call out to him, but was too late. Once Mo Zijin had departed, he turned his attention back to the hall's decor. Rising, he approached the hanging calligraphy and paintings. Shen Changqing had little understanding of such art, but instinctively felt that the calligraphy and images were quite exquisite. Indeed, it seemed that regardless of the world, those who wrote enjoyed expressing themselves freely. While aesthetically pleasing, the meanings often eluded comprehension. After observing for some time, he could only smile wryly. The characters were beautifully crafted, evoking a sense of joy, yet their meanings remained unclear. Only the final inscription offered him a glimmer of recognition in the 136th year of the Great Qin, pinned by the recluse of Luodan. Chapter 67, The Plague in the year 136 of the Great Qin. Shen Changqing's eyes flickered momentarily. He had never heard of the recluse Luodan, but the date inscribed confirmed that this was an artifact of considerable antiquity. The current year was 382 of the Great Qin, marking a difference of over 2 centuries between the two dates. A calligraphy piece that had existed for more than 200 years undoubtedly held significant value. Although such ancient writings might seem inconsequential to the average person, there would always be those who sought them out. However, this was contingent upon Luodan being a figure of notable reputation. To be candid, Shen Changqing was unfamiliar with this name. Yet, he was aware of his own circumstances. After glancing at the calligraphy, he moved on to another painting. The artwork depicted a breathtaking mountain landscape, captivating in its elegance. The inscription below drew his attention once more. It read, Year 136 of the Great Qin, authored by Luodan. Again, the same year. Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow, realizing he had encountered yet another ancient piece. Soon, he scanned the scrolls and paintings hanging in the hall, finding that all bore the date of 136 of the Great Qin. While 1 or 2 such occurrences might be coincidental, an entire room filled with artworks from over a century ago was decidedly unusual. Shen Changqing's expression turned grave as he approached a table where an unfinished calligraphy piece lay, the ink still wet, indicating it had been written not long before. Beside it was another completed piece, its ink still slightly damp, suggesting it had been set aside for drying. His gaze fell upon the inscription at the bottom, Year 136 of the Great Qin, authored by Luo Tin. At that moment, Shen Changqing felt his breath slow, as though time itself had paused. Just then, a calm voice broke the silence of the hall. "Brother Shen, what are you looking at?" The sudden voice made Shen Changqing shudder, goosebumps rising on his skin. Yet, he did not react immediately. Instead, he suppressed his unease and turned to face the source of the voice, spotting Mo Zijin standing nearby, holding a bowl. "Ah. I was simply curious to admire Brother Mo's calligraphy," Shen Changqing replied. "I see," Mo Zijin said, placing the bowl on the corner of the table. "Brother Shen has an interest in calligraphy as well? I am but a mere martial artist, not particularly knowledgeable about art. My curiosity is slight." Shen Changqing forced a smile, shaking his head, while a wave of suspicion surged within him. The hall exuded an air of the extraordinary, yet from his observations of Mo Zijin, he detected no signs of anything amiss. If this were a malevolent entity, it would be impossible for it to conceal its sinister aura so closely. There were only two possibilities. Either Mo Zijin was indeed a normal person, or he was a malevolent being whose power far exceeded Shen Changqing's expectations. The latter would explain his ability to remain undetected. Given the circumstances, Shen Changqing preferred to believe in the former. After all, as a martial artist of the innate outer strength realm, he knew that malevolent beings could not entirely mask their sinister energy. Even a formidable creature would likely reveal some trace of its presence. Additionally, with the presence of guardians in every district, if such a powerful entity were to infiltrate the Great Qin unnoticed, the Demon Suppression Department would surely have taken action. Shen Changqing did not believe that an entity of such strength could slip into the realm without alerting the authorities. Although he harbored doubts, he felt a growing wariness toward Mo Zijin. "You jest, Brother Shen," Mo Zijin said, shaking his head with an unconcerned smile, then gestured toward the bowl on the table. "My humble abode is rather simple, and I have little to offer. I've prepared a warm dish, and I hope it meets your approval." "Brother Mo is too kind," Shen Changqing replied, glancing at the dark contents of the bowl, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even if he had not sensed something amiss with Mo Zijin, he would not carelessly consume what another offered. The last encounter with Zhang Long's poisoned pastries had taught him caution. It was only due to his robust energy that he had escaped unscathed. In this eerie courtyard, consuming the contents of the bowl could very well lead to his downfall. By the way, I am curious when Brother Mo decided to pursue official recognition once more. "Since you are curious, I shall not hold back," Mo Zijin replied, his gaze drifting to the flickering flame of the lamp, as if lost in thought. "You should know that a few years back, the Guangyuan prefecture experienced a plague that claimed many lives. Numerous doctors and healers succumbed to the disease. It was then that I realized that physicians are not omnipotent. Pursuing a medical career seemed futile. A desire for glory was nothing but a dream. Thus, I resolved to take the imperial examination once more, hoping to achieve recognition." Guangyuan Prefecture. The plague. Shen Changqing's brow furrowed deeply. He could not recall any mention of a plague in Guangyuan. A plague that resulted in the deaths of millions would certainly be a monumental event. Even if he were not originally from Guangyuan, he would have heard whispers of such a calamity. Yet, his memories yielded no references to any plague. However, observing Mo Zijin's earnest demeanor, Shen Changqing felt he was not fabricating his tale. Suddenly, a buried memory surged forth in his mind. In the year 132 of the Great Qin, malevolent entities wreaked havoc in Guangyuan, destroying numerous cities and causing countless casualties, leading to a plague that displaced millions. Reports indicated that the death toll from the plague alone exceeded 1 million. Shen Changqing had stumbled upon this information while browsing records during his time at the Demon Suppression Department, where the majority of the text focused on martial arts and accounts of malevolent entities. Year 132 of the Great Qin. The plague. Over 1 million lives lost. Piecing together the information he had just seen, Shen Changqing arrived at a chilling conclusion. Looking at Mo Zijin, who appeared to be no more than 30, his palms began to sweat despite his calm exterior. "Brother Mo, I recall the plague you mentioned. So, you escaped its grasp and settled here?" "Indeed." Mo Zijin's expression turned somber. "That plague claimed the lives of everyone in the city, including my parents. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to remain uninfected, which is why I settled here." "I see." Shen Changqing nodded, his internal vigilance heightened to its peak. He glanced at the darkening sky. Mo Zijin reined in his emotions and smiled. "The night is drawing near. Since you, Brother Shen, do not wish to partake in a meal, it would be prudent for you to retire early. With that, he rose to his feet. To the right of the courtyard stood a guest room, which, although unoccupied most days, was regularly tidied by the young master. Brother Shen may stay there temporarily. As they stepped outside the main hall, Mo Zijing gestured towards the right. Shen Changqing followed his direction and noticed a short corridor that appeared even darker under the dimming sky. Utilizing his night vision, he discerned a partially ajar door. Mo Zijing added, "I will be in the room on the left. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Thank you." Shen Changqing replied with a respectful nod. Mo Zijing chuckled, "You are too courteous, Brother Shen. Be cautious as the darkness deepens." Once Shen Changqing accepted the oil lamp, he proceeded towards the left corridor. He pushed open the door, and the previously dim room was illuminated by the flickering lamp, its light filtering through the gauzy window. Standing there, Shen Changqing glanced at the partially opened door on the right, then looked down at the oil lamp in his hand, momentarily filled with indecision. When he had first arrived, it was not yet evening. However, after a rain shower and some idle chatter, he had unwittingly lingered until nightfall. To stay or not to stay was a pressing dilemma. Clearly, Mo Zijing harbored some ulterior motives. Remaining here might lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, it seemed wiser to depart. With a composed demeanor, Shen Changqing resolved within himself. Staying posed significant dangers, particularly given the eerie atmosphere that pervaded every corner of this place. Even with his exceptional skills and courage, he could not guarantee his safety. With this thought in mind, he turned to exit the courtyard. At that moment, a calm yet slightly haunting voice echoed from behind him. Chapter 68. Homecoming. Why are you not asleep, Brother Shen? A faint and eerie voice emerged from behind, instantly causing Shen Changqing to feel a chill run down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he shattered the courtyard door with a single strike and dashed outside. After a considerable time, he finally came to a halt. When he turned to look back, the courtyard was already far behind him. At this moment, Shen Changqing's racing heart gradually settled. What on earth was that? He was now certain that Mo Zijing was indeed suspicious. He had distinctly seen the man enter the room. Yet he had inexplicably appeared behind him as he was leaving. With Shen Changqing's level of cultivation, any disturbance within 10 paces would be impossible to evade. However, he had not sensed Mo Zijing's footsteps at all. In fact, had it not been for the latter's spoken words, Shen Changqing would have remained oblivious to the presence of another person behind him. If he were truly a malevolent spirit, how could he possess no trace of sinister aura and refrain from attacking him throughout the encounter? After the initial shock, Shen Changqing regained his composure. Perhaps it would be prudent to return and investigate? A thought emerged in his mind. If he fled in such a panicked manner without discerning the true situation, he would feel a sense of regret. Quietly retracing his steps, Shen Changqing made his way back. The night was dark, with only the flickering lights in the courtyard guiding the way. Upon nearing the courtyard once more, he found the door ajar, with Mo Zijing standing calmly, meeting his gaze. While Shen Changqing felt little from their eye contact, his pupils suddenly constricted as his gaze shifted to the door. It was intact. He vividly recalled that he had burst through it with immense force just moments ago. The door had been shattered, yet now it stood unscathed, revealing numerous implications. The night road is fraught with difficulties. Brother Shen might as well rest here, Mo Zijing said softly, his smile initially warm, yet in Shen Changqing's eyes, it transformed into something unsettling. What exactly are you? Shen Changqing demanded. What do you mean by that, Brother Shen? Mo Zijing asked, his expression perplexed. He then gestured invitingly. Observing the change in Mo Zijing's demeanor, Shen Changqing's wariness intensified. However, he noted that Mo Zijing had remained at the entrance of the courtyard, showing no intention of stepping out. Could it be that he was unable to leave the courtyard? Shen Changqing mused, yet his intrigue only deepened. For throughout their encounter, Mo Zijing had exhibited no hint of sinister energy, which contradicted the notion of him being a formidable evil spirit. Nonetheless, the fact that something was amiss was undeniable. After scrutinizing Mo Zijing for a moment, Shen Changqing resolved to withdraw for the time being. The being before him was better described as an unknown entity rather than a mere human. With his limited understanding, he felt ill-equipped to delve deeper. However, it was possible that records existed within the Demon Suppression Office. Having made his decision, Shen Changqing retreated. The peculiarities within the courtyard were too disconcerting. Without a clear understanding of Mo Zijing's true nature, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. Throughout history, some demon exorcists had perished during missions, while others had met their end through their own recklessness. Learning from past mistakes, Shen Changqing recognized that survival was paramount. Watching Shen Changqing depart, Mo Zijing maintained a tranquil expression, murmuring certain phrases. The courtyard door closed silently behind him. Outside, the horses tethered beneath the trees remained. Shen Changqing had no immediate intention of continuing his journey. The rain had just ceased, allowing him to find a somewhat uneven stone in an open area. Channeling his true qi, he evaporated the water from the stone's surface. He then leaped onto it, managing to find a relatively comfortable position. Sitting cross-legged and entering a meditative state, the wilderness was fraught with dangers. Should he truly delve into deep cultivation, he risked being disturbed. The primary issue lay in the fact that his heavenly martial qi had reached an unprecedented 13th level, and he had no subsequent methods for cultivation, rendering further progress impossible. As night swiftly passed, at the break of dawn, Shen Changqing felt a sudden contraction in his abdomen, and with a slight parting of his lips. He inhaled a wisp of purple energy. The energy seemed to bolster his true qi, though it appeared unchanged. He leaped down, approached his horse, untied the reins from the tree, and mounted, continuing his journey towards the capital. Time passed, and after 10 days, Shen Changqing finally beheld the towering walls of the capital. Unfortunately, the horse he had purchased in Linen City collapsed on the way. However, he was now close enough to the capital that he would not require a horse to traverse the remaining distance. In contrast to Linen, the walls of the capital loomed high, with soldiers patrolling day and night, and guards stationed at the gates, meticulously inspecting all who entered the city, requiring them to present travel permits. In Shen Changqing's understanding, these permits were akin to identification cards from his previous life. Stop. Present your travel permit. When it was Shen Changqing's turn to enter the city, a soldier abruptly intercepted him. In response, he produced his identification token. Upon seeing it, the soldier's demeanor shifted dramatically from indifference to warmth. Ah, it is an esteemed officer from the Demon Suppression Office. I beg your pardon for the oversight. Please, enter. Once inside the city, a cacophony of sounds filled the air. Everywhere he looked, people were bustling about, a vibrancy unmatched by any other place. Shen Changqing paused for a moment before making his way toward the location of the Demon Suppression Office. The capital was divided into an outer city and an inner city. The outer city was home to the common populace and teemed with activity, while the inner city was reserved for dignitaries and high-ranking officials. Ordinary citizens not only lacked the privilege to reside in the inner city, but were often forbidden even from stepping foot within its bounds. This disparity rendered the inner city desolate compared to the bustling outer city. As a significant institution of the Great Qin, the Demon Suppression Office was located within the inner city. To reach it from the outer city, one had to pass through a crucial checkpoint, established to prevent those with ill intentions from infiltrating the inner city. After presenting his Demon Exorcist identification token, Shen Changqing entered the inner city without encountering any obstacles. For the people of Great Qin, offending anyone was ill-advised, especially the personnel of the Demon Suppression Office. This was a widely accepted consensus. Historically, those who had crossed the office often faced dire consequences, regardless of their power and influence, unless they were the reigning emperor. Over time, the reputation of the Demon Suppression Office had become deeply ingrained in the public consciousness. In a realm where an institution flourished, one would expect it to be suppressed in previous dynasties. Yet in Great Qin, the Demon Suppression Office not only faced no repression, but was instead strongly supported by the imperial family. One could not deny the connection to the rampant evil spirits plaguing the realm. As Shen Changqing walked through the inner city, he absorbed various tidbits of information, understanding that the principle of merit surpassing the ruler applied universally. Currently, the Demon Suppression Office thrived, unscathed by the imperial family's disfavor, primarily due to the rampant evil spirits. If the office were to be suppressed, who would combat the malevolent forces? Although there are many individuals within the Great Qin capable of combating malevolent forces, the vast majority hail from the Demon Suppression Division. Should the Demon Suppression Division cease to exist, a significant portion of the Great Qin's territory would inevitably descend into a paradise for demons. However, it is conceivable that members of the imperial family are present among the higher echelons of the Demon Suppression Division. After all, even if the current sovereign places great trust in the division while harboring a profound apprehension towards the demonic entities, it is implausible for him to take no precautions whatsoever. Shen Changqing possesses limited understanding of these matters. He is merely a newly promoted yellow-tier demon slayer, lacking the qualifications to engage with higher-level affairs. Nevertheless, one need not have experienced something firsthand to comprehend its nature. He remains quite aware of certain truths. Although the inner city is sparsely populated, its expanse is undeniably considerable. It took Shen Changqing a quarter of an hour to reach the threshold of the Demon Suppression Division. Upon presenting his identity token, he faced no obstruction and stepped into the domain of the division. In an instant, a familiar scent of blood assailed his senses. Unlike the tranquility outside, the atmosphere within the Demon Suppression Division was perpetually saturated with an unsettling aura of impending peril. When he first arrived in this world, such an ambience would have evoked a profound discomfort within him. Yet, over time, he has grown accustomed to it. Now, Shen Changqing sighed. For him, the Demon Suppression Division has become a sanctuary in this realm. While it may appear to others as a den of tigers, to him, it is undeniably home. After a moment of reflection, he opened the courtyard door, and everything remained unchanged. Observing this, he summoned his vital energy and banished the musty odor and dust in one fell swoop.